Hello friends, this is Grief speaking. Well, I did it. I read through nearly every single Junji Ito manga ever written and have dedicated the last 4 months of my life to this project. I've mentioned since the beginning that I would make a mega compilation with every story all in one place, but my god, I didn't expect it to be 9 hours long. Well, regardless, you can find every story here. I've separated them by collection because otherwise there would be over 200 timestamps, which wouldn't even fit in the description. If you want to just dig into this thing, go ahead, but I do want to make a couple of notes up top. You'll notice I said nearly every story a few moments ago. That's because there are a handful of Junji Ito manga that I just couldn't find English translations of. It's not many, maybe 2 or 3. That being said, you'll find the whole gamut here, from the big hits like TOMIE, UZUMAKI, and Gyo to lesser known stories like Dissolving Classroom and Black Paradox, as well as dozens of one-shots in between. I've had people ask what the best way to read all of these is. Well, this is what I found. The first way is to just buy them physically. This is how the stories were meant to be read, and you can get the majority of Junji Ito's works in English. However, it's expensive. I bought a decent amount of the physical mangas, but I couldn't afford to drop hundreds of dollars on all the collections, and I'm sure many of you are in the same boat. So the next best option, and something I leaned on heavily for this series, is Viz Media. I want to say outright, this is not a promotion or ad of any kind, but an online subscription to Viz is only $2 a month, and they have almost every Junji Ito English published collection. So if you just want to go on a tear and binge read a ton of Junji Ito in a month, you can do it digitally for just $2. Once again, not an ad, just want to tell you guys what helped me. There are obviously other ways to read these online that are a little less legal, but I don't need to tell you the details there. There's a ton more I could say about reading hundreds of Junji Ito mangas, but I can't fit everything into this intro, so I did it on my second channel. Yep, I started a second channel called Grief Speaks, basically a more casual format where I talk about media I enjoy with a personal touch rather than the heavy information vids on the main channel. So do me a favor and go check it out if you're interested. It would mean a lot. Anyway, I'm sure you hate my ugly mask mug by now, so let's just get into the massive Junji Ito mega compilation. This is every single Junji Ito manga explained in one non-stop marathon. Okay, so let's move into our first collection of stories here called Shiver, which released in 2017. Well, why not start it off with Shiver since that's the name of the collection? Fair warning, this story is one of the most unsettling of Ito's work in the area of body horror, and if you happen to have trypophobia, the fear of clustered small holes, you might want to skip this one. A teen boy, Yuji, has a strange experience one day upon seeing his neighbor Rina. Since she was born, she has had an unknown sickness and is kept in her house with a strange doctor visiting her every so often. One day, Yuji catches a glimpse of Rina looking out of her window and sees a horrifying sight. Rina laughs and points into her garden, but her arm is covered in small holes. The sight instantly reminds Yuji of his grandfather who died covered in small holes, something his parents have since denied. One day, his friend Hideo stops by and finds an old diary belonging to Yuji's grandpa. They begin to read the entries and discover his grandpa's true cause of death, a strange gem found during the war. This gem is carved out of jade and looks somewhat like an insect. His grandpa acquired the jade from a war buddy who seemed to be deathly cold and died shortly after. After getting the gem, Yuji's grandpa began feeling very cold. Soon, a strange doctor showed up without warning to inject him with some medicine. Shortly after this, dozens of little holes began opening up all over his body, and even more disturbing, insects began flying into his room and burrowing into the holes. After this, the entries become unreadable. The two friends then see Rina pointing out of her window again, and Hideo, feeling a chill, heads home. A few days later, Yuji spots Rina in the garden, but without any holes in her arm. Later that night, during a massive storm, Yuji begins hearing a tapping on his window. He opens the curtains to reveal one of the most disturbing sights in this manga. His friend Hideo is covered head to toe in holes, deforming his entire body and face. Hideo explains that he had searched the garden the day they saw Rina and found the jade insect. He soon found the stone to be cursed and holes spring up all over his body. Then he was chased by the doctor, who he claims is not human but a messenger of the curse, appearing wherever the jade does. In the end, Hideo's body was found on the riverbank, and the jade hasn't been seen since. Use record. So this story starts innocently enough with two friends, Ogawa and Nakayama, listening to a record. Nakayama asks Ogawa if she would make a copy for her, but Ogawa feels that making a copy would rob the music of its charm. Well, this pisses her friend off, who storms out. Soon after, Ogawa realizes that her record is missing and starts to chase Nakayama down. Upon reaching her, Nakayama uses a rock to bash the side of her head in, killing her. Soon after this, Nakayama runs into a crazed record store owner who begins to hunt her down and learns the history of the recording. A nightclub singer named Paula Bell was hit by a car. Even though she was horribly injured, she begged to be brought to the studio to record her voice one last time. She died lying on the floor of the studio, but a few minutes later, she suddenly began to sing. This cursed recording is now the very record that Nakayama killed her friend over. The man who tells her all of this now begins to chase her as well. Unfortunately, during the chase, Nakayama dies, and the record store owner and the strange man begin hearing the song once more, but this time it's being sung by the dead corpses of the two friends. Fashion model. Fashion model follows a scriptwriter who wakes up one morning with the premonition that something bad is about to happen. Then, while sitting in a cafe, he finds a fashion magazine and sees photos of a terrifying model. He ends up with writer's block as he can't seem to get the image of the model out of his head. Eventually, he does forget about the incident and manages to write a script. While casting for the female lead, the scary model shows up to interview. Her name is Fuchi, and the crew decides that since she's a professional model, it would be good to cast her even if she does look creepy. They travel up to the remote mountains to film and start noticing some strange things about the woman, most notably her shark-like teeth. My first thought when seeing Fuchi was that she looks very similar to the woman in the painting from It. Seriously, it's pretty close. Anyway, as you might expect, Fuchi begins killing off the crew, first by eating the other actress out of jealousy. She eventually kills everyone, and the story ends with a blood-soaked Fuchi staring down the scriptwriter saying, "At last, it's just the two of us." There's actually two other Fuchi stories. One we'll get to later as it's in another collection, and the other, Fashion Model Cursed Frame, is pretty damn short. It follows a girl as she becomes a model for a big magazine. Although she's gorgeous, she has a strange phobia. She can't stand having a photo taken of her that's not of her entire body. She thinks that something bad might happen if her limbs are cut out of the frame in a close-up. After her interview, she meets one of the magazine's other models, Fuchi in fact. She's unsettled as she catches a quick glimpse of Fuchi's strange teeth. Although she makes a deal with the magazine to only do full body shots, they go back on their word and print close-ups anyway, terrifying the girl. She decides she won't let her phobia beat her, and she declares she'll try her best to take whatever photos they need. That's when Fuji suddenly appears in her room, and this tale ends with a news story about a dead model whose limbs are missing. Almost like they were cut out of a picture frame. The Hanging Balloons. The Hanging Balloons is one of the most bizarre stories Ito has ever done, but I just love how weird it is. After a famous model and actress dies, her body is found hanging by a metal noose out of her apartment window. Shortly after, people begin spotting her giant head floating through the woods. Soon, more heads show up, but these are giant heads of people who are still alive. They carry nooses and try to hunt down their human counterparts in order to hang them. We also learn that if the heads are killed, so are the people they look like. This is shown in a brutal scene when a girl's balloon head is shot with a crossbow, and immediately after, her real head shrivels up like a pop balloon as well. It gets apocalyptic really fast when all of Japan is covered in a swarm of giant heads. Like I said, it's even more strange than a usual Ito story, but it's an interesting concept and has some creepy images. Marionette Mansion. Marionette Mansion, or House of Puppets, follows a family of puppeteers. The youngest son, Haru, has a hard time coping with the traveling life of the craft and laments the fact that he can't make friends as he's never in the same town for more than a month. His older brother Yuki is quite good as a puppeteer and has his own creepy looking puppet named Jean-Pierre. One day Yuki makes a strange comment to his brother about how tough the travel is and that all of it would come to an end if their father got sick. Not long after, however, their father does become very ill. Before he dies, he gives the boys a speech about how a true puppeteer makes a puppet do everything he wants, something Yuki disagrees with. He thinks it's the other way around, that the puppets are controlling them. We then fast forward several years. Haru and his little sister are living on their own and haven't seen Yuki since their father died. One day they get a letter from Yuki who invites them to visit him. He's now quite wealthy and owns a large mansion. As Haru and his sister enter, they're greeted by Jean-Pierre, the puppet, but stranger than that, they find Yuki and his family all floating on marionette strings. It seems Yuki built his mansion with gaps in the ceiling and has hired puppeteers to control his every move. Haru is obviously weirded out by this, but Yuki assures him that he's happy, as really it's the puppet who's in control, and that even though he doesn't have to move a muscle, he does whatever he wants. They continue to visit the house, and Yuki tries to convince Haru to join them on the strings. Meanwhile, Haru begins meeting a girl he met when he was a kid, but he's afraid to tell her what's going on at his brother's, and she suspects he's cheating on her. One day while visiting his brother at the mansion, Haru's girlfriend follows him and sneaks inside. She runs into Jean-Pierre, who kidnaps her and starts turning her into a marionette doll as well. At the same time, the rest of the puppets in the house go wild, jerking lurking about. Haru climbs into the ceiling only to find that the puppeteers above are zombie-like husks with a blank gaze. When he finds Jean-Pierre, he discovers the puppet has killed his girlfriend and that this entire time Jean-Pierre had come to life and his magic had been controlling the puppeteers and running the house. Finally, Haru smashes the doll to pieces, but when he goes to help his family, he finds that they themselves are wooden puppets and may have been the entire time. Long Dream. Long Dream is one of my favorite Junji Ito stories. It's one that reminds me a lot of H.P. Lovecraft, who Ito has claimed as one of his big influences. The story takes place in a psych ward, with a doctor interviewing his new patient. The man claims to have long dreams. He explains that it's as if each of his dreams lasts several hours. At first he wasn't too concerned, except that not every dream was pleasant, and now they're mostly nightmares, and each night they would last longer. After a month, the patient says each dream is lasting 1 year. This has impaired his real life, as when he wakes up, he can barely remember the previous day. As the days pass, the dreams get longer. Eventually, they are over 10 years long. He explains how terrible it is to live a decade in a nightmare all alone in filth and unable to wake up. In one dream, he's a soldier in the jungle, constantly running from the enemy. In another, he's cramming for tests, and maybe worst of all, in one dream, he has to pee and can't find a bathroom. Each dream lasting 10 years or more. As you can guess, this keeps escalating to the point that the man dreams thousands of years a night, and he begins to change as his body deals with the effects of the long dreams. He straight up starts looking like an alien and has no idea where he is when he awakes. He demands to see his wife, who he claims he's been married to for thousands of years. This wife is actually another patient who has a severe mental illness and thinks she's going to die at any moment. So it doesn't help when the long dream patient storms into her room like a madman and looking like a monster. Eventually, the patient's body crumbles as he enters one last infinite dream. The doctor manages to subtract a substance from the crumbling corpse. He discovers that this substance can be used to infect others with long dreams. The story closes as the doctor tells his plans to spread the dreams worldwide, effectively making everyone immortal by giving them endless dreams, starting with the girl who is terrified of death. Honored Ancestors. This is a pretty wacky one. It begins with a girl named Risa having lost her memory and being brought home by a school friend, Makita. The doctor says her amnesia might have been caused by a traumatic event or shock, but should recover in time. At night, Risa hallucinates a giant caterpillar-like creature crawling into her room, scaring the hell out of her. Her friend Makita continues to visit and reveals that they were in love before she lost her memory. He invites her to his house where his strange father, suffering from an unknown illness, crawls on the ground feet first into the room to greet them. Risa develops a looming sense of dread that intensifies after visiting Makita's house. One day, Makita tells her to come with them, that it's an emergency, and they run to his house. There, he shows her the disturbing truth about his father. Upon his head are the scalps and brains of endless generations of Makita's ancestors. They are layered in such a way to resemble a caterpillar, which is why Risa was having the night terrors. This was the shock that caused her to lose her memory. Makita demands that Risa marry him, as his father's going to die soon and they must continue the bloodline or else risk losing hundreds of years of knowledge. Risa bolts, of course, and at the same time Makita's father dies. He then carries on in place of his father with the long line of scalps now attached to his head instead. He chases Risa down in such a frightening manner that she once again goes into shock. Makita's ancestors then celebrate and they declare their family safe for another generation as Makita makes his way towards the catatonic Risa. Pretty creepy. Greased. I'm really glad I found this story because although it's not as outright terrifying as some of his other works, Greased made me feel really uncomfortable the entire way through. And also it has one of the biggest gross out moments in this entire video. It follows a girl named Yui and her filthy house. Her father runs a barbecue joint on the first floor, but due to poor ventilation, the oily smoke coats the entire house, making everything sticky. The oil also covers her family members, giving them greasy skin, and has soaked all of their futons. Yui's older brother Goro bullies her constantly and has a bizarre addiction. He straight up drinks oil when no one's looking. Unfortunately, as he hits puberty, his face becomes covered in huge pimples, which he gets bullied for mercilessly. After this, he has a mental breakdown and locks himself in his room, continuously drinking oil. I'll warn you that this next scene is super disgusting. At one point, Goro starts freaking out on Yui and squeezes his forehead, which shoots pus out of his pimples onto her face. Well, she's disgusted, of course, and seeing how grossed out she is, he pins her to the ground and mashes his face so that pimple juice squirts out all over her. It's an absolutely revolting image that I won't be forgetting anytime soon. Yui's father comes out of nowhere and bashes Goro's head in, killing him. It then cuts to a few salarymen discussing the restaurant and how the meat has gotten much better lately. Yui begins having terrible dreams of drowning in oil and awakes one night to find her father forcing her to drink oil. Meanwhile, the house becomes more and more oily to the point that it's constantly dripping from the ceiling. The father has also been binge drinking oil. This leads to a final horrifying panel of the father chopping off his own leg in the kitchen. The implication being that the father was serving Goro's flesh and this was the meat the men were raving about. Now the father has resorted to doing the same with his own flesh. Okay, so we're moving into the next collection now, Frankenstein, which of course has Junji Ito's adaptation of Mary Shelley's original novel, as well as the entire Oshikiri saga, one of Ito's few reoccurring characters. So let's get into it. Frankenstein. I won't spend time explaining this entire manga because the story is so well known. I will say, however, that this is considered one of the best Frankenstein adaptations in any media, as it follows Mary Shelley's novel very closely and doesn't take many liberties. Plus, Junji Ito's grotesque visuals make this a great way to experience the classic story, especially if you've read the book or seen any of the movies, because it's such a different style and medium. Definitely check this one out. Hallucinations. This story, which has the alternate title of Neck Spectre, is about a boy, Oshikiri, who kills his friend and buries him in a garden. His friend had grown much taller than him over the last year, and out of jealousy, Oshikiri strangled him to death. Oshikiri, now paranoid, decides to dig up his friend and make sure he's still in the ground, but upon checking, he finds that the corpse's neck has stretched to an unnatural length. The next few days, his friend Hada begins questioning him about his missing friend, when suddenly her neck begins stretching out several yards from her body. Oshikiri attacks her in fright and realizes it was simply a hallucination. However, these visions continue. He begins seeing everyone's necks stretching out, and eventually other body parts as well. He eventually turns himself in and reveals the location of his friend's body, hoping that this will finally end his horrific hallucinations. On the contrary, when the police dig up the body, they find that, in this particular case, what Oshikiri saw was real, as the boy's corpse is stretched out the entire length of the garden, and its head is stretched even further. And that's how this one ends. Bog of the Living Dead. This story follows two friends, Oshikiri and Kojima. Yes, there's another Oshikiri here, and there are actually more Oshikiris, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's just focus on this particular story. Kojima is much more popular and even has several groupies at school that follow him around constantly. When the class spends an afternoon cleaning up the nearby swamp, Kojima falls into the water and never emerges. Due to ghost stories and superstitions, the classmates think he was taken by a spirit that targets handsome young men. Oshikiri believes that this was all a stunt by Kojima, who told him in private he would gladly run away from home to avoid the girls that obsess over him at school. One night, the girls tell Oshikiri to meet them at the swamp and beg him to search for Kojima's body. When he denies them, vengeful spirits shoot out of the girls and begin chasing Oshikiri. He escapes alive, but now questions whether Kojima really did drown or not. Kind of a strange story, and probably the least scary in this entire video. Pen Pals. Pen Pals starts off following who other than Oshikiri. He's walking in his mansion alone at night when he discovers another Oshikiri. Well, this is just a tease, as we then go back in time a bit. Oshikiri is feeling lonely as his parents are out of the country. He meets a girl named Satomi and they become friends. Satomi mentions that she already has 3 good friends who are pen pals and that they write to each other constantly. Well, it seems Satomi's pen pals are jealous of her new friend Oshikiri and begin insulting her in the letters. One day Oshikiri sees one of the letters and notices there is no stamp. He then pieces together the truth, that Satomi has made up the friends and is writing to herself. She's gotten to the point where she actually believes the friends are real, and worse than that, she believes they're coming to kill her. In a shocking and violent act, Satomi grabs a knife and begins stabbing herself to death, acting as if her friends are doing so. Worried that he'll be blamed for the death, Oshikiri tells no one and runs home. In the middle of the night, he hears some noises and upon investigation finds a note. The note calls him a murderer and mentions a piece of evidence left behind, Oshikiri's scarf. The letter is signed T.O. and is in Oshikiri's handwriting. And that is the cliffhanger Pen Pals leaves us on. But let's continue in Intruder. It's hard to tell if Intruder takes place directly after Pen Pals or if this is a different Oshikiri entirely, as there's no mention of Satomi. But either way, we follow Oshikiri, who is still living alone in his mansion. He meets a new group of friends who are into the supernatural, particularly the idea of alternate dimensions. When Oshikiri tells them about the strange noises he's been hearing in his house, they think it could have something to do with other dimensions and help him investigate. One day, the group looks out the window to see an Oshikiri doppelganger burying corpses outside the house. The alternate Oshikiri runs away and the group inspects the grave graves to find the bodies belong to them. Apparently, the copycat Oshikiri has killed his friends in his own dimension and is burying them here. The 4 friends help dig proper graves for the bodies, and that wraps up Intruder. Further tales of Oshikiri. This tale begins with Oshikiri seeing a girl from his class, Fuji, beat up and running for her life. She's terrified at the sight of him and vanishes while running away. The next day at school, Oshikiri spots Fuji and she seems perfectly fine, leading him to believe the version he saw the night before was from another dimension. A kid in class catches him staring and starts roasting him, saying he'll never have a chance with that girl because of how short he is. Well, Oshikiri starts fighting the guy. That night, he can swear he hears the kid's voice crying out in his house, and when he opens his door, the dude is there in the hallway, now a massive creature whose flesh melts into a gooey puddle. Fuji noticed Oshikiri staring at her at school and decided to be friends with him. As they become close, she asks him if she can see his mansion. He warns her that it could be dangerous, and when they arrive, she suddenly vanishes. After 3 days of Fuji missing, Oshikiri suddenly hears her voice and finds her in the hallway, now a mass glob of flesh that also melts into a goo pile. I think it might be time to move, my guy. He then hears Fuji's voice again and finds another version of her strapped to a chair with an evil Oshikiri about to inject her with some kind of drug. He explains that he tried the drug on 2 people from his dimension already, the boy from his class and the Fuji from his dimension. Obviously, the drug went wrong, which is why they transformed. And here it's revealed that Oshikiri's goal is to create a drug that will make him taller. So yeah, the common trait in all Oshikiris is their height insecurity, I guess, which is kind of funny. Well, the good Oshikiri stops him and injects him with his own drug, causing his body to stretch out in a grotesque way before disintegrating as well, in the process revealing that there are many more worlds with even more vicious Oshikiris. Well, that wraps up further tales, but let's move into the next Oshikiri story, Walls. Walls is the final Oshikiri story, and this time we get confirmation that it's the same dimension as before, or at least the same one from Intruder, as Oshikiri mentions the instance when his doppelganger is burying his friends' bodies in the garden. In this story, Oshikiri keeps hearing strange noises coming from the walls of the mansion, but believes these must be hallucinations. After an earthquake in the village, he finds that a chunk of stone wall in the mansion has broken off, and he finds a corpse inside. Shortly after, he finds a strange photo of what looks like half a body hanging out of a wall, but when he inspects where the photo was taken, there's no hole. He decides to remove the body, but once he begins digging it out, it appears to scream. Then Oshikiri's parents arrive home earlier than expected, but they're acting a little strange, dismissing his weird photo, and when he shows them the hole in the wall, the corpse has vanished. The phone rings, and to Oshikiri's shock, it's his mother telling him that they will be returning home later than they thought. So then who the hell are these imposters? Turns out these are his parents, but from another dimension. In their world, the mansion was burned down, and so they came here to take this one. Just as they move in to kill the boy, they hear Oshikiri from their dimension crying for help. They find him hanging halfway out of a wall, and when they try to help him, they merge with him and are sucked in. Apparently, this is a consequence of passing between the 2 worlds too many times. Oshikiri then realizes what the noise was he had been hearing. The souls trapped within the walls in the mansion, and in one last horrifying image, we see the victims crying out from the walls. Now let's move into the next collection, Deserter. This collection was released in 2021 and actually has some of my favorite stories in it. So let's get to it. Biohouse. Biohouse is one of Junji Ito's earliest works and is also pretty disturbing, especially if blood makes you squeamish. A young woman and her new employer arrive at his summer home mansion where the girl will serve as his new secretary. However, things are off to a weird start when dinner is served and it's completely made up of raw insects and lizards. The man says he has something special for the girl and comes out with a glass of what appears to be blood. He reveals that this is his own blood, and when she refuses to drink it, he begins to try to force it down her throat. She slaps the glass out of his hands, and this is when things get bonkos. The man removes the bandages around his neck to reveal several wounds and gouges. He pulls out a knife and straight up stabs himself in the neck. With blood now gushing out of his body, he chases the girl, demanding that she drink it so that she will bring grace to his blood and consume him into her beauty. What a creep, man. As she runs, we find that the man's servants all happen to be vampires, I guess. So they chase the girl as well, but are distracted by the gushing blood and start licking it off the floor. Eventually they end up in a room full of insects where the man seems to breed his food. He corners the girl and then straight up pukes blood onto her face in a terrifying image. Luckily the girl gets the upper hand and beats him with a box. He's then eaten by his own insects in a twist of irony. As the girl leaves the mansion, she passes the vampires and tells them there's more where that came from upstairs. It's a pretty weird one, and because it's his earlier style, it it looks distinctively different from some of his later work, which I found interesting. Face Thief. Face Thief follows a high school girl Kame who has the ability to change her face to look like anyone she's around for long enough. So she follows around pretty girls, swapping out her face whenever she finds someone more beautiful, hoping to impress her crush. One day after the students catch on to Kame's abilities, the entire school begin to wear Halloween masks and corner her. The story ends as Kami's face begins morphing into a grotesque combination of all the masks. Where the Sandman Lives. This story follows a horror author, Yuji, who is resisting going to sleep. He tells his friends Mari that he has a demonic version of himself that exists in his dreams. When he falls asleep, this counterpart attempts to escape. So kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street, the two friends try and stay awake so that the sleep demon won't emerge. Of course, they can't keep this up for long, and eventually Yuji's dream counterpart completely takes his body. One of the best visual horror elements of this is that the dream version of Yuji is basically inside out. So Yuji's limbs are pulled into his body and out of his mouth, where the demon attempts to pull his whole body inside out. It's a pretty cool body horror concept. The Devil's Logic. The Devil's Logic is a pretty dark one. It begins with a high school girl falling to her death from on top of the school. Her classmate finds her tape player and begins listening to the tape, where he finds she was approached by a woman who convinces her to die. The woman has strange and remarkable persuasive powers. As he continues to listen to the tape, he comes to the realization that this woman must be the incarnation of death, and before he knows it, he finds he's now standing at the top of the building being convinced to jump as well. The Long Hair in the Attic. Evil hair is a classic trope in Japanese horror stories due to its relevance in culture and mythology. Junji Ito is no stranger to tapping into this for his stories, and this is a short and fun one revolving around hair. It begins with a teen girl, Chiemi, being dumped by her boyfriend. When she gets home, she burns a picture of the two of them and recalls a memory of the boyfriend telling her she should grow her hair out. At the same time, Chiemi's sister mentions hearing mice in the attic. The next day, Chiemi wakes up to find a dead mouse wrapped in her hair, which is pretty horrific in and of itself. Well, with the combination of the dead mouse and the connection to her ex-boyfriend, she decides she'll cut off her hair. The sister goes to grab a pair of scissors, and when she returns, she finds that Chiemi is dead. Her head is completely missing from her body. I didn't expect that, and only at the halfway point of the comic. Days later, the younger sister goes to the attic with her dad to see if any mice are caught in the traps. Well, they don't find mice, but instead Chiemi's head dangling by the hair, and even more disturbing, it seems her hair is alive and controlling the head. It slips out of the house and makes its way to the ex-boyfriend's apartment for revenge. Scripted love. Scripted love starts out with a man breaking up with his girlfriend. As a consolation, he gives her a tape of himself so that she can remember him by. What a dirtbag. Well, she thinks so too and grabs a kitchen knife. We then rewind a bit and learn how they met. The man is the leader of a theater troupe and starts dating the girl who is the newest member. Only problem is the dude is a complete player and cycles through the women of his troupe, breaking up with them and then leaving them the same tape. Now back to the present, the girl has actually stabbed him. In shock, she doesn't know what to do, so she just plays the tape he left. Turns out it comes with a script, and whoever watches it can act out dialogue to simulate a conversation with him. As the girl falls back in love with this version of the man on tape, the real guy wakes up, apparently not really dead. As he pleads for help, the girl declares that she doesn't need him anymore, as now she has the video version of him that'll never break her heart. She then picks up a glass bottle and finishes the job. The Reanimator's Sword. This one is interesting because it almost has an action fantasy feel to it. Keiji and his friend are out at night hoping to spot and maybe catch some ghostly specters. To their surprise, they actually see a swarm of them flying through the air. Keiji ditches his friend, who is too afraid to continue. His pursuit of the specters leads him to an old temple where he encounters a scary looking man with a sword. The man says, "You saw, didn't you? Now you must cease living." So Keiji runs like hell and ends up falling off a cliff. He awakes perfectly fine in his home and learns that while he was passed out, his grandfather died. His grandfather was apparently an important politician, and his associates say his death must be kept a secret. Then the man with the sword shows up to the house and seems to have been summoned here by the grandpa's associates. He impales Keiji's grandfather with the sword, which brings him back to life. Keiji witnesses this and later confronts the Reanimator as he believes it was unnatural to bring his grandfather back. The Reanimator says he sees a great potential in Keiji and that he must have similar gifts as him. He reveals that he has brought many people back to life in Keiji's family and has been doing so for years. When Keiji shouts at him, he releases a strange energy from his mouth, and the Reanimator tells him the truth. When Keiji fell off the cliff, he actually died, and the Reanimator brought him back to life out of pity. Keiji manages to take the sword, and the Reanimator warns him that if he's struck down, all who have been reanimated will die again. Keiji calls him a liar and strikes him down, thus releasing all the energy from the the reanimated dead. In a disturbing scene, we see Keiji's family members shrivel into corpses, and Keiji pledging his loyalty to the sword as its new bearer and the next reanimator. A father's love. This story follows the Todo family. The father, a stern businessman, is very strict with his 3 children. A strange phenomenon began when they were little, where the kids would suffer terrible headaches, but never at the same time. When the eldest son, Satoru, turned 14, he suddenly became rebellious, constantly attempting to run away, and eventually he took his own life. The second son had a similar fate, but much stranger, as he rode out into the night on a unicycle and laid his body out on the street. The brother's friend, Tsukasa, recalls several times that he acted strange and reckless. It seems this always occurs right after the headaches that the family suffers. So we're down to the youngest Todo child and only girl, Miho. One day the father takes Mio and Tsukasa to a theme park, hoping to use Tsukasa as a replacement for her older brothers. Mio has a headache, however, and then becomes basically a different person, being wild and dangerous. When Tsukasa attempts to tell her father what's going on, he finds him sitting motionless with his eyes white. Here we begin to learn the truth, that Mr. Todo has the ability to control his kids' minds, and that is why they suffered the headaches and acted so strangely. When he thought his sons were of no use to him anymore, he controlled them to kill them. Once Miho's mother discovers she's pregnant, Mr. Todo wishes it to be a boy and now has no use for Miho as he has a new family heir. Tsukasa then attempts to help Miho and her mother escape and must fight Mr. Todo as he attempts to control Mio one last time. In the end, Mr. Todo realizes he's failed. He mentions that he has had a rough childhood, always working and never being able to play. So he lived through his children and took Mio to the park that day in order to control her and have fun himself. In the end, Mr. Todo goes to the theme park alone and takes the Ferris wheel, only to jump out of the cab at the top, ending the family curse. Unendurable labyrinth. Two friends, Noriko and Sayako, decide to go hiking in the mountains. Recently, Sayako had a breakdown and hasn't been coming to school, so Noriko is using the opportunity to convince her to come back. As they travel through the mountains, however, they find themselves lost. They begin seeing shrines and Buddha statues and even see a long line of monks marching. One monk tells them that this place is kept secret from the outside world and that it's difficult to get in or out. He asks them to stay at the temple as it's getting dark and invites them to join in on meditation. While Noriko is reluctant, Sayako sees this as a chance to help cure her mental woes, and the two begin to participate at the temple. Here they meet Aya, who has recently joined the temple in search of her brother who went missing 5 years ago. Soon the three find what the training is truly for at the temple. Apparently the monks are training to become living Buddhas, as they go underground and meditate in place until they become mummified and reach nirvana. Aya leads the group as they investigate underground, hoping to find her brother. They find a maze of tunnels, the walls lined with hundreds of dead monks. As they travel through the maze, they find that the monks are becoming more recent, and Aya finally spots her brother, now a living Buddha. She mourns her brother while the other two move on. Sayako becomes more and more distressed. Since her breakdown, she can't stand people looking at her, and as they continue further, they get to the most recent monks who are still living but with one foot in the grave. They all turn to stare at the two, which is basically the most nightmarish thing you could imagine in Sayako's position, and that's how it ends. Village of the Siren. Kyoichi is a young man traveling home to his small village to visit his parents. He runs into his childhood friend Shoko, who's also returning home as her father, the village chief, has gotten sick. When the two arrive, they find their village is almost empty, and a strange tower is erected in the center of town with massive sirens on top. Kyoichi finds his mother, who's acting strange, and Shoko's father warns her to leave the village immediately. He tells the tale of a sorcerer and his 3 flying demons who attacked the village 400 years ago and ate half of the people. He believes this demon has now reawakened. At night, the sirens begin to sound, making a horrible noise. These sirens seem to be brainwashing the village. Kyoichi follows the villagers to see where they are headed and finds a disturbing sight of hundreds of women all holding newborn babies and entering the tower, including Kyoichi's mother. It seems the sorcerer has given the women giant bat-like wings in order to fly around the country and steal babies from their homes. They are then sacrificed in order to bring back a mighty demon. Once summoned, this demon kills the sorcerer, and he and his hundreds of demonic servants now begin to take over the world. Bullied, or The Bully, starts off with a woman named Kuriko speaking to her fiance about her childhood. She says there's something he must know about her before they get married. When Kuriko was a girl, she used to always play at the local playground. One day, a mother dropped her young boy now off and asked Kuriko if she would watch him. So the two kids played together and now quickly became attached to Kuriko and returned to the park every day to play with her. His mother gave Kuriko a box of sweets as a thank you for being kind to the boy since he didn't have any friends. Kuriko felt obligated to play with Now, who was very attached and needy. Soon she grew resentful of the boy and began began to bully him. It's really hard to read as she basically tortures this poor kid. She tells him there's bugs in his ears that'll eat his brains and makes him drink dirty water from a drain. Despite her bullying, Now continued to show up to play, hoping she would go back to the sweet girl he knew before. Well, it starts to get borderline homicidal as Kuriko tries to convince Now to jump off the highest point at the playground. His mom shows up before he jumps, and Kuriko quickly covers up the incident, acting like Now has lost his mind. Next time she sees him, she threatens him, telling him he better not tell his mom about any of this. Even though Now says he won't tell, Kuriko decides to test him. She then throws the ball in front of a vicious dog and demands that he get the ball back, saying if he's telling the truth, the dog won't hurt him. We don't see exactly what happened, but it appears that Now was attacked by the dog, and Kuriko concludes her story by saying that Now then moved away. However, she tells her fiance that she recently ran into him as an adult. At this point, you might expect Now to be disfigured from the dog attack, but no, he's actually quite handsome, and more than that, he seems to forgive Kuriko for all the horror she inflicted on him. Kuriko then informs her fiance that the wedding is off and that she's actually in love with Now. This isn't the end of the story, however. After the two are married and have a child together, Now suddenly leaves one day, never to return. Kuriko is left to raise her son alone. In a moment of resentment toward her needy son, who's the spitting image of young Now, she suddenly realizes that this was all part of a plan. Now married her and even had a child with her, all just to abandon her in the act of revenge. At this moment, Kuriko snaps. She dresses up in her old clothes and puts her hair into pigtails, and then tells her son that they're going to be going to the park, presumably to bully him the same way she did to Now. Definitely one of the saddest Junji Ito tales I've read. And finally, Deserter. This has been one of my favorite stories I've discovered so far. It's about a family who's keeping a Japanese army deserter, Furukawa, hidden in their house. He comes down once a day for a meal, but otherwise must stay hidden in the storeroom. During World War II, Furukawa ditched the military and begged his friend Adera to hide him. At this time, Adera's younger sister, Kimie, grew fond of Furukawa and would visit him in the storeroom until her brother got pissed off and forbade her from seeing him. One day, while leaving the storeroom, an air raid took place, killing Kimie. Adera blamed Furukawa for this and kept him in the storeroom even 8 years later, long after the war had ended. Him and his other sisters put on a show and pretend that the war has continued all of this time, forcing Furukawa to stay hidden. They even have a friend come by dressed as a Japanese officer, pretending to look for deserters just to scare him. Damn, that is messed up, man. One night the village is setting off fireworks and Adera decides it would be fun to tell Furukawa it's another air raid to freak him out. That night, while the fireworks are going off, they bang on the storeroom door and try to shock Furukawa. Only no one answers. When they enter the room, they find the hanging body of Furukawa. When they look further, they're shocked to see that this corpse looks like it's been decaying for years. They find a note from Furukawa from 8 years ago stating that he can't go on living with the guilt of Kimie's death. So the family quickly realizes that he's been dead all of this time and that the Furukawa they've been talking to all these years might be a ghost. Okay, let's move into our next collection of stories, Smashed, starting with Blood-Sucking Darkness. Blood-Sucking Darkness follows Nami, a teen girl who got her heart broken when her boyfriend left her for a skinnier girl. She vows to lose weight and become a model, but sadly this leads to her having an eating disorder. She forces herself to throw up and eventually even pukes blood. After this, she begins having nightmares where the sky is raining blood, and when she awakes, she finds that her mouth and bed are covered in blood. She meets a boy from another class, Tani, who shows some concern about her sudden weight loss and is a little pushy about wanting to be her friend. She continues having the dream and waking up with blood on her every morning. She also finds that she has stopped losing weight. One day she spots Tani on the sidewalk and sees that he's deathly thin. He says that since Nami is on a diet, he's started one too because he likes her. The two end up spending time together and eventually Tani asks Nami over to his house. He shows her his shed, which is full of bats, claiming them to be his pets. Nami notices that his hands have tiny bite marks all over them. He reveals that he has been letting them drink his blood, and this is why he's been losing so much weight. He then explains that these bats share blood with each other to survive, as one of the bats spits blood onto Nami. Most disturbing of all, Tani reveals that the reason Nami has been waking up with blood on her is because the bats have been coming into her room at night and feeding her Tani's blood. So Nami freaks out, of course, and runs. While pursuing her, Tani is hit by a train, tearing him to pieces. Strangely, the bats show up and begin transferring blood back and forth between Tani's remaining limbs, as if trying to keep him alive. Nami passes out and wakes up in a hospital thinking maybe this whole thing was a dream. However, Tani was in fact hit by the train, and despite his remains being picked up and buried, Nami can hear his voice calling her name and swarms of bats flying around the tracks. As she moves in close, she finds Tani's head. His eyes open wide as the bats bring blood into his neck. Then, as Nami approaches the head, Tani fully transforms into a giant bat and flies away. In the next moment, rain starts pouring down above her. It was a rain of blood, and that is blood-sucking darkness. Ghosts of Prime Time. Two friends, Kisuke and Suguo, are eating lunch as Suguo accuses Kisuke of never laughing. So in order to make him laugh, the two head to a comedy club. Well, apparently they picked the wrong night as an unfunny comedy duo takes the stage. Their act is really surreal as they mention they're going to take over the world with comedy and keep making lame jokes. Suddenly, an audience member starts laughing hysterically, followed by everyone else. In fact, people go bonkers laughing their nuts off. Everyone but Kisuke, luckily, who drags his friend out of the place. Suguo calms down, but can't explain why he was laughing so hard, and Kisuke warns him not to see the duo again. Later that night, Suguo shows up to Kisuke's place, and he brought the weirdo comedians with him. They start making him laugh again, and nothing Kisuke can do will stop him. Finally, Kisuke pulls his friend inside, saving him once again, and telling him what he really saw that night at the comedy club. As the two started their act, Kisuke saw spirits come out of them and roam amongst the audience, tickling them to make them laugh. He casually mentions that he's been able to see ghosts since he was a kid, and that's why he never laughs. The tickling spirits then seep in through the cracks in the door and surround Suguo and Kisuke's mother, ultimately killing them. The story then wraps up as the comedy duo begin their first act on primetime television, implying that they will now be able to control the world with laughter. I don't know about this one, it might be the silliest of Ito's stuff, but it's a unique idea, I'll give him that. Roar. A couple of buddies, Masaki and Mamura, are out on a hike and apparently lost when they suddenly hear the loud roar of rushing water. As they move toward it, they see that it's a massive flood flowing through the area. They see that there are people caught in the flood, but are helpless in saving them. They follow the path of the flood for a while, speculating it may have been the result of a dam breaking, and find that the ground is actually dry where the flood passed. They camp for the night, and Masaki tells about his childhood, how his parents sent him to live with his relatives when he was just a baby, and how he was terrified of water as a child. The next day, the two friends hear the roar of the flood once again, and strangely enough, it seems to be the exact flood from the previous day, as they notice the same woman caught in it. They stumble upon a house and meet an old man who gives them more insight into the floods. He explains that there was a real flood that occurred 30 years ago. Shortly after this, a phantom flood began showing up as an illusion. He, his wife, and his son were caught in the original flood, but he managed to save himself and his baby boy. Unfortunately, his wife was swept up in the flood, and he spent the last 30 years trying to save her. But since she's only a ghost, she can't grab onto anything. He explains that he gave his son up to relatives while he pursued the rescue of his wife. Masaki asks what the name of his son was, but before he gets an answer, the flood once again comes through. The old man tries once again to save his wife and almost succeeds. However, she slips away. Only this time, the old man dives into the water and goes with her. As the two friends continue on, Masaki speculates that this couple might have been his parents, but now he'll never know. Earthbound. This is one of my favorite finds while making this video. A strange phenomenon begins occurring all over Japan when people start freezing in place in strange positions. Even if these people were forcibly removed, they would always return eventually. These people became known as Earthbound and gradually became a common sight. As the amount of Earthbound people increases, the general public begin thinking it might be contagious and avoid getting close to them. This story follows Asano, a volunteer for the Blue Sky Society, an organization that tries to help the bound people. She encounters a teen boy who is bound. His mother believes it has something to do with his dead dog, as the dog was buried next to where the boy is frozen. Meanwhile, Asano's boss appears earthbound in her apartment. With no other option, she attempts to sleep, but wakes up from a nightmare. She explains to her boss that she hasn't been able to sleep since an incident a few years ago when a man broke into her apartment and assaulted her. Now she moves constantly, feeling unsafe. As the days pass, the bound people begin solidifying and turning into human statues. Asano tries desperately to convince the teen boy to move and that he must get over the grief of losing his dog. The boy then admits the truth. His dog didn't die of natural causes, but instead was killed by the boy in an accident. This is when it begins to click. The people aren't bound from an emotional attachment, but rather a guilty conscience. We see several panels hinting at the real reason the Earthbound are stuck, including a pretty disturbing image of a dead baby in a trash bag, by the way. Asano returns to her apartment and confronts her boss. Apparently, she talked to her landlord and discovered that a woman was attacked and killed in her apartment building after a man snuck in, implying that her boss was the culprit and was tied here because of his guilt over the crime. Worse than that, she pieces together that he may be the same man who attacked her all those years ago. We then cut to her boss, among other Earthbound, being loaded into into a truck, now completely solid. And Asano says she still continues to move from place to place. Death Row Doorbell. This story follows the Kowa family after a tragedy. During the family's day out on a fun drive, they're randomly attacked by a gang of thugs. Noriko, the daughter, managed to escape the attack and find help, but in the meantime, the gang killed her father and one of her brothers, as well as leaving her other brother and mother critically injured. The ringleader of the gang was put on death row for the crime, but began sending letters to the Kowas asking for forgiveness. These letters increased in quantity, and finally Noriko's brother called the prison and told them to stop sending the letters. The last letter they received was pretty creepy, with the man saying he wanted to apologize in person and would call them soon. After the letters finally stopped, the two siblings began getting phone calls from the gang leader asking, "When could I come by and apologize? Is now a good time?" Shortly after this call, the doorbell rings, and sure as hell, it's the gang member. The siblings call the cop, but the man vanishes. They double check to be sure, and the man is reportedly still in jail. Despite this, he reappears at the house night after night, and finally Noriko's brother snaps. He attacks the man, whose head caves into a pile of goop along with the rest of his body. In a strange act of cathartic revenge, the brother continues to beat the phantom into pieces every night. When Noriko tries to stop him, the brother remains violent, pushing her away. A few days later, Noriko finds her brother dead, having taken his own life. Noriko continued to see the phantom night after night, stuck in a never-ending hell. However, the trial finally concluded and the man was put to death. That night, Noriko waited anxiously and the doorbell did finally ring, but when she opened the door, no one was there, and that was the last she saw of the phantom. Not exactly a happy ending, and in fact, this story is just soaked in tragedy from start to finish. Yeah, the phantom eventually left, but only after the girl's whole family died, except for her mother, who's still stuck in a coma. I gotta say, one thing about Junji Ito is that he definitely doesn't cater to a happy ending. In Mirror Valley. This story follows a group of adventurers who are investigating rumors of a hidden village in a deep valley. The village was started by a large clan, but after a big fight, the clan split into two groups, with each taking residence on one side of the valley, separated by a river running through the middle. As the adventurers look around the valley, they see that it's covered in broken glass, and it appears that each side of the valley had erected hundreds of mirrors pointed at each other before they eventually all shattered. As an experiment, the group decides to set up a large mirror on each side of the valley. Once the mirrors are set, the leader of the crew, Okumura, uses a telescope to gaze into the mirror on the opposite side, and the crew begin hearing a strange echo bouncing back and forth through the valley. As Okumura catches the reflection of the mirror on his side, he witnesses the infinity mirror or Drosty effect. Then, strangely enough, he begins to see into the past, and here we get into the real story of Mirror Valley. We see the villagers glaring at each other from opposite sides of the valley. It appears that one side is called Devil's Gate, and the other is called Devil's Back Gate, and that the echo from before is present here as well. Then we're introduced to a young man, Hideo, as he sneaks into Devil's Gate. He's stopped by a group from the opposite clan who glare at him, which actually seems to hurt him. Hideo pulls out a mirror, however, and casts the reflections back at them, and their own stares cause them to freak out. Turns out Hideo was meeting up with his secret love, Toyomi. Hideo asks Toyomi to marry him, hoping they can run away together. But because the lovers are from opposite clans, their love is forbidden and they're kept apart. Soon after this, the couple's bodies are found floating down the river, separating the village. Apparently, the two had died, hoping to be together in the afterlife. The villagers then began seeing the ghostly apparitions of Hideo and Toyomi passionately loving each other. Night after night, both clans witnessed this, and it fueled their hate even more, blaming the other side for the tragedy. It's revealed that the echo the crew was hearing was actually the sound of hatred bouncing back and forth between the clans, and now that echo has gotten much louder. Finally, the sound of hatred peaked and shattered all the mirrors in the village. Okumura, snapping out of the vision, realizes the same is happening now in the present. He grabs a rock and attempts to smash the mirror, but before he does, he sees his own reflection glaring back at him, full of hatred. It seems the hatred that the valley harbored is now sinking into the present as well. As the mirror breaks, the adventurers shatter just like the glass, and the valley is silent once again. I don't want to be a ghost. This story begins with a man driving down the road at night when he suddenly encounters a woman covered in blood and unable to speak. He drives her to the hospital, and the doctor says she seems perfectly fine. In fact, the blood isn't even hers. But since she won't speak, they have no idea what happened. The next day, the woman shows up to the man's house. Here we see that the man, Shigeru, is married and his wife is pregnant. The woman, named Misaki, came by to thank him for helping her the night before and explains that she was actually part of an independent horror film and got lost in the woods, which is why she was covered in blood. As she leaves, she slips Shigeru a note with her number, and this freaking dirtbag starts cheating on his pregnant wife with her. One day after making love, Misaki tells Shigeru she can see his guardian spirits. She goes on to explain explained that her mother died while she was still in the womb, and she was born out of her mother's dead body. Her mother's soul couldn't move on, and so she turned into a ghost and breastfed Misaki. So now she can't be satisfied unless she feeds on ghosts. Long story short, this girl straight up eats spirits. Shigeru gets weirded out and decides to call the whole thing off, but arrives home one day to find that Misaki has told his wife about their affair. Well, of course his wife goes bananas and attacks them before taking her own life. Misaki continues to follow Shigeru around after this, saying she wants to eat his guardian spirits and that he now has two new ghosts, Shigeru's wife and baby. In a crazy few panels, Misaki leaps into the air, grabbing at what seems like nothing. She seems to have finally caught whatever she was after and bites at the empty space between her hands. Shockingly, blood sprays out and Shigeru hears the screams of his wife and child. That's pretty horrifying. With his guardian spirits now gone, Shigeru's life goes downhill. He loses his house and job and eventually ends up in the hospital waiting to die. Here we see Misaki, licking her lips and waiting to consume his soul. Library Vision. Library Vision follows a married couple, Coco and her husband Goro. Goro inherited a large mansion from his parents, and every room is part of a giant library filled with over 150,000 books. The thing is, Goro is pretty weird about his books. He's claimed to have read every book 3 times, and he's super protective over them, freaking out if even a single book is out of place. Goro has also kept a detailed diary since the age of 4, which now spans dozens of volumes. He begins having nightmares about losing the books and becomes more and more obsessed, spending every spare second repeatedly checking every book in the library. Coco reads through Goro's diaries and learns more about his childhood. His mother was kind and beautiful, and would often read Goro her favorite book, Renee of the Winter Wind. When Goro was 4, his mother left with a man, however, and his father went completely nutty. He would constantly read Goro the most terrifying novels, including a book called Spiny Hell, considered to be the scariest book ever made. His father eventually went completely mad and was put in a mental hospital. Back in the present, Goro begins seeing phantoms. First, he sees a beautiful woman who he believes to be Renee of the Wind, as she recites the entire novel from start to finish. He also sees a figure he calls Spiny Hell. The creepy man comes in through his window and recites the entire terrifying novel. In order to beat the phantom, Goro decides he'll recite Spiny Hell before the man can, and in reality, Coco watches as he goes completely mad, scratching himself. After this incident, Goro begins memorizing the books of his collection with a superhuman level of intelligence. He begins memorizing the books simply by flipping through the pages and even recites the entire encyclopedia. He eventually loses his sanity after memorizing almost every book in the mansion. The only books he didn't get to were his own diaries. Next, we cut to the mansion burning down with Coco sitting amongst the wreckage. She admits that this was her doing and that she accidentally killed her husband in the process. She mentions that the only family her husband has is his father, and there's no point in contacting him as he's locked up. In a final disturbing image, we see Goro's father. He looks exactly like Spiny Hell, the man that terrorized Goro. Splendid shadow song. A girl named Tomie encounters a strange street musician. The woman is playing a disturbing song based on pure hate. The next day, Tomie finds that she can't get the girl's song out of her head, to the point where she can't even concentrate. She tries tracking the musician down, but can't find her anywhere. One day, she hears the woman's song on the radio. Her name is Yu Kanade, and she's blown up since singing on the street with a #1 hit album. Turns out, Yu's performing a live concert, and Tomie buys a ticket. Once again, the performance is full of hate, and Yu completely loses it on stage, breaking her guitar and then bashing her head open. That's pretty punk rock, dude. You might notice Yu and her terrible head wound are actually the inspiration of the smashed book cover. So after the concert, everyone who attended has the same issue as Tomie, with Yu's song stuck in their heads. This spreads through the airwaves, of course, and it becomes a strange form of mass hysteria, as thousands of people have trouble living normal lives with the songs constantly playing in their minds. Tomie goes to see a self-proclaimed noise doctor. When she arrives, she hears Yu's voice from another room. Here, the doctor explains that Yu is actually a patient of his, and he tells her backstory. Apparently, Yu dated a musician, but eventually broke up with him, which led to death by his own hands. Several weeks later, a strange and hateful song came into her mind. It was the song of the dead musician now haunting her. She attempted to rid herself of the song by playing it herself, and that brings us back up to the present. The doctor's attempting to somehow remove the sound from her brain, but when he tries it, something goes horribly wrong and she begins violently shaking. Then a musical specter along with all his disturbing songs comes rising out of her head wound, killing her. Immediately after this, Tomie starts screaming out as the song continues to torment her. The doctor looks at her and simply says, "The research continues." Smashed. Smash begins with a couple of buddies, Ogi and Sugio. Ogi has just returned from South America with a jar of a mysterious nectar. The nectar was given to him by a tribe who gave him one warning: don't be noticed eating it. Sugio tries the nectar and discovers it's absolutely delicious, so much so that other foods taste bad by comparison. So Sugio returns the next day with 4 of his friends, hoping to get another taste. Ogi doesn't seem to be home, so they all have a bite of the nectar. Then they discover a disturbing sight: Ogi's remains smashed against the side of the wall as if his body was completely crushed in an instant. The friends decide to get the hell out of there, but before they leave, Sugio spots a map left behind by Ogi. They separate the nectar so that every friend has their own jar. One of the friends takes a sip and is instantly smashed into the wall in an explosion of blood. Shortly after, another friend has the same thing happen to her. After this, they are terrified to drink the nectar, but they also have no appetite for other food and begin starving. They're now down to 3 friends: Sugio, Yu, and Kameda. They try to speculate on what it means to eat the nectar without being noticed, as they've all had some in front of each other and haven't died every time. Well, Sugio and Yu can't resist any longer and they both drink the nectar. And of course, they are smashed along with their friends. Kameda, the only one left, finds the map from earlier in Sugio's wallet and discovers it leads back to the area where the nectar's from. He finds the source of the nectar deep in the forest, a horrible tree with massive branches, some of which seem to be disappearing randomly before coming back. As Kameda moves in to extract the nectar, we see one of the branches flying towards him, and that's how it ends. The implication is that this mystical tree can somehow observe who's drinking its nectar and then can teleport its branches to smash them no matter how far away they are. Pretty crazy. I do want to mention that Smashed also contains 3 stories that revolve around Soichi, which is a character we'll get to later, and in fact they're actually chronologically the most recent Soichi stories. So I've decided to just cover those later when I go through the entire Soichi saga, because I think they're better with the full context. So let's move into Lovesickness. Lovesickness is similar to the Frankenstein Collection in that most of the collection is actually a singular story, while the second half is just more short stories. The first 5 chapters here are all part of Lovesickness, but I'll label each chapter separately so you can keep track. Well, let's get into it. The Beautiful Boy at the Crossroads. It begins with a girl asking for a crossroads fortune. This is an old Japanese game in which you stand at a crossroad and ask the first person that passes to tell you your fortune. The girl covers her face and asks the passing stranger about her love life. He gives her a good fortune and she runs away. Next we meet Ryusuke, our protagonist. He's moving back to this town after being gone for 8 years. As they pull into the station, his mom comments about how foggy the town is, something that hasn't changed in 8 years. Ryusuke is quite popular as the handsome new transfer student, but his heart belongs to his childhood crush, Midori. We also meet Midori's friend Suzu. She mentions the Crossroads fortune game and Ryusuke has a strange reaction, storming off. That night, we see a girl asking for her fortune to the first passerby. The stranger is a tall and beautiful boy with pierced ears and black clothes. He tells the girl she'll never find love and walks away. The next day, the girl's found dead with her throat slashed. Ryusuke seems to be freaking out over the incident as he relives his past. We learn that as a boy, Ryusuke was stopped by a woman at the crossroads. She says she's carrying the child of a married man. She then asks Ryusuke about her fortune. Will her and the father of the child live happily ever after? Why are you asking a little kid that, you psycho? But that's besides the point. Ryusuke just got out of a big fight with his mother and was in a bad mood, so he replied to the girl harshly, saying, "Not a chance, dummy." The next day, the woman was found dead with her throat slashed, with a box cutter in her hand. Ryusuke believes that he drove the woman to this with his bad fortune and now lives in guilt over the incident. Luckily, he has Midori to keep him company, but Midori reveals a shocking truth. The woman that died all those years ago was actually her aunt. Now Ryusuke is flooded with more guilt and begins avoiding Midori altogether. Suzu tries to talk to him for her, but no luck. That night, Suzu decides to get her fortune told at the crossroads and encounters the tall boy in black. She asks him about Midori and how she can help her friend, but he tells her to worry about her own heart first. The next day, she reveals that she's in love with Ryusuke as well, and she's glad that he's ignoring Midori so that she can have him for herself. Suzu then begins stalking Ryusuke, constantly following him and losing a weird amount of weight as well. Ryusuke harshly rejects her, and she tells him, "I love you so much, I could die." A sentence that will crop up a lot in this story. The next day, Ryusuke apologizes to her and begins to tell her his story from 8 years ago when she suddenly pulls out a box cutter and slashes her throat. After this, Ryusuke tries to track down the boy in black. He begins searching the crossroads where the murders happen, and he decides any fortune seeker he encounters, he'll answer with good fortunes to make up for what happened as a child. He begins to encounter the ghosts of the dead girls who died at the crossroads, crossroads covered in blood and asking if they'll ever find love. Midori follows Ryusuke to see what he's been doing and encounters the boy in black. Suddenly, the boy vanishes and Ryusuke appears. The fog clears up and the two see no signs of the boy. That wraps up the first chapter, so let's move into A Woman in Distress. Ryusuke and Midori encounter a woman at the crossroads. She asks them her fortune as she's pregnant with a married man's child. Of course, this reminds Ryusuke of the incident 8 years ago, and he bolts, leaving Midori with the woman. Feeling bad for her, Midori invites her to her house to talk with her. The woman won't stop asking what she should do and is so obsessed with an answer that she won't even have a normal conversation. Even when Midori gives her an answer, she continues to return asking her advice over and over. When Midori's father finally yells at the woman telling her to get lost, the woman freaks out and repeatedly bashes her stomach with a potted plant, killing her unborn child. Later on, Ryusuke encounters the woman at the crossroads again. She completely freaks out on him, and when he leaves her, she starts following him home. She continues to show up at his house, even sneaking into his window. At one point, she admits she killed her lover's son after kidnapping him from kindergarten. Damn, that's dark. She's so obsessed with the married man that she declares she's going to get a tattoo for him. The next time Ryusuke and Midori see the woman, she's covered head to toe in tattoos. She screams out in agony as she realizes she's ruined her life and explains that this all happened after meeting a boy in black at the crossroads. The boy told her her problem wasn't serious enough and to come back when she had a real problem. This made the woman develop a pattern of constantly creating worse problems for herself in order to forget her previous issues. The next day, the news covers a story about a wanted woman setting herself on fire, ultimately dying by creating one last big problem. Okay, moving on to the next chapter, Shadow. Ryusuke is still constantly patrolling the crossroads looking for the boy, and he's now being bullied at school. The other students call him Dead Man because he seems lifeless and has lost weight. He's also blamed for the death of Suzu and is harassed about it. Ryusuke's friend from the town he lived in before, Tajima, comes to stay for the weekend, and he tells him everything that's happened. Tajima feels bad for his friend and decides to help him pursue the boy at the crossroads. The two split up despite Ryusuke's warnings. As Tajima travels through the thick fog, he soon encounters several ghosts of the dead women, including Suzu, who says something quite unsettling. She talks about how much she loves Ryusuke with his black clothes and pierced ears. Tajima then returns to Ryusuke, and due to Suzu's description, he asks him, "Are you the boy at the crossroads?" He theorizes that perhaps Ryusuke is subconsciously acting as the boy in black. Ryusuke is offended and explains this can't be the case, and Tajima apologizes for the accusation before leaving back home. Back at school, things have gotten much worse as the rumor that Ryusuke is actually the boy has spread through the school, but this is easily refuted as his ears aren't pierced. However, things get a lot worse when Ryusuke wakes up in the middle of the night to find he has thumbtacks piercing his ears. His newly pierced ears only reaffirm people's belief that he is the boy, and he's also garnered some admirers. Some girls in school who are infatuated with the boy in black, and they now believe that boy to be Ryusuke. They begin to chase him down like maniacs, and at the same time, some of the boys show up from school to try to kill him as revenge for Suzu's death. He manages to escape, but when he gets home, he finds black clothes in his bed, leaving even him to question everything. He finds a box cutter on the floor as well, and he puts it to his own neck, thinking of ending it all, when he notices a shadow outside of his window. He chases the figure to find it's Tajima. He never actually went home, and he was the one spreading the rumors, as well as piercing Ryusuke's ears and leaving the clothes. It seems that Tajima has been following the orders of Suzu's ghost. He attempted to drive Ryusuke crazy with guilt and confusion, hoping he would take his own life. That way, Suzu could be with him in the afterlife. Suzu appears but says this isn't the boy. She leaves in despair, and Tajima is left with a mental illness, ending up in a hospital. And that moves into the next chapter, Screams in the Night. This chapter starts with Ryusuke's house being swarmed by the fangirls who still think he's the boy in black, forcing him to run away from home and live in an abandoned shack. Midori finds him and finally breaks down, asking why Ryusuke hates her so much. Finally, Ryusuke tells her that he likes her. He likes her so much he could die. He then explains why he's been giving her the cold shoulder, telling her about the incident with her aunt when he was a child. Ryusuke tells her that if she can forgive him, then he would like her to be his girlfriend. But if she can't, then she should just forget about him forever. Midori, upset and confused, leaves, needing to think it over. She then encounters who other but the boy at the crossroads, who tells her don't forgive him and hate him for the rest of your life. The next day, Midori shows up, bringing Ryusuke some food, but when he opens the container, he finds a dead rat inside. In a heartbreaking opening sequence, Midori declares she won't forgive him and will hate him for the rest of her life. After this, Ryusuke is once again mobbed by admirers. At this point, there are literally hundreds of sickly looking girls swarming him. At that moment, the real boy in black emerges and the girls flock to him in mass. The girls cry out they love him so much they could die, and the boy simply replies, "Then die." And this is one of the darkest moments I've seen in a Junji Ito comic. The girls all pull out box cutters, and in the next sequence we see that the fog has turned red because of the amount of blood that's spilled. Ryusuke shows up to see hundreds of dead bodies as the boy in black disappears into the red fog. As the news reports the incident, Ryusuke goes back to hiding. Midori shows up daily just to torture Ryusuke, calling him a murderer and force-feeding him disgusting food. At this point, she also begins resembling one of the crazy fangirls as well. Ryusuke tries desperately to snap her out of it, but she eventually runs into the fog, and when he finds her, she's dead with a box knife in her hand like all the others. As Ryusuke walks the crossroads distressed, he encounters a man asking for a fortune. Turns out that this dude is the married man whose son was killed by the crazy lady back in the Woman in Distress chapter. Crazier than that, this wasn't his only side piece, as he mentions 8 years ago having the same situation happen. This woman would of course been Midori's aunt who died. The man explains that he had a son at the time who would have been about Ryusuke's age. The boy disappeared into the fog right after Midori's aunt died. So long story short, the boy in black is likely this guy's other son. After this, the boy appears again, and he now has all the ghosts of the dead girls surrounding him. When Ryusuke sees him, he charges at him with a knife in hand, but ultimately is taken down by the ghosts. In the last closing page, we learn that the people of the city no longer go out at night, and that you can still hear the terrible screams of the dead. There's also mention of a new phantom appearing, the boy in white. Which leads us to the next chapter of Lovesickness, the boy in white. It begins with a man arriving in the town. It's much foggier now, and everyone is constantly asking each other for their fortune, completely obsessed with the game. The man witnesses as the boy in black appears with a swarm of ghosts and passes through the area, followed by horrible screams. The boy continues to tell every ghost that they will never find love and to continue to die over and over. Then the man sees another figure, the boy in white. The man tells the boy he's exhausted by life and asks him for an easy way to die. The boy tells him to walk to the crossroads and answer 100 fortunes, and then the fog will clear. Believing he could at least do some good before he dies, the man begins giving good fortune to everyone who asks. He encounters a young couple who were told to do the same thing, so the three begin walking together. They encounter the ghost of a woman who looks like a walking corpse, leaking some unidentified ooze out of her eyes and mouth. I mean, ugh, this is gnarly. She pulls out a knife and begins hacking at her neck till her head comes off. And man, this sequence is one of the most disturbing I've seen so far. The boy in white appears again and begins telling all of the ghosts that they will find love. It seems Ryusuke has now become an opposite positive force against the boy in black. Between the two forces, the town becomes more dense and fogged than ever, and the man decides he doesn't want to die, going home with a feeling of peace. And that is Lovesickness. It's quite a tale, and I really like the way the story evolved. After reading all of these short stories, it was nice to have a couple of characters to relate to, and it was more impactful when they died. So overall, I highly recommend Lovesickness. This one was great. This next one is a two-part story all about a disturbing family. The strange Hikazuri siblings, Narumi's boyfriend. It begins with a dude named Kotani getting a phone call from an old classmate, Narumi. He pieces together that she seems to be ready to jump off a bridge, so he rushes to save her, and after this, she begins staying in his room for weeks, not wanting to go back to her family. At first, this is great, but soon Narumi begins showing her true colors, as she's really lazy and has been secretly spending Kotani's money on makeup. Fed up, he tells her to go home already, but she's also the worst kind of manipulator. She starts crying and threatens to kill herself, so Kotani is forced to let her stay. Eventually, she's dragged home by her brother, and we meet her family. Her oldest brother, Kazuya, is now the head of the house since their parents died. Then there's her oldest sister, Kanako, her other brother, Shigoro, and her two youngest siblings, Hitoshi and Misako. They're clearly a psychotic bunch as they begin coming up with ways to torture and kill Kotani for stealing away their sister. There's actually a really funny moment here when the siblings pitch these horribly disturbing, messed up ways to kill Kotani, and then the youngest brother just comes in with, "How about we tell the boy he can't see Narumi anymore?" And they just all look at him like, yeah, you're definitely the boring one. Well, Narumi has had enough and starts talking about offing herself again, and clearly this is something she does a lot as the family straight up eggs her on. Eventually she douses herself in gasoline and does actually light herself on fire. So after a couple days, Shigeru goes and gets Kotani, telling him Narumi died and he must come to pay respects. Then this crazy ass family forces Kotani into bed with Narumi's burnt corpse. They wrap him up with the burnt body until he escapes and the corpse breaks into pieces. I mean, what the hell, man? He tries to escape but can't hide from the family, and then in a horrifying moment, the ghost of Narumi appears and the poor kid dies of a heart attack. Well, turns out this wasn't a ghost. The burned body was actually just a mannequin, and this was all a scheme to get revenge on Kotani. The family acts cold and uncaring that they just killed a guy, including Narumi, who you'd think would care a little bit. That leads us to our second Hikizori story titled Seance. The tale starts with the oldest brother Kazuya pretending to head off to work to support the family, when in reality he just sits around all day doing nothing. He stops to take a nap on a park bench and sees a photographer. Her name is Sachio, and she says she's trying to capture photos of spirits. Clearly smitten with the girl, Kazuya invites her to his house, claiming that there are all kinds of supernatural things there. So Sachio shows up the next day and starts taking pictures around the house, including the Hikizuri parents' grave. Kazuya tries to hit on her, but she quickly dismisses him, and Shigeru takes the opportunity to show her around, making Kazuya jealous. That evening, Kazuya berates Shigeru harshly in front of everyone. Misako, the youngest daughter, gets upset and goes into a crazy rage, and she claws at her young brother's face, leaving these deep, bloody scratches. It's weird because no one really does anything about it. They just let Misako act like an animal. Meanwhile, Sachio looks at the developed photos and sees that there are ghosts surrounding the place, especially around the youngest brother. The family then invites Sachio to their house once again. They're performing a seance to communicate with their dead parents and want her to witness it, but she shows up with her boyfriend to the disappointment of Kazuya. While attempting the seance, Shigeru suddenly convulses and spits up what appears to be ectoplasm before being possessed by the spirit of his father. The father uses Shigeru to rip Kazuya a new one, telling him he's worthless. Upset, Kazuya leaves and destroys the family gravestone. Sachio managed to get a sample of the ectoplasm, but discovers it to be a combination of wheat and flour. In other words, Shigeru faked the entire thing. Using his father as a threat, he begins to try and take Kazuya's place as the head of the house. Kazuya finds out he faked it, however, and the two begin fighting. Then suddenly, the youngest brother shoots real ectoplasm out of his mouth, which materializes into the giant head of their father. The ghost chases them outside, but is then sucked into his own broken grave. The young boy becomes conscious again and is confused, while his family now run from him terrified. And that is the Hikizuri siblings, my friends. Moving on to the Mansion of Phantom Pain. This story revolves around a wealthy family. The only son of the family has a really strange condition. He stays in bed all day in constant pain. The weird thing is, this pain is sometimes outside of his body, like a strange version of phantom pain. Phantom pain is a real-life condition in which amputees feel pain coming from a limb that they no longer have. So the boy in this story is experiencing an extreme version of this. It's so extreme that the father hires a crew of people to assist him, as the pain will sometimes be in another room entirely. So this crew of workers must rush around the house, rubbing random spots in the air to try and ease the pain of the son. Pretty bizarre. The father hires a new guy named Kozeki, and he's paid extremely well. However, the job is very stressful and there's not much downtime. The crew actually live in the house, so they can be on call to rub the phantom pain spots at any moment. Kozeki is particularly sensitive to pain, and he finds the longer he stays in the house, the lower his pain threshold becomes. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew and the boy's family barely feel pain. In fact, due to the nature of the job, they've acquired various injuries that they leave untreated, as they don't even notice they're in pain. This actually leads to the father dying due to an untreated wound. The mother pleads for the crew to stay, saying she'll continue to pay them, and if she runs out of money, she'll even give the mansion to anyone who doesn't leave. At this point, the mansion smells disgusting from infected wounds, but the crew refuses to go to a hospital when Kozeki begs them because they think he just wants the mansion to himself. Eventually, everyone dies off, including the boy with the illness, leaving only Kozeki, who now seems to absorb all the pain in the house and become just like the boy he came to help. The Rib Woman. This story follows Yuki, a teen girl who is insecure about her body. She's afraid to get into a swimsuit because she feels she has no curves. She learns from a classmate about a surgery to have some of her ribs removed, giving her a more narrow waist. She runs into her brother's girlfriend Ruriko, who seems distressed. She hears a strange instrument being played at night that seems to dig into her very soul. So Ruriko, Yuki, and her brother decide to track down the strange noise. Here they encounter a woman playing a harp-like instrument. She leaves it on a bench and disappears. Upon further investigation, this instrument seems to be made of a human rib. Ruriko freaks the hell out and breaks it to bits. The next day, she's found dead with all of her ribs missing. Well, I personally wouldn't be doing anything involving ribs after that, but you know, Yuki's trying to look snatched, so she goes ahead with the rib removal surgery anyway. Before the surgery, the doctor tells her that he has performed the operation twice before, and the first woman he performed on went batshit crazy. She kept asking him to remove more and more ribs, and due to his incompetence as a young doctor, he just went along with it. So Yuki gets the surgery and comes out with positive results, but shortly after, she starts hearing the disturbing sound that Ruriko did. She tracks it down to once again find the woman. Turns out it's the original woman who went crazy after the operation, and the noise is actually coming from her chest. She removes her shirt to show a really disturbing sight. Apparently she had tried to replace her ribs with Ruriko's, and they're all tangled up with wires in her chest. It's a putrid mess. The doctor shows up, who I guess is in cahoots with the woman, and they start trying to kill Yuki, hoping to try the operation again with her ribs instead. Luckily, Yuki's brother shows up in the nick of time, and they manage to capture the doctor. Unfortunately though, the rib woman escaped. And the story comes to a close as Yuki says, even now on quiet nights, she can hear the disturbing sound. Memories of real poop. Alright, now after all that pain, tragedy, bloodshed, and gore, let's take a break with one of Ito's purely comedic tales. Memories of Real Poop is an autobiographical account of Junji Ito buying fake dog poop at a festival when he was a child. It's pretty wholesome honestly, as at first he's afraid to buy it because he thinks people will make fun of him, but eventually he does and he gets a good prank out of it. My favorite part is at the beginning when he describes in detail how amazing the fake poop is. It's made up of 2 logs perfectly positioned with exquisite balance. Now that's just funny and a light way to end the collection. Okay, let's go ahead and tackle Gyo, or Fish. This is one of Ito's longer stories released in a single volume, and it's also one of his stranger tales. I mean, all of his stories are pretty weird, but this one just feels different than his other works. It's a little more sci-fi, and the horror just feels a little different. You'll see what I mean, let's just jump into it. The story starts with a young couple, Tadashi and his girlfriend Kaori, on vacation in Okinawa. They get into a lover's spat when Kaori tells Tadashi his breath stinks and she won't kiss him because she's sensitive to smells. After this argument, Kaori begins smelling something strange while in the shower. The putrid smell worsens, and the couple begin seeing something scutter around the house. Tadashi finally corners it behind a dresser and smashes the thing. When he looks to see what kind of menace was causing so much trouble, he's shocked to see a disturbing sight, a fish with legs. Tadashi puts the creature in a bag and beats it with a rock to make sure it's dead. Kaori comes down with a fever and insists she still smells the creature, demanding Tadashi move it far away from the house. But it's gone missing, and before you know it, the creature and bag come floating through the window like a helium balloon. Kaori books it as the floating bag chases her down the beach. As Tadashi catches up to her, they witness dozens of walking fish come crawling out of the sea. The next day, Tadashi tells the cops what happened, but they don't believe him. Meanwhile, we see a fishing boat get overrun with the fish, and even scarier, some beachgoers see a great white shark making its way onto shore, also sporting spider-like legs. Back at the vacation home, Kaori, still feeling ill, begins smelling the stench again, and out the window they spot the giant walking shark. It bursts through the door and the couple perform a mad scramble trying to get away from the beast, which has managed to crawl up the stairs after them. Meanwhile, the rest of the city is being overrun with millions of walking fish that are climbing out of the sea. We even see a police officer getting charged by a hammerhead. The shark busts through the upstairs bedroom door and nearly gets Tadashi in its jaws, but a well-timed dodge sends the shark flying out of the window, landing hard on the street below. The couple manage to make it back to Tokyo, and we see on the news that things have only gotten worse in Okinawa. Tadashi visits his uncle, a doctor and mad inventor type, and informs him of everything that's happened. His uncle seems extremely interested in the phenomenon. Kaori is still sick and freaks out when she says she's caught another whiff of the stench. Once again, her nose hasn't led her astray, as strangely enough, the floating bag seems to have made its way to Tokyo just to torment the two again. The bag pops and the fish seems almost rotted out at this point. Tadashi bags it and brings it to his uncle for analysis. While in the lab, the doctor removes the dead fish from the legs and finds that they seem to be mechanical. The legs then latch onto the doctor's arm as he cries out in pain. In the next chapter, the doctor invites Tadashi and Kaori over to show them something. They're greeted by the uncle's assistant, Miss Yoshiyama, who seems pale and disturbed. When they enter, the doctor tells them his father was a scientist for the Imperial Army during the war. He says his father told him about a secret project that took place on an uninhabited island near Okinawa. The army was apparently testing a new form of bioweapon. After dozens of experiments, the scientists had mutated a mysterious strain of germ that would produce copious amounts of gas that reeked of rotting flesh, and made many of the researchers sick. At first, they tried to use infected dogs and cats as weapons, sending them across enemy lines, releasing the gas and nauseating the enemy, but the animals' bodies would quickly break down. The solution was to design a set of mechanical legs that could carry the germ-infected corpses even after they began disintegrating. The doctor's father managed to create several prototypes, but the transport carrying them was destroyed. So after this long, serious backstory, the doctor just kind of shrugs the whole thing off, like, he was a senile old man, who knows if what he said was true. Okay, dude, you set it up like it was. Well, Kaori ends up getting sick and rushes to the bathroom to find that she now has boils all over her face. She's then attacked by another walking fish, but wait, on a closer look, it's actually the doctor's arm, which is now crawling with the legs. Apparently he was forced to amputate it. Now that's pretty creepy. Back at home, Tadashi begins smelling the death stench and finds it's coming from the room Kaori is sleeping in. He walks in to find a horrific sight as Kaori is now completely bloated and covered in boils, and shooting gas out of her mouth. On the news, we learn that the walking fish invasion has gotten much worse, with the fish now invading Tokyo, and it seems all manner of sea life are part of it, including a sperm whale. Kaori is only getting worse, becoming more bloated, and she's also now blowing air out of her ass like grandma after Thanksgiving dinner. Not being able to deal with her current state, she tries to hang herself. Seemingly still alive, Tadashi tries to take her to his uncle's house, and along the way they somehow survive a second attack by a walking shark. Upon arrival, Tadashi's uncle says he'll take her to the hospital, and in the meantime, Tadashi should try and find his parents to make sure they're okay. As he makes his way through the city, Tadashi is attacked by a giant squid who grabs him by the feet and drags him to a giant pit that's completely filled with the tiny creatures. As Tadashi begins to accept his fate, he sees what looks like spirits in the form of the gas. This is Junji Ito, so I knew there was going to be some ghosts or spirits at some point. They reach for Tadashi, and next thing he knows, he's waking up in a hospital 1 month later. At this point, the city is completely overrun and has become something like a war zone as the military fights back. He rushes to his uncle's place, and Miss Yoshiyama tells him she must show him something, saying she can't keep lying to him. She brings him to his uncle's lab to reveal that he never brought Kaori to the hospital. Instead, he's kept her here to experiment on her. She's strapped to a strange device that somewhat resembles the walking legs the fish use, and she has tubes up her mouth and ass. Well, the doctor shows up looking like a complete villain at this point, as he's replaced his arm with a metal claw. He explains that he's found out how the legs function on the fish, as they run on the gas produced by the bodies, giving them an endless supply of fuel. He's replicated this device using Kaori. The machine holding her freaks out and escapes the lab, stabbing the doctor along the way. Tadashi tries chasing after Kaori and finds that many of the fish are decaying to the point that the legs no longer function. He also finds many more infected humans on the streets, bloated and expelling gas. He then witnesses a horrible sight. Dozens of the walking legs with humans now on top of them. It seems with the legs losing their source of fuel as the fish decay, they have begun attaching to the infected humans as new hosts. Tadashi finds a soldier shooting the infected humans down, and then a Silent Hill boss basically comes out as one of the larger sets of legs, likely from a shark or whale, rolls up, and this thing has a stack of humans on top of it used as fuel. It begins to suck in nearby infected that add to its stack. Tadashi runs like hell and hears some odd sounding music when he stumbles upon a circus tent. Now, these next two chapters are for sure the weirdest part of this manga. Yes, the whole thing is weird, but this whole circus segment just feels almost out of place, like you're reading some other Junji Ito comic all of a sudden. Basically, a circus ringmaster displays several acts all involving the death stench, including a band of infected people using the gas to play instruments and some walking fish performing acrobatics. They also shoot a dude out of a cannon, and they also use an infected guy to blow fire, but instead it blows out more of the gas spirits that Tadashi saw in the pit. It's really bizarre. They finally show the main event, which just so happens to be Kaori and the doctor's machine. Tadashi manages to jump on top of the device and deactivate it. He then drags Kaori to the doctor's place, hoping he can somehow undo all of this. Miss Yoshiyama informs Tadashi that his uncle died from the stab wound. He asks his assistant to take him to one of his labs so he could die with his work. Well, apparently he was doing more than that. They find that he had invented yet another machine and used his own dead body to power it, and it turns out to be a freaking blimp. Man, this is a weird one, and once again this feels like a Resident Evil boss fight or something. Dr. Blimp targets his assistant and snatches her up, flying away. Meanwhile, Kaori has been swarmed by the other infected legs and she is torn to pieces. As he hides on a hill, Tadashi looks out over the massive hordes of infected marching forward like an army. He sees the cannon from the circus being pulled by the infected and launching dead bodies. That is insane, dude. He actually finds some other survivors, researchers from a university who are working on a cure. They tell him that they believe these machines are not man-made, but some strange hybrid of biology and machine made by nature. He decides to go with the group, but first he sits beside the skeleton of Kaori one last time, looking out at the ruined city and the devastation of the new world. And that is Gyo, my friends. I think out of everything I've covered so far, this one might have the most interesting story concept. It's one of those ideas that could so easily be goofy, but Ito is just really good at executing on stories that are borderline wacky and making you take them seriously. So next we're moving into Tombs. This is yet another short story collection, so let's just get to it. Starting with Clubhouse. This story follows three inseparable friends, Yukari, Chikako, and Minae. The trio decide to check out an abandoned house that's been known to be haunted. Yukari is a little too scared, so she waits outside as the other two head in. Once inside, Minae decides to crawl through a hole to the upstairs while Chikako stays downstairs. The two finally make their way out, with Minae finding a set of stairs leading out back. They both mention how creepy the place was, even finding what looked like blood on the walls. For some reason after this event, Minae and Chikako refuse to hang out with each other, leaving Yukari stuck in between. One day, Chikako tells Yukari that she's made some new friends who are in college and takes her to where they meet up. Turns out it's the abandoned house from before. Yukari is pretty uncomfortable as the group discusses radical ideas that they think will change the world. Later, Yukari's dad tells her never to go back to that house again, and that 20 years ago a group of radical college students died there. Apparently the group split into two factions, one staying upstairs and one staying downstairs. But one day a fight broke out that became violent and they all killed each other. Yukari tells all of this to Minae, believing Chikako's new friends to be ghosts. Minae leads Yukari to an old house where she finds she has also joined a radical group. In fact, this is the haunted house. Minae just led her through the back door so Yukari didn't recognize it. As she realizes what's going on, the second floor ghosts now chase down Yukari. She falls down the stairs and her head goes through the blockade. The first floor ghosts now grab her head and try to pull her through, while the second floor group does the same. A tug of war over her body and her soul ensues as her two best friends Minae and Chikako watch on the sidelines. Slug Girl. This is a fun one. Slug Girl follows Kie and her friend Yuko. Yuko used to be really talkative, but lately she's been kinda quiet and seems to have trouble speaking. Eventually she stopped coming to school altogether, and so Kie goes to check on her. She finds Yuko's parents in the garden trying to rid the place of slugs which have infested the entire backyard. Yuko has been wearing a mask and refuses to speak. When her mother tries to remove the mask, she freaks out on her and tells her to leave her room. A few days later, Kie returns to find Yuko's mother in a panic, and Yuko comes out of her room with a giant slug coming out of her mouth. That's right, her tongue has turned into a slug and is now crawling around her face. It's pretty disgusting. She cries out for help, but Kie can't handle it and runs away. After that, Yuko tries cutting her slug tongue off numerous times, but it just grows back. Her parents decide to take drastic measures as their daughter is now dying. They fill a bathtub with salt and tell Yuko to sink into it and open her mouth, hoping the slug will be completely shriveled up and die. Instead, the salt seems to shrink Yuko's body instead, and they reach in only to pull out her head. They rinse it in water, hoping to keep her alive, and then in a disturbing final panel, we learn that the slug is still there, crawling about the garden, now with Yuko's head attached like a shell. This is such a weird one, but what can I say, I love it. Also, this isn't Junji Ito's last snail person we'll see, as we still have to get to Uzumaki, The Window Next Door. This is one of the shortest stories on the list, but man, it actually creeped me out, I won't lie. Teenager Hiroshi and his family move into a new neighborhood. They go to greet their neighbors and find one house to be sorta strange as it only has one window. Plus, no one answers the door. Word on the street is that a weird old lady lives in the house, but no one's ever seen her. That night, Hiroshi goes to bed in his new room upstairs and begins hearing a woman's voice calling, "Young man, young man." He wakes up to investigate and finds it's coming from the weird house next door. He looks into the window across the way and sees a truly terrifying sight. This picture actually kind of jump scared me the first time I flipped the page. The woman next door is hideous, resembling a goblin more than a human. The woman requests the man come over to her house and says she'll leave the door unlocked. Hiroshi, completely disturbed, closes his window and tries to sleep. The next night, he hears the woman again. She's upset that he never came to visit, and with a creepy laugh, she says, "Maybe I should come visit you then." The boy rushes to the window to find the woman holding a laundry pole. She tells him to grab the other end so she can use it to climb across. Hiroshi's like, "Yeah, right," and slaps the pole out of her hands. He runs down to his parents' room and tells them what's happening, but of course when they come back to check it out, the woman and the pole are nowhere to be seen. The next night, the boy hears the voice once again. The woman says, "I'm coming over soon. My hands can almost reach." And we see her zombie-like hands inches from Hiroshi's window. Afraid that she might retreat again if he went to his parents, Hiroshi stays by the window ready to punch the woman out if she makes it in. He stays up all night and the woman never seems to make it across, but she definitely tried, and the proof is visible as the window from her house is stretched out, now only inches from Hiroshi's room. Washed ashore. If you haven't had enough creepy fish after Gyo, Washed Ashore's got your back. A massive 100-foot long sea creature washes up on shore, drawing in a massive crowd. A young man arrives wondering what drew him to see the creature, as he hates the ocean. He's had a phobia since he was a kid after visiting an aquarium. He has consistent dreams of floating in the deep sea surrounded by huge creepy fish. As scientists examine the great beast, they find that its skin is transparent. The young man encounters a woman who explains that she was also mysteriously drawn here, but it probably has something to do with the fact that her fiance went missing at sea 7 years ago. The two bond over the fact that they both have creepy dreams. In the woman's dream, she is also floating in the deep sea encountering large creatures, but she also says there seems to be a barrier between her and the other fish, so she remains unharmed. She also doesn't ever get hungry and can sense other humans near her. As the creature starts to decompose in the hot sun, the scientists discover something deeply disturbing. Inside the beast are humans, dozens of them. A huge mass of bodies flood out of the creature as a hole opens up in its side. Even more unsettling, these people are alive, although they're slightly mutated with elongated webbed fingers and blind white eyes. The woman spots her fiance in the bunch, although he's clearly lost his mind. It appears that these humans were able to survive by absorbing nutrients in the fish and have been floating in its belly for years, seeing the horrors of the ocean through the beast's translucent skin. And that's how it ends. It's a little unclear why the man and woman are having dreams that essentially seem to be what the people inside of the fish's belly are experiencing, but it's got that classic cosmic horror vibe to it that I like so much with Junji Ito. The Strange Tale of the Tunnel. The story begins with a man named Goro coming back to his hometown to find an old tunnel. He then begins recounting his childhood, starting with the death of his mother, who mysteriously walked into the tunnel and was hit by a train. Apparently this wasn't the first time someone walked into the train, so after this incident they closed down the tunnel. A couple years later, Goro and some school friends enter the tunnel trying to scare each other when they suddenly find a young girl. This turns out to be Goro's sister, Mari, and she has no idea how she got there. Goro's father tells him there's something strange about the tunnel and to keep Mari away from it. One winter day, Goro and his father find that Mari is missing. She stayed home from school with a fever and then suddenly disappeared. Goro's father runs off to the tunnel and tells Goro to stay home in case she comes back, but after a couple of hours, Goro finally heads for the tunnel himself. As he travels down the tunnel, he finds a large wall and door blocking the path. The sign reads Cosmic Ray Observatory and Research Lab. Inside, he finds a group of scientists along with Mari, but no sign of his father. Goro insists his father must be here somewhere as he saw his tracks heading right into the tunnel. One of the researchers, Koyama, drives the kids through the tunnel to help search for their father. She explains that they're researching cosmic rays and that they have gotten some really strange readings inside of the tunnel. Unfortunately, they never find their father and he never comes back home either. On top of that, Mari repeatedly shows up at the observatory with no memory of how she got there. The professor and his researchers have also gotten really worn down and unnaturally tired since beginning their observations there. Even weirder, they look at a developed photo of the team in front of the observatory and see what look like ghostly people moving at an incredible speed and bouncing off the walls. One day, Mari goes missing again, and when Goro calls the lab, Koyama answers in a panic, telling him something horrible is happening. When Goro arrives, he finds that the professor and one of the researchers are sinking into the wall and floor, eventually completely disappearing. Next, Mari starts falling through as well. Goro desperately grabs for her hand, but it's too late. She's gone, leaving behind a puddle of blood. Koyama and Goro then try to escape the tunnel running as fast as they can. They quickly find that they are being chased by something. Mari and the scientists are following them from from the ceiling, bleeding from their eyes. One of the researchers begs them not to leave and passes through Koyama, pulling her into the ground as well. As Goro makes his way to the exit, he sees dozens of lost souls who have been absorbed by the tunnel. He manages to escape and moves away with his aunt. For the next 20 years, he stayed locked up in his aunt's house. In the meantime, most of the residents of his old town began vanishing. As he finds the tunnel now in the present, he sees the phantoms again all bouncing off the walls, including many familiar faces. Bronze statue. This story starts with a woman dragging a man's corpse to a pond and throwing it in, saying, "That's what you get for insulting me." Next, we see some kids playing in the park while their moms talk hot gossip. A new woman and her son show up and introduce themselves, and the young boy asks about the statues. The moms explain that these are statues of the missing mayor and his wife, Miss Shinobi. When the boy's mom asks if the mayor's wife is really that young and beautiful, the other women can't control their laughter as they explain that she looks nothing like the statue, and in fact she's an old hag. Some of the kids come over and say that the statue talks to them sometimes, something their mothers dismiss. We then see a bronze worker approached by Miss Shinobi, who definitely doesn't resemble her statue. It seems she's commissioned another bronze statue from the metalsmith and plans on displaying it in her home. The moms from the park get an invitation to Miss Shinobi's for dinner and decide to go for the free food. She showcases her statue to the women along with its creator, Master Tsuchiya, and then leaves the room temporarily. The women all immediately break out in laughter at the statue as it looks nothing like Miss Shinobi. Suddenly, the statue begins to speak, saying, "I've heard everything you've said, including all the insults at the park as well." It turns out to be the old hag, revealing that the statues are rigged with cameras and listening devices so that she can spy on the residents and see what they say about her. She's also drugged the women's drinks, causing them to pass out. When they awake, they find themselves tied up in Master Tsuchiya's workshop. Shinobi and Tsuchiya then cover the women in plaster, suffocating them, and Shinobi asks the sculptor to put them in the kiln. The next day, the police show up to the mayor's mansion asking about the women, and Shinobi lies to them before running to the workshop looking for help from Tsuchiya. As she arrives, he shows her the results of the plastered women, now made into a disturbing statue, something Tsuchiya seems interested in and calls it a new form of art. Shinobi freaks out on him as this is evidence of their murders, and so the two destroy the statue. In a sad sequence, we then see a couple of boys crying for their moms in the park, and that old witch Shinobi uses the statue to communicate with them. She tells them their mothers are just on a fun trip but will be back soon. At the same time, a voice cries out calling her a liar and telling the boys the truth, that this woman murdered their mothers. The mysterious voice also claims he was murdered by her as well 3 years ago. Thinking this must be the spirit of her dead husband, she runs to the pond. She digs up her husband to find that his corpse has turned to wax. Interestingly enough, this is a real-life phenomenon called adipocere, in which a wax-like substance forms around a dead body when it's exposed to moisture. Shinobi asks Master Tsuchiya to burn the body in his kiln to rid the evidence. Well, that weirdo cuts away at the wax body, making a beautiful sculpture of a young man. He makes a bronze statue, and Shinobi displays it next to the other one in her house. As she admires the statues, they suddenly start speaking to her, calling her a hag and telling her to leave. The Shinobi statue is offended at the idea that she's compared to this ugly old woman, and the statues laugh as they gloat about never getting old. Miss Shinobi then leaves a letter to Tsuchiya, telling him that she plans on drowning in the pond, not for suicide, but to become like wax, meant to live on as a beautiful sculpture made of gold. Tsuchiya fishes her disgusting wax body out of the pond, and Shinobi's spirit communicates with him through it. As requested, he sculpts it into a beautiful young woman. He then puts her in a plaster mold, but before he can pour in the gold, Tsuchiya dies. And now the most beautiful woman in the world is trapped for all of eternity in a plaster mold. Floaters. Floaters begins with a high school kid, Ryoichi, walking home at night when he sees his friend Masao with a net wildly swinging around in the dark. Ryoichi tries to see what the hell he's doing when Masao yells at him to leave. The next day, Ryoichi tells the story to his kind of girlfriend, Kyoko, when they encounter a small hairy ball stuck on a branch. They look a little closer at it, and the ball begins talking. It says, "I love you, Kyoko, I love you." And weirdly enough, it's talking in Masao's voice. So after school, Ryoichi takes the ball to Masao to figure out what the hell it is. Masao just snatches the thing and says that all they do is lie before slamming the door. Later, the weird kid, Kazuya, shows Ryoichi that he's collected one of the hairy balls, and this one's bad-mouthing a kid from school that's known for bullying Masao. Ryoichi makes Kazuya bring the ball to Masao, but he won't answer the door. So they go to his bedroom window, and Ryoichi accidentally lets lets out a swarm of the floaters. Masao is pissed and pulls out his net to catch them, but Kazuya snatches it out of his hand and runs after them, claiming to be an expert at catching butterflies. Some of the nearby floaters start talking, lamenting that Ryuichi found out about Masao's feelings for Kyoko and how he wanted to kiss her just once. Ryuichi just looks at him like, "Come on, man, is this how you feel?" And Masao once again denies it. The next day at school, that creep Kazuya is holding dozens of the floaters like a bunch of balloons or something and starts showing them off to everyone. Meanwhile, a depressed Masao sits in his room as the floaters speak his suicidal thoughts. He recounts how originally he found strange seeds in his mouth and that these eventually sprouted hairs. Kyoko then shows up outside of his window and asks him if what the floater said about her was how he really felt. And once again, he denies it. On the next page, we learn that Masao did kill himself that night. Man, I didn't expect such a short story about floating pube balls to get so sad. Soon after this, other people's thoughts begin manifesting as floaters as well, and pretty soon the sky is full of them. Ryuichi visits Kyoko and finds out that she had strong feelings for Masao. Meanwhile, Kazuya is obsessed with catching as many floaters as possible and even finds a thought belonging to a celebrity. We see that his room is full of thousands of them and that he burns any of them with boring thoughts. One day, Kazuya comes home from school to find that his mother let all of them out because they were too noisy, and this freaking psycho kid beats his mother to death with a frying pan. He then notices that some floaters pass by with his thoughts, including one that says he killed his mother and another that admits to killing a person in order to get the celebrity's floater. Luckily for him, all of the balls begin to drop out of the sky and fall to the ground, turning to dirt. But a few days later, a hairball tree has grown outside of the school, and in a loud voice it cries out, "I killed my ma," in Kazuya's voice. The floater trees then pop up all over the country, and Ryuichi asks Kyoko to follow him. He leads her to a tree deep in the woods. It begins speaking in Masao's voice, saying, "Sorry I lied to you, Kyoko. In truth, I did love you." Wow, that's kind of a touching ending. I mean, in a fucked up Junji Ito kind of way. The bloody story of Shirosuna. This tale begins with a new doctor arriving in the small village of Shirosuna. Dr. Furuhata meets up with the mayor, who takes him on a tour of the town. The doctor immediately notices that the village is outdated and run down, and that the villagers all look pale and sickly. He also senses an ominous and consistent vibration, which the mayor dismisses. The doctor is led to the village clinic and is introduced to Nurse Kikigami, who, like everyone else, looks deathly ill. After looking through some medical records, Dr. Furuhata finds that a large number of patients in the village are anemic, and that a surprisingly large number of them have an AB blood type. The next day, while doing an exam, the doctor is shocked to find that his patient has no heartbeat. But before he can investigate further, he's interrupted by a couple of sisters. The youngest is covered in blood and seems to have just randomly started bleeding, something the nurse says is common in this village. After a couple of weeks, the older sister from before, Ryo, comes to the clinic and she actually looks normal, no longer zombie-like. She claims that this is just how young people are in Shirosuna. They have the ability to heal quickly. Even if they completely bleed out, they will rapidly produce more blood. But once they're in perfect health, they bleed out again. This is what causes them to look sick and pale. That night, the doctor wakes up hot and grabs a drink from the village well, which he says tastes terrible, like copper or blood. He feels the repeated vibrations again and runs into Ryo. She says she's gonna pray at a shrine, and the doctor tags along. As she stands at the shrine, Ryo pulls out a knife and lets blood pour from her arm onto the ground. Soon her entire body is covered in blood, and as it pools around her, it suddenly begins absorbing into the ground. As Ryo gets up and just casually walks home looking like Carrie, the doctor grabs a shovel and digs into the dirt, revealing a disturbing sight. Large veins under the earth pumping blood. Furuhata tests the blood in his lab to find that it's human and also type AB. The doctor tries to show the villagers the veins, but the mayor continues to dismiss it, saying they're just pipes. Desperate to prove his point, Dr. Furuhata grabs a large sharp rock and busts open one of the arteries, which spews blood like a fountain. As the ground loses blood, however, the villagers start bleeding out again, but much worse than usual. It seems the veins in the ground are compensating for blood loss, and the doctor races to his clinic for supplies to try and suture the wound. He can now see the veins through the ground as they course through the village. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks and begins bleeding himself, collapsing on the ground. Sometime later, one of the doctor's associates comes to check in on him and finds him, along with the other villagers, looking pale and sick. And that's how the story ends. And we'll wrap up this collection with Tombs. This story follows two siblings. Kaoru is visiting her friend Izumi in another town, and her brother Tsuyoshi volunteers to drive her. It's a fun road trip up until they get to the outskirts of Izumi's town and accidentally hit a girl with their car. The girl's in rough shape, and they try to get her to a hospital. However, she dies on the drive. Once Tsuyoshi realizes the girl is dead, they decide they must hide the body somewhere. But as they drive through town, they find that dozens of tombs are placed all across the road, and Tsuyoshi gets his car stuck after hitting one. Forced to get his car jack, he opens the trunk while no one's looking, and we see the girl's body crammed inside. With the help of some town folk, they get the car loose, and about this time, Izumi shows up. The two siblings try and keep composure considering they just killed someone, while Izumi shows them around town. She tells them the town has a strange custom. Whenever someone dies, no one must touch the body, and stones are erected on the exact spot they die. No one's allowed to move the stones either, so they're all over the place. At the hospital, we see doctors rushing a dying patient outside so that they won't be forced to erect a tombstone inside the hospital. That night, Izumi's family is worried as her younger sister Ayumi hasn't come home yet. Kaoru and Tsuyoshi put two and two together and realize this must be the girl that they killed. Kaoru wants to come clean, but Tsuyoshi insists that they must keep this hidden or their lives will be ruined. So the two join in on the search team looking for her, knowing full well that they won't find her. They find a deep well that's apparently used by the villagers to dispose of dead that have never found peace, meaning anyone who was disturbed or moved after dying. As they pass by the hospital, they see something rather disturbing. The man who died earlier is still laying in the parking lot and his body is turning into a tomb, meaning that these stones are not erected by the townspeople, but instead created from the very bodies of the dead. Izumi seems to be getting suspicious about her sister's disappearance, and Tsuyoshi insists on dumping her body that night. So the two drive up to the well to dispose of the girl. They open the trunk to find Ayumi has transformed with jagged rocks growing out of her body. It seems like this is the result of a body never finding peace. As they drop the body into the well, Tsuyoshi cuts his hand on one of the sharp stones. When they begin to walk away, the corpse climbs up the well and bursts out with a snake-like body composed of all the other corpses. Ayumi points a finger at Tsuyoshi, crying out, "It was him who killed me." Kaoru grabs Tsuyoshi and he realizes this was all just a hallucination. Pretty trippy. The siblings return home and Tsuyoshi finds the cut on his hand has gotten infected, and shortly after this he passes away. His body then takes the same form as Ayumi's, possibly as a punishment. Kaoru can't handle the guilt anymore and decides to confess to her crime, but first she returns to Izumi's village to apologize to the family for what happened. However, inside the house she simply finds 3 tombs. It appears the family, riddled with grief, took their own lives together, and that is Tombs. Okay, we're finally getting into Soichi. I have to say, as far as Ito's reoccurring characters go, Soichi's probably my favorite. He's such a chaotic kid, and I just love the character design with the nails constantly sticking out of his mouth. So let's start at the beginning, of course, with a happy summer vacation. Yusuke and his sister Michina are staying with their distant cousins in the country for the summer. While they're skeptical at first, the siblings end up having a blast with their cousins Koichi and Sayuri, although they haven't met their youngest cousin Soichi yet, as he holds up in his room refusing to come out. One day, while the family enjoys some watermelon, Michina and Yusuke decide they'll take Soichi some and hopefully finally meet him. As they peek in at the boy, they find him talking to some dolls, and when he notices them, he shoots a nail out of his mouth, which sticks into the wall. The boy grins at them, and we see his mouth is lined with nails. The two retreat and tell their cousins what happened. The family, I guess, is used to it at this point, as they act pretty casual, saying Soichi sucks on the nails for iron, I guess. So the family starts playing cards, and Soichi acts all creepy, staring at them through the window and trying to ruin the game. When Michina ignores him, he says he'll show her the true horror, whatever that means. That night, Michina wakes up with her stomach hurting. She makes her way to the bathroom, but on the way she sees Soichi with a crown of candles hammering nails and yelling, "Suffer, Michina." She wakes up Yusuke, but Soichi is gone. The next day, while the others go to the pool, Michina isn't feeling well and stays home to rest. Of course, Soichi shows up, and he's carrying a doll. Michina ignores him, but he says he'll scare her senseless and puts the doll into the fish tank before leaving. Meanwhile, at the swimming pool, Yusuke is pushed into the pool by some unseen force and almost drowns, luckily surviving unscathed. Well, Michina starts to put together that Soichi must be responsible for these strange occurrences. She tries to tell Yusuke, but gets creeped on by Soichi wearing a weird cape. rape, who tells her he doesn't have enough blood. He says that he doesn't suck on the nails for iron and that he must refill with actual blood. He's got the nails in his mouth again, but this time they're resembling vampire fangs, and he pounces at Michina trying to suck her blood. She straight up socks the kid and he falls to the floor. Apparently in the fall, the nails pierce through his cheeks. Not like this brat didn't deserve it, but man, that looks pretty gnarly. The comic ends with Yusuke and Michina heading home and Soichi with a bandaged face saying, "Come back if you're brave enough." A happy winter vacation. This story follows a girl named Yumiko who is traveling alone on winter vacation. She stops off in a small town and asks a passerby if there is an inn nearby. The familiar looking boy simply points and she follows his directions, but it seems to lead into the deep woods where she finds straw dolls pinned to the trees. She picks one up off the ground and hammers it into a nearby tree when the boy from earlier shows up, and if you hadn't guessed, it's Soichi. He says he saw what she did and he's gonna tell everyone in town. Yumiko chases the boy and falls into a watery hole. Soichi just laughs and curses her to freeze until she collapses. Later, Soichi's brother, Koichi, shows up to find her. Delirious, she mistakes him for someone named Hirose, and he sees that she has what looks like bite marks on her neck. Yumiko awakes at Koichi's place, and the family asks her to stay as she's got a fever. Meanwhile, we see Soichi is obsessed with eating snow, which he covers in a mysterious red liquid that is supposed to be strawberry syrup. That night, Yumiko finds Soichi sitting in the corner of her room eating snow and muttering to himself. He seems to correctly guess that Yumiko is on her solo journey because of heartbreak, and that when she pinned the straw doll to the tree, it was to curse the boy who dumped her. He says he'll do a curse for her since she did help him get syrup. He then places a straw doll down and drops his spoon on it before leaving the room. The next day, a news report mentions a boy named Yusuke Hirose in Tokyo who was seriously injured by a falling sign. Soichi seems disappointed the boy didn't die. And if you didn't catch the name, this Yusuke Hirose is both the boy that broke Yumiko's heart as well as Soichi's cousin from the first story. Yumiko wakes up in the night to see Soichi once again creeping in her room and saying he just got some fresh blood from her while she slept. At this point, she's well freaked out and starts trying to escape the house, but there's a raging blizzard outside and she doesn't make it far before Koichi finds her and brings her back. Inside, Soichi is having a bad stomach ache either from eating the snow or blood. The next day, Yumiko leaves feeling better. She says she tasted the liquid in Soichi's bottle and that it actually was strawberry syrup, not blood. She then questions what the hell was wrong with the boy and why did she have bite marks on her neck. So was he taking her blood or not? Well, let's continue on. Soichi's happy diary. After a year, Michina and Yusuke are back to visit their cousins for summer break. They meant to come in the winter, but Yusuke was hit by a falling sign and the accident postponed their trip. Michina remembers Soichi and what a menace he is, but decides, hey, maybe the kid just needs a friend. She goes to say hi to him and finds that he's sprouted tentacles out of his face where the nails went through before. The tentacles latch onto Michina and she bumps into a trap that pours mud all over her. Soichi then reveals that the tentacles were fake and runs off laughing. Well, that's a hell of a way to start your vacation. Also, how did he fake these tentacles completely wrapping around her? Is industrial lights and magic helping him? That evening, the gang realizes that Soichi hasn't come back yet, which is unusual even for him. Michina stays behind while the others go to search for him. As she helps her aunt tidy up the house, she finds Soichi's room and takes a peek inside. Well, it's a pretty disturbing room with creepy images and a fake corpse hanging from the ceiling. She ends up finding Soichi's diary hidden behind the dresser and begins reading. I like how it says Soichi's diary by Soichi, as if someone else would write his diary. Anyway, the diary has an introduction that says anyone else who tries to read it will be cursed by Abunus, servant to the god of death, Osiris. I think he meant Anubis, but this thing is littered with Soichi spelling errors. Anyway, the journal is completely psychotic as he details wanting to punish his brother and believes he turned into a bat to suck the blood of a drunk woman, which supposedly got him a little drunk too. Michina skips ahead to the most recent entry from the day before and is shocked to find that Soichi has written his plans of cursing her by making her trip on the road and getting covered in mud. She also finds entries from winter where he writes about cursing Yusuke. While she's reading, a mysterious letter falls out of the diary. Michina takes the note and the diary and leaves. Soichi returns late in the night, and the next day he begins rummaging through Michina's stuff trying to find the letter. With no luck, Soichi curses Michina with mosquitoes, and she does get mosquito bites all over her face while taking a nap. Soichi laughs and demands that she gives the letter back now that she knows his might. She refuses, and later that night the mosquito bites start sprouting into tentacles. Michina finally gives in and gives him the diary and the letter. She says it's addressed to a girl in Soichi's class that he seems to have a crush on. Clearly embarrassed, Soichi denies knowing about the letter, and so Michina begins reading it out loud, causing Soichi to freak the hell out. Michina says that she used Soichi's weakness to wipe out his curse, and the tentacles disappeared. She says the rest of the week should be great, But there's one thing she can't stop thinking about. She's pretty sure that the mosquito that bit her had Soichi's face. Soichi's home visit. This story takes place just after the last, near the end of summer break. Soichi's teacher, Mr. Yanagita, comes by and says he has some concerns about Soichi. He asks if Soichi could come stay with him, hoping he can really help the boy. The mom reluctantly agrees as she's worried about Soichi's future. This doesn't last long at all, as that night Soichi comes back having escaped his teacher's house. The next day, Yusuke returns home to Tokyo to start cram school, but Michina decides to stay. Mr. Yanagita comes by the house saying that forcing Soichi to come with him obviously isn't going to work, so he asks if he could come to Soichi, hoping to instill some healthy habits into his life. They play a game of badminton, but Soichi sets up his teacher to fall in a trap in the yard. Still, Mr. Yanagita hasn't given up, and the next day he asks Soichi what he likes to do. Soichi tells him he wants to summon spirits, and they can do so by talking to a certain doll. Yanagita plays along and asks the doll if he'll marry someone beautiful. To his surprise, the doll responds, telling him, "You'll be alone all of your life." Reminds me of a certain boy in black. Anyway, the teacher dismisses it as Soichi doing some pretty impressive ventriloquism. Over the next few days, the other family members notice something is off as Mr. Yanagita seems drained. His face is sunken in and he has bags under his eyes. Michina warns Yanagita to be careful as Soichi has strange powers. He tells her that when he was a child he was extremely difficult to deal with, but due to a teacher that didn't give up on him, he changed his ways and he feels he must repay the favor. Michina says she thinks there's probably no helping Soichi, but if there is any untwisted bone in his body, it's his feelings for Yuriko, the girl in his class that he likes. Mr. Yanagita shows up the next day with Yuriko and leaves her and Soichi alone to talk. What kind of parents are just letting this dude take their kids out and about like that? Anyway, Soichi is clearly flustered and the girl gets up to leave, calling him a creep. Next thing you know, we see some nails slide out of Soichi's mouth and he shoots the poor girl in the arm. Mr. Yanagita chases Soichi into the attic where he finds him sporting a weird candle crown. Even weirder is a life-size doll resembling Mr. Yanagita. Soichi tells him that the doll will begin moving soon as it's been absorbing his teacher's soul for a while now. In the final page, we see Soichi climb down from the attic followed by a blank-faced Yanagita who has nails coming out of his mouth. Which leads us to Teacher of Cloth. This is the longest Soichi story yet, and it's also the first one to get outright crazy. Instead of just subtle curses and mischief, this story displays Soichi's curses in a much bigger way. It picks up right after the last chapter with Soichi successfully transferring Mr. Yanagita's spirit into the cloth doll. The whole class is weirded out by the new Yanagita, who's acting strange and has nails in his mouth. With the teacher under his control, Soichi becomes a menace to his class and gets away with everything. Plus, he and the cloth teacher just play around shooting nails at each other. Another teacher, Miss Soga, catches the two and reprimands Soichi, as well as questioning Mr. Yanagita. At school, the class rep, Wakayama, questions the teacher's subject matter as it's complete nonsense and is sent to run laps around the school. Later, Wakayama and his friend Koda are approached by Yuriko, who you might remember as Soichi's crush. She tells them everything she saw and the three spot Soichi spying on them. They ask him what happened to Mr. Yanagita and he just laughs and runs away. Right before he escapes, however, Wakayama manages to grab him by the shorts, exposing his bare ass cheeks. At home, Soichi is fuming about how Wakayama showed his butt to the world, saying, "Looking at my butt is a serious crime." Okay, that made me laugh. The next day, Wakayama shows up to school with a beard. He says he tried to shave it, but it just immediately grows back, and considering he's in elementary school, this is a serious problem. The cloth teacher takes note of this and demands he shave it. He pulls out a straight razor and begins wildly swiping at the boy before being stopped by Miss Soga. Mr. Yanagita is then called to the principal's office. I should probably note that during that chase, Mr. Yanagita actually sliced off one of his fingers, and under inspection, it's confirmed to be stuffed cloth. While in the principal's office, the cloth doppelganger tries choking the principal out before running away laughing. Meanwhile, Wakayama and the gang were told to meet Miss Soga at her apartment after school. When she finally shows up, we see that it is another cloth doll. She chases the kids down and Wakayama grabs a torch from a nearby campfire, lighting her head on fire. The kids go to Soichi's house and sneak into his attic. They don't find Mr. Yanagita or Miss Soba, but do find a cloth replica of Wakayama. Koichi finds the trio and listens to their tale, but doesn't believe them, telling them to go home. The next day at school, the cloth Miss Soba starts chasing the kids for revenge over her burnt face, and in the meantime, Soichi brings the cloth Wakayama to life, as witnessed by his brother Koichi. The plan is to have the cloth Wakayama run naked through the streets to embarrass him. At the same time, Soichi is approached by Mr. Yanagita, who wants to play with him some more. Soichi dismisses him as he's focused on his other creation right now. This all culminates in a crazy sequence when the fake Wakayama runs through the schoolyard. The cloth Miss Soba mistakes him for the real Wakayama and tears him into pieces. Meanwhile, Cloth Yanagita is chasing down Soichi and finally catches him, shooting a nail right in his ass. Soichi cries out in pain and demands he leave him alone. This seems to break the curse, and the two dummies drop to the ground. We also learn that the real Miss Soba and Mr. Yanagita were found after this, and even Wakayama's beard went away. Next up is Soichi's birthday. Once again, Michina and Yusuke are visiting on a holiday break, and today they're celebrating Michina's birthday. Soichi starts shooting nails from the ceiling, and the family suddenly remembers it's also Soichi's birthday. He refuses to join them, and they carry on without him. Soichi starts up his curses, of course, and as they move to another room, Koichi trips and falls. Although he somehow manages to avoid smashing his face into the cake, he could have sworn someone tripped him. Michina mentions that it's strange how Soichi is unlike anyone in the family, but they explain that Soichi was actually very much like his grandmother. Koichi tells them that she was a very strange woman, always having premonitions that never came true. When Soichi was born, she predicted that it would be twins, and when it clearly was only one child, she still acted like there were two babies, Soichi and a brother who she called Soji. As a small child, Soichi would even play with Soji like an imaginary friend, until one day the grandmother said she was taking Soji on a walk and never returned. That night, Michina opens the closet to see the grandmother sitting there. She freaks out and tells the family, but of course they find no trace of her. Soichi tells Michina that every year on his birthday, Grandma and Soji visit him and that they have a party together. He also says that they hate Michina and who knows what they'll do to her. As you might expect, Michina is in fact attacked that night by the grandma and a boy resembling a younger Soichi. At the same time, Soichi returns to his room and finds that Michina had left a piece of cake for him. Suddenly the spirits vanish. It seems in a rare moment, Soichi has called off the curse as he eats his cake. Soichi's petty curses. Okay, this one's interesting. It takes place a little bit after the last story, as Soichi and his siblings look a little bit older. It also is mostly from Soichi's perspective, so we get a better look at his psychopathic thinking. It begins with Soichi hammering a doll in the woods, and a boy holding his stomach in severe pain crying for help. The next day, Soichi is sitting in class muttering to himself about how amazing he is, and how everyone else is mediocre by comparison. He even calls himself superhuman. We see how delusional he is when he makes the assumption that because two girls stayed inside for recess, they must want to be close to him. Later, as he walks home from school, he mentions that although he doesn't look it, he's a gentle-hearted boy. He digs up a hibernating toad and takes it home, keeping it in a candy box. As his family watches TV, Soichi sits in the hall insulting his family members. He takes the frog and terrorizes his sister with it. He then says, "I am unexceptional, I am unexceptional, hold my head high." Koichi smiles and makes fun of him for not understanding what the word unexceptional actually means. Soichi looks it up in the dictionary and realizes his brother was right. Also, if you look at this panel here, you'll see that he has a poster from Nosferatu on the wall. Just thought I'd mention it. Looking at his toad, Soichi comes up with an idea for a hibernation curse. He goes into the woods and buries a doll up to its head. At school, some kids are talking about a boy named Kuroda who's been missing. We then see a pretty scary man walking about the woods. Apparently he owns this land and is pissed off that someone keeps nailing dolls into his cedars. He then stumbles upon a head sticking out of the ground and finds it to be the missing boy. Luckily the kid survives, but Soichi's pissed off because he wanted to see him hibernate till spring. He notices three of his classmates chatting and starts breaking down their relationship dynamic and how it could be torn apart. It's pretty twisted stuff, and it's unclear whether Soichi really does have great insight or if this is yet another delusion. He approaches one kid, Ishizaka, and tells him he knows he hates his friend Kawai and that he'll curse him as a favor. The kid is immediately weirded out, of course, and even warns Kawai, who simply laughs it off. As the friends talk, they witness the owner of the cedar woods walking with a giant bear trap. Back at his house, Soichi is torturing his sister Sayuri with a spider he found. Koichi intervenes and begins chasing Soichi with it instead until he locks himself in his room, and this inspires him to cast a spider curse on Kawai. First, he pokes a voodoo doll in the stomach, causing Kawai to have to go to the bathroom, and then he drops a rubber spider onto the doll as well. As Kawai gets to the stall, he then sees a giant spider crawl over the door and wrap him in web. In reality, he's simply covered in toilet paper, but he faints from fright and is taken to the hospital. Soichi then approaches Ishizaka, hoping for a thank you for the curse, but he immediately calls him out in front of everyone. Soichi, mad from the embarrassment, decides he'll curse Ishizaka next. He alters his voice and calls him late at night, telling him he's won a free trip around the world, and Ishizaka agrees to meet him at the park for details. Soichi thinks he's completely fooled him, but Ishizaka is just like, well, that was obviously Soichi, but I want to see what he's up to. As he waits for Soichi to show up, he instead encounters a huge gangly armed creature that chases him into the cedar woods. Turns out, of course, that this is Soichi in a costume on stilts. One of his fake legs gets caught in a bear trap, however, and he ends up stuck upside down in the trees. Ishizaka runs away, and shortly after, the old man shows up with an axe. He's not just gonna punish Soichi either, he says he's gonna kill him. And in a rare moment, Soichi begins crying for his mommy. About this time, Koichi shows up, and the man then says he's taking Soichi to the police, but Koichi points out that the bear traps he put down are illegal, and so the man lets them both go, realizing he would get in trouble as well. When they get home, Soichi ignores his father who's berating him, and is excited to check in on his little pet since it's been a few days. When he opens the candy box, he finds that the toad is dead and rotting, covered in maggots. Maybe not such a gentle-hearted boy after all. Next is the four-layered room. In this story, Koichi is studying for his final exams, but can't concentrate as Soichi keeps pestering him and being noisy. Finally snapping, he chases Soichi down, who claims he was only running to the bathroom and not out of guilt. Turns out this is partially true, as Soichi can't hold it anymore and wets himself. Well, this is the point when the boy's father decides something must be done. He calls up a friend who's in construction to soundproof Koichi's room so he can't be distracted by Soichi. The company says it would take a month before they could do the job, which would be well past Koichi's exams. However, the next day, a construction worker named Tagaisu shows up to do the job. He claims he works for the company, but something's off about this guy. He's really creepy. Even weirder, he seems to get along well with Soichi, and the little menace even decides to help him soundproof the room. Tagaisu explains that he will add 4 layers of wall to completely kill all sound. He makes quick work of the room and heads off, but when Koichi checks it out, he finds it to be extremely small. Apparently by adding these 4 walls, there's not much space left, and it now barely even fits his desk. It's not ideal, but at least it's quiet, so Koichi just goes with it and finally gets some good studying done. That is, until he hears a strange buzzing noise. The noise gets louder, and he quickly pieces together that this must be Soichi from the other side of the wall. Koichi realizes there's actually a lot of space between the 4 walls and that Soichi must be in between them. As Koichi climbs between the walls, he sees that the entire thing was made for Soichi, as there are trapdoors, ladders, and even lights. Finally, he sneaks up on Soichi and a chase ensues. Koichi then finds that the place is full of traps as well, like a wall of nails and even a mud pit. After Koichi falls into the pit, he decides to give up chasing his brother, not wanting to find out what other horrors lie between the walls. When his father calls the company to complain, they say they have no records of Tagaisu, the man who came. While a lot of these endings are ambiguous, this one left me very curious. Who is Tagaisu? He looked kind of like Soichi. Was this like a phantom that Soichi summoned? Did he mind control someone? Or was this just another detailed cloth person? I don't know, but the extent of Soichi's power seems to be growing. Next up, we have Coffin. In this one, Michina and Yusuke come to visit, but not for fun this time. It's to attend their grandfather's funeral. Koichi explains to his cousins that their grandfather seemed to know he may die soon, as just weeks before his death, he began building his own coffin. When Soichi saw this, he was ecstatic, asking his grandpa to make him one as well. He asked him to make one from those foreign vampire movies because he wants to sleep in it like Dracula. For some reason, his grandpa complies, but Soichi is utterly disappointed as the coffin looks nothing like the hexagonal western ones from the movies. Well, his grandpa tries another time, and I guess he really has no idea what a western coffin looks like, as he makes one that is a straight up hexagon. Soichi laughs in his face, and Koichi tells him to show the old guy some respect, locking him in the hexagon coffin. That night, their grandpa died, and the kids mention how bad they feel that their grandpa spent his last days catering to Soichi's dumb wishes. As the family gives their condolences, Soichi is crying his eyes out over his grandpa's death. He even begins chanting a resurrection spell over the body. Turns out that Soichi is not so upset over his grandpa's death, but more the fact that he will no longer get his Dracula coffin. Michina wakes up that night needing to go to the bathroom when she sees something horrifying. Her grandpa, now a zombie, building a coffin downstairs. The old man sees her and begins laughing as he approaches. Now that's scary. On a separate note, Michina needs to quit walking around at night, stop drinking liquids 2 hours before bed, or just hold it or something, because every time this chick gets up to pee, she sees something freaky. Anyway, she cries for help, and when the adults arrive, there's no one around. They look inside the coffin to find Soichi, who says Michina must just be seeing things. However, at the funeral service the next day, everyone notices a strange old man amongst the group. They look closer to see that it is in fact Grandpa, somehow resurrected as a zombie, and everyone freaks out, running away. After that, the family lives in fear as Grandpa comes up to the house night after night, building dozens of coffins for Soichi, who is extremely picky. I didn't expect that ending. Usually it would have ended after Michina saw the zombie, but the fact that everyone witnessed it and are now seeing it on a daily basis is pretty crazy. Next is rumors. Rumors. Rumors takes place primarily at Soichi's school. It starts with Soichi looking through a magazine and mentioning that one of the models looks pretty creepy. For the most part though, we follow a girl named Midori who's in competition with another girl named Madoka as the cutest girl in class. They also both happen to like the same boy, Otsuka. She mentions how creepy Soichi is with his mouth nails and random muttering. That week, rumors begin spreading about Soichi, that maybe he's not quite as gloomy as everyone thought. The rumors range from him hitting a home run at a baseball game, saving a boy from getting hit by a car, and having a celebrity cousin. Everyone begins praising Soichi for all his good deeds and begging him to get them an autograph from his famous cousin. Meanwhile, Midori's crush, Otsuka, is in the hospital after getting weird stomach pain, probably another Soichi curse. Midori is disappointed to find that she's not the only one who's brought flowers to Otsuka. Madoka is there as well, and their rivalry intensifies. Back at school, Midori finds Soichi sneaking around and whispering rumors to groups of people. The most recent being that Midori is in love with him. The class is going crazy with the hot new rumor that Soichi and Midori are, quote, doing it, and Midori's finally had enough. She tells the class that Soichi has been spreading the rumors and that none of them are likely true. Soichi then pulls out a supposed autograph by his cousin, but he clearly did it himself, even spelling the name wrong. With this, the class realizes it was all a sham. A few days later, a magazine cutout of a model is pinned to the classroom blackboard. This model looks disturbing, and if you remember from back in the Shiver collection, this is none other than Fuji. Soon the school is flooded with rumors about the model chasing after kids all over town. The rumors say that this model has come to the small town because of the local swamp. Supposedly, soaking in the swamp is good for the skin. The teacher tells the kids that these are all just stories, relating it to Kuchisake Onna or the Slipmouth woman. Otsuka has returned from the hospital, and a rumor has spread that Madoka has been visiting the swamp to get better skin, hoping to attract him. Midori doesn't want to come up second and decides in order to compete, she must visit the swamp as well. As she enters the cold, slimy bog, Soichi appears with a camera and begins taking her picture. He laughs as he tells her that he made up all the rumors, hoping to lure her here. Suddenly, something begins to rise out of the swamp. A head emerges from the water, and we see that it's actually Fuchi. As she comes up covered in mud, she spits out a frog and turns her attention towards Soichi. She's pretty pissed that he's taking photos of her, assuming that he's paparazzi, and she shows her sharp teeth, saying, "Your flesh looks tender and tasty." Midori takes the opportunity to escape and wonders whether Soichi is okay as she runs away. So these next two stories are pretty interesting as they feature an adult Soichi. As I mentioned, these two stories along with Soichi's beloved pet were actually published in the Smashed collection. You can still read them independently of the other stories, but I think they're more interesting when you're familiar with the character, so let's get to it now. The Mystery of the Haunted House. One day an advertising band appears in a small town promoting a new haunted house. Koichi and his friend Satoshi are intrigued despite the creepy guy who runs it. They also learn that the attraction costs 10,000 yen to enter, which is the equivalent of $70 US, and this was released in 2004 originally. One guy's pretty pissed about the price, but the owner assures him that it is worth the price of admission, saying that if the man isn't scared, he'll give him his money back. So the man enters, and a short time later comes out of the house screaming and running away. Well, I guess it's pretty scary. The news spreads around town and many people try it out. The thing is, the people who have entered got so scared that they actually lost their minds. At one point, a police officer shows up to investigate on behalf of the disturbed patrons, as well as reports that there may be a child chained up inside. The owner happily allows the officer to take a look around. Meanwhile, Koichi and Satoshi sneak up to the haunted house at night, hoping to try it out for free. As they approach the house, they hear some terrible noises from inside. The owner then appears. He admires their guts for trying to sneak in and allows the boys to enter for free. They walk inside and find that the first room is pretty cliche haunted house stuff with fake paper mache heads laying around, except for one that looks eerily realistic. Suddenly its eye opens and she begins singing a strange song, saying her brother set up this haunted house and it's too bad she can't lend a hand. In the next room, they find an old woman standing in a well saying, "Welcome to my son's haunted house." They then see a sign that reads "Hell Ahead" and see a bloody pond with an old man's head poking out, saying, "Hello, I'm his father. I hope you enjoy the house." The kids speculate that this must be a family-run establishment, and sure enough, next they encounter the owner's older brother. He's pinned to a crucifix and begs the boys to let him down, saying he can't take it anymore. He says his brother isn't normal and he's been this way since he was a kid, always cursing people. Here we see without a doubt that the owner is actually Soichi all grown up. Apparently Soichi has learned more advanced magic and uses it to control his family into doing whatever he wants. He also mentions that Soichi has a child chained up ahead, and that the child's mother was even stranger than Soichi. In fact, Soichi is afraid of her. Soichi shows up at this point and stops his brother from talking. Well, these dumb kids still think it's all just part of the attraction until they stumble upon the policeman from earlier dead and torn to pieces voices by a young child. This, of course, is Soichi's bastard offspring, looking like a sort of demon with sharp teeth. He lunges at the kids, telling him he can't wait to eat them, and he pounces on Sadoshi, taking a huge bite out of his neck. Koichi is terrified and runs away, leaving his friend behind. He runs out of the house, but Soichi chases him, shooting nails out of his mouth, one of which hits Koichi square in the ass, just like Soichi back in the Teacher of Cloth story. As Soichi moves in, ready to kill the boy, a sudden look of fear spreads across his face. He looks up to see a tall and dark figure approach. It's Fuchi. She says, "I finally found you, my darling. The next time you run from me, you won't live to regret it." She grabs him by the collar and carries him away. Yeah, so apparently Fuchi is the mother of Soichi's child. I mean, what a crazy connection. Next is The Mystery of the Haunted House, Soichi's version. So this tale is basically the same premise as the last. Soichi has traveled to a different town and has set up the haunted house, only this time we follow a familiar face, Soichi's cousin, Michina. She's now an adult and has spent the last 10 years trying to track down her cousins who mysteriously went missing. After searching a small town with no luck, she stays at a bed and breakfast. While eating dinner, the woman running the place has to chase down her son, who's running wildly through the dining room. She finally pins him down and gives him a spanking, and when she does, nails shoot out of his mouth and into the wall. The boy turns and grins with a nail-filled smile, not unlike Soichi. The mother explains that he used to be a good boy, but started acting like this after visiting a touring haunted house. Later, Michina sees a strange newspaper article about many similar cases popping up around the country, with children suddenly becoming rebellious and shooting nails out of their mouths. She tracks the most recent incidents to the town of Tohoku. As she exits the train, she sees a group of kids with hammers nailing straw dolls to trees, much like Soichi once did. After asking around, she gets directions to the haunted house and makes her way up to the mountains. On the trail, she encounters a wild-eyed old man. He begs her to help him, saying he finally managed to escape, but his family is still in the haunted house. He leads Michina towards the house, explaining that the owner is a demon who cursed his family, and mentions the horrifying child that's chained up inside. Michina mentions her name and that she's looking for her family. This stops the man dead in his tracks, and he tells her to please go away before taking off again. Michina then starts speculating that this man might have been her cousin Koichi, but he's aged so horribly that she didn't recognize him. She enters the haunted house to find Soichi beating his brother, and she demands he stop. Soichi recognizes Michina and explains how powerful he's become as he curses every child in the country with his haunted house. Michina demands that he let his family go, and Soichi replies that if she can take them back, then go right ahead, as he drags Koichi to another room. Michina chases after but can't find them. She then hears an ominous growling and finds Soichi's son in a cage. She also finds her other cousin Sayuri, who explains that the boy ate her parents. The boy stares at them and reaches for Michina, saying he wants to eat her living organs. Soichi enters the room and tells her that his son is named Benzo, and that he has no choice but to let Michina be his food. He commands Koichi to throw Michina into Benzo's cage, and due to the magic, he can't help himself from obeying. As he grabs Michina, she begs him to come back to his senses and recalls some of the beautiful memories they had together during the summer break as kids when she would visit. Somehow this seems to have broken the curse, and Koichi stops attacking her, as well as looking quite a bit younger all of a sudden. Koichi declares that they will not listen to Soichi anymore, and if he loves Benzo so much, he can take care of him, as he knocks the boy's cage open. Benzo bites into Soichi's back, and as he runs outside the house, he encounters Fuchi once more. She says, "You ran away from me again. I can't forgive you this time," as she closes her gigantic mouth around his head. On the next page, a young Soichi wakes from a nightmare. Yeah, apparently this was all a dream, and we see Michina, Yusuke, and their cousins eat some watermelon on a happy summer vacation. Yeah, that was a strange one, and it has one of the few happy endings in this whole series. Soichi's beloved pet. Well, since it turned out that the future stuff was all a dream, these last two stories are back to following a young Soichi. In this story, Sayuri finds a stray cat while walking home from school and begs her parents to keep it. The cat is having a good time exploring the house until it runs into Soichi, who creeps out with a mouthful of nails. The cat turns away from him and literally farts in his face, so Soichi shoots nails at the poor thing and then chases it with a noose, dragging it by the neck. Sayuri catches him and slaps the shit out of him, along with the cat scratching his face. Koichi lays in on Soichi, saying that people who torture animals end up being murderers. After this, Soichi finds a dead snake on the road and curses it. He then uses the snake's body like a toy for the cat to play with. Before his siblings can stop him, the cat grabs the snake and begins eating it. After this, the cat starts acting really wild, tearing up the walls as well as eating random insects, and even finds an unusual creature that seems like it's straight from hell. Even weirder, the cat seems to be quite friendly with Soichi. One day, the family can't find the cat, and as they search, the air seems to be filled with cat fur. They find the cat sitting on Soichi's lap, shedding a ton of fur and also looking worse for the wear with sharp teeth and wild eyes. As Sayuri approaches the cat, it hisses violently, causing her to cry and run away. Next, Koichi tries to grab it and produces a huge electric shock, knocking him on the ground as well as shocking Soichi. Soichi tries to get rid of the cat, but it continues to come back to him, shocking him more each time. In the end, the cat seems to go back to normal, and Soichi is covered in bandages. It seems this time his curse backfired. Soichi possessed. Okay, last but not least, this story is only a few pages long and is actually a really short Soichi and TOMIE crossover. Soichi's been acting unusual lately, refusing to eat, staying in his room all day, and repeating the name TOMIE over and over. Koichi speculates that maybe Soichi is possessed and that perhaps this TOMIE is responsible. He looks into Soichi's room to see that someone else is in his brother's bed with him. He pulls off the cover to see that it's a creepy ass old lady whispering to Soichi. Soichi explains that she randomly snuck in through his window and started telling him scary stories. Later, we see Koichi explaining all of this to a girl on a date. The girl says, "You've got an interesting little brother, I'd like to meet him." And in the next panel, we see that this is of course TOMIE, who is now controlling Koichi as well. And that, my friends, is every single Soichi story to date. Okay, so let's get into Alley. This is another short story collection, and I believe the most recently released, coming out just a few months ago. So let's get to it. Why not start with the story the collection is named after, Alley. This story follows a student, Ishida, who rents out a room in a small boarding house. The woman renting it says that her husband ran off one day and that they could really use the money. As Ishida explores the neighborhood, he notices an alley by the house that's completely walled off. As he examines it, a strange man watches him from afar. He heads back to the house for dinner and meets the landlady's daughter, Shinobu. Apparently, the room Ishida is renting used to be hers. One night, Ishida begins hearing what sounds like children playing outside of his window, and it seems like it's coming from the blocked off alley. He tries to tell him to shut up, but to no avail. So, out of irritation and curiosity, he begins to climb over to the wall to see what all the racket is. After almost falling in the process, he realizes it's too dark to see what's going on in the alley. He explains what happened to Shinobu, and she says that she often heard strange noises as well when she was in this room. Later, Ishida begins hearing the voices again, but this time they seem to be calling out Shinobu's name. The next day, Ishida is approached by the man who was watching him before. The man says that years ago he rented the same room, and he has something he has to tell Ishida. He says inside the alley is a hatch that contains the bodies of 3 dead kids, and that on the alley wall are 3 stains shaped just like them. He says that at night the kids jump out of the wall and play in the alley, and that he saw this out of the room window. Ishida shrugs the guy off, assuming he's making it up, especially since there's no window facing the alley. However, Ishida can't stop thinking about the story and the window the man mentioned. He checks behind the bookcase on the wall facing the alley, and sure enough, he finds a covered window as well as some rope. Looking into the alley, the man's story is confirmed, as there is a hatch and the stains of 3 children on the wall, as well as 3 more stains resembling adults. There's also disturbing and violent graffiti written all over the walls. Ishida lifts up the hatch to find corpses shoved inside and immediately starts heading back to call the cops. As he climbs the rope back up to the window, someone suddenly appears with a knife and stabs him between his fingers, causing him to fall. Turns out the attacker is Shinobu. She explains that when she was a kid she ruled this alley and that she wanted it all to herself. So when she found 3 other kids playing in it, she killed them and stashed their bodies in the hatch. After this, the stains appeared and the children came out of the walls at night. Her father found the bodies and walled off the alley, knowing it was probably Shinobu. Next, she lured 2 classmates she hated to the alley and murdered them as well. Her father had had enough at this point, and she killed him too. Once again, stains appeared, and they too came out of the walls, calling to Shinobi, who found pleasure in their suffering. Man, this chick is twisted. I guess due to blood loss, Ishida passes out, and Shinobu climbs down to dispose of his body before dark. However, as she descends, the rope snaps, leaving her trapped in the alley. She immediately panics, realizing she can't be stuck in here after dark, but with no way out, she cowers in the corner. She then watches in horror as the stains on the walls start protruding out and the bodies begin to take shape. Descent. In a small town, one year an unusual amount of suicides begin happening, and this story begins when a man finds his wife attempting to hang herself. Luckily, she survives and is brought to the hospital. The man says that he found a note she left that simply said, "Something strange is going to happen to this town." The nurse tells him that, weirdly enough, all the people who have killed themselves recently left the exact same note when they died. Later that night, a homeless man witnesses a mass of people walking somewhere. They don't respond to him and their eyes are closed. It seems the man's wife from earlier joined them, as he finds her gone from the hospital the next day, along with a large number of other patients. As the town rallies to try and find the missing people, someone finally spots a person. The man's wife is hanging from a tall tree branch. He takes her back home, but she just stays in bed all day, muttering to herself things like, "It's awful, it's horrible, and why didn't you let me die?" At one point, she suddenly begins to float toward the ceiling and just hovers in the air. The townspeople continue searching for the others with no luck. Then one day, the man's wife suddenly shoots up from bed and screams, "They're falling down, they're falling down." She then says, "Look out the south window," and sure enough, a body falls from the sky, landing nearby. They find the body and discover it to be one of the missing people. His face is twisted as if he'd seen some unspeakable horror. Later, the man's wife cries out again that 3 more are falling from the north, and 3 more of the missing people come falling out of the sky and crashing to the ground below. After this, the town places nets all around, hoping to catch any falling people. The homeless man who saw the people that night they disappeared speaks up, saying he actually saw what happened to him but was afraid that no one would believe him. The people all climbed to the top of a hill outside of the town, and as they reached the top, they began floating up into the infinite sky. Later, some of the townspeople kidnap the man's wife, hoping that killing her will stop the people from falling. As the man frantically fights to save his wife, the townspeople manage to throw her off of a tall building, but instead of falling to the ground, she begins to float instead. As she rises up into the sky, she reaches for her husband, saying, "Help me, please, it's horrible, it's horrible." As she continues to drift off into the sky, something even worse happens. All the missing people, hundreds of them, begin falling, littering the streets with corpses as they all crash to the ground. The story ends as the man describes the terrified faces of the dead, who must have witnessed some cosmic horror as their bodies traveled into some other realm, only to be sent falling back to Earth. He also says that the only missing person they didn't find was his wife, and that perhaps one day she'll come falling down. The ward. The ward begins with a car crash. The 2 women involved in the crash, Hashimoto and Suzy, end up with minor injuries in the same hospital ward. The 2 immediately begin arguing over whose fault the accident was, and Hashimoto says her face feels stingy but assumes it to be a side effect from the crash. She also notices the other 3 women in the ward are pretty weird. They talk to each other in their sleep as if they're having the same dream, and they all get up to go to the bathroom at the same time because they hate being separated. The doctor mentions that they haven't been eating their meals either, but their bodies seem to be fine, suggesting that they have some kind of mental condition. They're starting to remind me of the kids from the Village of the Damned. Anyway, Suzy won't stop harassing Hashimoto about how she needs to compensate her for all her medical expenses, still claiming the wreck was her fault. Finally, Hashimoto asks if she can change wards. She gets moved to her own room, but late at night, a creepy ass old man crawls out from a hole in the wall behind a shelf. I mean, that's pretty scary by itself. He starts making his way toward her, saying he's from an all-male ward in the next room. Luckily, the nurse comes in and scolds the old perv. But next thing you know, Suzy comes running out into the hall screaming. She says that the 3 weird women in the ward have tentacles coming out of their mouths and are trying to crawl into hers. But the 3 girls are standing there and nothing seems to be happening. Later, the doctor and nurse have a conversation about how strange everyone's been. They mention that originally only 1 girl was acting weird, but slowly the other 2 joined her after saying similar things to Suzy. They speculate whether Suzy will end up like them as well. And later that night, the 4 of them exit their ward, and it's now clear they do in fact have many snake-like tentacles coming out of their mouths, each with a needle at the end of it. They kill the nurse and doctor and make their way to Hashimoto's room, but before they enter, she manages to sneak through the hole in the wall. One of the girls finds her in the other room, and as she enters, Hashimoto slams the door shut, severing the tentacles, which causes the girl to shrivel up. As Hashimoto runs towards the exit, we hear the hive mind being shouting that they'll find her eventually. The end. A girl named Mitsuyo explains how when she was young, her father went mad. He suddenly decided to try and make their house into an inn and bathhouse without the consent of his wife. He tears up the floor in one room and starts digging, saying that there must be a hot spring under the ground. At this point, Mitsuyo and her mom are well freaked out as their dad continues to dig a deep hole, completely sure this is a spring. He said he was told this by his ancestors in a dream. One day, a couple of travelers show up looking for a place to stay, and he invites them in as guests, saying it's only a matter of time before the hot spring comes up, since he's now dug 20 meters deep. At this point, the wife completely snaps at him, saying he needs to give up on this absurd idea, as it's been 2 months of this nonsense. Meanwhile, the travelers are just standing there like, maybe we should go. Mitsuyo's mother decides they have to leave the crazy man, and she packs their bags. Michio then looks down the hole as her father digs below. Suddenly a plume of steam shoots up and surprisingly a hot spring does emerge from the ground. Her father climbs his way out, now burnt pretty badly, but instead of getting medical help, he begins the next phase of his work, turning the room into a proper bathhouse. Michio and her mother finally leave after this, never to return. Now in the present, an adult Michio is telling the story to her boyfriend, who is fascinated, saying he wants to go see if the bathhouse is still there. Michio refuses, saying she couldn't face her father, plus the bathhouse is known to attract really bizarre and disturbing customers. So the boyfriend decides to check it out alone. After asking around, he finds the inn was illegally shut down by authorities, but he still continues his search. He finally finds the place with a sign that reads Hell's Bathhouse. He's greeted by Michio's father, who looks worse for the wear and seems to still be running the place illegally. As they walk down the hall, the boyfriend spots a really creepy looking man pass by him with scars on his head. He's led to his room, and Michio's father tells him to be careful in the hot spring as there's a 1 meter wide hole in the center. He then enters the spring, which is already inhabited by some really scary looking fellas. Seriously, would you still get into this thing after you saw this guy? He mentions to the other patrons that the water is red as if it's a pool of blood, and one of the dudes just immediately responds saying it is a blood pool and that the water surges straight from hell. Then another horrifying man emerges from the center of the pool, followed by dozens more. Michio's boyfriend finally concludes that this is in fact a portal to hell. He then witnesses the demons put on a wicked party in the inn, saying it was no different than being in hell itself, and then he passes out. When he wakes up, he finds the inn is completely deserted and in ruins. He wonders if the whole thing was a dream until he wanders into the bathhouse once more and the pool is completely drained. However, there is steam rising from the hole and strange noises echoing up from below. Blessing. This story follows a young couple, Kyosuke and Misuzu. The two wish to get married, but Misuzu's father won't give his blessing, telling Kyosuke he will never let him marry his daughter no matter how many times he asks. Her brother chimes in as well, calling Kyosuke a lower class loser. Kyosuke says he's done all he can, and if Misuzu won't marry him without her father's consent, then they just have to end it. Later, Kyosuke goes out with a friend from work, Yuko, and he finds himself getting feelings for her. One day, Mizuzu's brother shows up out of the blue and says he's changed his mind about Kyosuke and that he wants him to marry Mizuzu, telling him to ask his father once more. He even gives him a bottle of his father's favorite drink, hoping this would soften him up. Kyosuke can't deny that he still has feelings for Mizuzu and decides to try again. And once again, her father says no. Later, Kyosuke is back hanging out with Yuko when Mizuzu shows up ready to take Kyosuke to ask permission. It's kind of an awkward moment, but Kyosuke ends up going with Mizuzu anyway. On the car ride, she asks him about Yuko, whether this is his new girlfriend or what. Kyosuke realizes he can't toy with them like this and tells Mizuzu that he is in love with Yuko. He tells her goodbye one last time and exits the car. The next day, Yuko doesn't show up to work and is apparently in the hospital. Kyosuke goes to meet her and finds that she's already dead, and he blames himself for this since he left her the night before. Mizuzu shows up to Kyosuke's place to find him crying and comforts him all night. There's a time jump here, and Kyosuke is now in his 30s and a successful orthodontist. He and Mizuzu are a couple again, and they regularly visit Mizuzu's father to ask for his blessing. After getting yet another no, Mizuzu's brother continues to encourage Kyosuke to keep on asking. As they head out, Kyosuke realizes he forgot his bag, and when he goes to retrieve it, he overhears a conversation between Mizuzu's father and brother. Her father tells his son to keep up the good work, as he says continually telling them no makes his life worth living. Damn, that's pretty evil. After this, Kyosuke begins to bring Mizuzu's father his favorite drink, but is secretly poisoning it, hoping to kill him in an act of revenge. As time goes on, her father does begin to weaken and get sick, until finally he's hospitalized. On his deathbed, the father reveals a shocking truth. The night that Kyosuke broke up with Mizuzu all those years ago, she actually committed suicide. All this time, it was Mizuzu's ghost that came along with Kyosuke. Her father wanted the couple to keep seeking his blessing just so that he could keep seeing his daughter's ghost, as her spirit only follows Kyosuke. In despair, Kyosuke speculates that perhaps Yuko was cursed by Mizuzu's ghost, and that might be why she died. He looks out of his window and sees the ghost of Mizuzu once more beckoning him, saying, "Our marriage is finally approved." Smokers Club. This is a shorter one. It follows a group of high school students who form a smoking club where they sneak off to smoke cigarettes. The cigarettes produce a really dark smoke. A new student joins the club and says that they taste unsettling, as if he smoked something he shouldn't have. Nakaya, the group's leader, explains that he rolls the cigarettes himself and that he gathers the tobacco leaves from outside of a crematorium, saying that the leaves are high quality because the human ashes settle in the soil and create fertilizer. Nakaya says he loves the moment when he breathes out and feels like he's seeing darkness. Then he exhales and the smoke escapes from his eyes as well. The other students do the same, and the new guy's like, I'm out of here, this is weird. His friend decides to try and go to the crematorium to steal all the tobacco leaves for himself, and as he smokes a cigarette, his entire body is consumed in the dark smoke. We then see another student stating, "It's all darkness before my eyes," as the smoke leaves from every orifice on his head. And that's where it ends. It's a short one and kind of a weird one. Mold. Mold follows a man named Akasaka returning home to Japan after a year in America. He comes back to his house and finds that it's disgusting and covered in mold. Apparently, he reluctantly leased the house to an old high school teacher of his, Mr. Rogi, and the condition the house is left in is only reaffirming his ill feelings towards the teacher. He left his brother Seiji in charge as the landlord while he was gone and chews the poor guy out over the whole thing. After cleaning the house as best he can, he decides to relax in the tub and remembers 1 year previously when he met with Mr. Rogi and his family. Akasaka had reason for not liking the guy as he was kind of a dick to him as a teacher for no reason. He mentions that the teacher was particularly interested in studying fungus and that there were rumors he would even conduct experiments in his own home. Seiji insists that Akasaka talk to the family about potentially leasing the place while he's gone, and although the family is really weird, he eventually gives in. The strangest thing is their baby, which randomly starts crying bloody murder, and the mother seems to purposely hide its appearance. Back in the present, Akasaka wakes in the morning to find that the walls of the house all have a strange texture, like they have mold on them, and this gets worse on the second floor, leading to one of the rooms which is locked. Seiji seems to know something about what's going on, and Akasaka demands he tell him what's up. He says that the family's previous home was mysteriously burnt down and urges Akasaka to leave the house before something bad happens here as well. Well, Akasaka presses his brother further and finally gets the full truth. One day, Seiji stopped by the house and found a disturbing sight. The family's baby was crawling around completely covered in mold, his face utterly deformed by it. He then says that the eldest daughter was infected by the fungus as well. He theorizes that Mr. Rogi must have created a new breed of fungus with rapid growing capabilities, and that this must be the reason Rogi burned down his house before. Seiji warns Akasaka to leave one more time before he takes off. The house continues to get worse, with strange tubes growing through the house that drip a black liquid, and Akasaka explains that somehow he lost the will to leave the house. He follows the tubes to the room with a locked door. Due to all the mold, the door has rotted, and Akasaka easily breaks it open to find a room that looks like a moldy hell. More disturbing than the mold, he spots several bodies covered in tubes. It appears the family was here all along, mutating to become part of the moldy house itself. Man, that's pretty freaky. Kind of reminds me of that Creepshow short, where Stephen King plays a dumb farmer that gets covered in mold. Anyway, Akasaka finds his skin has become itchy, and we see that he's also turning to mold. He sits in the room as the mold and tubes start breaking down his body, now trapped in the house just like the Rogis. Memory. This story follows a teen girl named Rie who is very beautiful. However, sometimes when looking in the mirror, she gets an uneasy feeling. Was she always this beautiful? She has a strange memory from when she was 7 where she's sitting by her mother looking into a mirror. In the memory, she has an ugly face, but when she looks through her old album, she doesn't see this face anywhere. There aren't many photos of her between the ages of 7 and 14, and her memory is completely blank during that time. So what happened to her, and what does this have to do with the horrid face? Well, Rie freaks out and confronts her parents, suggesting that somehow her face changed in that time period, although they do exchange a glance as if they know something. And once Rie leaves the room, she overhears them talking. They say that Rie has forgotten what happened. They don't say exactly what it is that she's forgotten, but her mother says that she's hidden most of the photos of that child, except for one photo she's kept in her drawer. After hearing this, Rie sneaks into her parents' room and finds the photo. It's exactly the face from her memory. She begins to believe that this hideous face must represent her evil self. She relates herself to Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, speculating that during the memory gap between 7 and 14, her alternate face took over. Afraid that she could lose her memory again, she begins to keep an extremely detailed diary of everything that happens to her every day. Her parents are getting worried and discuss the incident once more, implying that Rie killed someone before, and it had something to do with her believing she was ugly. As they talk, she stumbles into the room holding a mirror. In the mirror, her face has changed to look like the hideous face from before. She She screams at her mother, blaming her for giving birth to such a hideous face, and pulls out a knife to try and kill both her parents. Her father stops her and shows her the mirror once again, telling her she's not ugly. Sure enough, her reflection is beautiful. He explains she's never been ugly and that the girl in her memory isn't her, but rather her sister Keiko. Apparently, Keiko was Rie's fraternal twin. Rie was terrified that she might become ugly like her sister, and so she strangled her to death. Her parents then told the police it was a suicide, and Rie blocked out the memory. As Rie recalls the death of her sister once more, she's relieved knowing that she's dead because she can't turn ugly like her. And it seems that Rie has now blocked out the memory once again, enjoying her beauty in the mirror. Town of No Roads. Okay, settle in for this one. It's quite a bit longer than the other stories. It follows Sayako, a teen girl who's been having weird dreams lately. She keeps dreaming about a boy in her class, Kishimoto. He isn't particularly remarkable, and she doesn't even really know him, but keeps dreaming about him nonetheless. Because of this, she begins to think that maybe she subconsciously has a crush on him. One of her friends suggests that Kishimoto is using the Aristotle way, a method of getting your crush to like you where you sneak into their room at night and whisper into their ear while they sleep. This causes them to dream of you and then hopefully start to be interested in you. Wow, that's creepy as hell. Also, just a side note, I can't figure out any real association with Aristotle or why they call it the Aristotle way. Other than Aristotle did have a short work on dreams where he mentions how dreams can be reflections on our experiences and emotions, so it seems like a pretty loose connection. Anyway, during dinner one night, one of Sayako's brothers mentions hearing a boy's voice coming from her room. Her older brother confirms, and the family starts to assume that Sayako has been sneaking boys into her room at night. That night, Sayako has another weird dream. Kishimoto approaches her in the dream and gives her a promise ring, but then a creepy dude shows up claiming himself to be Jack the Ripper and slashes Kishimoto up. Sayako wakes up startled to find that the ring box was real and lying open on her bed with the ring missing. Later that day, Kishimoto's body was found, gutted in the street. After this incident, Sayako stays holed up in her room, afraid she could be killed next. A year later, even weirder things have been happening to Sayako. She's staying in her classmate's room, afraid to go home, but after a week, he gets fed up and asks her to leave. She returns home just to be berated by her family, and she says that she left because they've been acting so weird, mostly by spying into her room, something they all deny. She enters her room and we see a handful of holes in the wall, most of which are covered, but it looks like there are some new ones now. Suddenly a hole is poked through one of the paper coverings and a finger comes out. Sayako is freaked out and fed up. She smashes the finger, seemingly breaking it before it disappears. She then sees her parents peeking in through her bedroom door, and worst of all, her brother has made a hole through the wall and into her wardrobe. She pulls him out and asks him why he's spying, and he just says she's being overly defensive and that he was just using it as a fort. At this point, Sayako straight up makes a privacy barricade around her bed, but in the middle of the night she hears movement from the ceiling and finds that someone has drilled a hole in the boards. She grabs a screwdriver and jams it into the hole. Judging by the screams, she must have stabbed one of her family members in the eye. The next day at breakfast, Sayako's father has a bandage over his eye and her older brother has a finger splint, confirming that the family was in fact spying on her. Once again, the family denies it, saying they got the injuries for other reasons. This is the scariest aspect of this story to me. Your own family acting really weird, but then pretending nothing's going on is kind of freaky. At this point, Sayako decides to run away again because of her family's behavior. She travels to another town to hopefully stay with her aunt who lives alone. She takes a train most of the way, but finds that apparently buses no longer go to this town anymore. As she gets closer to the town, she finds that it's blocked off everywhere. Even the main road into the town has buildings built up blocking it. Stranger than that, everyone seems to be wearing masks in the area. She's approached by a man in a mask who offers to guide her. As they enter the massive buildings, they just walk through someone's house, and the owner seems used to it. They continue through a series of houses and buildings. According to the man, the buildings are mysteriously built at night, and even if they are torn down, they just pop back up the next day. Because of this, there are no roads in this town, and the only way to travel through is by traversing the many houses and buildings, and it seems Sayako's aunt's house is right in the middle of all of it. At one point, they encounter a group of masked people, all pissed off because someone closed and locked their door, something that seems frowned upon here. Soon they use an axe to break down the door so they can walk through the house and tie up the couple inside, beating them with sticks. They call them swine, saying they're trying to ruin the town by closing their doors. Later, Sayako unties the couple. The couple explain that since there are no roads, people insist on traveling through their house, leaving them no space to themselves, and that people have taken to wearing masks just to have even a small amount of privacy. They also mention the strange ones who have recently moved into town as well, and tell Sayako she should wear a mask if she continues to travel here. They give directions to Sayako's aunt, but warn her that there have have been all kinds of killings in the area. As she continues, she walks past a few groups of masked people, some of which seem to be watching her. She finally arrives at her aunt's place and she even answers the door, completely topless. Her aunt explains how crazy the town has gotten, with people breaking into her house and climbing through her windows, not to mention the dozens of peepholes all over the house. She says she's just accepted the fact that she has no privacy, and so now she walks around naked. She talks about how crazy privacy is, using the masks as an example, and starts trying to convince Sayako to join her by throwing away the mask and her clothes. Sayako tells her aunt that she's lost her mind as she explains her bizarre worldview. Eventually, she brandishes a knife and starts chasing Sayako, trying to cut her clothes off. Sayako is forced to run away, running through all the houses and buildings, completely lost. At one point, she stumbles upon a corpse that's slashed up the exact same way as Kishimoto. She also encounters a deformed group of people with extended heads and dozens of eyes, which they use to look through peepholes. These must be the strange ones the couple mentioned earlier. Luckily, she ends up running into the man in the mask who helped her earlier, and he agrees to guide her out. At one point, she notices the man is wearing a ring, and on a closer look, it's actually the promise ring that Kishimoto gave to her in her dream. The man puts the ring on Saiko's finger and then removes his mask, revealing that he is actually Jack the Ripper, the man who killed Kishimoto. He moves in to kill Saiko, but before he does, he's stabbed in the back by her aunt. She simply tells Saiko to follow the stream, which will lead her out of here, and walks away. In the final panel, we see Saiko heading toward a light at the end of the stream. So yeah, quite a tale this one. It kind of feels like three stories all tied together by the theme of privacy. The first story focuses on the invasiveness of someone breaking into your room at night without you knowing, and even worse, breaking into your dreams. The second part taps into the fear of being watched at all times, and the final part is just a privacy-deprived dystopia. I've seen people come up with various theories as to the meaning of this story, but it's clear that Junji Ito took the emotions around a lack of privacy and tapped into them to create a very specific kind of horror. Ice Cream Bus. This one is great because it just kind of feels like a Goosebumps episode. It begins with an ice cream bus showing up on the block in the middle of winter. As all the neighborhood kids enjoy their ice cream, they all enter the bus, and they imply that they've ridden the bus a few times. The parents don't care either, they just let the strange man gather up all their kids. Sonohara, a single father who just moved into the neighborhood, asks the other parents what's up, and they explain that the ice cream man drives the kids around the block as they eat their ice cream as a free service. Sonohara doesn't let his son Tomoki have any ice cream, and the kid throws a big fit later. The next time the ice cream bus comes around, Sonohara goes ahead and lets Tomoki join in with the other kids. When he returns, he says that there was a mountain of strawberry ice cream on the bus and that all the kids licked it. At this point, Sonohara is getting a little suspicious. He asks if he can tag along on the next ride, but the ice cream man says there are no adults allowed. He looks inside to see the children all feasting on another huge mound of ice cream. Pretty gross. Around the house, Sonohara notices that Tomoki has been all sticky lately, probably from the ice cream, but also his toys and even the carpet have all become sticky. Even weirder, while walking home from work, he spots a girl licking another girl's head, and both of their skin seems to be sticky, almost like ice cream. As he arrives home, he spots a horrific sight in his apartment. Tomoki licking a mound of ice cream, and around him seems to be the melted bodies of all of his friends. All the kids have turned into ice cream, and Tomoki starts listing all of his melted friends and what flavors of ice cream they've become. Sonohara tries to stop his son from licking his dead friends, and when he pushes him back, Tomoki's head falls off, melting into ice cream as well. The story ends with the ice cream man rolling up once again. It's kind of a goofy one, but a lot of fun and a light way to end that collection. Now let's move into the Liminal Zone. This is another short story collection, although it only has 4 stories. They're all a bit longer than a typical Ito short story, so no time to waste, let's dig into it. Starting with Weeping Woman Way. A young couple, Mako and Yuzuru, are on a trip to Tohoku before their wedding. They look into each other's eyes and almost kiss, but suddenly hear a distracting noise in the distance. Someone is crying loudly, and the couple follows the sobs to a nearby funeral where a woman is crying her eyes out. A man in attendance tells the couple that she's called a weeping woman. Back in the day, people would call a weeping woman to cry at funerals as a service for the dead. Yuzuru then notes that she's doing an excellent job pretending to cry. The man tells him that this is no act. The weeping women in this area know deep sadness, making their cries sincere and full of anguish. While watching, Mako suddenly finds herself breaking down and crying as well. Later, the couple reflect on the incident and how Mako can't help but follow suit when others cry. They lean in for another smooch when, once again, they're distracted by the crying woman who's walking down the road. Is this the weeping woman or the cock-blocking woman? Damn. Anyway, as the woman passes, she gives Mako a strange look. After the couple arrives back home, Mako can't help but cry. In fact, she's been crying non-stop since they returned from their trip. This gets to the point that their bed blood is soaked in tears, and Yuzuru finally takes her to a hospital. The doctors can't find anything wrong, however, and the antidepressant they prescribe doesn't seem to do anything. As they pass by a fortune teller on the street, he randomly shouts at them, saying that the key is in Tohoku. With nothing left to lose, the couple heads back, hoping to find the weeping woman and maybe some answers. They return to the house the funeral was held at, but the owner says that they never invited a weeping woman, and everyone in town denies their existence. At this point, even Yuzuru starts crying as the two give up hope. Then finally, they hear a loud wailing coming from the woods and follow after it. They encounter a large swarm of mosquitoes that seem to take the shape of giant faces watching them, and as they clear, the couple discover a strange village. As they walk down the street, they see streams of tears flowing from each house. They encounter a woman who tells them that this place is known as Weeping Woman Way, and that an especially powerful weeping woman lives here. They enter a building to find the woman from the funeral. She says she's been waiting for them to return and especially wanted to see Mako, saying that she's a rare individual that knows true sadness. She says there's a fundamental sadness in the world that average people only witness when they die. She says that the tears that flow from Mako are the tears of the dead, and that the more tears she sheds, the more people she's helped find peace. She goes on to tell them of a legendary weeping woman known as Oroi. 200 years ago, there was a drought that led to famine, killing everyone around Oroi. All alone, she began to cry so heavily that her tears spilled over to become a large lake, ending the drought. The weeping woman leads the couple somewhere as the townspeople seem struck by Mako, believing her to be the reincarnation of Oroi. They arrive at a shrine that is housing the legendary weeping woman's remains. It appears that even after death, Oroi's corpse continued to cry up until recently. Since she stopped crying, many spirits have lingered in the area. The weeping women then ask Mako to cry with them, hoping with her power they can bring back Oroi's tears. Mako begins to cry so fiercely that tears gush out of her eyes like faucets, and it seems she's brought Oroi's tears back as well. We then see some of the lingering spirits find peace and vanish. However, in a disturbing sequence, Oroi sits up and her head collapses and caves in from the tears. Yuzuru grabs Mako and tries to escape, but the weeping women stop him. At the same time, Oroi's body completely turns to tears, and the women are desperate to keep Mako here as a replacement. A swarm of spirits once again surround them as Yuzuru fights off the women and somehow escapes with Mako. Back home, Mako continues to cry to the point where they keep buckets by the bed to catch the tears. This constant weeping slowly weakens Mako, and eventually, she dies. Much like Oroi, Mako's body continues to cry on after death, and at her funeral, the weeping women burst through the doors surrounding her coffin and do what they do best, crying their eyes out. Mako's coffin completely fills with tears, and her body rises up and wails with her eyes flowing like waterfalls. In all the chaos, Mako's body disappeared, but Yuzuru says that it must have been the weeping women taking her back to Weeping Women Way. The story ends with Yuzuru traveling back to Tohoku, something he says he does from time to time, hoping one day he might find the village again. Madonna. This story is an overtly religious horror, and it might actually be the only one I've covered so far focusing on religious elements. It follows Maria, a transfer student to Tensei, a Christian academy. It's worth noting that Tensei translates to something like reincarnation. The school is terribly strict. It's surrounded by a tall wall, and you have to have permission to see the outside world. During a prayer meeting, Maria notices the principal staring at her. His wife, the vice principal, is really mean and quick to deal out punishment. Rumor has it she thinks that she's the Virgin Mary and calls herself Madonna. The kids in the school rearranged the Japanese characters of Madonna to mean angry witch woman. The woman catches Maria and her friend Risa chatting during chapel and forces them to kneel before the cross for 2 hours. This results in Risa collapsing from exhaustion. Later in their dorm room, the two girls discuss how scary and mean the woman is, and Risa says that she hasn't always been this way, that once she was kind and beautiful, resembling the Madonna. The rumors say that she began to change after her husband cheated on her with the Bible studies teacher. More than that, he was married once before and cheated on that wife with the witch woman. Real symbol of Christ, this guy. As Risa explains this, salt starts falling out of her ear. Okay. Maria strolls around the school and notices some weird shaped stones lying around that look like human body parts. She looks over to see a girl licking one, saying it's salty. Maria then recounts the weird students and teachers she's met since she's been here. In class one day, Maria is summoned to the principal's office. He gives Maria a tour showing her some previous alumni who went on to be important people, as well as portraits of his current wife when she was younger and his previous wife as well. He then shows her a portrait of his son, saying that his son and his wife had a falling out and and that he left 3 years ago never to be found. The principal then invites Maria to a small church on campus that holds special services for a select few. Oh god, I'm not a Catholic boy, but I know where this is going. Surprisingly, there's an actual service, but it's creepy as hell. There's a statue of Mother Mary with blood running from her eyes. At the same time, the witch woman is dressed like the Virgin Mary, and the students are all praying to her and looking scared as hell. The next day, the principal moves Maria to a special class that's supposedly only for students with deep faith, excellent grades, and beautiful features. Oh god, I wasn't in the choir, but I know where this is going. Surprisingly, this is an actual class led by TOMIE, the teacher that the principal supposedly cheated on his wife with. Maria moves into a new dorm and meets her roommate, Akemi, the salt-licking girl from earlier. Weirdly enough, the salt begins pouring out of the girl's ear and she starts licking that too. Ugh. Maria offers to help clean her ears and casually asks her about the principal's wife. Even at the mention of the woman, Akemi shudders in fear. In class, Maria notices the Bible teacher and the students are all kind of weird. In fact, they all have salt coming out of their ears. Once again, Maria is summoned to the small church to meet with the principal. She asks him about the salt coming out of everyone's ears, and he simply says that salt is a sacred substance and proof of their deepening faith. He goes on to say that his first wife thought she was the Virgin Mary, but didn't have Mary's mercy. He says she deserved to be turned to a pillar of salt like Lot's wife in the Bible. He continued to search for the second coming of Mary and met his second wife, but was wrong there as well, as she became an angry woman lacking Mary's kindness. He then explains that he believes Maria to be the reincarnation of the Blessed Virgin. He takes her to the back room and starts making moves on her. Aha, I knew molestation was around the corner, I just didn't know when. Before he gets anywhere, his wife enters the church and starts praying. She laments the fact that she's aging and the deep anger she has at her cheating husband. As she does, the statue of Mary begins bleeding from the eyes. She takes some of the blood and rubs it on her own eyes to emulate the tears, but then she notices someone is there. The principal has vanished and Maria begins to run from the terrifying woman. She enters through a random door to hide and sees a disturbing sight. A large pile of bodies made of salt, and at the top, a man of salt crucified on a cross. That night at the special service, the witch woman calls out that there is a spy among the students. However, she incorrectly guesses it to be Akemi. She screams, "Know the punishment of Mary," and shockingly, Akemi is turned to salt. The woman says that those who annoy her simply have their brains turned to salt, but those who anger her are turned to pillars of salt. So I guess that explains why salt was coming from everyone's ears. Maria cries out, saying that it was her that was in the chapel. She explains how the principal took her there and declared her the true reincarnation of Mary. The woman turns her hateful eyes on her husband in disbelief, as he said she was the Madonna, and reveals that she even helped her kill her husband's first wife. The man simply laughs and says once again that Maria is the true Madonna. At the same time, the Bible teacher TOMIE is also shocked, saying that she was told that she was the Holy Mother. She even says that she's pregnant with the guy's son that she planned to name Jesus. Basically, this colossal prick keeps promising hot young women that they're the next Mary so he can have sex with them. At this point, the witch woman just loses it. Her face contorts with pure hatred, and lightning strikes the chapel, crumbling the head of the Mary statue. In another big reveal, the dude's first wife's body was hidden inside the statue all this time. He wanted to make her stand eternally like Lot's wife as a pillar of salt. Well, his current wife just loses it even more when she realizes she's been praying to this woman's corpse this whole time. Looking like a demon, she turns the entire congregation of students into salt, barely missing her husband, who grabbed Maria and escaped to the room with the pile of bodies. He explains that they are all victims of those who have angered the witch in the past, and that the man on the cross is actually his son. Apparently 3 years ago, he didn't run away but was turned into salt. The principal then turns to Maria, saying that they'll be married and that he'll impregnate her with the true child. But as he moves in on her, salt comes pouring out of his ears, mouth, and eyes. Eventually, his entire body turns to salt and collapses. Shortly after this, the witch enters the room, ready to turn Maria to salt as she attempts to climb the pile of bodies. Just before the witch can commit the act, the crucifix is knocked loose and comes tumbling down the pile, impaling the witch on its way down. Now that's awesome. Maria takes the opportunity to flee the chapel, and the entire thing is struck by lightning, catching fire and crumbling. She explains that no matter how much she insisted, no one ever believed the truth of what happened there, and that is Madonna. The Spirit Flow of Aokigahara. This story opens with a couple, Norio and Mika, wandering through the forest. Norio was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and rather than suffer, he decided to die on his own terms in Mount Fuji's Sea of Trees, and his girlfriend Mika decided to die with him. As they look for a place to die, the forest gets darker and they see a mysterious glow beyond the trees. They decide to camp out, and the next morning morning, they investigate where they saw the mysterious light. They find that long lines of trees in the area are all leaning in the same direction and are completely smooth. They follow the path of the trees to a strange cave that almost looks like a dragon. Norio recalls hearing about a mysterious cave called the Dragon's Mouth, and apparently something called the Spirit Flow pours out of it. Norio decides he wants to try and see the Spirit Flow before he dies and tells Mika to go home, but she says she'll stay with him. Sure enough, that night the cave emits a glow and they witness a stream of spirits flowing from the dragon's mouth. Norio makes the rash decision to jump into the flow, hoping this will carry him to the land of the dead. But Mika is left behind. Searching hopelessly for Norio the next day, she actually finds him clinging to a tree in the path of the flow. He says he got scared once he jumped in and held onto the tree, and that the spirits that passed him licked his body as they passed. He's even dripping with their spit. Gross. He also says that he isn't in pain anymore and thinks that the spirit flow healed him. Norio wants to soak in the spirit flow once again, but Mika says she's starving and they must get food and water first. Norio tells her that he isn't hungry, likely a side effect of the spirit flow. He tells her to go home and that he'll return to her in a week after he's entered the flow and gotten even healthier. 2 weeks passed and Norio never came home, so Mika returned to the forest to find him. She stumbles upon what looks like a dead body hanging from a tree, only to find that it's actually Norio. The dude looks a little different, kind of thin and alien-like. He introduces Mika to a young man named Mitsuya who came to the forest to die as well, but Norio convinced him to jump into the spirit flow instead. Mika's like, alright, well, it's time to go, that's enough spirit flow, but Norio's like, nah, we're just gonna keep jumping into it. Mika refuses to leave without him, and that night she witnesses the two jump into the spirit flow again as if it's a public swimming pool or something. As the days pass, Norio and Mitsuyo's bodies continue to change, looking thinner and more polished. One day, a random YouTube vlogger shows up and enters the cave as part of a video investigation. He comes clambering out in terror, repeating the phrase streamlined, streamlined, and running out of the forest. Eventually, Norio and Mitsuya look like straight up aliens and are now nude. They start complimenting each other's beautiful bodies and start getting a little freaky licking on each other. Mika's face is hilarious here. It really sums up the whole situation. The two are super condescending to Mika since she hasn't experienced the flow, and that night when it reappears, Mika jumps in as well. Only she is completely washed away in the flow, probably being carried away to the land of the dead. Meanwhile, the other two decide to check out the cave to see what the YouTuber was on about. They find dozens of strange creatures that can only be described as streamlined. At least that's what they call them. They also find a pool full of the things and find that Mika is swimming in it, telling them she was saved by these people. Apparently, these beings are the result of continuously entering the spirit flow. The three then ride the spirit flow again, and the final page simply says, as to whether or not the spirit flow truly exists in the forest of Aokigahara, only those who reach the cave of the dragon's mouth know. Let's just leave it at that. Well, that's ominous. And next we move into Slumber, the final story of the Liminal Zone collection. It begins with a man named Takuya describing the feelings he has right before he wakes up every morning, when his mind is new and he feels pure bliss. That is until he awakes and memories of a harsh reality enter his mind. He says he's tortured by the pain of reality, and that this is even worse in the morning after killing somebody. He snaps awake and turns on the news to see a crime scene report. The reporter says the victim was stabbed repeatedly and that the crime resembled an incident from the week before. As he watches the TV, Takuya says, "I did it again," as memories from the night before flood into his head. He recalls chasing the woman down and stabbing her, then singing the familiar lullaby, Rockabye Baby, as he closes her eyelids. Takuya doesn't understand why he's killing these people. His life is stressful since he wants to be a lawyer and has failed the bar exam 3 times already, but has this stress caused him to have a psychotic break? The next morning he wakes up again with memories of murder, chanting the lullaby as he slaughters a man in the street, and again the news reports it. He tries to walk it off and calm down, but finds himself going even more mad. He returns to his apartment to find it unlocked, and when he washes his face in the bathroom, he finds a piece of paper taped over the mirror, something he doesn't remember doing. He opens his closet to find several hooded parkas, the same style he sees himself wearing in his memories. He piles them all up and takes them to the dump. When he returns to his apartment, he tries desperately not to fall asleep as he's afraid of what he'll do, but he can't hold out for long and passes out. Once again, he remembers a murder, and this time the news captured surveillance video of a man in a parka near the crime. Takuya's friend and/or girlfriend Konami shows up asking why he turned his phone off. She makes him dinner and they decide to watch some TV, but when a show about a killer comes on, Takuya freaks out and confesses he's a murderer. Konami calms him down and tries to come up with some explanations for all of this. She also tells him about a man named Tomoyano who was given the death penalty 10 years earlier for a string of murders that closely resemble the murders happening today, meaning that there is either a copycat killer on the loose or that Tomo was innocent. She mentions that even weirder, Tomo turned turned himself in. The two decide that they can get a camera tomorrow and record Takuya sleeping to see if he does leave in the night. Takuya begs Konami to stay with them tonight and she obliges, but once Takuya falls asleep, she heads out saying she has a thing. You have a thing? Really? Your boyfriend might be a murderer and you have to get to a thing? Maybe I'm being a little harsh. Well, she ends up getting attacked while walking home, and I have to say, the image here is horrifying. The face of the killer is blurred, but it kind of looks like a real image that's edited or something. I can't really explain it. It looks like it could be an early creepypasta or something. Konami manages to pepper spray the attacker, and although she was sliced up pretty good, she managed to survive and is currently in the hospital. A detective comes in and gets some information from the doctor that Konami knew the attacker and that he was none other than Takuya's neighbor Ryoji Gabara, who Konami had seen on several occasions. This guy looks creepy as hell. We see him in a final crime report about the suspect and get a look at some of his journals where he details his crimes. We learn in the journal entries that this man has somehow gained the ability to project his memories into someone else's mind the moment before they wake up, and that he had been doing this to Takuya. He also designed his apartment to look just like Takuya's and mentioned forgetting to lock his door once. So I guess that means the time Takuya found the parkas and paper on his bathroom mirror were actually in Gobara's apartment that he mistook for his own. This also explains the murders from 10 years ago when Gobara must have done the same thing to Tomo Yano, convincing him that he had done the crimes. With the true killer finally arrested, Takuya tries to move on with his life, but is still faced with terror as Gobara invades his memory every morning. He sees Gobara repeatedly drawing images of him and claiming over and over that he is Takuya. Eventually, when Gobara is sentenced to death and hanged, Takuya gets these memories as well. In fact, as Gobara's life flashes before his eyes when he dies, Takuya is invaded with a whole lifetime of memories. After 10 years, Konami meets up with Takuya. She's covered in scars and mentions that Takuya refused to see her after the attack, blaming himself. She says she's mentally healed and asks Takuya if he has done the same. Takuya mentions how hard it was to experience the memory of someone else's death, but says he's thankful to have shared the pain. He then turns his head and his face seems to resemble that of Gobara, and that is slumber. Okay, let's get into our next short story collection, Fragments of Horror, starting with Futon. This one's pretty short. A woman named Madoka describes her bizarre life with her husband Tomio. He stays cowering under his futon 24 hours a day because he's terrified of what he calls dark nature spirits that he sees floating around the room. At first he would at least leave the futon to go to the bathroom, but eventually he won't even do that and begins to wear diapers. His poor ass wife has to work all day and then come home to take care of him and clean his diapers and all that. Then one night, once Madoka has just about reached her breaking point, she suddenly looks up to see terrifying creatures floating around the room. Tomio points at a demon lady that seems to be in charge of everything, saying that it's all because of that woman. Apparently one night while Madoka was out, Tomio was randomly approached by a beautiful woman and they started a love affair. Turns out this lady is actually a witch and now she torments Tomio with these horrific spirits. Madoka just screams and runs. She returns a month later to find Tomio still cowering under the futon and the spirit's gone. She pulls on the futon only to find Tomio's dead body and a strange spongy substance covering him. After an investigation, it was found that the substance was a strange new form of mold with hallucinogenic effects, meaning that the woman and spirits must have just been hallucinations, and eventually Madoka started to be affected by the mold as well. The really mysterious thing here is, why did both Tomio and Madoka see the exact same vision at the same time? Wooden spirit. This is definitely the weirdest story in a while. It follows Megumi and her father who live in an old beautiful home. It's been selected as a registered national cultural property and is the father's love and joy. As they prepare the house for some upcoming tours, a tall woman knocks on the door. The woman is an architecture student named Minami. She's fascinated by the house and asks if she could have a look around. Megumi tells her to come back with an official group tour, but her father decides to let her in anyway. As they show Minami around, she seems to really like the house. She even says that she finds it very sexy and that it has a masculine strength. Okay, weirdo. Minami then boldly asks if she can stay at the house for a while. The father is reluctant at first, but eventually lets her stay. Megumi's pretty pissed off, but it turns out that Minami is actually pretty great. She makes them amazing meals, does the laundry, and cleans the house. She's so great, in fact, that Megumi thinks she'd make a great stepmom, and sure enough, her father and Minami tie the knot. After this, however, Megumi's father seems pretty down and talks about how the house seems to be changing somehow. Megumi goes looking for Minami and hears some strange noises coming from an upstairs bedroom. She peeks through the door to see something quite disturbing. Minami, fully nude and getting frisky with the house. She's essentially making love to the walls and floor. Definitely one of the most what the fuck things I've seen since starting these videos. Megumi lays in bed upset about the fact that her new stepmom is actually a freak when she hears a weird voice from somewhere in the house. As she walks through the house, she finds a strange stench in the air that she says smells like bad breath. She finds her father angrily scrubbing the floors, asking who would vandalize this beautiful property with graffiti. Only this isn't graffiti. The house has come alive and is covered in eyeballs. It begins to rapidly transform into a mini-eyed monster, and the two start looking around for Minami. Well, they find her. This creepy wooden bitch is clinging to the top of the house. Her face and body are transformed, and she's just laughing. Megumi passes out and has a dream of her mother and some beautiful memories growing up in the house. Her and her father manage to escape, and her father says that Minami lusted after the building, and in the end, the building lusted after her. The house has completely deformed and morphed into a strange hair-like material, and the final panel simply has Article 29 of the Law for Protection of Cultural Property, stating that when a cultural property has lost its value, it can lose its title. That's a pretty interesting way to end one of these. Next, we have Tomio, or the Red Turtleneck. So this story follows Tomio, the futon guy from the first story, but this must be some kind of separate timeline or something. You'll see what I mean in a minute. The story begins with Tomio standing in the street with his hands on his head and a look of absolute horror. He makes his way to his ex-girlfriend Madoka's apartment. She answers the door and Tomio apologizes to her and asks for help. Well, Madoka's not having it and she tells him to go back to that woman already. At this point, Tomio has tears streaming down his face and just starts screaming, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." The story jumps back now 3 days earlier. Madoka is kicking Tomio out of her apartment because she's tired of his cheating. Once again, she tells him to go back to that woman. Tomio, possibly the biggest asshole on the planet, says, "Fine, she's way hotter and more glamorous than you anyway." There's another time jump as Madoka recalls meeting this mysterious woman. Apparently, the couple went to see a fortune teller for fun, and Tomio instantly fell in love with her. They began a secret love affair, but this fortune teller chick is kind of weird. She talks about how much she loves Tomio's head, then even creepier, she says, "I want your severed head for my beautiful collection." Tomio assumes she's joking and laughs it off, but the woman pulls out one of her long hairs and wraps it around his neck, attempting to use it to cut his head off. He stops her, but the hair left a line on his neck. She gives him a turtleneck to cover it up and then says she wants to show him something. I don't get why Tomio didn't just bail as soon as she tried to strangle him with her hair, but whatever. She leads him to a dark hallway in her house, and as he gets a closer look, it becomes clear that the hall is filled with dozens of hanging severed heads, and the woman's eyes are now demonic. Tomio runs like hell from the woman, and after he gets out of the house, she yells after him, "You can't run," and laughs. Tomio stops in his tracks as he realizes he's being choked by the turtleneck. I guess the witch woman left a strand of hair in it. She says that her hair is stronger than steel, and it begins to slice through his neck, covering the turtleneck in blood. There's a large snapping sound as the witch declares his head is completely severed now, and that he must hold on to it with his hands, because if it falls, it's over for him. This brings us back to the present, where Tomio's situation is much scarier now that we know the backstory. Madoka doesn't believe him at first, but pulls down the sweater and sees his severed neck. She calls an ambulance while Tomio desperately struggles to hold his head on. At one point, he loses his balance and falls, pulling his head off, but he immediately puts it back on his neck and seems to still be fine. This is some messed up magic, man. Finally, someone comes to the door, only it's not the paramedics, but the witch woman. She approaches Tomio laughing and pulls out a death tarot card and starts sliding it into his neck. Madoka tries to attack her, but the woman says if she gets any closer, she'll knock Tomio's head off. This next part really made me squirm, I gotta admit. The woman pulls out a cockroach and lets it crawl into Tomio's neck. Man, that's gnarly. She laughs maniacally as the roach crawls around inside of his neck. Madoka takes the opportunity to stab her with a pair of scissors, which actually takes her down. Tomio mentions that he swallowed the cockroach and hopes that by killing the witch, the curse will be lifted. Just then, her corpse begins to dissolve, and 3 demon children rise out of it, shouting "Daddy" as they run towards Tomio. They pounce on him and rip his head off, but apparently this last part with the children was only a hallucination, as the two wake up to find Tomio's head reattached. However, the witch was not a hallucination, as her melted body still sits on the floor, and Tomio has the scar across his neck. The final panel shows Tomio still holding his hands to his head. Even though it's been reattached, the memory of the terror keeps him constantly holding on to it. And that is Tomio. Fun fact, Tomio was made into a feature film in 2011 and was actually directed by Junji Ito himself. Gentle Goodbye. This story follows Riko. Since she was a child, she has always had terrible nightmares about her father. Most of the time this involves her father dying, but sometimes she dreams that her father has become a toy. In this dream, she keeps her toy father in a drawer and forgets about him, only to find that he's gone off somewhere without her realizing. In the present, Riko has married into the wealthy Tokura family. Her husband, Makoto, went against his parents' wishes to marry Riko, and they give Riko the cold shoulder, except for Makoto's little sister Tomika, who's a kind little girl. Makoto introduces Riko to his great-grandparents, who were too old to attend the wedding, and there's something off about them. Riko keeps having nightmares about her father, and one night as she walks through the house, she sees a figure standing in the corner of her room. On a closer look, it seems to be the ghost of a very old woman. Riko freaks out and runs to the great-grandparents' room to tell them what she saw, but notices that they too appear to be ghosts. The next day, Makoto explains that it wasn't a ghost Riko saw, but just his great-great-grandmother. He says that she's 125 years old, and that along with his great-grandparents, she's what he calls an after-image. Apparently, the Tokuro family has an unusual tradition. When someone in the family passes away, the family uses concentrated prayer to summon them back to life. These are not spirits, but something they call an after-image that emulates the person who's died. These after-images last for 20 years, but slowly fade over time. This is why Makoto's grandparents have become translucent. It's an elaborate way for the family to let go of their loved ones over time and have the comfort of seeing them around the house after death. After learning this, Riko asks if the family could possibly help produce an after-image of her father if and when he passes away, helping her cope with her fears of watching him die. The family dismisses her request and act cold as usual. Later, Tomika approaches a crying Riko and comforts her. However, Riko notices when looking closely at Tomika that she too is translucent. Makoto explains that yes, even his sister is an after-image and that she died 10 years ago. We then see a heartbreaking sequence where Tomika is with her mother telling her she wants to stay here forever. Her mother begs her to never disappear as her tears pass right through Tomika's head. 8 years have passed and Riko is still ignored by her in-laws. One morning she chases after Makoto, who forgot his lunch, and notices him walking with a girl. That night she confronts him on the matter and he tells her not only is he seeing the girl, but he plans on marrying her. Riko becomes confused and belligerent. I mean, how could he marry this woman when he's already married to Riko? Makoto straight up slaps her and then hits her even harder with a big reveal. He says that 10 years ago, right before they were married, Riko was hit by a car and killed. He begged his father to create an after-image of Riko, and because the situation was so sad, the family went ahead and did it. Riko is stunned, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that she is an after-image herself and will disappear in 10 years. The next day, she leaves the Tokura house. She says goodbye to Tomika, who has now almost completely vanished, and heads back to her father. She wonders who will go first, her or her father, and decides that despite all of her fears, she'll probably disappear first. In the final panel, Riko appears slightly translucent as she smiles and says, "Daddy, I'm home." And that is Gentle Goodbye. Next, we have Dissection-chan. This story begins in the dissection room of a medical school. The students are about to begin learning the structure of the human body by dissecting cadavers. The class starts with a prayer for the noble people who donated their bodies to science and then unzip the body bags. One group finds that their cadaver is actually quite young and has color in her skin. One of the students, Tatsuro, thinks he might have actually seen her eye open. He touches her cheek and finds that her skin is still warm. Freaking out, he calls over the professor, who confirms that this woman is alive as he pokes her cheeks and she can't help but smile. She sits up saying, "How did you figure it out?" and then begs them to dissect her along with the other cadavers. This girl's a freak, man. She runs away fully nude when the professor says he's gonna call the cops. Everyone's freaked out, especially Tatsuro, because he actually recognizes the woman. He believes it's Ruriko, a girl he met when he was a kid. As children, Ruriko asks if Tatsuro wants to play doctor, since that's what he wants to be when he grows up. She says her stomach hurts and wants him to check it. Tatsuro has a real stethoscope he got from his dad, and Ruriko asks if he could get a scalpel as well. She convinces him to steal one from his dad's clinic, and later they meet in the woods. Ruriko brings a frog for the two of them to dissect. She asks Tatsuro to hold the frog steady while she cuts it open. I mean, look at the face this girl makes while she does it. What a creep. Well, the shock of seeing the frog's innards scars Tatsuro, and the frog gets away. Pretty sad considering its guts are hanging out. After this, Ruriko gets Tatsuro to continue dissecting animals with her, with him holding them down while she does the dirty act. Some kids start making fun of the two once they find out what they're doing, calling Ruriko Dissection-chan and Tatsuro Dissection-kun. Ruriko approaches Tatsuro saying she wants to dissect something bigger like a dog or cat, and Tatsuro finally says he's done with this stuff and won't do it. She then says she'll dissect him instead, and he runs away. At the same time, Ruriko holds her stomach and says she's in serious pain. Back in the present, Tatsuro is walking home when Ruriko comes out from behind a tree and asks if he will dissect her. He books it back to his apartment, only to find that Ruriko is lying naked in his bed. She says she wants to apologize for when she was young, but that Tatsuro is terrible too, as he left her when her stomach really hurt. She explains that the rest of her childhood she suffered from severe stomachache, and that eventually she got tired of dissecting things and instead wants to be the one dissected. She revels in the idea of being dissected by her first love and says she doesn't care if she might die in the process. As she speaks, her stomach begins moving in a really unnatural way. In fact, it's swelling up and looks like something's moving inside. Pretty disturbing. Tatsuro runs away and later sees a news report about a woman who was dissected in a man's apartment. It seems Ruriko finally convinced someone to do it. The report said that the woman was rushed to the emergency room and escaped the hospital after she was treated. He wonders if she is finally satisfied having her stomach cut open, and after this, 20 years pass, with him never hearing from Ruriko again. Now Tatsuro is the one training the med students, and today they're practicing on cadavers. They open the body bags and find that one body is covered in scars. Of course, this is Ruriko. She really is dead this time, and she'll finally be truly dissected without interference. As the students cut into her, they find that her internal organs seem to be made up of all kinds of disgusting things, almost like she was slowly being filled by the animals she dissected over the years. They scream in terror at the monstrosity, and in the final panel, we see Ruriko's corpse with a smile on her face. Next, we move into Blackbird. A man named Kume is birdwatching out in the forest when he suddenly finds a man collapsed on the ground and begging for help. Kume calls the police, and luckily the man gets to a hospital safely, although his legs are broken. The man's name is Shiro, and he had apparently been laying with his legs broken for a month. An officer asks what he did for food those 30 days, and Shiro claims he just rationed out the food he had in his backpack. Shiro asks Kume if he would please stay in the hospital with him overnight, obviously terrified of something. Kume obliges, and the two start to become friends. That night, Kume wakes up to a strange noise and looks over to see the silhouette of a woman with a strange face and large lips crouched over Shiro's body. She seems to be kissing him and smiles creepily before leaving the room. Shiro then spits out a chunk of chewed up meat. I guess this woman wasn't kissing Shiro, but spitting meat into his mouth. Shiro's freaking out, saying he doesn't need the meat anymore, yet she still came. At this point, Kume demands to know what the hell's going on, and Shiro begins his tale. About a week after he fell in the woods, on the brink of starvation and in terrible pain, Shiro was approached by the woman. She seems to be chewing something and spits it into Shiro's mouth. Shiro says the meat she pushed into his mouth tasted wonderful since he was starving. The woman simply laughed and left him, but she returned again. The second time, she spat blood into his mouth. After that, she returned daily, bringing him more meat and blood. Shiro is terrified at the fact that even now that he's been saved, the woman might continue to come, and he says the meat tastes disgusting now that he isn't starving. In fact, he says he really feels like he shouldn't be eating the meat, like something's off about it. Kume decides to stay with Shiro a bit longer, and the next night, the woman appears again, this time spitting an eyeball into Shiro's mouth. My god. She once again laughs and leaves the room, but this time Kume chases her outside, where she transforms into a giant black bird and flies away. After this, the woman didn't appear again. Shiro believes this bird woman thinks that he's her chick and she was feeding him like her baby. He says that when he was a baby, he was abandoned by his parents and left in a park. No one found him for a week or so, and it's a miracle he even survived. He thinks maybe the monster was feeding him then too. Some detectives come by and question the two men after the incident with the eyeball. They say that the eye and the meat belong to the same person, but they don't know who yet. The two are suspects in the murder, but the police have nothing to go on and let them go. Shiro decides to leave the city to escape the bad memories, and the new friends say goodbye. As Shiro leaves the station, Kume spots a large black bird following the train. A few years later, Shiro's corpse was found on the summit of Mount Fuji. They say that when the body was found, a huge black bird was pecking at the corpse, and we see an image of the bird plucking out one of his eyeballs. After investigating the body and doing a DNA test, it turns out that the meat that the bird tried to feed Shiro in the hospital actually matched his own DNA. Along with the body, Shiro's diary was found, where we get the last few entries before he died. The woman showed back up one day, and instead of feeding him, she took a bite out of his arm. He tried to run away, but the bird woman captured him and brought him to Mount Fuji. Every day, the woman would take another piece of Shiro's flesh. It appears that the meat Shiro was being fed in the woods was in fact his own flesh from the future. Whatever this creature is, it has the ability to time travel. The story ends as Kume is birdwatching in the woods when suddenly he sees the bird lady on a nearby tree branch. Startled, he loses his balance and tumbles off a cliff, breaking his leg. The woman descends upon him and begins feeding him a meat that Kume describes as having a very unpleasant taste, implying that he too is now cursed to eat his own future flesh. I gotta say, this might have been one of my favorite stories so far. It's a really cool concept. Megami Nanakuse. This story begins with a fangirl, Kaoru, talking about her favorite novelist, Megami Nanakuse. She's completely obsessed with the author's work. She explains that Megami's novels always feature characters with strange quirks and tics, and Kaoru can't help but act like these characters for a while after reading each book. Kaoru wants to be a writer as well, but hasn't had much luck. She reaches out to Megami in a fan letter, and to her surprise, Megami invites her to come hang out with her. She travels up into an isolated mountain village and is greeted by a creepy old woman who seems to be Megami's assistant or something. The old woman says it's too bad Kaoru came into this kusechi, which she describes as a place where disaster falls after entering it. It's an interesting term that I haven't really heard before. Kaoru asks the old woman if she's Megami's mother, and she seems a little offended, asking if she really looks that old. She says that she's actually a live-in student of Megami. They get to the house, and Kaoru finally meets Megami face to face, who turns out to be a man. Kaoru immediately goes into how excited she is to meet Megami, who straight up starts picking his nose in front of her. This next sequence is one of the most insane couple of pages I've seen since starting this series. Megami hits Kaoru with a barrage of insults, saying that she would never want to see Kaoru's writings and that she has no talent. She calls Kaoru a tick faker and flicks a booger onto Kaoru's face. Kaoru immediately pisses her pants and falls to the floor crying. I mean, what the actual f am I reading here? Megami then invites Kaoru to his bar for a drink. He says he's collected only the quirkiest drinks over the years. He pours a couple of glasses of absinthe and Kaoru downs it immediately. Megami's like, don't get cocky, you're just a tick faker, but Kaoru continues to take the shots to the dome. She quotes a line from one of Megami's books where the main character says there are two types of people in this world, those with ticks and those without, and then demands that Megami say she has a tick. She rips off his wig and he confesses she has a bad drunk tick. Okay. Man, this is a weird one. Kaoru finally passes out, and Megami tells the old lady to take her to the dungeon. Later, Megami attends a town party where all of the guests begin to copy all of his quirks, like cracking his knuckles, shaking his head from left to right, and sticking his tongue out all crazy. Meanwhile, Kaoru wakes up in the dungeon, which is filled with people exhibiting strange tics. Megami enters, saying that everyone locked up in here has developed strange tics from the confinement, but none have lived up to his expectations. He thinks Kaoru has shown promise, though, and hopefully will develop a really bizarre tic, and when she does, Megami plans on using her as inspiration for his next big novel. Kaoru then remains in captivity, desperately trying to stay still and not develop any tics, but in doing so, she begins to feel her face stiffening up. Megami decides he needs to check in on her after she's been frozen in the same position for 3 days straight. He enters her cell and turns her around to see that her face has turned into a truly horrific sight. Her skin is disfigured and stretched out in all directions, and her body is completely stiff. Megami is psyched and declares this to be the ultimate tic. The story ends with Kaoru saying that she was donated to the town association hall. We can see her displayed in the background of the hall while everyone else is acting out bizarre tics once again. What can I say? This was a really weird one. Okay, let's wrap up Fragments of Horror with Whispering Woman. This story follows Mayumi, a teenage girl who has a unique and unfortunate condition. She can't make any decisions for herself. She constantly asks herself hundreds of questions on what to do and can't even make the decision to move. Her father is a wealthy man and hires people to help his daughter make decisions in order to live a normal life. Unfortunately, the helpers never last more than a week, as Mayumi is extremely difficult to deal with, asking what she should do in the most specific ways. One day, a woman named Mitsu shows up for the position and manages to do a pretty good job with Mayumi. In fact, she's the best helper Mayumi's father has ever hired and does an exceptional job, lasting much longer than any other person. This is due to Mitsu's detailed and precise instructions that she whispers into Mayumi's ear consistently, leaving the girl no room for doubt. Mitsu does this 16 hours straight with no breaks, and the result is that Mayumi functions like a normal person. There is something strange about this woman though, like the fact that she often shows up with bruises all over her body. In fact, as the days go on, Mitsu is looking a little worse for the wear, like she hasn't been eating either. The father hires an investigator to figure out more about Mitsu and learns that she is in an abusive relationship with a man named Aga. He takes all of her money and regularly beats her. It seems Mitsu is living vicariously through Mayumi, giving her wise and accurate instructions, something she can't do for herself in her own life. Mayumi's father decides selfishly not to do anything about Mitsu's situation, as he's afraid if she wasn't with this horrible man, she wouldn't be as good of a helper for his daughter. 2 weeks later, Mitsu died. The autopsy found that she was brutally beaten to death, and her boyfriend Aga is now on the most wanted list. Mayumi's father is terrified of what this will mean for his daughter, but he finds that she seems to be functioning just fine. Mayumi says that Mitsu is still with her, whispering in her ear. Her father speculates whether this is a ghost or simply a delusion, but is happy either way that his daughter is doing well. However, one day he finds Mayumi with a knife stabbing the dirt as if she's practicing. And a few days later, she arrives home covered in blood, saying that she killed Aga just like Mitsu asked her to. And that concludes this story and the Fragments of Horror collection. So let's move into REMINA. Sometimes called Hellstar REMINA, this is one of my favorite Junji Ito mangas. Usually his works are concerning a single person experiencing the abnormal, or maybe sometimes a whole village, but REMINA is an apocalyptic cosmic horror that throws the entire earth into turmoil. But enough preamble, let's just get into it. REMINA starts off with a girl tied to a crucifix. The sky is filled with some nightmare entity looking down with evil eyes, and an angry mob screaming, "Kill REMINA." As the devilish eyes in the sky gaze upon a dark earth, we're told it's July sometime in the future 21st century, the day of humanity's annihilation. Damn, that's one hell of a way to start this thing off. We then flash back 1 year into the past. We learn that a scientist named Oguro discovered a wormhole 30 years ago, and that today an unknown planet has traveled through it and into our universe. He explains to the press that he is currently tracking the planet's movements and that this is a groundbreaking discovery for astrophysics. One interviewer asks if he has named the discovered planet yet, and Professor Oguro replies that he has. In fact, he's named the planet REMINA after his own beautiful daughter who's just had her 16th birthday. This is fitting as the planet is 16 light years from Earth, meaning that it also came into the universe 16 years ago. Back at Ogoro's observatory, his colleagues find many strange things about the planet. For instance, wherever it moves, the stars around it seem to disappear. In the meantime, Ogoro's daughter, REMINA, has become quite a celebrity. She's a bit resentful of her name and the sudden thrust into stardom, but a talent agent, Yasumi Mitsumura, convinces her to embrace her celebrity status. After she signs with the agency, she becomes bigger than ever, quickly becoming the most famous person in the world. She has an official fan club and does a commercial for a construction company. She goes to a dinner to meet the head of the construction company, Mr. Mineshi, and his family, including his son, Kunihiro. Kunihiro shows REMINA around the family's vast mansion. This family is clearly loaded. They even have a huge bomb shelter hidden underneath the house. Kunihiro mentions that it can hold 4 people, including REMINA. Kind of a weird comment. He also mentions that he has an older brother who wanted to be an astronaut, but his father was against it, and so he moved out 10 years ago, never to be heard from again. I know this all seems like random information, but it ends up being very important later on. Back at the observatory, Professor Ogoro's assistant is freaking out. Yesterday, he noticed that the planet REMINA stopped moving and began heading straight towards our solar system. He also explains that since the monitors are showing REMINA 16 light years away, they're seeing the planet 16 years ago, which is when it started moving, and as it's moving at the speed of light, it's now within the solar system. Long story short, it's fast approaching Earth and should arrive any time now. The assistant says he's seen REMINA's eye and starts laughing hysterically like a madman. The media somehow finds out what's going on, and there begins a small panic with people worrying what will happen when REMINA arrives. I should mention at this point that this story does seem to take place quite a bit in the future, as there are flying cars zooming around the city. For the most part, it feels pretty modern, but there's a couple of futuristic elements like that. REMINA's agent throws her a birthday party, and she meets the president of her official fan club, Noya Goda. He's a little creepy, as he straight up says he'll love her forever. Kunihiro is also there, and him and Goda get into a bit of a spat. Then suddenly REMINA is hit in the head with an egg, although they can't find the culprit. As she cleans up in her room, an emergency broadcast starts playing, saying that REMINA is making its way towards Earth, and that Pluto and Neptune have disappeared, followed by Saturn. At this point, all hell breaks loose, as everyone begins freaking out, and the government sends drones to tell people to return to their homes. In the crowd, one man starts talking about how weird it is that REMINA suddenly decided to head toward Earth. He mentions that it was Professor Oguro who first discovered the planet, then named his daughter after it, and she quickly became a huge star. He thinks a conspiracy is afoot and convinces the crowd that perhaps the Oguros are responsible for all of this, and that they're the ones summoning the planet here. Meanwhile, the news shows footage of the planet REMINA by Mars. We see a massive tongue protrude from the planet and engulf Mars. Hundreds of citizens have now formed a mob to try and hunt down and kill REMINA and her father. Goda, Kunihiro, Mitsumura, and REMINA all escape from the mob in a flying car. As they fly over the city, they see the mass mob of thousands of people as they erect 2 crucifixes, and in the sky, planet REMINA comes into view. Moving into chapter 2, a team of astronauts are sent out to investigate the planet, which is now stopping just outside of Earth. As they move in close, they are shocked to find that the planet has a massive eye that turns its gaze towards their ship. Back on Earth, REMINA and the crew are trying to decide what to do as they hide in Mitsumura's apartment. apartment. On TV, the news reporter is knocked out by some mysterious men in masks who have commandeered the station. They tell the viewers that there is only one way to stop the Earth from being destroyed, and that it is to eliminate the Oguros. REMINA begins to cry, feeling bad that everyone is in danger because of her, but the boys say that they'll not leave her side and that they're in this together. Mitsumura says he'll protect her at all costs, and as the two share a moment, the other guys are clearly jealous, and Goda goes full simp on her. At this point, a mob's formed outside. I guess they tracked down the place knowing it was REMINA's manager, and they're pounding on the door. The vice president of the fan club panics and starts trying to surrender on the balcony, only to be shot down. Everyone bolts, but they don't have many options as the car is surrounded by people outside. They decide to escape through the garbage chute Star Wars style, and Mitsumura is kind of a badass, fighting 3 weapon-wielding dudes at once and taking them down before jumping down the chute. Back at the lab, Professor Oguro is talking to world leaders trying to come up with a plan on how to stop the planet REMINA. Why does this guy look like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers? Anyway, even the leaders start to question whether Oguro summoned the planet here. The meeting is interrupted when they get a transmission from the team of astronauts. They send a video of REMINA's surface and it looks like a nightmarish hellscape. We then see found footage from Captain Daisuke Kaneshi and one other survivor traveling on foot across the planet. They encounter what appear to be life forms on the planet waving at them before the footage cuts out. We also see that a crowd has formed outside of the observatory ready to kill the professor. Meanwhile, REMINA and the gang are traveling through the sewers and manage to climb out of a manhole somewhere in the city. They look up to see the Hellstar has gotten even closer to Earth, and their escape attempt has failed as a mob surrounds them. The crowd moves in for the kill, and Kunihiro, a complete coward, tries to play it off like he's not with REMINA before running away. Freaking rat. The crowd forces REMINA to the ground and attempts to stab her, but Mitsumura boldly shields her, taking the knife in his own back. With tears streaming down her face, REMINA confesses her love for Mitsumura, and as he bleeds out, he says he loves her too with his last breath. The man with the knife goes in again for the kill, but is stopped by the masked men from the TV. They say that killing REMINA is a sacred act and must be done properly. Goto promises REMINA he'll get them out of this and that he loves her more than anyone, although he's clearly salty that REMINA said she loved Mitsumura. They're taken to the crucifixes that were erected earlier, and REMINA sees that her father is already tied to one. On the final page of chapter 2, Professor Oguro is viciously stabbed to death on the cross. REMINA is then hoisted onto the second cross, but before the girl can be killed, the planet REMINA's giant eye appears from behind the clouds, and it almost seems like it's looking right at them. There's some really cool images here of the planet as its huge mouth appears and a giant tongue comes out. To everyone's shock, the Hellstar devours the moon. Then its massive tongue comes straight for Earth. However, missiles have been fired. They hit the planet's tongue and explode, causing debris to rain down from the sky, destroying much of the area. One explosion hits right by the mob, making a big distraction and giving Goda just enough time to save REMINA from the crucifix. He carries her through the ruined city and gloats about how he saved her. She comes back to consciousness in despair, realizing her father and love are both dead. Goda starts simping again as they walk through the rain, saying stuff like, "You're a beautiful flower, just looking at you is enough. Yes, I must never do more than look." Okay, creepazoid. They run into Kunihiro and he tries to pretend like he just got lost and didn't intentionally run away. Goda knocks him to the ground and starts beating the snot out of him. REMINA tells Goda to stop and says he's the worst for getting violent. Goda clearly takes this to heart and just walks away mumbling to himself. Kunihiro then drags a distraught REMINA with him back to his house. His parents are pissed at him and can't believe he brought REMINA here, considering they've been harassed by the mob just for the association. They say they have a secret government rocket that they're going to use to escape the planet. They took the astronauts' message as a sign that the planet REMINA has an atmosphere and is habitable, so they plan to land there. Kunihiro begs his parents to bring REMINA along as well, but they tell him no, so he grabs REMINA and locks her in the secret bunker with him, and then starts making moves and tries to force himself on her. Luckily, the girl still has some fight left in her and gives him a good slap. The parents come in and ask what's going on, and Kunihiro, that absolute bastard, tells them that REMINA tried to seduce him. His mom then starts slapping the hell out of her, and they lead her to the mansion gate to throw her out. When they open the gates, the mob is waiting for her, led by a man in a mask, and Kunihiro just shoves her outside the gate and locks it. The masked man calls her a witch and hits her with a whip, cutting her necklace off. She runs away, and it seems like the crowd give her a head start, like they've turned this into some kind of sport. So now the whole city is chasing REMINA, and she doesn't have anyone to protect her. As the crowd gains on her, an earthquake hits, giving her a small chance to escape. She runs down an alley and finds a ramshackle hut to hide in, but as she enters, a hand reaches out and grabs her. It's a homeless man, and I guess this is his house. She begs the man to let her hide here, but before they continue the conversation, the masked man finds her. The homeless guy's like, "What are you assholes couple's doing? I don't have anything to do with this. But the masked man accuses him of having sex with her, saying he needs to be executed. He actually fights back a bit, but ultimately the man and REMINA are tortured and strung up by their arms from a tree. The man in the mask is just brutally beating REMINA at this point, and it's really pretty messed up the horrors this girl has gone through, all because she shares the same name as the planet. The homeless man starts calling the mob maniacs and fools. One guy dismisses him, calling him a homeless tramp, and he has such a great reply, telling them that they'll all be homeless soon enough. After this, the mob just lays in on them both, beating them nearly to death. They see the shadow of the planet's tongue in the sky and decide they must kill REMINA soon. They drag her back to the area her father died, and we see his roasted body still on the crucifix. These sick bastards tie REMINA up on top of her father's dead body. Damn. They tie the homeless man up on the other side and start a fire at the bottom, hoping to burn them alive. At the same time, the giant tongue breaks through the clouds and crashes into the ground nearby. The eye of REMINA watches as it takes a long lick across the earth. In the chaos, the masked man climbs up on the crucifix and starts licking REMINA, mirroring the planet licking the earth. It's so weird. A tsunami then comes crashing through the city, knocking the masked man off the cross and submerging REMINA and the homeless man into deep water. Meanwhile, Kunihiro and his family are launching into space on the secret ship, along with some other rich and important people. Remember way back when I mentioned that Kunihiro's oldest brother wanted to be an astronaut and his parents kicked him out? Well, his name was Daisuke, and Mr. Mineshi believes that the astronaut who landed on REMINA, Daisuke Kaneshi, is actually his son who just changed his last name slightly. It seems now that being an astronaut wasn't the worst career choice, was it? REMINA and the homeless man are barely surviving as the crucifix got stuck on the side of a building that is only partially submerged by the waves. Suddenly the sky turns dark and it looks like the stars are moving rapidly in the sky. The planet REMINA shows its ugly multi-eyed face once again, and it seems the licking of Earth has caused it to spin. The two manage to escape from the cross, but at the same time, the masked man has kidnapped REMINA, jumping away hundreds of feet in the air. I guess the gravity is all out of whack, and the masked man uses this as an opportunity to spin REMINA around and slam her into the side of the building he's on. The homeless man jumps through the air, using the various floating objects to propel himself toward them. I like how he acknowledges that this is for sure the end of days, but he says he wants to beat the shit out of the masked guy first, at least. He does get some good hits on the guy and manages to save REMINA as well. They make their escape, leaping from building to building, and the masked man starts yelling to anyone nearby, telling them REMINA is over here. Next thing you know, there are dozens of people all flying through the air trying to kill REMINA. This manga is so crazy, but I mean, come on, this is awesome. The wind keeps getting stronger, and some of the pursuers are crashing into buildings and stuff. Eventually, they run into the track that REMINA's tongue left and get sucked into it. This thing is just a massive valley that goes on for thousands of miles. The chase now continues, and at this point everyone is basically just flying. Meanwhile, the Mineshi family lands on REMINA's surface and finds that it is no paradise. It appears the crew and many of the passengers are dead and injured in the crash landing. Plus, they're unsure whether the air is actually breathable. Mr. Mineshi says they should take the helmet off one of the injured to see what happens. Man, this guy is a real piece of garbage. Well, they go ahead and do just that. Sure enough, the guy's head basically melts. Kind of reminds me of that scene from Total Recall. The family then freaks out, declaring that REMINA is truly a demon planet and basically hell. Back on Earth, REMINA regains consciousness and is shocked to find that they are flying fast around the Earth. The homeless man speculates that they are somewhere over Africa at this point. REMINA is asking what all of us readers are thinking. How is this happening? And the man replies, it's just happening. We've got bigger fish to fry. REMINA looks back to see that there are now thousands of people chasing after them. You know, that's a good way to read this manga. Don't question it too much. It's just happening. Anyway, that concludes chapter 5, and now on to the final chapter, which starts with people from all over the world out for the blood of REMINA. The man asks REMINA how it feels to have the whole Earth after her. Feeling bad that she dragged the man into all of this, REMINA tells him to just let her go. He says the end result will be the same whether they catch him or keep running, and keeps hold of her. At this point, some of their pursuers are catching up. One guy attacks them with a pitchfork and another fires a gun at them, but the recoil causes him to get blown way back. Then a freaking flying car tries to run them over, but the wind is so strong it's thrown into the ocean. They end up back over what they believe to be Japan, with several of the region's volcanoes all going off, and the air is getting harder to breathe. At this point, the masked man finally catches them, and one of the biggest dog piles in history ensues. A massive ball of humans goes crashing to the earth. Back on the planet REMINA, it seems that the body that melted has fused with the surface and has now begun to resemble the planet itself. A giant tongue comes out and starts crushing the survivors. The Mineshi family runs, and the father straight up ditches his wife and son because they're too slow. He doesn't get too far far though before he runs into his presumed son, Daisuke. However, another tongue bursts through the helmet as the surface comes alive and attacks the family. At the same time, we watch the planet's tongue reach for Earth once more. Somehow, the massive pile of bodies cushion the fall enough for REMINA and the homeless man to survive. I guess they got really lucky. Anyway, they crawl out of a pool of blood and corpses and look up to see the Hellstar's tongue surrounding the planet. Another massive earthquake sends them flying, and it appears the man is crushed by a building. But next thing you know, he just casually picks up the building and throws it. I guess the gravity is still low. As they run, they end up finding a group of survivors in the wreckage, 2 adults and 2 kids. The homeless man says he has an idea and starts leading them all somewhere. As they approach a familiar building, REMINA recognizes it as the Mineshi family's mansion. Somehow the man knows about the bunker there, and as Planet REMINA begins inhaling the Earth, the crew start filing into the mansion. At the last minute, REMINA is grabbed by the masked man once more. He starts whipping REMINA again, but in the process, he knocks his own mask off, revealing him to be Goda. That's right, REMINA's #1 fan turned against her, all out of jealousy over Mitsumura, her true love. He tries to tell her he loves her once again, but is sucked up into the sky. As they make way for the bunker, we watch as the Earth is consumed by the demonic planet. Having devoured this entire solar system, REMINA leaves to continue its galactic buffet. REMINA wakes up to find herself safe in the bunker with the other survivors, now floating through space. The man explains that the bunker is meant to last for a year, giving them that at least. REMINA puts 2 and 2 together and asks if the homeless man was actually Daisuke Mineshi, and he reveals this to be true. He did leave his family 10 years ago, but never became an astronaut. In fact, he fell on hard times. So the astronaut Daisuke Kaneshi really was just some other guy with a similar name. The survivors are thankful for being saved, and the kids have fun playing in the zero gravity, but Daisuke explains that the tough times are only beginning, as they're now trapped in the endless void, and the shelter is only good for a year. He laughs, saying maybe there'll be another miracle in a year, and joins in with the kids. In the final panel, REMINA looks out into empty space, lamenting the loss of her father and Mitsumura. And that, my friends, is Hellstar REMINA. Alright, so let's get into another short story collection, Venus in the Blindspot. Starting with Billions Alone. This one gets into the horror almost immediately. A man's walking his dog by a river when the dog seems to be smelling something nearby. It pulls him to the edge of the river, and when he moves in to investigate, he sees a horrific sight. The corpse of a man and woman stitched together into a forced embrace. We even get a close-up shot, and man, this is pretty gnarly. Their eyelids are all stretched out and stitched together and stuff. Pretty creepy. Michio, a young shut-in, watches a news story about the dead couple before his mom starts nagging him. She mentions that he's been locked up in his room for 7 years, and that he's also received notice for his coming of age ceremony and class reunion. Just a side note, coming of age day is a public holiday in Japan celebrating young people who've reached the age of maturity. As Michio looks over the notice, he remembers his childhood crush, Natsuko, saying that she was the only one who would ever talk to him in junior high. Suddenly, his radio begins making weird noises, and then a voice comes through saying, "Come together, everyone, come together, we're all friends. Being by yourself is boring. Reach out from your hearts. Billions alone, billions alone." Michio disagrees, saying being alone is the only way. The next day, who arrives at his door but Natsuko, all grown up and beautiful. Michio reluctantly makes his way down to talk to her. She says that everyone's been worried since he stopped coming to school all those years ago. She's helping organize the class reunion and would love for him to come. In fact, she says that her and the rest of the organizers are meeting up around the corner and brings Michio with her. The other 2 planners, Noriyuki and Kisuke, are glad to see Michio after all these years. They invite him to the reunion as well, and Michio learns that Noriyuki and Natsuko are getting married next year. Michio is clearly disappointed at the news, but tells them congratulations and leaves. Kisuke chases him down and asks if he wants to join in on a group date that night since they're short a guy, but Michio turns him down and walks away. On his way home, he notices a crowd is formed by the nearby waterway. He looks closer to see even more corpses stitched together, this time a total of 6, all stripped down and connected in a really disturbing manner. At the same time, a prop plane flies over the area, dropping hundreds of flyers from the Billions Alone Club, reading, "Come together, everyone. Being yourself is boring. We're all friends. Let's all hold hands. Reach out from the heart." Michio begins researching the incidents through online chat rooms when he gets a call from Natsuko. She says that Kisuke, along with everyone on the group date, went missing. A few days later, their corpses are found in the mountains, stitched together and strung up by the trees. On the news, we learn that this has begun happening all around the country and seems to only happen to groups, especially during big meetups. After hearing this, Michio calls up Natsuko and tells her she needs to cancel the reunion since the Billions Alone Club is targeting groups. She says she just really wants to do it anyway and hopes he comes. Alone once again on Christmas Eve, Michio listens to Christmas music on the radio when the station is hijacked by the club again, and the same repeated phrases begin to play. The next day, on Christmas morning, dozens of corpses are found sewn together in strange patterns and strung about some large Christmas trees in the center of town. This is definitely the most large-scale and messed up crime scene yet. At this point, people are trying to figure out how such a big crime can be committed in public without anyone noticing the killings. It's also noted that there are no signs of resistance from the people killed. Some even believe this to be the work of aliens. Many big events are called off by local governments, but in the case of Michio's reunion, it's still taking place, only with armed guards patrolling the area. Michio does show up, but keeps his distance, watching them from behind a tree to make sure Natsuko's okay and nothing goes wrong. This is suspicious behavior, of course, and he gets questioned by the guards. Luckily, Natsuko shows up and vouches for him, and they make their way into the auditorium for the event. Once they enter, however, they find that everyone has completely vanished. As you might expect, the missing people show up a few days later in a truly grotesque fashion. Hundreds of people sewn together and wrapped around trees, resembling something like a structure. After this, people begin to avoid each other altogether, everyone staying alone in their rooms, afraid that meeting up with anyone would cause them to be abducted next. Michio calls up Natsuko on the phone, and it's clear she's depressed, having lost her friends and fiance. So Michio decides he'll come see her, and she says she'd like that. As he makes his way to Natsuko's place, he says that, to be honest, he wouldn't mind becoming part of a group corpse if it was with her. Yeah, that's a little creepy, dude. Another plane flies over the area, leaving the Billions Alone flyers, but it's followed by military jets. Michio's hyped when he sees this, thinking the military's finally taking action and thinks everything's gonna be okay. He declares that when he finds Natsuko, he's gonna confess his feelings for her. But when he arrives, he hears someone saying, come together, being by yourself is boring. On the final page, we see that it's Natsuko saying these words, and she's sewing together her parents and dog. In the last panel, we see that the military jets are now dropping the flyers as well, and that is Billions Alone. I gotta say, I really like this one. I think the idea of a loneliness apocalypse is pretty great. As much as I love a vague ending, which is common in this Lovecraft style horror, this is one where I wish I had some more answers. Who or what is causing the murders, and was Natsuko in on it the whole time? Is she just possessed, or is she just gone mad and she's copying the murderers? I don't know, what do you guys think on this one? Next up, we have The Human Chair. This is actually an adaptation of a story by Edogawa Rampo. Rampo's a well-known Japanese mystery and horror author. He was heavily inspired by several Western writers, namely Edgar Allan Poe, and his name is actually a Japanese rendering of Edgar Allan Poe. The story starts with a young woman walking by a furniture workshop in a small town. She's traveling on holiday and happen upon the shop. Apparently she's a writer and needs a new comfy chair to sit in while writing. The shop owner takes chairs really seriously, saying that the right chair can change a person's life. He mentions a situation in which this happened and wants to tell her the tale, but first needs to show her something. In the back room, he keeps a large armchair that's connected to this mysterious story. He begins the tale, which is concerning a long-forgotten novelist named Yoshiko Togawa. One day, a curious manuscript was delivered to her door with no name or return address attached. The manuscript was about an ugly furniture maker who hid himself inside of a chair he built so that he could feel the embrace of women who sat in it. You know, a real pervert. It continues to say that the chair was first placed in a hotel before eventually being sold to a government official, and that the chairmaker fell in love with this man's wife. Yoshiko's pretty freaked out at this point, feeling like the manuscript is talking about her, but she receives a second letter saying it was fiction. Apparently, the story went to be published anonymously as The Human Chair and became #1 in a reader survey, even surpassing Yoshiko's work. She sits in her chair sulking over coming up second, but becomes suddenly paranoid about the chair. That night, Yoshiko hears strange footsteps in the house. She wakes her husband up to investigate, and it sounds like the steps are coming from the study where Yoshiko writes. As her husband looks around the room, Yoshiko sees a face pushing out of the chair, but her husband doesn't believe her and even whacks the hell out of it to prove no one's in there. Regardless, Yoshiko avoids the chair after this. One day, she gets another letter that says that she hasn't been sitting in the chair lately and that makes him sad. It goes on to say that her husband is a terrible man for beating him and that he is essential to Yoshiko's writing. He ends the letter by saying, "I eagerly await the day when I can become one with you forever." Yoshiko destroys the letter in terror. Later, her husband is getting pissed that Yoshiko is refusing to use the chair that he got for her. He sits in it to prove that nothing's wrong with it, but a knife pokes through the back of the seat, stabbing and killing him. Yoshiko calls the police, and when they arrive, she demands demands that they rip open the chair to reveal a terrifying sight. The chair is fitted for a human body to fit perfectly inside. Back in the present, the workshop owner concludes the story by saying that Yoshiko never got out of her creative slump and eventually went mad, running away never to be seen again. The woman from Tokyo asks if this is the same chair, and the owner tells her it's not, since that chair was seized by the police. He says it does play a key role in the story, however, and pulls the back off the chair. Inside are two mummified corpses. This is Yoshiko Togawa and the man in the chair. Apparently, she sought him out after going mad, and the two lived as a couple inside the chair for the rest of their days. He goes on to say that the couple actually had children and that he is one of their descendants. He says that he actually recognizes the girl as Yuzuho Hayama and is familiar with her writing. He also notes that she too is in a writing slump and that he will have a chair especially made for her. Of course, the girl freaks out and runs away. Back in Tokyo, Yuzuho is still having trouble writing and is quite depressed when suddenly some movers show up with a chair. She begins to scream, saying she never ordered this chair, and in the final panel we see the chair begin to squirm, much like Yoshiko's. And that's the human chair. This one's pretty cool. I'll definitely be checking out the original Rampo story. Next up, An Unearthly Love. This is actually another Edogawa Rampo adaptation. It seems like Ito's a big fan. The story follows Kyoko, a woman who marries a rich and handsome man named Kodono. Before marrying him, she heard rumors that he was a strange man who hated women, but it seems this is untrue and the two are happy together. Not long after the marriage, however, Kodono seems kind of distracted and lost in his thoughts. Kyoko begins to notice him sneaking off to the storehouse in the early morning. One morning she follows him and finds that he's on the second floor and has locked the door. Kyoko hears voices and it seems clear that he's been sneaking in here to meet another woman. Listening into the conversation, it becomes clear that Kodono loves this woman more than his wife and even says that they've been together since his youth. Kind of weird. Kodono finally leaves alone, and Kyoko climbs up to the second floor of the storehouse to confront the woman. Despite searching all over, she doesn't find anyone else there. She continues to follow her husband and hear his whispered conversations, but never actually sees a woman. One night, she does notice that there's the sound of a lid closing and a lock. So the next day, Kyoko searches the attic once again, opening several chests until she finds a small box with a beautiful doll in it. It can't be that this doll is who Kodono's been talking to, can it? The next day, Kyoko hides in the storeroom until her husband shows up and confirms this disturbing reality. He is in love with the doll, and in a particularly uncomfortable scene, he begins to have sex with it. It's really creepy and bizarre. Kyoko's face here says it all. Kodono sneaks off again the next day to find that his precious doll is destroyed, clearly by the hands of Kyoko. She waits for her husband to return, hoping this would end the whole ordeal, but Kodono never comes back to the house. She finally goes to see what he's doing, only to find a terrible sight. Kodono has stabbed himself and died holding his true love, the doll. Kyoko notes that the doll wore an eerie smile on its face. And that's the end of An Unearthly Love. Next up, Venus in the Blindspot, the short that this collection is actually named after. It follows the beautiful Mariko, a girl obsessed with UFOs, and as the story begins, she believes she's spotted one outside of her house. After it disappears, she notices that some other members of the UFO Society are standing outside of her house and rushes down to tell them what she just witnessed. But as she approaches the group, she seems to disappear, or rather turn invisible. Her disembodied voice scolds one of the members, Iwata, saying he should look at someone when they're talking to him. She says she'll see them at the next meeting and runs back to her house, becoming visible again when she gets far enough away. Iwata laments over how he can't see the person he loves most in the world up close anymore. Then we get a little backstory as to what the hell's going on here. He first met Mariko Shono at a UFO symposium held in the city. Mariko and her father, a successful doctor, launched the UFO Research Society shortly after, and Iwata signed up. The meetings always took place at the Shono house, and all the men in the group quickly became infatuated with Mariko. Slowly, the women in the group left one by one, and eventually it became all males who were in love with Mariko Shono. They relate her beauty to that of the famous UFO story of a man who encountered an alien from Venus who was said to be stunningly beautiful. Once Dr. Shono realized this was happening, he wanted to disband the group, but Mariko convinced him otherwise, saying this is her only reason for living. Around that time is when Mariko began disappearing up close, and it seems that most of the men of the group witnessed the same effect. In the present, Sano, a new member, is attending his first meeting, and it seems like he can actually still see Mariko, unlike the rest of the guys. One of the men then says he wants to discuss alien abduction. He says that he woke up in a bright room and that white shadow people were looking over him. Next thing he remembers, he woke up in the park with a bad headache and no memory of ever traveling there. He then declares that it was after this that Mariko began to disappear from his sight, and that in truth he can't even see her right now. He confesses his love for her and goes on to say that he found a strange scar on his head that he believes is the work of aliens. Everyone starts searching their heads to find that they also have the scars. They all start freaking out, confessing their love for Mariko and trying to find her in the room, like some kind of simp version of Marco Polo. New guy Sano defends Mariko and tells the group they've all lost their minds. At that point, Dr. Shono walks into the room and puts a stop to the whole ordeal, disbanding the society once and for all. Afterward, he invites Sano to have some wine with him, I guess since he was the only person not lusting after his daughter. Although he already seems to be developing feelings for her, as well as saying he plans on being her personal bodyguard. Eventually, Sano is completely wasted and passes out. Dr. Shono makes a late night call, and then we learn the shocking truth. The doctor has taken Sano to a lab to conduct brain surgery on him. He inserts a microcapsule into his head, and I guess Mariko's favorite earrings have a device that emits a signal. When it's received by the capsule, it causes the brain to be unable to recognize Mariko. Dr. Shono explains that after the surgery, he uses a drug that makes his victims lose their memories of the incident, and he's done this to all of the UFO Society members as a weird way of protecting his daughter. He also says he's found a way to enhance the signal so that they'll be unable to see Mariko from long distances soon enough. The whole thing is a suspension of disbelief, but whatever, it's kind of a cool concept. Next, we see Sano waking up in a hospital and assuming he's been abducted by aliens. He rushes back to the Shono house and finds the housekeeper dead on the floor. In the backyard, he finds the other members of the society all carrying Mariko and believe her to be an alien from Venus who can turn invisible to confuse them. Sano tries to stop them, but they knock him out with a rock. In a dark and tragic turn, the men then commit unspeakable acts on Mariko and kill her. Her body was later found unrecognizable in the garden. We learn that the men are arrested for the murder and that the capsules were removed from their heads. Sometime after this, Sano finds himself having a strange experience. The close-up images of Mariko that his mind blocked out are now appearing like a kaleidoscope and filling his vision. And that is the end of this pretty sad story. The Licking Woman. A man walks alone at night when he notices a strange woman approaching him with hair covering her face. Out of the hair pops a huge and disgusting tongue, and the man screams out. Later, he arrives at his fiancée Miku's place and tells her what happened. Apparently, the woman licked him on the face and hand, leaving her spit all over him. Miku's dog licks his hand, and he decides he should probably take a bath. That night, he complains that he feels itchy and can't sleep. Miku turns on the light to find that her fiancé is covered in a horrible rash and her dog is foaming at the mouth. He's rushed to the hospital but dies shortly after arriving. Miku informs the police about the Licking Woman, and the autopsy did reveal that there was poison in the saliva found on the body. A few days later, a salaryman walks down the street at night and encounters the woman. This time we get a better view of her face and her gigantic, grotesque tongue bulging out of her mouth. We see on the news that there's been a slew of incidents and the town is in a panic, warning people to avoid going out at night. The only useful thing they found is that if you were licked, you can wash the poison off with water as long as you do it immediately after. Miku then forms a neighborhood watch to help find and catch the woman, with the group all carrying water in case of an attack. They stumble upon a poor little kid being licked all over by the woman and chase after her while some stay behind to wash off the boy. The Licking Woman makes a pretty quick escape and the group splits up to find her. Miku spots her in an alley and confronts her. The woman licks her face, and I can't overstate how gross the tongue is here. When more of the watch show up, the Licking Woman bolts, but Miku tackles her, and surprisingly only halfway through the story they actually catch her. A news report says they didn't actually find anything unusual about the woman, and there were no poisonous substances discovered either. The woman was sent to a psychiatric hospital, and although the terror was over, the Licking Woman's victims, including Miku, are all still traumatized over the incident. Several years later, Miku meets a woman named Nagoka at a local cafe that claims to have been a victim as well. She mentions that she heard the Licking Woman actually made it out of the hospital and that she immediately went missing after. Miku says she hates the Licking Woman and that if she shows up again and starts committing crimes, Miku will find and kill her. Nagoka says she works in a lab and could get a hold of some cyanide. She suggests that they could trick the Licking Woman into ingesting it. Next, we see a news report mentioning that the Licking Woman is back and has already killed 5 people. Miku's been patrolling the streets alone, hoping to find her. Then one night, she finally does. The woman moves in to lick her and this time straight French kisses her. Ugh, that's gross. She begins licking her arms and then suddenly cries out in pain as her mouth begins to froth. I guess Miku had doused herself in the cyanide and the plan is working quite well. The Licking Woman lays on the ground dying as her mouth fills with foam and her tongue swells up. Although in a disgusting twist, she grabs her fat tongue and rips it out of her mouth before she dies. Miku notices that the woman's purse has spilled and there are some familiar familiar looking glasses inside. Suddenly the tongue jumps from the ground straight into Miku's mouth. The tongue continues to bounce around on the ground and Miku just runs away screaming. The news reports the death of the licking woman, but no mention of her severed tongue. Miku tries to call Nagoka to tell her what happened, but her phone is disconnected and Miku can't find any evidence that this girl even existed. She then remembers the glasses she saw by the licking woman and realizes they looked exactly like Nagoka's. Could she have been the licking woman? If so, why did she give Miku the cyanide to kill her? The days go on and Miku still has a deep and unsettling fear that she can't shake. She eventually meets a man and falls in love with him. She finally begins to forget her awful past, but when her and her new boyfriend go in for their first kiss, Miku's tongue bulges in a grotesque fashion just like the licking woman. It fills the dude's mouth and for a moment they're just connected by the tongue in shock and terror. The tongue then jumps out of Miku's mouth and hops away, but the couple are poisoned and collapse to the ground. I guess in the end, Miku couldn't escape the licking woman's tongue after all. How Love Came to Professor Kirida. This is based on the story How Love Came to Professor Gildia by English novelist Robert Hitchens. No relation to the captain of the Titanic, Robert Hitchens. The story begins with a familiar face, Yuzuho Hayama, the author from the Human Chair story. She's got writer's block, so she's hiding out at her parents' place in the country. She checks out the storeroom and finds a collection of old books when suddenly a book falls off the shelf, The Diary of a Parrot Woman by Sumiko Hayama. This must be an old relative of Yuzuho, and she begins reading the journal. It seems Sumiko was also an aspiring writer, and the journal details her studying under a famous scholar and writer, Ingai Kurita. The journal begins with a priest, Father Murchison, who is visiting Professor Kurita. Apparently Kurita needs to learn more about Christianity for a novel he's writing. He asks Murchison if Christianity is truly a religion of love. The father confirms this to be the case, saying sins are forgiven by the love of the Lord Jesus Christ. Kurita says he's disgusted by this love. When he senses even the least bit of love from someone, it sickens him. This guy's a real peach, huh? He says for him there is no such thing as love, and all that needs to exist in the world is sublime beauty. The priest admires the professor's bird, and Kurita says that this parrot is excellent at imitating humans, saying it's no superficial mimicry. The bird actually studies his subjects before doing an impression. At that point, the parrot begins to speak, saying, "Hayama, you still can't write anything but these lukewarm tales. Come back when you don't disgrace yourself." The bird is clearly impersonating Kurita, and he tells the priest about the annoying college girl who's been pestering him with her terrible writings. The girl has actually come again today, and he asked her to wait outside until he's finished with the priest. As they finish up their conversation, Hayama runs up to the professor asking if he's read her manuscript. He trashes her work and tells her to quit wasting his time. Father Murchison offers to walk her home, and she praises Professor Kurita and says all she wants is his approval. The priest asks if she's in love with him, and she's a little flustered. He says that after meeting with him, it's clear that Kurita is in desperate need of love, and that if she loves him, maybe he'll see the beauty of her work. Something strange then happens when a gust of hot wind hits the father in the face. The next day, Father Murchison meets with the professor once again. Kurita says that the priest must have been giving Hayama ideas as she showed up with a love letter to him disguised as a story. This dude's so cold-blooded, he says he just ripped it up in front of her and told her that she has zero talent. He looks pretty pleased with himself, saying he finally got rid of that idiot for good. Later, as Murchison walks back home, he sees a commotion by a bridge. Apparently, someone had jumped off, attempting suicide. This person is none other than Hayama. Murchison feels guilty over this incident and goes back to speak with Kurita, who's acting pretty strange, like he's wrestling with the air. It seems he's being haunted by a ghost that keeps acting affectionate toward him. Kurita absolutely hates it, saying it seeks his love. At this point, it's assumed that the ghost must be Hayama's. That is until the father reveals that Hayama survived and is in a coma. Kurita then yells at the priest, saying if he can't help him, he should leave. A few days later, Father Murchison stops by again, and the housekeeper begs him to help her. Professor Kurita is sprawled out on the floor, completely run down from fighting off the ghost. He tells the priest that he believes it is Hayama, and although he doesn't want to sound unscientific, he believes somehow Hayama's spirit has left her body and is tormenting him. Father Murchison then reveals that he too has had an experience like this. In his native land, he gained an admirer in his church. The woman became obsessed and wanted his attention so badly that she would do anything, even coming to him at night fully nude. At this moment, the phantom begins grabbing at the professor again, and this time we can actually see the face and hand impressions on his clothes. Then the parrot begins yelling out, "I love you, I want you, please love only me." The priest instantly recognizes this voice as the woman who stalked him. He then realizes this phantom is not Hayama's spirit, but Murchison's admirer. Kurita's body seems to finally give out, and he dies on the spot. Meanwhile, the woman uses the bird to speak. She says that she was only trying to make him jealous by following Kurita. She says that he's in the wrong for having an affair with that Japanese girl. I guess she just means the fact that Murchison even spoke to Hayama. The journal ends saying the priest later died as well, but never told the story of what happened to Kurita. As Yuzuo reflects on what she's read, she suddenly feels a gust of hot hot breath on her face. And that concludes how love came to Professor Kurita. The Enigma of Amigara Fault. This story starts with a big earthquake that destroyed several towns in a certain prefecture. At the epicenter of the earthquake on the slope of Amigara Mountain, a large fault was discovered that was kilometers long and incredibly deep. We see a man searching for the fault when he sees a woman hiking as well. The young pair, Owaki and Yoshida, seem to both be drawn to the area for some reason. They hear voices and follow them to finally find the fault line, and it's many onlookers who are also drawn here. Immediately they notice a strange sight: thousands of human-shaped holes found in the fault. Some researchers are investigating one of the holes. Using a 30-meter fiberscope, they find that the holes seem to go on endlessly, curving off into the mountain. They say it's impossible that this could be a natural formation, but how could someone dig out these shapes from solid rock? Yoshida then begins looking for something. She explains that on TV she got a glimpse of the holes and that she saw one hole in particular that was her shape. Owaki questions her, saying it sounds a little egotistical to say that a hole is based on her shape, and she gets pissed off. They're approached by a man named Nagagaki who says he also came looking for his hole and managed to find it right here. Owaki is skeptical, and Nakagaki says he'll prove that this is his hole. Yes, I realize how funny that sentence sounds. He strips down to his underwear and slides into the body-shaped hole, disappearing deep within. The researchers use the fiberscope, but see no sign of him even 30 meters in. A rescue team shows up and even bring a really short dude to try to climb in, but no luck. Nagagaki is gone. Yoshida's just in shock, staring at the hole in terror. Night's fallen and Owaki sets up a tent in the area. While he sleeps, he has a bizarre nightmare. In this nightmare, he is Nagagaki, completely trapped in the pitch black dark, hundreds of meters deep in the hole. He gets to a point where the hole becomes misshapen and he can no longer move. He screams in terror, stuck deep in the mountain. Man, this is making me so claustrophobic. I found myself holding my breath reading it. He wakes up from the nightmare and finds Yoshida outside his tent. She wants to show him something and leads him to a hole shaped just like her. She stares at it shaking and says this tunnel was made for her and it's been waiting for her to enter it. It seems she's already accepted the inevitability that one day she'll enter the hole. Later, a man basically rock climbs up to his hole and enters it, followed by many more people feeling compelled to do the same. Yoshida's still freaking out, screaming that she's going to die in that hole. Owaki fills the hole up with rocks, completely blocking it off, to try and calm Yoshida down. That night, she's too afraid to be alone, and Owaki lets her stay in his tent. The two share a romantic moment and go in for a kiss. That night, Owaki has another nightmare. This time, he's a man from an ancient era who's committed some terrible crime and is about to be punished. On the cliff, there are hundreds of human-shaped holes, and he's forced into one. As he slides through the holes, he starts to notice the shape change slightly, and his limbs begin to stretch out and bend to fit the hole. Owaki wakes up in the middle of the night to find that Yoshida is missing. He searches around and sees that the rocks have been removed from her hole, and it seems clear that she couldn't resist entering it. Owaki sits in despair, but then notices another nearby hole that's shaped just like him. As his eyes glaze over, he removes his clothes and walks into his hole. Months later, the researchers have found another fault on the other side of the mountain. This one also has holes, but these are not human-shaped. Instead, they're long and twisted. As one of the researchers looks into a hole, he sees a highly disturbing sight. A completely deformed person making their way through, their body being stretched out from the changing form of the hole. So it seems Owaki's dream wasn't so far off, and that this is the result of a human coming out of the other side of the mountain. The Sad Tale of the Principal Post. This one is really short, only a few pages, and is actually in full color in this collection. We see a dinner party being hosted in a large and beautiful house. As the guests comment on how nice it is, someone cries out in pain from somewhere in the house. The daughter of the family recognizes the voice as her father, and everyone rushes to see what's wrong. The voice seems to be coming from under the house, and so the group climbs into the crawl space only to find that the man is completely crushed under the principal post of the house. The wife is just in shock and asks how he ended up this way, and he just says, "It's a long story." I don't know why, but I find that hilarious. The wife says she'll call a carpenter, but the husband refuses the help, saying if the principal post is removed to save him, the whole house could collapse. The man then dies, literally supporting the house he spent so long building. The final panel shows that his skeleton still remains there today, and no one will ever know how he ended up under the post. Keepsake. This tale begins with the sound of a baby crying in a graveyard. It appears to be coming from the coffin of a recently deceased wife of a wealthy man. After digging up the grave, he's met with a truly disturbing sight, a newborn baby protruding from the corpse of his dead wife. A doctor says that this child must be the man's, but he says that's ridiculous. Clearly the child was abandoned in the grave. They take a closer look, however, and the baby even has an umbilical cord which is still attached to the corpse. Some of the local people who have crowded around the spectacle say that the man should feel blessed and call the child a keepsake from his late wife. Toyoji, the apparent father of the child, speaks to his parents about the situation. His father says that they must raise the child, if anything, to keep up appearances, and his mother says says appearances went out the window when Toyoji took his mistress as a new wife. Yeah, I guess Toyoji was cheating on his wife with this chick and then married her. In fact, they just had a baby. His mistress Omitsu is pissed off about the corpse baby and refuses to raise it, so Toyoji hires a nurse to raise the baby instead. This baby's looking a little creepy, by the way. Toyoji wonders how this could have happened since his wife, Osuzu, wasn't able to have a child before she died. He then recounts memories from the previous year, when Osuzu confronted him on his cheating and the fact that the mistress was pregnant. She doesn't seem all that heartbroken about it, just a little pissed off. She asks if the child was intended to be Toyoji's heir and actually encourages it, saying that since she can't have kids, they'll raise this child as theirs. Of course, Omitsu isn't happy about the idea at all, and she tells Toyoji to kill Osuzu. He manages to acquire an untraceable poison that he puts in her food until she slowly dies. Now we jump a few years into the future, and the two babies are now little boys. And you can guess pretty quickly which one was born from a dead body, because this kid Manchuro looks a little disturbing, man. His half-brother Suke is freaked out by Manchuro and cries to Omitsu. She ties Manchuro to a post and clearly treats him badly out of resentment. The nurse who raised Manchuro, Otane, finds him and lets him loose. Omitsu catches her and chews her out, saying she needs to discipline her boy better. Then she grabs Otane by the hair and declares she'll discipline her first. She ties her up and splashes cold water on her head and then starts slapping her. Toyoji walks in and tells her to stop, but Omitsu starts chewing him out, saying this is all his fault for having sex with his wife while she was dying and getting her pregnant. Otane then starts laughing like a creep. She says that Osutsu wasn't impregnated while she was dying, but after she was already dead. During the night of the wake, Otane walked in to find Toyoji having sex with his dead wife's corpse. Then, in an even bigger twist, Toyoji claims he had no choice. He says he was alone with the body in the altar room when suddenly Osutsu's corpse opened its eyes and begged Toyoji to make a baby with her. Of course, Omitsu is disgusted by this, calling him filthy. Then Manchuro, that creepy ass kid, stares in from the doorway. He actually kind of reminds me of the guy from Long Dream. In the final panel, it says that 9 months have passed since Toyoji's second wife has died, and that Otane became his third wife. We see Omitsu's grave, and it appears a baby is crying from the coffin. And there you have it, keepsake. Let's end this on a light note with the last story of the collection, Master Umez and Me. So a little backstory to this one: Kazuo Uematsu, or Kazuo Umez, was a very influential horror manga author and a huge inspiration to Junji Ito and many other writers. Unfortunately, he passed away recently on October 28, 2024 at the age of 88. I've actually covered some of his comics before in the Disturbing Manga Iceberg, and I plan on doing a similar series in the future where I go through all of Kazuo Uematsu's work at some point as well. Anyway, let's get into this story, which is an autobiographical account of Ito's relationship with Uematsu as a fan. It begins with Ito as a boy discovering his first work by Uematsu, Sister Mummy, which he was immediately impressed by. After this, his sister got him another manga by the author, and this cemented his interest in the man's work. Next, he reads a part of Drifting Classroom in a shonen magazine, but he wants to read the whole series, not just a portion. Finally, he gets a full volume as a birthday present from his sister, but it's volume 11, the last one. So he had to start with the final chapters, and it wasn't until later that he finally read the full story. He mentioned how much he loved Makoto-chan, one of Uematsu's popular works, and how even when he was sick, he laughed so hard that it physically hurt him. You get the idea here. It basically just catalogs the history of his fandom. In the second half, he's an adult and talks about how he was asked to make a manga adaptation of an upcoming movie created by Kazuo Uematsu. This is a great honor for Ito, and after reading the script, he starts sketching up some ideas for how the monster would look. Unfortunately, he was too busy to make the manga, and later when he saw the film, he was completely relieved because the monster in the movie was so different than what he imagined. It ends with Ito saying he eventually met Umez and how grateful he is to have been able to visit him at his house. And that is the Venus in the Blindspot collection. Next, we're moving into Dissolving Classroom. This is a collection of stories following the bizarre and disturbing Ozawa siblings. Technically, this is all one story, but the chapters feel independent from each other and have separate titles, so we'll go chapter by chapter here. Starting with Dissolving Classroom. This story begins with a transfer student, Yuma Ozawa, introducing himself to the class. He seems like a normal dude, but after he introduces himself, he just starts apologizing profusely. The class begins laughing because of the odd behavior, and Yuma just keeps apologizing constantly over the most minor things, and sometimes for no reason at all. Some bullies corner Yuma in the bathroom and tell him his apologies aren't good enough, and one guy stomps his face into the dirty floor. One of Yuma's classmates, Keiko, spots him leaving the bathroom with toilet water all over him and gives gives him a handkerchief. Of course, Yuma says sorry immediately, and Keiko calls him out for apologizing too much. On her walk home, Keiko encounters a strange little girl that seems to be following her. Eventually, Keiko is freaked out enough to just run, but the little girl keeps appearing in front of her wherever she goes. The girl says she wants to suck out Keiko's brains and sticks her long tongue out, looking like a straight up ghoul. Keiko turns and runs right in front of a moving truck, ending up in the hospital. Luckily, she's okay with just minor injuries. She wakes up in terror, remembering the creepy girl who chased her. Then Aizawa shows up randomly and starts apologizing immediately to Keiko's parents, saying that the person who's responsible for the incident is his sister. Keiko's parents want to speak with his parents, and he tells them that they actually died and that him and his sister live alone. Yuma proceeds to visit Keiko every day in the hospital to apologize, and she begins to look forward to his visits, saying that his apologies seem to have a soothing effect on her, like her heart is melting. After Keiko is released from the hospital, Yuma says he's sorry once again for his sister. He says that as a child, his parents were incredibly strict with him, and he would take out his aggression by killing small animals like frogs and snakes. His little sister Chizumi used to be a sweet little girl, and he believes that Chizumi has been possessed by the spirit of a snake, and that this is karma for him killing all of those animals when he was young. After this, a rumor began spreading around town about a creepy girl who would chase women and children around. Basically confirming this to be his sister Chizumi, Yuma is going around apologizing to people she's chased. One family threatens to call the police on Yuma, and Keiko joins in asking forgiveness as well to save his ass. She says she wants to visit Yuma's house and make friends with his sister to try to open her heart. Yuma says she has no idea how truly evil his sister is and runs off. Keiko heads to the Aizawa house by herself and talks to Chizumi. The door's unlocked and Keiko wanders inside to find a bad stench throughout the house. She follows the smell and then gets jump scared by Chizumi, who pops out with evil eyes. Keiko says she's here to be Chizumi's friend, and Chizumi says, okay, I'll be your friend if you let me slurp out all of your brains. Keiko basically tells her to quit being a freak so her brother can quit apologizing all the time, and Chizumi just laughs, telling her that Yuma actually gets off on apologizing and does it for pleasure. She says he's a bizarre person who enjoys killing animals. Keiko refutes this, saying he only did that out of stress and has repented. But Chizumi says Yuma didn't kill those animals out of stress, and actually it was part of a satanic ritual. According to Chizumi, he isn't apologizing to people, but rather the devil, and in return he receives intense pleasure. Keiko tells her to quit making up stories, and Chizumi's like, okay, you don't believe me? How about this? She opens up the closet to reveal the severed heads of her parents with their brains leaking out of their eye sockets. At this horrible sight, Keiko runs away in terror. Later that night, she convinces herself that those were probably just props, and she must have been stupid to fall for it. At dinner, she finds her parents have snot leaking out of their noses. It's disgusting. Also, all the plates and bowls are empty on the table, and Keiko's mom is like, I could have sworn I made dinner, but I guess I spaced out. Yeah, you don't say. The next day at school, the entire class seems to be sick with stuff leaking from their noses, including Keiko. The class bullies surround Yuma as usual and demand he apologize. Of course, the bully has snot running down his face, and when Yuma begs for forgiveness, it actually intensifies to the point that the bully has goopy liquid leaking out from every orifice on his whole face. Keiko sees the commotion and goes in to tell the bullies to stop, but finds that their eyeballs are melting out of their heads in a truly grotesque fashion. They collapse to the ground, oozing, and about that time, Chizumi shows up licking her lips like she's about to eat their melted brains. She says that Yuma's apologies are what melts the brains, and that it must be the evil waves passing between Yuma and the devil that cause it. Yuma begins apologizing for his sister's behavior, saying that when his parents died, their brains had spilled out, and that Chizumi began eating their brain juice as a baby. Dude, that's pretty messed up. Keiko's freaked out completely and tells Yuma to quit apologizing. She runs through the school, seeing dozens of dead students and teachers whose brains have dissolved, and Yuma comes chasing after her, apologizing frantically. Keiko looks back to see what looks like a demon behind Yuma as he chases her. Later, Keiko wakes up in a hospital bed. She says her brain was just starting to melt but stopped in time. They told her that her parents were dead, but she says she doesn't really care, probably because of the brain damage. And the story ends as she speculates on what happened to the Aizawa twins, guessing that they probably started over somewhere in another town. Next up, Dissolving Beauty. A girl named Nao is meeting up with her friend Maiko from middle school after losing touch for a couple of years. Apparently, Maiko wants to introduce Nao to her boyfriend, but when Maiko shows up, she looks different. A lot different. In fact, she's hideous and barely resembles the cute girl Nao knew from middle school. She introduces her boyfriend, and guess who it is? Yuma Aizawa. Nao just can't get over Maiko's weird face, and Maiko asks Yuma if she's changed at all. Yuma says, not at all, you're as beautiful as when I first met you. And throughout the meetup, he continues to compliment her beauty. Maiko mentions that she does feel she's changed, especially when looking at old photos, but she gets all the reassurance she needs from Yuma. Even when Maiko goes to the bathroom, Yuma says she's beautiful, and Nao says says that Maiko's lucky to have a boyfriend like Yuma. However, he then says that Nao is beautiful and that she's one of a kind. After this, Yuma broke up with Maiko and got together with Nao. Maiko was heartbroken, of course, and stalked the couple. One time, Nao saw Yuma on his hands and knees apologizing to Maiko, and shortly after this, she disappeared. The rumor being that she ended her own life. Nao's just glad to have Yuma to herself, and the two spend a lot of time together, with Yuma now complimenting her constantly. At one point, Nao mentions that she thinks her skin is getting bad. We see her face, and yeah, she's not looking too good. Yuma praises her beauty once more, however, saying she's as pretty as always. More time passes, and at this point, Nao's parents are straight up telling her to go to the hospital because her face has gotten so ugly they assume she has an illness. She's really starting to look like a Halloween mask or something. Nao looks through some old photos and thinks maybe she has changed, but she trusts Yuma and thinks there's no way he would lie to her. Despite getting constant reassurance from Yuma, passerby on the street start pointing at Nao and calling her a monster. Then Chizumi shows up and joins in, calling Nao a demon and a witch. Chizumi introduces herself as Yuma's sister and says, "You're falling apart. My brother must be worshiping you." She goes on to explain that the compliments that Yuma gives Nao are actually directed at the demon he worships. She says that those between the demon and Yuma's praises either have their brains dissolved or their faces crumbled. Then she starts laughing like a maniac. Yuma shows up and tells Chizumi to get lost and apologizes for his sister. Nao asks him point blank what's wrong with her face, and Yuma just goes straight into the compliments again, saying she's the most beautiful woman in the world and that her beauty transcends the laws of the universe. As he spouts this off, Nao's face begins to melt, but she accepts his flattery and says that she's so happy. From Yuma's perspective, however, we see the great demon behind her as he continues to worship its beauty. Nao explains that shortly after this, the Ozawas disappeared and that they got transferred to some other school. She says she'll never forget his words though, that she's the most beautiful goddess in the universe. But we can see that she has actually become a truly hideous monster with her eyes melting out of her head. Next up, dissolving apartment. One day, a woman named Kahara gets a knock on her apartment door from a couple claiming to be her neighbors from upstairs. She opens the door and they look a little off-putting. They say they are the Izawas and give her some mochi before staggering off like zombies. The woman takes a bite of the food and says it tastes a little funny. Then she's struck with terrible stomach pain. From upstairs, the woman begins hearing the new neighbors making a racket. It sounds like they're abusing their son, insulting him as he apologizes. The next day, Kahara talks to her neighbors about what happened and they confirm they also got sick from the mochi. Mr. Arashiyama from upstairs says they must be abusing their kids, and the concerned neighbors decide to pay the Ozawas a visit. Chizumi answers the door with bandages all over her face, and when Kahara asks if her parents are home, Chizumi says that they died when she was still a baby. Arashiyama asks the girl when her parents will be back, assuming she's joking. Chizumi says once again that her parents are dead, and if they want to see them so bad they can kill themselves and meet them in the underworld. Damn. Kahara ignores this comment and tells her she can always come to her if she needs anything. But Shizumi's just like, okay, I get it, you old hag. Kahara goes back to her apartment to watch some TV and then sees something dangling outside of her window. A woman's severed head swinging back and forth. A voice coming from above says, "I'm Chizumi's mommy," as the head swings. Of course, this is Chizumi who's hanging the head on a rope from the balcony above. Once Kahara realizes what's going on, Chizumi just laughs and says, "Nice to meet you." I guess Kahara assumes the head to be a prop because she just goes back into her apartment unconcerned. Later, Yuma shows up with bruises all over his face and his glass is broken. He apologizes for the trouble his family has caused, and Kahara asks him if his parents are abusing him. He just says it's his fault and leaves. That night, the Ozawas scold their son again, calling him a vile and despicable child. The neighbors have all had enough and storm up to the apartment, led by Mr. Arashiyama. Surprisingly, the actual parents answered the door this time and are pretty offended by the accusations about what they're doing to their kids. They tell them to mind their own business and slam the door on everyone's faces. Later, Kahara and the lady next door are having a chat when they spot Chizumi staring at them from the stairs. The nice old lady asks Chizumi if she'd like to come inside for some cake, and the three do just that. Chizumi eats her slice like an animal, and the two women ask her again about her parents' abuse. Chizumi then reveals that she's wearing these bandages just for fun. Pulling them off to show her face is perfectly fine. They ask about Yuma's bruises, and Chizumi says her brother is a masochist. Just then, the parents begin yelling at Yuma again as he apologizes. Arashiyama has had about enough and pounds on their door telling them to quit being so loud. The Ozawas open the door with a strange and deadly look in their eyes. They then ask Arashiyama if he wanted to join them in hell. Their eyes begin leaking a thick liquid and Yuma comes out to apologize. He won't stop begging for forgiveness and clings to Arashiyama's leg. Even when he's pushed off, Yuma won't stop grabbing onto him and saying sorry. Finally, Arashiyama kicks him off and starts stomping on him, with Yuma's parents joining in. Kahara shows up and puts a stop to it, and out of shame, Arashiyama runs into his apartment to hide. They bring Yuma to the older woman's apartment to treat his wounds, but he once again says he's sorry and leaves. That night, night, the yelling starts again, and as they listen in, a drop of something falls on Kohara's cheek. They look up to see a liquid covering the ceiling coming from Arashiyama's unit. Chizumi is there just laughing, saying that the man has dissolved and that it's her brother's fault. They make their way upstairs and find that Arashiyama isn't answering the door. Next door, the Ozawa seem to be getting even more aggressive. At this point, they're saying they're going to kill Yuma. Kohara barges in to find the dissolving parents pinning Yuma down. Mr. Ozawa tries to strangle him, but as their bodies dissolve, Mrs. Ozawa pulls out a knife to try and finish the job. Fortunately, they completely melt before they can kill the boy. The women are terrified, of course, and Chizumi just sits there laughing, saying that Yuma has a demon behind him and all who associate with him meet a terrible fate. She says that their parents died years ago, but that Yuma summons them back from hell. At this point, Kohara and the old lady begin dissolving as well. Chizumi just looks at her brother laying in a pool of the dissolved neighbors and says, I guess it's time we move again, huh? Moving on to Chizumi in Love. This one starts off like an urban legend. There's rumors that a creepy girl with an unearthly face is stalking the roadways, threatening passerby. Afterwards, a family member comes to the victims to apologize repeatedly, and eventually the victims disappear, leaving only a stain behind. We then see a boy named Tomohito walking down the street when he runs into Chizumi, who begins chasing him with an inhuman level of agility. She pins him down to the ground and starts licking his face, calling him cute. Later, Chizumi is singing a weird song about licking when Yuma shows up and tells her to stop making his life difficult. She just laughs, and Yuma gets down on his hands and knees begging her to stop tormenting him. Chizumi accuses him of trying to kill her using the strange demonic connection, but says that this won't work on her. In fact, it makes her stronger. Then she talks about how much she loves eating people's dissolved brains, and that when she gets home, she's going to eat some that she stored in bottles. Yuma just snaps and starts strangling his sister, chewing her out for ruining his life, but before he actually kills her, Chizumi claws his arms all to shit with her sharp fingernails. Yuma is weirdly casual about this and says that Chizumi seems really cheerful today and even kind of cute singing her little licking song. He wonders if Chizumi might be in love. Tomohito arrives home and his mother asks if something happened on the way home from school because a strange young man came by to apologize. With the urban legend in mind, Tomohito tells his mother not to talk to him again so she doesn't dissolve from his apologies. The parents are a little disturbed by the attack on their son but decide not to call the police and just talk to the girl's parents if anything else happens. The next day, Tomohito isn't feeling well and stays home from school but wakes up to the sound of someone apologizing frantically at the door. He rushes down to find that the man has already left and his mother just standing there confused. Later, Tomohito's father mentions the young man doing the same to him on his way home from work. Sure enough, liquid begins pouring out from the parents' eyes, nose, and mouth. Tomohito runs out of the house in horror and encounters Chizumi, which only frightens him more. He keeps running until he finds a young man nearby and asks him for help. This, of course, is Yuma, but keep in mind that Tomohito has never actually seen him and has no idea this is Chizumi's brother. Yuma then brings the boy to his house and tells him he can hide inside. He's very polite to Tomohito and says he should introduce his sister, Chizumi. Clearly trying to put on makeup for the first time to impress Tomohito, Chizumi looks more horrifying than ever. Yuma grabs the boy and tells him his sister is in love with him and that she's grown as a person as a result, so he begs Tomohito to return the love. Tomohito's like, no way, and next thing you know, he's hogtied on the floor. Yuma starts saying he's sorry for doing something like this, and Chizumi tells him to stop. If he dissolves Tomohito's brain, she'll never forgive him. Tomohito screams for help as Chizumi dances around wildly, singing another strange song. She starts licking his face, asking if Tomohito likes her, and when he says no, she bites his neck. Man, I would love to see a crossover between Soichi and Chizumi. Talk about a match made in hell. Yuma seems remorseful about the situation, although that's not saying much since he's always remorseful, but he says that Chizumi is naturally evil, claiming she's the child of a demon that impregnated his mother. Chizumi denies this and says that Yuma is the one who's pledged himself to a demon. She then opens up a cabinet to reveal dozens of bottles filled with dissolved victims. Chizumi starts chugging a bottle and Tomohito passes out from shock. It seems he's now been confined here for days, with Chizumi coming in to lick his face repeatedly. Then, at one point, voices begin coming from the bottles in the cabinet. It appears the spirits of the victims are still within the sludge, and weirder than that, they decide to help the boy. The bottles knock themselves over and create a pool of liquid on the ground which surrounds Tomohito. The grease lets him slip out of his restraints, and the voices cheer the boy on as he escapes. He mentions that as he ran through the night, he got the sense that someone was chasing him, but managed to outrun them. Tomohito's now under the protection of the police, but his parents are nothing but stains now, and the Ozawas have jumped town once again. Interview with the Devil. Okay, this is the final part of the Dissolving series, and it begins with a familiar face. Keiko, the girl left with brain damage way back in Dissolving Classroom, is wheelchair bound and escorted by a man to an isolated house. The man enters the house and is immediately hit with a foul stench. Yuma Ozawa greets the man, and we learn his name is Hamoka and he works for the Daily News. He mentions the original incident from 2 years prior where dozens of students and faculty were found dead in a high school, their brains melted. He then mentioned similar incidents sprouting up throughout the country the last couple of years. Yuma plays dumb and asks what this has to do with him. Homoka then shows Yuma Keiko, saying that she barely escaped the incident and is now left with severe brain damage and the inability to speak. Only being able to produce a few words, she mentioned the name Yuma, making it clear that he is attached to the incident somehow. Suddenly, Yuma remembers Keiko and says that she was once very kind to him. It's unclear whether he actually just remembered her or was once again playing dumb. Homoka says that strangely, Keiko just knew where the Ozawas were and led him here. Yuma approaches Keiko and she just screams her head off when he gets close, and I don't blame the poor girl. Yuma starts apologizing for startling her, but of course this freaks her out even more. Then they all hear some creepy laughing and Shizumi appears standing on the roof. She mocks Yuma and Keiko, asking if they're already going steady again, and then she recounts all the poor girls' faces that Yuma literally melted, as well as the countless people who have had their brains dissolved. Homoka then asks Yuma to tell him the whole truth. He wants to know the connection between Yuma's apologies and the dissolved people. Yuma just denies it, saying not to believe his sister's stories, calling her a monster that attacks innocent people. He drops to the ground begging forgiveness once more, and Homoka takes off with Keiko since she's freaking the hell out. He leaves her in the van and then heads back by himself to try and get some answers. However, the house is abandoned, and it seems the terrible odor is coming from the bottles of liquid which the Ozawas have been pouring down the drain. We cut to the siblings running through the woods. Chizumi's pissed off that they had to dump all that people goo since she finds it so tasty. Yuma decides they must get rid of their parents' severed heads as well and begins to bury them in the ground. He apologizes to them in tears until suddenly they basically explode, burning to a crisp. Later, Homoka is connecting the dots between several incidents, including an elementary school boy who was kidnapped a while back. We can assume he's talking about Tomohito, but sadly the boy is murdered before they're able to question him. Poor Tomohito, man. At this point, Homoka has acquired a decent amount of evidence directly connecting the Ozawas to the dissolving incidents. Despite being brain damaged, somehow Keiko has developed some psychic abilities and can track the Ozawas simply by pointing at a map. The siblings are now forced to sleep in a tent out in the wilderness, and as they drift off to sleep, Yuma begins hearing the disembodied voices of the victims who melted, saying they'll never forgive him. He follows the voices out of the tent to find Homoka approaching in the dark. He tells Yuma all that he knows and says that he just wants the story from Yuma himself, but that either way, he plans to publish an article detailing all of his findings. Yuma begins apologizing, presumably trying to kill the man, but Homoka says he doesn't believe in such nonsense and that even if he dies, the story will be published. Despite giving him the opportunity to explain the truth from his perspective, Yuma takes his sister and runs once again. So the article is published with the photo of the siblings as well as all the alleged crimes. Surprisingly, the siblings show up to a news agency ready to tell the whole story. The agency sets up a conference that will broadcast to the whole nation set up by Homoka. We then see Homoka visiting Keiko one last time. He has a sinister look as he says that everything is going according to plan and that Keiko might want to watch the conference as it should be interesting. At this moment, Keiko sees him as he truly is, a demon, not unlike the images we've seen before of the demon that Yuma supposedly worships. As the conference begins, we see the Ozawas walk onto the stage in front of the cameras. Yuma gets down on his knees and begins apologizing at the top of his lungs to the entire country. Everyone at the conference is shocked and confused, and we see Homoka wheeling in Keiko from the back. He looks still demon-like as he says that Yuma is giving off more energy than ever. We see the crowd's brains begin melting, and Keiko forces herself out of her wheelchair, making her way to the stage to try to stop Yuma. Unfortunately, she melts into a pile of goo before reaching him. Chizumi laughs and begins slurping up Keiko's dissolved body. Yuma then looks up to see something strange. The goo is floating into the air and the voices of the dead berating him once again. Suddenly, the goo, controlled by the victims, drops down on top of Yuma and Chizumi. On the final page, we see an image of the demon and learn that the media coverage was shared throughout the world. The final text reads, "What might have happened to the people that saw it, and what of the Ozawa siblings? That will have to be left to your imaginations." And that is the entire Dissolving series. Now, there are two really short stories that are added as bonuses in this collection, and they're both really weird, which I love, so let's go ahead and knock them out as well. The Return. This one starts tragically. A man is by his fiance's side as she dies. Right before she passes, she promises to return to her husband one day. The man visits her grave regularly, fully believing she will one day return. He is constantly looking for her on the streets and even visits the hospital to see if she's returned as a newborn. He claims he can feel her aura and that it seems to be getting closer to him. One day he hears the sky filled with his fiance's voice and runs outside. He sees a meteor falling from the sky and crashing to the ground nearby. Inside the meteor were found human remains. While there was no way to identify the body, the man knows this to be his fiancée. Somehow her body was made new in the heart of a meteor, only to die once again on her way back to him. This is clear by the fact that the charred hand of the corpse is wearing the engagement ring the man gave her. You think this one was weird, wait till you see this next one. Children of the Earth. After the disappearance of a group of kindergartners, a search crew made up of the family search desperately for them. Suddenly someone spots them. The children are all stuck in holes in the ground and their eyes are glazed over. The parents rush over to them, and as they try to pull them out of the ground, the children's bodies stretch out like snakes. Suddenly the kids' bodies begin sucking into the earth. These holes are so deep in the earth, the children were never found again. And the comic ends with a quote from a philosopher saying, "Humans were born from the earth. The children simply returned there." It then says that this opinion was heavily criticized online. Man, it's a strange enough story by itself, but the last bit about someone making a tactless comment online just makes it even weirder. The Red String. Like many of Ito's earlier stories, The Red String begins with a breakup. A girl named Momoko tells her boyfriend Ishii that they're through, harshly breaking the guy's heart. Ishii then stays in bed for 3 days crying, but eventually starts feeling better and decides to go back to school. His friends give him a hard time and say that they were worried he hurt himself or something because of the breakup. One friend even mockingly looks at his arm and, oddly enough, actually does find something. A line of red stitches across his wrist. Now Ishii's friends are legitimately worried, and Ishii is confused. He tries to cut the red string out with a razor, but no luck. It's almost like it's made of steel. His teacher sees what he's doing and sends him to the nurse. Ishii mentions that his stomach is feeling itchy as well, and he takes off his shirt to reveal even more stitches all over his body. At this point, he goes to a dermatologist, but even the doctor has no clue what the hell's going on. Why would someone stitch him up with red string, and why is it impossible to cut? The doctor decides it can't be man-made and just some kind of bizarre skin condition. That night, Ishii shows his family, and his grandpa believes it's a 1,000-stitch belt. He explains that in the old days, when men went to war, women would give them cloth with 1,000 stitches, each stitch done by a different woman. This is a real thing, by the way. It was called senin bari, which means 1,000 needles. Anyway, Ishii's grandpa believes that his dead wife, Ishii's grandma, is stitching this belt directly into his skin from the afterlife. That night, Ishii wakes up to find his grandma standing in his room. She's accompanied by a dozen women, all with needles, and some of them look like zombies with their bodies mutilated. They all move in on Ishii, demanding he remove his clothes and begin to stitch up his skin. Kinda reminds me of Billions Alone at this point. Well, Ishii really wakes up this time to find that it was only a nightmare. However, the red string is still there. The next day at school, the students are all staring at him, and he discovers that he now has red string on his face as well. Momoko approaches Ishii and starts chewing him out, assuming that the whole thing is some kind of sick prank to get back at her. Apparently, when Ishii and Momoko were together, he would tell people that he and Momoko were tied together by the red string of fate, and now that they broke up, it seems Momoko thinks he's using the red stitches as symbolism. As if now that the string of fate is cut, it's winding up inside of his body. Ishii contemplates whether this truly is the red string of fate, and the next day he wakes up to find his entire body covered in them. He's oddly casual about the whole thing, just going about his morning routine and heading to school. When he arrives, he finds that the red string is now covering him at an alarming rate, wrapping around his body and face, even covering his eye. He tracks down Momoko, thinking if he can get back with her, they will reconnect the red string of fate and it'll stop consuming his body. He basically looks like a red mummy monster or something at this point, and he can't speak to her because the string is now covering his mouth. As he collapses to the ground, he tries to shoot the string at Momoko, but her new boyfriend shows up and it hits him instead. The boyfriend's now consumed in the mass as Ishii resembles a large spool. It keeps growing until it's the size of a school bus. As Momoko watches it grow, she says she knew the thread would be a problem and that that's why she broke up with Ishii in the first place. She thinks she's made the right call in cutting it. The comic ends as she looks at her wrist, seeing 3 red stitches and saying, compared to him, this is nothing. The Supernatural Transfer Student. This story begins with a group of friends who have formed a supernatural club. The leader, Shibayama, successfully bends and breaks a spoon using what looks like only his mind. He calls this an awoken ability and says that non-believers would just call it a trick. Another member, Kitagawa, says that that's a good thing since only believers will be saved, whatever that means. Apparently, Shibayama has been asked to make a TV appearance to demonstrate his psychic abilities, and the club is pumped about it. They also mention that Kitagawa has powers as well. He can see their inner spirits, but he's much more modest about it than Shibayama. Later in class, a new student is introduced. His name's Sukano, and he's kind of a strange kid. He says he likes going on walks and that he often encounters strange and mysterious events. Later, Hisatani and Shibayama from the group discuss whether they should invite Sukano into the Supernatural Club. They spot him walking by and ask him how he likes the area. He says the area is ripe for supernatural experiences, and they go ahead and ask if he'll join the club. Just then, Sukano spots something in the grass nearby. He finds a disturbing flower that has an eyeball growing out of the top. He runs off with the flower, saying that this town is amazing. The other two are just staring at the bizarre plant in disbelief. At the next club meeting, they show off the mysterious plant, and Kitagawa says he can sense the spirit of an unrestful soul within it. He says he believes it to be the spirit of a samurai that was transferred to the spot where the eye flowers are now growing. Shibayama shows off his spoon trick again, and then Sukano says he wants to try. Amazingly, he breaks the spoon as well. Everyone is shocked, thinking Sukano also has psychic powers, but he immediately starts laughing and says he actually tricked them. He simply switched the spoon out with one that was already about to break. He says if you practice sleight of hand, it's easy. Shibayama's pretty uncomfortable at this point, but says that to be clear, he's actually using telekinesis. Sukano says, of course, but since I don't have powers, I have to rely on tricks. Later, Kitagawa approaches Hidesani and mentions that the new kid has really shaken things up. The trick he did with the spoon looked exactly like the way Shibayama does it, implying maybe he's doing a trick as well. Sukano shows up and tells him he's discovered something he wants to show to the group. He leads them to a huge waterfall by the school that no one seemed to notice before. He says that this waterfall is supernatural and that he tried to touch the water and then something mysterious happened. He then fires an energy blast out of his hand, DBZ style, and kills a bird with it. It seems like the waterfall gave him these powers. Soon the spot became known as the Unfamiliar Waterfall since it seemingly appeared out of nowhere. A few days later, Shibayama has gone missing. Kitagawa uses his powers to sense Shibayama's whereabouts and says he's troubled by what he's sensing. They arrive at the waterfall and Kitagawa explains that Shibayama's spirit is somewhere in the basin of the waterfall and speculates that he must have thrown himself into it because of the pressure of being on TV. He says that Shibayama's spirit has been bound to this place and that he doesn't think the remains will be able to be removed. Sukano shows up and says that he believes Shibayama died trying to get hit by the waterfall so that he could acquire real powers. Later, Sukano runs up to the club members and says he discovered something again, a massive lake. Sure enough, the lake exists, but the club members say that there was a residential neighborhood here before. So what happened to the people who lived there? At this point, Hidesani is getting angry, associating the mysterious events with Sukano and blaming Shibayama's death on him. Sukano just laughs it off and is as enthusiastic as ever. As he talks, a massive sea creature rises up from the lake looking like a pimple-covered Godzilla. Meanwhile, we see the waterfall and a person crawling out of the basin. The three female members of the Supernatural Club decide to stay together since they're pretty freaked out by Sukano. They hear a knock at the door and the voice of Shibayama tells them to please open up. But when Hidesani opens the door, she sees a disgusting sight. Shibayama's decomposing, bloated body. She freaks out and slams the door, and we can hear Shibayama yelling from the other side. Finally, the door bursts open with massive force and he enters chasing after the girls. They run out the back door and find Kitagawa standing by some large Easter Island style statues. He says when he came home, his house was replaced by them. Sukano pops up like usual, celebrating the mysterious find, and Hidesani accuses him of changing their town into a strange world. He denies this, saying he simply found this while out on a walk. The rotting Shibayama comes around the corner and Kitagawa seems shocked at the sight of him. Shibayama then points a finger at him and shoots out an energy blast. It hits the statue, nearly crushing Kitagawa, and he fires again. This time, Kitagawa dodges it by flying into the air. He then shoots back with his own power, hitting and killing Shibayama for good. Sukano is delighted by Kitagawa's powers and says he saw how he got them, explaining that he saw Kitagawa pushing Shibayama into the basin before touching the waterfall himself for the powers. Kitagawa says he's pleased by this new mysterious world and wants to team up with Sukano, but Sukano denies him, saying he can't live up to his expectations. After this, we learn that Sukano moved to another town, transferring to another school, and shortly after he left, the town returned to normal. According to the rumors, Kitagawa went searching for him, and just like that, the Supernatural Club disbanded. The Bridge. This story follows Kanako, a woman on her way to visit her grandmother. Her grandma called her and asked her to come soon and seemed pretty freaked out, so Kanako drove out to the country where her grandma lives alone. She parks her car to the side of the main road and makes the rest of the journey on foot. She finally spots her grandma's house on the other side of a bridge and starts making her way across. She sees a person standing in the middle of the bridge and assumes this to be a friend of her grandmother's. When she gets a closer look, however, it seems to be a kind of zombie with its face decaying. Kanako runs to her grandma's house and asks who the hell was on the bridge. Her grandmother lets her inside and explains that that is her uncle who passed away when she was a child. Now he appears every night on the bridge, along with many other ghosts of people who have died in the village. They stand on the bridge and call her name night after night. She says they're not at peace and want to drag her into the river. Kanako looks outside to see dozens of the undead calling to her grandmother from the bridge. Her grandmother tells her that the village had a custom after death. They would put the bodies of the recently deceased on a straw mat and let them float down the river, passing under the bridge. If they made it past the bridge and down the river, their soul would be at peace, but oftentimes the mat would crash into the side of the bridge, dropping the body into the river, which is what happened to Kaneko's great uncle. Yeah, this seems like a terrible custom. And we see that many more villagers had the same fate over the years, including the grandmother's first love and fiance, Shoichi, who was 8 feet tall and got stuck on the bridge before falling into the water. The grandmother says she thought she saw Shoichi open his eyes for a moment before sinking. We see him amongst the dead outside, and he's particularly creepy because he's so tall standing there by the bridge. The grandmother thinks the ghosts have appeared because she's meant to die soon. She begs Kaneko to bury her in the ground and not to allow her to sink into the river. Then she collapses dead. Kaneko cries out and suddenly wakes up in her car. I guess that all of that was a dream and she had pulled over to nap on the way to her grandmother's house. So she makes her way once again, but notices there's still a figure on the bridge just like in her dream. This time she just walks past the figure and straight up to the house, not getting a closer look. She searches the house but finds no sign of her grandmother. She does, however, find that a straw mat had been pulled up from the house. She goes back outside to find the massive ghosts are real and crowded around the bridge. They look down into the river and we see Kaneko's grandmother floating on the mat. For a moment it seems she opens her eyes and looks directly at Kaneko. Then, just like all the others, she crashes into the bridge and falls off the mat. As her body sinks to the bottom of the river, we can see the many figures under the water moving toward her, and that is the bridge. The circus comes to town. The circus is here, and a teen boy is running to see the show, leaving his sister behind because she's too slow. The boy arrives just in time before they close the tent and finds his buddies have saved him a seat. The ringleader comes out, introducing everyone to the Papyrus Circus, starting with the first act, some clowns. They don't seem to know what they're doing, and one clown falls off the ball he's trying to balance on, hitting the ground pretty hard. Well, they are clowns, it's probably just part of the act. The other two clowns drag off his body, and the next act is introduced. A beautiful tightrope walker named Lelia. The teen boy says that he saw her at the park sitting and staring off into space, and that he and his boys were immediately infatuated, which is why they wanted to come to the circus in the first place. The next performance is stacked tightrope walking, with 3 men on each other's shoulders attempting to walk the rope. Of course, they fail almost immediately and come brutally crashing to the ground. The ringleader laughs it off and continues the show. Meanwhile, the little sister from earlier is outside trying to find a way in. She finally just crawls under a section of the tent and pokes her head in. She sees a pile of bodies made up of the dead performers and 2 men having a conversation. One is a knife thrower named Joe, who says he's not going to end up like these dead losers as he's a true professional. They make their way to the stage, and the other guy, now dressed in drag, is pinned to the board while Joe begins throwing knives at him, perfectly outlining his body. He then declares himself the circus star, and the ringleader doesn't look too happy and doesn't agree that he's the circus star either, whatever that means. He tells Joe to keep throwing as he's not done yet, and the next knife Joe throws is way off, hitting a post. He tries again, and this time his knife hits his assistant square in the neck, killing him. As they drag the body off the stage, Joe asks if he can try one more time. He attempts to do a new trick where he lays on the ground and throws the knives into the air using gravity to make himself the target. The first knife lands right next to his head, but the second stabs him through the chest. After this, there is a series of acts all going wrong. A fire breather lights himself on fire, the human rocket explodes, and the lion tamer is mauled to death. At this point, the crowd is completely speechless in fear, and the last act is brought out. A trapeze artist named Mario, who's going to perform the final performance with the beautiful Lelia. However, before they begin, Lelia tells Mario not to do it. She says he's been tricked by the ringleader, who is actually a god of death, and that he reaps human souls using Lelia as his tool to do so. Mario just shrugs her off, saying he's going to be the true circus star, and then he can properly propose to her. As he swings on the trapeze, the ropes break, causing him to fall to his death. The ringleader begins to cry, saying that this is a tragedy. All the performers are dead. He asks the crowd for their help to rebuild the circus, saying that anyone with talent can join, and that if you become the circus star, you'll be awarded Lelia's hand in marriage. Meanwhile, the only surviving member of the troupe, a clown, tries to convince Lelia to come down and they'll escape together. The chief catches wise to this, though, and suddenly Joe's knife from earlier falls out of the post and right into the clown. The ringleader looks at the crowd, asking them if they've made their decision, and in the final panel, we see the little sister crying to her mom that her brother left with the circus. Next up is Beehive. Takuno and his girlfriend Yoriko are on a stroll and talking about Takuno's obsession with bees. Apparently up until late, this guy wouldn't shut up about them. The couple stop for a smooch, but it's interrupted by a massive hornet flying by. Takano immediately begins running after it, and Yoriko follows behind. Suddenly, Takano stops chasing it, saying, "I can't believe it went in that direction." Yoriko asks why he stopped, and he just changes the subject, asking if she'll come look at his beehive collection. She accuses accuses him of being afraid of the ghost that supposedly lives in these woods. Apparently it sounds like a kid moaning. Then she mentions the weird kid who went missing a while ago. She says she met him on the same day she met Takano when there was a beehive on her house. We get a flashback and Yoriko is discussing the situation with her neighbors who say there's a weird little kid that will collect it with his bare hands for free. Then Takano walks by and sees the nest. He asks if he could take the beehive since he collects them, but says he'll need to come back at night when they're less active so he doesn't get stung. Just then a strange kid shows up and says he'll take it. He says that this area used to be all forest till people came in and cut down the trees. Now the wasps have nowhere to go, so he thinks people should just go away. Then he climbs up and grabs the nest casually without getting stung at all. Takano's kind of pissed off since he wanted that hive, and this isn't the first one of his hives that's been snatched up under his nose. He accuses the kid of taking them, and the boy just says he's saving them from suckers like Takano. Then some bees fly out of the hive and attack Takano. Yoriko comes up to help him, and this is when the two connected with each other. So it worked out in the end. We get another flashback sometime after this when Takano shows Yoriko how he finds hornets' nests. He attaches small balls of tuna with cotton that the hornets pick up to bring back to the larva. He then uses the cotton as a tracer to easily track them. The two track the hornet to a small cave. Takano asks Yoriko to wait outside since it could be dangerous. Inside, he finds the weird kid holding up 2 dead frogs to feed the wasps. It's a pretty disturbing sight. The wasps were crawling all over the kid who seems unfazed. Back in the present, Takano is showing off his collection when Yoriko says she believes the ghost is actually that of the kid and that someone must have killed him and buried his body in the woods. Late at night, Takano is heading back into the woods when he reveals that he encountered the kid once more and was attacked by the wasps. In the end, he strangled the boy and buried his body. Because of the rumors, he's decided he should move it in case someone comes poking around. While looking for the body, Takano finds a beehive on the ground. Luckily, he brought some insecticide along and decides to collect it since he's out here anyway. Some men show up with flashlights and Takano furiously digs the hive out. It seems like it's stuck on a tree root or something, so he has a hard time cutting it out, but finally gets it free and runs before the men catch him. When he gets back to his apartment, he finds there's blood on the bottom of the beehive and he assumes he hit a mole or something while he was digging. The next day, Yoriko shows up and tells him that the strange boy's body was found buried in the woods, only his head was chopped off, and that some men saw a man running away with his severed head. Takano slams the door on Yoriko and goes to investigate the hive. He looks inside to find a grotesque sight. The boy's head is inside. Takano begins piecing together that the boy must have been alive when he was buried, and that the hornets built the hive around his head and were bringing him food to keep him alive. The moaning ghost people were hearing in the woods was the living boy buried up to his neck. Suddenly, the hornets begin attacking Takano, covering him in a massive swarm. The comic ends with Takano saying that the hornets started to make meatballs from his flesh to feed the boy. Yeah, that was a weird one. Next up, Map Town. Map Town begins with a young newlywed couple, Hiroshi and Miki, arriving in a town called Shirube, which means guide. The town is full of signposts and maps covering almost every wall. They find the town fascinating, so they decide to stay for the night when they encounter a strange man who is desperately lost despite living here. He says he has an awful sense of direction and asks if the young couple would help guide him home. They arrive at the man's house and have tea with him and his wife. She asks what they're doing here, and Hiroshi says that they are on their honeymoon. He's embarrassed, but they don't have a lot of money, so they decided to just get on a train and stop at a random town to stay for a few days before heading back, saying that unfortunately that's all they can afford right now. The man explains that this town has a strange effect on people, causing them to slowly lose their sense of direction the longer they stay. The town is by a large dark forest that people are known to get lost in. The man calls these people the Kamikakushi, or spirited away. He says that some people believe it to be the work of Tengu, humanoid bird spirits. The man also mentions that occasionally a treasure is marked on the town maps, and the wife cuts him off. Clearly this is something he shouldn't have mentioned. The couple leave and make their way to the local inn when they find a treasure marked on one of the maps. They decide to search for it and begin digging in the spot that's marked. Sure enough, they find an urn, and it's full of ancient Japanese coins that are likely worth a fortune now. They take the coins with them and make it to the inn, where they watch out the window. They see the residents of the town constantly checking the maps as they walk to try and get around. Then they overhear 2 men having a heated exchange. They say that someone dug up a treasure and the suspects are a young couple from out of town. They say that the treasures of this town should stay in this town and that there is a search party looking for them. Hiroshi and Miki decide they must leave immediately and start making their way down to the station, but are intercepted by a group of men looking for them. They're able to escape them pretty easily since the men must rely on the maps constantly to get anywhere, and Hiroshi begins to scribble on the maps so that they can't read them. But soon the young couple find themselves lost, and since they scribbled on the maps, they have no way of knowing how to get back. Hiroshi is getting more and more frustrated, and Miki keeps trying to get his attention. Finally, he snaps, telling her to quit nagging him, but when he turns around, she's gone. And that is Map Town. The Headless Sculptures. Rumi is waiting for her kind of boyfriend Shimada to walk her home after school, but he says he's gonna stay late, helping the art teacher, Mr. Okabe. Mr. Okabe is a talented artist who's made a series of headless statues. He believes that faces are pointless in art, and so he only focuses on bodies. Shimada tells Rumi not to tell anyone that he stayed late as it's against school policy, and she heads off, commenting on how creepy this old building is. Only the art room is used, so the rest of the rooms are empty and dark. The next day, Rumi stops at Shimada's place on her way to school, but he tells her he's not feeling well and will be absent today. Rumi arrives at school to find the police outside. Turns out Mr. Okabe was murdered the night before. They find his body with its head missing. Rumi is afraid Shimada may get into trouble if she says anything about him staying last night, so she keeps her lips sealed. The next day, Shimada returns to school wearing a mask, gloves, and a winter-style uniform, even though it's the summertime. Rumi approaches him, freaking out over the murder, but Shimada's acting kinda weird. He doesn't seem to care at all about what happened to Mr. Okabe and keeps flirting with her. Meanwhile, two students head into the art room after school to retrieve some books that one of them left. They enter the creepy building and even see the spot on the ground where they must have found Mr. Okabe's body. One of the girls mentions that they never actually found the head, and then they hear a loud noise as someone enters the room behind them, and it appears to be Mr. Okabe wearing a dark cloak. Creepy. Later, Shimada brings Rumi to the building, saying he wants to show her something and that Okabe is actually alive. They wait inside for Mr. Okabe, who Shimada says should be meeting them here. Rumi notices something is different about the room. All the headless statues are gone, but one, which is covered by a white sheet. Shimada takes off his mask and there's blood coming from his mouth. He then says that Okabe has been in the room the whole time and pulls the sheet off of the sculpture to reveal Okabe's head attached to it by the neck. He throws the head to the ground and starts trying to make a move on Rumi, saying her face is beautiful. She just slaps the shit out of him, and Shimada's head does a full spin before flying off of his body. It appears it was actually a headless sculpture that had stolen Shimada's head. Rumi tries to escape, but the door is jammed, and now the sculpture that Okabe's head was on starts walking towards Rumi, trying to cut her head off. Rumi finally makes it out of the room and discovers the bodies of not just Shimada, but the other two students, all headless. In a very disturbing sequence, she also finds the rest of Okabe's sculptures all sharing the two girls' heads, like some kind of messed up Silent Hill monster. The horrific creatures make their way towards Rumi, fighting to get her head first. And that's how this one ends. Dying young. This story follows three girls, Chizuru, Ayako, and Hiroko. They're known as the ugly three at school. That is until Chizuru started to become really pretty. In only a month, she transformed into an almost different person. She was gorgeous, but she also started to look unhealthy, and then she died for no apparent reason. The remaining two friends speculate on what could have happened, and shortly after, Hiroko starts to transform as well. In fact, several of the girls at school do, and along with the beauty, the girls start looking kinda sickly. Sure enough, the girls begin dropping dead, and no one knows why. Some people think it's a strange disease, while others believe it could have something to do with the century coming to an end. Hiroko hears a rumor that the only way to survive is to kill a girl of the same age on the third Friday of every month. Then she says she's actually jealous of Ayako, who still hasn't gotten the illness. The deaths continue, and the remaining girls are looking worse for the wear. One evening, Ayako looks out her window and sees Hiroko and two other girls walking down the alley. She follows them and finds that they are looking for girls to kill since it's the third Friday of the month, but Ayako tells her to stop. One of the other pretty girls take off after her, and Hiroko decides she'll have to kill Ayako instead. But before she can, she succumbs to the illness and dies in her arms. The final panel says it's the end of the 20th century and a mysterious illness is still going around. Next up is scarecrows. This is an interesting one. A man named Numata is forced to bury his only daughter, Yuki, shortly after losing his wife, and it's rumored that Yuki may have committed suicide. Numata visits her grave every day, and one day a man named Toshio shows up. This was Yuki's lover and wannabe fiance, but her father wouldn't allow them to marry. Numata gets pretty pissed off that Toshio is here and tells him to get lost. Toshio refuses to leave and implies that the reason Yuki may have taken her own life was because Numata wouldn't give his blessing. Numata comes back with a scarecrow from the nearby field and places it in front of Yuki's grave, saying that it keeps varmints like Toshio away and tells him once again to leave. The next day, the farmers wonder what the hell happened to their scarecrow and find it in the graveyard. Numata shows up apologizing to them and begins to explain until he realizes that the scarecrow has changed. It's grown hair and a human-like face. 4 days later, the scarecrow has grown to resemble Yuki. At the same time, a couple is visiting the grave of their young son who died from drowning in the river. This is an important detail for later. Numata attempts to bring the Yuki scarecrow home, but find it changes back to a normal scarecrow when he removes it from the graveyard. This strange incident begins to attract a crowd, and after Numata explains what happened, addition, many of the villagers begin to place their own scarecrows on the graves of their loved ones. Much like Yuki, these scarecrows begin to resemble their loved ones as well. And I gotta say, the scarecrow people are pretty freaky, man. The mother we saw earlier has made a small scarecrow and places it on the grave, hoping it will soon resemble her child. Her husband is trying to stop her, and we find out that this is actually the boy's stepfather. We see his thoughts for a second as he thinks, well, at least these scarecrows can't talk. I've got nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, that's not suspicious. Later, Toshio has a dream that he's with Yuki again and wakes up to find that he's in the graveyard even though he doesn't remember coming here. He believes that Yuki's scarecrow brought him here, and he begins to hear all the scarecrows in the graveyard begin to whisper. He freaks out and runs for his life, but is eventually stopped by the scarecrow once again. The next day, Numata comes for his daily visit and finds Toshio dead with Yuki's scarecrow on top of him. At the same time, the couple find that the scarecrow is finally resembling their boy, but his face looks very disturbed and full of hate. He won't stop staring at the stepfather with those hateful eyes, and the dude snaps from guilt and starts choking the scarecrow. However, it comes out of the ground and the man falls backward with the end of the scarecrow stabbing him. The mother then pieces together that it was her husband who killed her son, and the comic ends with the final shot of the scarecrows and Toshio and Yuki dead on the ground. I like this one in concept, but it is a little messy as to what exactly is happening page to page. That might just be the translation, but anyway, I did my best to explain it. Next up, The Will. The Will starts tragically with a girl, Hiroko, recounting the death of her sister, Taeko, who jumped in front of a moving train. In the clenched fist of her corpse was a handwritten will saying, "I want to place a curse and return as a ghost to haunt you." Unfortunately, blood had soaked part of the will, and the person Taeko is cursing is impossible to make out. Her family is in distress over the situation, not just because of the death of their daughter, but the fact that she would hate someone so much. We see in a flashback the last time the family saw her. After a fight with her sister, Taeko's parents intervened, and she tells them she knows the truth, that she's adopted, before storming out of the house never to return. The family wonders if the person she's cursing is in fact one of them. After this, Hiroko begins seeing the bloody ghost of Taeko in her dreams. Hoping that the person her sister cursed isn't her, Hiroko finds Taeko's best friend Uba and asks if she knew of anyone Taeko hated so much. The friend tells her about Keiko, Taeko's rival, and how the two girls hated each other passionately. That night, Hiroko hears a noise coming from Taeko's room. She walks in to find Taeko's ghost covered in blood and floating in the air. Hiroko gets her parents, and in most ghost stories like this, the ghost would be gone when the parents look, but no, they actually see Taeko as well, and they're all terrified. The ghost chases them down the stairs, dripping blood in her wake. The family runs outside, and the ghost vanishes, but Taeko returns every night to haunt them. Hiroko runs into Uba again and learns some more interesting details about her hateful relationship with Keiko. Apparently, Keiko's father had a failed business, which caused them to eventually move to another town, and Taeko would make fun of her for it. Keiko would then clap back by telling Taeko she was adopted. Later that night, Taeko appears once again, and her mother is in shambles, apologizing for giving Hiroko more attention. Taeko then asks, "Where is she?" and appears to be searching the house for someone. At the same time, a man arrives at their house. It turns out to be Keiko's father. He says that they may not believe what he's going to say, but he believes the ghost of Taeko is haunting him. He believes she's looking for his daughter, Keiko, but she'll never find her because Keiko is dead, having committed suicide on the same day that Taeko did. It then becomes clear that the ghost in this house is actually Keiko's ghost, who is searching for Taeko, and likewise the ghost of Taeko is at Keiko's house searching for her. Because of the blood covering her body, Taeko's family mistook Keiko for their daughter. Keiko's ghost appears again, and her father tells her that Taeko is no longer in this world and that she can rest in peace. After this, the ghost never showed up again, and Hiroko guesses that the two girls are still hating each other in the other world right now. Gift Bearer. This is a weird one. It opens with a hypnotist sneaking into a house at night. The hypnotist was hired by someone to hypnotize a ruthless businessman named Okura, who is apparently evil and would straight up kill people to get what he wants. He even abuses his son and ties him up to sleep on the floor at night. The hypnotist approaches the sleeping man and says when Okura wakes up, he'll forget his selfish ways and from now on dedicate himself to society and making the city he lives in happy. There's a time jump here of about 14 years. We see Okura's son, now a man, walking around town and handing out gifts to people, although they all seem creeped out by him and refuse to accept them. The hypnotist is sitting on a bench nearby and watches this unfold, then strikes up a conversation asking why he does this. Okura's son says he's been doing this for 14 years. It's almost like a mission that he can't stop. The hypnotist accepts one of the gift boxes and finds a wooden doll inside that's the spitting image of Okura. He realizes that the gift bearer is Okura's son and decides to follow him to see what the hell is going on. The gift bearer is harassed by some kids who tell him they don't want his stupid dolls and that they're demonic, with rumors of them even moving around in the middle of the night. Something the man denies, saying they're just regular dolls. As the hypnotist watches this, the doll he's holding suddenly drops from his hand. He says it feels like it moved by itself. Later, the gift bearer encounters a girl named Lisa that he seems to have a friendly relationship with. She tells him no one wants those dolls, and if he really wants to make the town happy, he should give them candy or something instead. The gift giver says that no, these gifts must be the dolls. Lisa then gets an idea. She could help him dress the dolls up cute, and then people will want them. They go to the man's house, and there's a giant pile of the dolls. He explains that about 14 years ago, his father suddenly became less selfish and spent all of his time crafting these wooden dolls to try and give to people. But eventually he died, so now his son must carry out his father's mission. The hypnotist is listening in and realizes that his hypnotism went wrong. Okura's subconscious mind must have misinterpreted him. When he was told to dedicate himself to society, he took it literally. And since he only has one body, he began to make dolls of himself that he could physically give to the townspeople. He also believes that Okura's son was put into the same trance, as he might have been close enough to hear. Lisa dresses up two of the dolls, and the gift bearer isn't sure if his father will like it, but decides to give it a try. Suddenly a man comes barging into the house. This is Lisa's father, and he's not too happy about a strange dude hanging out with his daughter. And hey, I don't blame him. Well, he chews the gift bearer out and takes his daughter back home. As the hypnotist watches from outside, the doll he carries seems to jump out of his hand once again. We jump ahead to Christmas time, and the gift giver has decided to dress as Santa, giving out dolls once again, which are now all dressed up like the two Lisa made. Of course, the young teens he gives them to make fun of him, but the gift bearer carries on. He knocks on several windows trying to give away the gifts, but people just close the curtains. He even has the balls to go to Lisa's house to try to give her family the dolls, and Lisa's father dumps cold water on his head, telling him to scram. If that's not enough, the kids from earlier come out and pelt the poor guy with snowballs. All alone and freezing, the gift giver sits in an alley and lights a candle that looks exactly like an apple for some reason. The hypnotist watches from afar and decides whether he should intervene, breaking the trance, but thinks perhaps it'll break on its own soon enough. Just then, the man's bag begins moving, and the dolls come walking out. It appears Okura's soul is alive in the dolls and still under the hypnosis. They begin marching through the city saying, bring me back, and that is the gift bearer. Kind of a strange one. The Groaning Drain. The Groaning Drain starts with a girl named Reina walking home from school and being intercepted by a hideous boy who looks like he hasn't bathed or changed his clothes in months. He touches her hair and tells her how much he's in love with her. Apparently this happens pretty frequently, as she says she wishes he would stop waiting for her here. Next, we see Reina's mother washing her hands and telling the housemaid she could do a better job cleaning the windows. She also mentions that the upstairs drain is clogged. Reina and her sister Shinri arrive home, and their mother immediately tells them to go shower and that their outfits need to be washed as well. Shinri tells Reina to shower faster, but Reina says that she needs a thorough wash since she was touched by that disgusting boy who we learn is named Kari. They discuss how their mother told them not to associate with such unhygienic people, and Shinri jokes, saying, what if she brought the boy home with her? Reina obviously rejects this idea, but Shinri explains her plan further, saying that based on her mother's extreme cleaning habits, she would freak out on Kari, hopefully frightening him off for good. Later, a plumber arrives to fix the clogged drain, and the mother takes no time going in on him for his feet being dirty. She tells him to tiptoe through the house. Then, when he actually gets to work, she yells at him for dripping pipe water on the floor. He clears a disgusting blob of something from the pipe, and the woman just goes crazy, telling him the bathroom is in a dumpster and to move it outside. Man, this lady's a real nag. At this point, the daughters come in and are freaking out as well, and the plumber's pretty annoyed, especially since it's their pipe that's all dirty. The girls feel bad for how badly their mother treated the plumber and mention how obsessive she is, like how she washes her hands every 10 minutes and bathes 4 times a day. They suggest that maybe this is why she divorced their father. The next day, Reina is heading back from school, expecting the disgusting Kari to find her again, but this time she runs into her father instead. He says he would like to see her and asks if they could get a cup of coffee, but she says that she wouldn't want to be seen with someone who looks so down and out, and that her mother wouldn't like it anyway. Man, this is a real family of assholes. Meanwhile, we see Kari waiting for Reina when he finds Shinri instead. She invites him to their house, and Kari is ecstatic, saying he spent so much time trying to find it. Well, that's creepy. Shinri tells him to wait outside for a second, and after a few moments, the second floor window opens up. Shinri's mom pops out and starts pelting Kari with eggs. She calls him a disgusting creature and tells him to go away. Shinri shows up by her side with a big bowl of eggs, and her mother continues to throw him at him until he finally leaves. Reina spots him as she returns home and scolds Shinri for not minding her own business, especially since now he knows where they live, something she worked really hard to avoid. That night, we see a figure climbing over the fence and sneaking into their house. Apparently, their mother notices this and comes out with a baseball bat, smashing the person on the head repeatedly. They turn the lights on to find not Kari, but the girl's father, and now he's dead. Later, we see some neighbors talking gossip. One says that the woman in this house beat her ex-husband to death after he broke into the house with a knife. Inside, the mother is yelling at the maid to remove the bloodstain, but it seems hard to remove. We learn that the mother added a knife to their father's hand to make it seem more like self-defense and told the girls to corroborate her lie. In the other room, their mom is still screaming to clean harder, and the maid has finally had enough. She tells her to clean it herself and walks out. Later, the mother washes her hands in the sink, and it's clear that it's been clogged up again. It also starts making a strange groaning noise. They go outside and find that the drain pipe that all the other pipes lead to seems to be clogged up, and this is the source of all of their problems. In order to try to clear the drain, they boil a pot of water and dump it down the pipe. It doesn't seem to help much, and on top of that, the strange groans become louder and more frantic, as if in pain. Later, the mother tries her hand at removing the bloodstain and scrubs it for hours. She gets blood on her hands and freaks out, washing them over and over. As she does this, a hand comes out of the clogged sink and grabs her arm. The girls come in to see what happened, but obviously don't believe her. Either way, their mother's arm is still all sticky where the hand grabbed her, and she begins to scrub it. Reina goes out to find someone to unclog the pipe, but the plumber from before says he doesn't want to deal with her bitchy mom. She returns home to find her mother scrubbing her own skin off her arms. It's a pretty disturbing sight. An ambulance comes out and takes her away, and the girls stay in the house. The kitchen sink begins spraying out water, and the house is filled with a terrible smell. Shinri says she recognizes it as the odor of Kari, the gross boy. She then freaks out, coming up with a crazy theory that Kari is hiding in the drain pipe, and that's why the pipes have gotten clogged. Reina just laughs it off, asking how Kari could have gotten into the pipe when he's that big. That night, Shinri is showering when she begins hearing groans from the shower drain. Then she sees the grate lift up and just runs like hell. She tells Reina, and they return to find that the drain grate is off, but nothing else unusual. Reina begins to mock Shinri, saying, "Didn't you say he was hiding in the pipe? Then pull him up." She then forces Shinri's hand into the drain. Shinri says there's something gross in the drain that's moving. Suddenly, her entire arm gets pulled in. She cries for help, but Reina just assumes she's playing a trick or something and leaves. After a while, Reina's like, man, she's really committed to this bit, huh? She walks back into the bathroom and finds only Shinri's legs sticking out of the drain, and they are being pulled in a truly disturbing manner. We can even hear her bones snapping as she goes down the pipe. As Reina freaks out, the comic ends with her simply stating that she believes her sister and that there are now two people in the clogged drain. So let's kick it off with the story that started it all, Tomie. Interestingly enough, this story starts off with Tomie dead. Her body parts were found scattered around town. Apparently she wandered off during a class trip, and this must have been when the heinous murder happened. Tomie's best friend Reiko is completely distressed about the whole thing. She feels particularly bad for Tomie's boyfriend Yamamoto. Back at school, the class teacher Mr. Takagi addresses the situation with the class, saying that they'll just have to learn from this horrible situation. He concludes by saying that Tomie is gone and she's not coming back. Just then, to everyone's shock, Tomie walks into the classroom as if nothing happened. She instantly becomes the talk of the school, and the other students even refer to her as a zombie. Mr. Takagi brings Tomie into his office to confront her, asking who she really is, and suggesting that she might be Tomie's twin sister. She just throws herself onto him, saying she loves him, and asks if he'll still marry her when she graduates. Okay, so something weird's going on here. Shortly after this interaction, Mr. Takagi goes completely insane, ending up in a mental institution. Everyone in class actively avoids Tomie, even Reiko is acting weird around her. As they walk home after school, Tomie stops at a bridge to look out at the water, and something about this just freaks Reiko out. She runs off, and when she finally stops, she's jump scared by Yamamoto. She tells him she can't stand it anymore, and Yamamoto believes that Tomie will drive them insane just like their teacher if they don't do something. He says that they must turn themselves in. Turn themselves in? Yep, we now get a flashback informing us what really happened to Tomie, and the first part of this story starts to make a lot more sense. While on the class trip that Tomie originally went missing on, the class hiked up a small mountain. Mr. Takagi goes off to have a smoke alone at the edge of a steep cliff, and soon Tomie finds him and begins to ask him when they're going to get married and that he should leave his wife. She then says that eventually someone will find out about their affair and that she thinks she might be pregnant. Just then, Yamamoto pulls Tomie up and starts yelling at her. I guess he heard what his girlfriend is up to with their teacher, and he's pissed. Tomie doesn't deny it and instead rubs it in. At this, Yamamoto hits her in the face. She calls him a monster and starts to turn away, but loses her footing and falls off the cliff, tumbling to her death below. The class stands around her crumpled body, terrified. Yamamoto declares it's his fault and begins to run off for help, but Mr. Takagi stops him. He says that he shouldn't turn himself in, and another girl in the class says that TOMIE was just clumsy. There's no reason for Yamamoto to throw his life away over this. This class of psychopaths all agree that they'll protect Yamamoto, and then things go way off the deep end. Mr. Takagi has all the male students remove their clothes, and they start to cut up Tomie's body with a hacksaw. The thing is, Tomie wakes up as they begin to saw off her foot. Yeah, she wasn't dead yet. Well, they're in too deep now. They continue the act, covering her mouth so she can't scream as they dismember her body. There's some dark humor here. Mr. Takagi points out Tomie's body parts as he cuts her up, detailing how she must have had a sandwich for lunch when he pulls out her intestines. Dark stuff. Afterward, the men wash the blood off themselves in the river and get dressed. Since there are 42 students in the class, they chop Tomie up into 42 pieces, and each student is meant to discard a piece of her body somewhere. Reiko, being the closest to Tomie, was given her heart. She discards it in the river under the bridge by the school, which explains why this location freaked her out so much later. Back in the present, the class has begun to catch wise about Yamamoto and Reiko going to confess, and so some of the students from the class chase them down and try to stop them. The two are surrounded, but suddenly Tomie shows up, terrifying everyone. She accuses Reiko of being a little too close to her boyfriend, and as Tomie closes in on Yamamoto, Reiko escapes. Later, Yamamoto is found, having gone completely insane. Soon after this incident, Reiko's family moves away to an ocean town. As Reiko walks the beach, she convinces herself that what happened on the field trip was just a masked illusion, and that Tomie never died in the first place. In the sand, she finds some tattered wrappings that look really familiar, kind of like what Tomie's heart was wrapped in. Hearing a noise nearby, Reiko follows it to a nearby rock formation, and behind the rocks, she finds Tomie, her head and body growing out of her heart in a grotesque fashion. It seems that Tomie has found her again. Tomie Part 2, Morita Hospital. This story begins with Mr. Takagi from the first chapter escaping a mental institution. Next, we meet a girl named Yukiko who is in the hospital hoping for a kidney transplant. Her guy friend Tadashi is visiting and says he would give her his kidney if their blood type matched. Reiko clearly has a crush on Tadashi, but he seems distant lately, and she spots him leaving the hospital with a beautiful girl. 2 days later, the girl shows up in Yukiko's hospital room. She looks just like Tomie, but introduces herself as Reiko. Something weird is going on here. She asks Yukiko to stop seeing Tadashi. Yukiko just points out how absurd and selfish this request is, but Reiko, you know what, I'm just gonna go with Tomie so it's not confusing. Anyway, Tomie tells Yukiko she's the absurd one for thinking she could be Tadashi's girlfriend. She goes on to say that Tadashi can't wait to be rid of Yukiko and that it'll be a relief to him when she dies. God damn, that is harsh. Finally, Yukiko calls the nurse in to get Tomie out of here. The next day, Tadashi comes to visit again, and he can't figure out why Yukiko's acting so weird. She tells him that Reiko came to visit her and asks if he loves her. Before he can answer, she tells him he doesn't need to visit anymore. That night, Yukiko's condition worsens, and as the doctor does his work, Yukiko straight up tells him to just let her die. Meanwhile, we see Tomie and Tadashi out and about, and Tadashi confronts her about visiting Yukiko. She lies to him, saying that her and Yukiko are actually very friendly, and that Yukiko's getting on well with a handsome doctor at the hospital. Tadashi cuts through the bullshit and says that she's lying. He says she makes up a different name for herself every time he asks as well. She also keeps making him buy her expensive stuff like jewelry. When she asks for an expensive pair of earrings, Tadashi says he's already borrowed too much money from his parents and says no. She just blows him off, saying she'll go find a rich guy instead. He tries to stop her, calling out Reiko, and she replies, "Reiko, who's that?" confirming that the name is a lie. Tadashi then recounts how he met her on the beach one day and how he seemed to be drawn in an abnormal way. He mentioned seeing an obituary in the newspaper about a dead high school girl that was her spitting image. Later, he decides to apologize to Yukiko at the hospital, but on his way, he's intercepted by Tomie. She says she doesn't care about the earrings and that all she wants is him. As they kiss, he says he can't escape her. Then suddenly, Tadashi pulls out a knife and slashes her up. Damn, that took a hard left turn. The ambulance picks her up and declares her dead, and Tadashi is questioned by the police, but he can't explain why he had the overwhelming urge to kill her. At the hospital, we see that Yukiko's doctor has found Tomie's kidney to be a match and plans to use it to save Yukiko. Meanwhile, a disturbed-looking Mr. Takagi examines Tomie's corpse, claiming it to be his daughter. When the doc asks if he could use his daughter's kidney to save another patient's life, Takagi emphatically agrees. The surgery is a success, and Yukiko is on the mend. However, she has trouble eating as she says she's already full. It appears her stomach is bulging out, and she screams out in pain. Later, the doctor takes a look at some x-rays and is shocked by what he finds. There seems to be small limbs growing from the kidney transplant, and even more disturbing, a human skull has grown out of it as well, which is what the large bulge was in Yukiko's stomach. The doctor starts an emergency surgery to remove the kidney, and before he can even make the first incision, a head bursts out of Yukiko's stomach, the head of Tomie. Next up, basement. Rumors begin to spread amongst the patients, tales of unscheduled operations and organs being removed in the middle of the night. They even say there's a kidney that grew limbs and a head, and that it's hidden in the basement. We're introduced to Sato, a young patient who's quite interested in these mysterious rumors. He sneaks out of his room and into the basement to see what he can find. He hears some doctors in a supply room having a hushed conversation and listens through the door. It appears the rumors are true. Tomie's head is floating in a tank. I guess Yukiko's doctor was forced to sever the head from the kidney during the surgery, and it's kept floating in a separate tank as well. It's a bizarre and disturbing sight seeing that head floating in there. One of the doctors suggests that this life form has the ability to regenerate even when cut in half, much like a flatworm. Sato overhears Yukiko's name and decides to pay her a visit to find out more. He finds her room, and she seems to be doing quite well considering a head burst out of her stomach recently. The doctor comes in and berates Yukiko for moving around in her condition, and Sato leaves. However, later, Yukiko's doctor reveals that her wound has healed completely in only 2 days. He theorizes that perhaps Tomie's cells left in Yukiko's body have given her regeneration abilities. On the roof, Sato and Yukiko have a conversation where Sato says he finds her really cute. Meanwhile, the doctors check in on Tomie. They attempted to kill her with radiation, but instead it seemed to accelerate her development, and her body is now growing back from her neck. Even creepier, the little deformed Tomie starts to talk. She says that there's a man in the cabinet who's been watching her. Well, that's really creepy. Then she tells the younger doctor, Dr. Tamura, that she's in love with him. It freaks him out so much that he bails on the whole thing, telling the other doctor that he doesn't want any part of this experiment anymore. That night, Sato decides to sneak into the basement again, this time hoping to get into the supply room and see what's hidden there. He's about to enter the room when he hears someone on the other side of the door. He quickly hides and spots a mysterious man leaving. After that scare, Sato enters the room with his flashlight, looking around until he finally sees a strange sight. Tomie is fully developed and sitting naked in the tank. He thinks it's a patient taking a bath, and he just heads back to his room creeped out. Why would someone take a bath in the dark? At the same time, Tomie exits the tank and walks through the hospital, making her way to Yukiko's room. She tells Yukiko that Tadashi tried to kill her and says that she believes it was Yukiko's idea. Yukiko screams, and Tomie tries to smother her, but before she can finish the job, Dr. Tamura comes in to stop it. Seeing Tomie now fully developed into a normal body, he finds her beautiful and irresistible. Dr. Tamura takes her back to his condo and tells her to stay inside. Back at the hospital, he plays dumb with the other doctor, pretending he doesn't know what happened to Tomie. Yukiko's back to full health, and then some. In fact, she's changed a bit. She's taller than before, and her hair is straight and dark. She visits Sato with her new look, and she talks about how gorgeous she is now. To her surprise, Sato's not all that into it. He says he liked the old Yukiko, who wasn't so vain. She storms back to her room pissed off, and as she looks into the mirror, she notices a beauty mark forming right below her left eye, much like Tomie. Later that night, the two doctors return to the kidney to see its progress, and they find Tomie dumping gasoline on the small creature. It actually looks like the kidney has started to develop another small head. It's really creepy looking, but it's not around for long as Tomie lights the little bastard up with a match. As the creature squeals in pain, the rest of the room begins to light up as well. Dr. Tamura is pissed, seeing the experiment as his next big discovery in medicine, and socks her in the face. He says eerily that he'll now have to use the developed Tomie for his research. At that time, the cabinet in the room opens up, and I guess Tomie was right. There was a dude hiding in there. And it's Mr. Takagi. I guess this was the man Sato spotted leaving the room that night as well. He mentions that he wanted the doctors to study Tomie for some reason and that his plan is ruined. In the meantime, Dr. Tamura is straight up sawing Tomie's leg off. I guess he's already ready to start experimenting. Just as the other doctor has put out the original fire, Takagi uses the leftover gas to torch the whole room with Tomie and the doctors still inside. Sato catches wise to the fire and goes to find Yukiko to warn her, but when he enters her room, he finds that she is fully transformed into Tomie. She walks out into the night and finds Takagi outside as the hospital burns. After this, the hospital closed down and 3 charred corpses were found among the ashes. Sato says that as time passed, several more nurses who had worked at the hospital were found dead, and he's left wondering what happened to Yukiko. And this sort of wraps up this Tomie story arc for now. The next story is titled Photo. It begins on a stormy night. A woman and her elderly father are having tea in a large mansion when someone rings the doorbell. The young woman answers the door to see who other than Tomie, soaking wet and asking if she can stay for the night. This is an ominous insight into things to come. We're then introduced to Tsukiko, a high school student and amateur photographer. She has a weird niche, let's say, where she photographs boys in her school and then sells the pictures to girls who have crushes on them. Pretty creepy actually, but she makes a killing off of it, even charging her best friend Michiko for photos of her crush. A popular request is that of a boy named Yamazaki, who she frequently photographs. Secretly, Tsukiko has a crush on Yamazaki as well. As she snaps some photos one day, we see Tomie nearby watching. Tsukiko says that she's a new transfer student and head of the ethics committee. One day, while selling some photos to a friend, Tomie shows up and scolds Tsukiko for doing something so unethical. Both Tsukiko and the girl she's selling to try and play it off, but Tomie sees right through it. She has two male students that follow her like henchmen, and has one of them take Tsukiko's photos. Tomie says she'll let her off the hook this time, but takes the photos with her. Apparently, Tomie is up everyone's ass about ethics and even got a student expelled recently. Yamazaki approaches Tsukiko saying he wants to ask her something, and her heart is racing, hoping he'll ask her out. But instead, he asks if she'll take some pictures of Tomie for him. Well, that's about the worst case scenario. Anyway, I guess because she likes the guy, she goes ahead and takes some pictures of Tomie, who goes along with it. However, it turns out to be a ploy, and the teacher who leads the photo club steps in. I guess Tomie told him what Tsukiko was doing and had him show up here to catch her in the act. Well, Tsukiko ends up being suspended, and as she sits in her room, she looks over the photograph she took of Tomie, only to discover something horrifying. All the pictures seem to show another face on Tomie's head. The disturbing pictures make Tomie look like a monster. In one pic, it looks like another head is growing out of her. Well, in order to get revenge on Tomie, Tsukiko makes dozens of copies of the Tomie pictures and scatters them around the school. Tomie is clearly pissed, and Tsukiko tries to get out of the school before being found out. She runs into Yamazaki, who warns her that Tomie has sent her goons. He says that he heard them talking, and it sounded like Tomie wanted to kill Tsukiko, and she sounded really serious about it. Yamazaki hides Tsukiko in the photo club room and tells Tomie's henchman that he hasn't seen her. Inside, he explains to her that Tomie seems to have some unnatural power to control men, and that he actually has a hard time resisting himself. Suddenly, he attempts to choke Tsukiko out with a wire, but she grabs some developer and throws it in his face, giving her time to escape. She runs all the way home crying and locks herself in her room. Her mom gives her an earful about being suspended and says that she's leaving for a week to visit her father, who's stationed in the military. Later, Tsukiko looks out of her window and spots Tomie's boys hanging around outside. She then walks out in the hall to find Tomie herself standing by the door. She says she's just brought some refreshments and wants to hang out. Tsukiko informs her that she knows all about the fact that Tomie wanted to kill her, but she just laughs and acts like she doesn't know what Tsukiko's talking about. She claims she has no idea who Yamazaki even is. It's creepy how casual Tomie is acting. She just keeps pulling out random snacks and then asking Tsukiko about her artwork. After looking at a picture of a Spanish structure, she says that she lived in Spain for a while and was born in France. She claims her mother was a famous actress but died, and that her father was a painter who was friends with Picasso. It definitely gives off "my uncle works at Nintendo" vibes, but with Tomie, who knows? Tsukiko doesn't believe her, accusing her of being a pathological liar and calling her sick. Tomie has a sharp reaction to being called sick and freaks out. She starts moaning and clutching her skull. Between her fingers, we can see a bloodshot eye poking through her hair. What the hell? Her two goons come rushing into the apartment to see what's wrong, and as they approach, a full face pops out of the side of Tomie's head. It looks extra disturbing because the face still has some of Tomie's hair sprouting out everywhere. She tells the guys to cut it off and burn it, so they tie Tsukiko up and grab a cleaver from the kitchen. But this impromptu operation goes horribly wrong, as one of the guys accidentally chops her entire head off with both faces still attached. The two guys are like, shit. Well, at least no one saw us do it. Then they remember Tsukiko's right behind them and decide they'll have to kill her. It's actually kind of funny. She pretends to be sleeping like she didn't see what happened. Obviously they don't buy it, but before they can kill her, Tomie's voice rings out. It's coming from the newer face that sprouted, and it tells the boys to burn the other face. Not knowing exactly what to do, they put her head in a bag and leave. Tsukiko has survived for now, but she's still tied up. Her mom won't be coming back for a week either, so she's just stuck here staring at Tomie's headless body. She eventually passes passes out and wakes up in the middle of the night to some strange noises. The dead body is alive and crawling around. It makes its way to its feet and turns around. Where her neck should be, TOMIE is sprouting another head, and it's one of the most unsettling images so far. That little bald, deformed head partially growing from the neck is haunting. It begins to laugh maniacally and runs out of the apartment. Tsukiko musters all the remaining strength she has and manages to loosen the ropes. She's in denial about what happened and assumed it was all a nightmare, but when she turns the lights on, blood is covering the room, including all of the framed pictures. She says that no matter how much she tried, she couldn't remove Tomie's blood. We continue right where we left off from there in the next story, titled Kiss. Tsukiko has a strange nightmare that the neck-headed Tomie is trying to kill her. She wakes up once again hoping the entire thing was a nightmare, but there's still blood covering her carpet. Meanwhile, Taichi and Kimata, Tomie's goons, don't know what to do with her head since the two faces keep telling them different things. Then Yamazaki approaches them. He's wearing an eye patch where he must have gotten the fluid in his eye. He says he wants to see Tomie and he'll go insane if he doesn't. They just beat the shit out of him and tell him he won't be going anywhere near Tomie. Tsukiko has left her apartment and witnesses this from afar. After Taichi and Kimata leave, she runs over and helps Yamazaki. He doesn't understand why she's helping him since, he tried to kill her, and asks him to take him to the police with her to turn himself in and report what's happened. But she says he needs immediate medical treatment and takes him back to her apartment to care for him. When they return to the apartment, it's completely trashed and her camera's missing. She lays Yamazaki down and hears her doorbell. It's Michiko, her best friend, coming to check in on her. She spots Yamazaki and assumes that this is some kind of secret love affair. Tsukiko's too afraid to tell Michiko the truth, not wanting her to get involved, and kicks her out. It's evening now, and Yamazaki isn't feeling any better. He also believes he can hear Tomie calling for him. Tsukiko assures him that it was a dream, and the two embrace, almost kissing, until Yamazaki hears Tomie loud and clear this time, calling him. He makes his way to Tsukiko's room and over to the spot where Tomie was beheaded, and there's a strange lump in the carpet. Even weirder, it seems the carpet has soaked up all of Tomie's blood. Yamazaki begins speaking to the lump, and suddenly a hand comes through, grabbing onto him. This is followed by a familiar face. Tomie is emerging from the carpet. She kisses Yamazaki and then looks over at Tsukiko laughing. This evil bitch. Outside, Taichi and Kimata have noticed the lights on in the apartment, and with the door being locked, Kimata scales the building. He looks psychotic as he pulls out an iron pipe and smashes the window open to get in. Tsukiko's trying to snap Yamazaki out of Tomie's trance before he gets bludgeoned to death, but before Kimata can attack them, Tomie starts yelling at him. After he broke the window, small shards of glass stabbed into Tomie's face, and she's not happy about it. She hits him with a series of insults and then tells him she no longer needs him. She says to take that pipe and go on a long trip. Next thing you know, Taichi sees Kimata walk out to the balcony and then jump off. Inside, Tomie is still calling Yamazaki to her, telling him to get her out of the carpet. He starts to pull her body out, but finds that it's integrated with the plastic under the carpet. As Yamazaki struggles to pull her out, she just talks about how they're gonna live in this room and have children here and all kinds of crazy shit. Tsukiko speculates on what exactly Tomie is, wondering if she's a witch or a ghost or what, and Yamazaki begins to pull the shards out of her face. Tomie tries to protest, and as he pulls out the glass, blood sprays from the wounds. Next, he grabs a shard of glass to try to cut Tomie from the carpet, but when he does, a massive amount of blood pours from the gash. Outside, a crowd is formed around Kimata, who lays dead with the pipe through his chest. The police begin to make their way up to the apartment, and inside, Tomie has become nothing but a pile of plastic with all her blood drained out. We cut to the mansion that we saw way back at the beginning of the last chapter and see the old man talking to his daughter who's weeping. However, the girl shows her face and it's actually Tomie. She's crying about how Tsukiko called her sick and a monster. Okay, so now the whole mansion thing is even more confusing, but we'll clear that up soon enough. At the police station, Tsukiko is being questioned about the death of Kimata and the unknown blood in her room. She tells them the entire story, but the police don't believe it, of course. However, since Kimata seemingly killed himself and there's no evidence of an actual dead body, she's let go. After this, Tsukiko and her family move away. She stops at the school and gives Michiko some photos of her crush that she still had, free of charge, and says goodbye. Then she visits Yamazaki, who's in the hospital. He's glad to be rid of Tomie, and Tsukiko believes that the Tomie in the floor was actually only her blood that had soaked in and used the plastic under the carpet to form a body. Tsukiko feels relieved that the lips Yamazaki kissed weren't real, and she heads off. Yamazaki begins to notice something strange in the junkyard outside of the hospital. He sees an old carpet rolled up and thrown away. Then he sees the carpet begin to swell and move unnaturally, finally rolling open, and little lumps begin to grow all over it. He watches in horror as dozens of little heads begin to sprout from the carpet. Little by little, day by day, the heads continue to to grow. At this point, Yamazaki knows exactly where he'd seen the carpet before and decides he's going to escape the hospital when he gets the chance. But as he looks out at the dump, the heads seem to take notice of him. They all turn and outstretch their arms towards him. It's TOMIE again, dozens of her, and they're all crying out for Yamazaki to hold them. Now let's wrap up this story arc with Mansion, where we finally learn what was up with the old man and his daughter. Two old guys are walking by the mansion. They notice the man who lives there hasn't come out much lately, but they've seen him and his daughter through the windows, so they know they must be okay. Inside, we see the old man and TOMIE talking. She asks if she can bring Tsukiko here, and the old man agrees. He asks her to quit messing with the fish tank she's been splashing her hand in, but we don't see what kind of fish is inside. Then an ominous groan comes from somewhere in the house. The old man says it must be the storm outside, but TOMIE tells him to quit pretending and that they both know it's not thunder. Okay. Meanwhile, in another town, Tsukiko reads some disturbing mail from Michiko saying that Yamazaki has gone missing. She leaves her house when a mysterious car pulls up next to her. Inside is TOMIE. She tells Tsukiko that Yamazaki is at her place and that he's asking for her. Despite her reservation, Tsukiko gets in the car and TOMIE takes her back to the mansion. She introduces Tsukiko to her supposed father, and the old man says she's got quite a talent with her photography. In fact, he's actually got her camera along with some photos she took. I guess this is where her camera went. TOMIE begins laughing over the fact that she tricked Tsukiko into thinking Yamazaki was here. She says, "Do you think I'd care that much about one guy?" The old geezer then explains that TOMIE doesn't care at all about men. She only wants to be desired and worshipped by them. He says that men go crazy for her, and when they inevitably go mad and slash her to bits, she just regenerates. He also adds a new detail, that when TOMIE is under a significant amount of psychological stress, she splits of her own accord. TOMIE then points at the fishbowl from earlier, and we see what's actually inside. TOMIE's severed head with two faces on it, likely the one that Taichi and Kimata cut off. The old man has been experimenting with it and keeps it in this tank of acid to prevent it from developing further. He then asks Tsukiko if she'll assist him in his research. He says, "Yes, I'll inject you with my daughter's bodily fluids as well as other questionable substances, but it'll be worth it." Man, what a disturbing few sentences. Tsukiko tries to get out, but the doors are locked, and TOMIE reminds her father about the last girl who he experimented with, implying something terrible happened. The old man says he just wants to cure TOMIE, but she says she's done with his sick game, and for him to talk to her without the getup. Still having acid on her hand from the tank, she wipes it on the old man's face, and it begins to burn. As he screams, TOMIE tells a nearby suit of armor to wake up, and sure enough, the armor begins to chase Tsukiko down with a sword. What the hell is going on here? She runs upstairs and hides in a dark room, only to discover that someone is in here with her. It's the old man, and he's locked up in a cage. Downstairs, we see that the man pretending to be TOMIE's father was in fact Mr. Takagi, the teacher from the first few stories. I guess he was wearing a hyper-realistic mask of the old man. Takagi seems to be fully insane at this point, and without the mask on, all he can do is laugh. Upstairs, the real old man explains what happened. He says that one stormy night, TOMIE showed up at his door along with this other man, Takagi. Once inside, they took over the place, as well as him and his daughter's identities. Down the hall, a loud rumble echoes. Tsukiko believes it to be thunder, but the old man tells her the truth. These are the groans of his daughter, who Takagi used in his terrible experiments. Suddenly, the suit of armor busts through the door. Tsukiko manages to dodge him and run down the hall, hoping for escape, but it's in vain. She hits a dead end, and the armor draws near, ready to kill her. She tries to defend herself with a large pot, but the armor just throws it aside. However, he accidentally hits a nearby door handle with it, breaking the lock. The door creaks open, and out from inside comes a gigantic TOMIE head. It's worse than that even. This is some kind of horrible monster with multiple heads and arms. The creature pins the armor to the wall, and his helmet falls off, revealing the man inside to be Kimata, one of TOMIE's original henchmen. Tsukiko runs downstairs, and we finally get a good look at the TOMIE creature. It's honestly like something out of Resident Evil or Silent Hill. Multiple heads make up a strange body with arms and legs sprouting from the sides. At the base is a giant larva-like appendage slithering on the floor. Downstairs, Tsukiko confronts TOMIE, saying that her true essence is on its way down. She reaches for her camera, and Takagi tries to stop her, asking once again to let him experiment on her. Just then, the creature makes its way down the stairs and grabs hold of Takagi. At the same time, Tsukiko begins taking flash photos of TOMIE, blinding her. After that, it all goes blank, and Tsukiko finds herself outside the mansion walls. She calls the police, and they rescue the old man from upstairs, but there's no sign of TOMIE, Takagi, or or the creature inside. Tsukiko handed over the last few photos she took to the police, and none of them came out well, except one. It was of neither Tomie nor the monster, but instead a sad young woman descending the stairs and fading into shadow. And that is Mansion, which concludes the Tsukiko arc in Tomie. I love the Tomie creature in this one, but I have to say the most unrealistic thing in this story to me is probably the fact that Takagi somehow had the capabilities to create a Hollywood level prosthetic of the old man and apply it perfectly. I guess he's secretly a practical effect wizard or something. Anyway, moving on. The next story is titled Revenge. A hiking crew is climbing up a snowy mountain range. We have Tanimura, Hamaguchi, and Doi. They're trying to make it back before sunset when they discover a woman's naked body hanging out of the side of the mountain. Doi makes his way down to her and on closer inspection says that this reeks of foul play since the body appears to be shoved into this hole. However, as he moves in to touch the body, the woman's head springs up and stares at him. This scares the shit out of him, of course, and he loses his footing, sliding off the cliff. The other two hikers decide it's too dangerous to climb down to him and instead try and save the girl for now. They put her in a thick sleeping bag and start carrying her. Getting a good look at her face here, you can see that classic beauty mark under the left eye. This is Tomie, alright. She begins complaining she's cold. Hamaguchi assures her that they'll be in a warm cabin soon, but she insists that she needs something warmer. He catches her gaze, and next thing you know, he's standing in his underwear, having given Tomie his clothes to wear. Tanimura is like, "What is wrong with you, dude? We're in a snowstorm on a mountain." But Hamaguchi says he's fine, and they keep moving. After a while, Tanimura speaks up once again, saying he's gonna freeze to death like that, but Hamaguchi yells at him to shut up and walk in silence. Soon they realize they're lost. Tanimura thinks they should camp out, but Tomie says she wants to get to the cabin, and Hamaguchi just goes along with her bidding, so they continue. Tanimura asks Tomie why she was out here naked, and she says her boyfriend abandoned her. Hamaguchi starts in, saying he would never abandon someone so beautiful, and Tomie collapses, saying she can't walk any further. Hamaguchi offers to carry her on his back, but Tomie insists on Tanimura doing it, saying he's much more attractive. Obviously, this pisses Hamaguchi off, who's already under Tomie's spell, but he yells at Tanimura to carry her anyway. As they walk, Hamaguchi is getting more and more jealous, and he's looking psychotic at this point. Finally, he pulls out a large climbing pick and says that they will just have to share her by slicing her right down the middle. He's insane, but funny enough with Tomie, that's not actually out of the question. Well, he doesn't cut her in half, but he manages to stab her in the arm before running away laughing like a maniac. Tanimura picks Tomie back up, and they find Hamaguchi ahead, dead in the snow. Ironically, he was only a few yards from the cabin. Inside, Tanimura gets some bandages for Tomie's arm, but finds that the wound has already healed up almost completely. Tomie asks Tanimura why he's even up here, and he explains that he's actually searching for his brother, who went missing a month ago. She nuzzles up next to him, and he asks her how long she was out there naked, guessing it couldn't have been more than an hour or two under these conditions. Tomie informs him that it was more like a month. She says that her boyfriend took her up here a month ago and chopped her into pieces, leaving her all over the place. She says she willed herself back to life, seeking revenge on him. Tanimura just assumes she lost her damn mind, and Tomie moves in close, saying that he actually looks a lot like her boyfriend. She says her boyfriend's name was Tetsuya, which just so happens to be the name of Tanimura's brother. Tomie eventually falls asleep, and Tanimura watches her, saying that he gets a funny feeling looking at her. He begins to believe that his brother was involved with her, and maybe he did chop her up, caused by some strange urge. Next thing we know, Tanimura stabs Tomie in her sleep. She declares he's just like his brother before collapsing dead. In a panic, Tanimura runs from the cabin and decides to set up camp by the mountain. He discovers a small opening in the side of a cliff and finds a body inside. Not only that, but it's his brother Tetsuya, dead and covered in a blanket. Tanimura pulls back the blanket to find something even more terrifying underneath. Another naked Tomie with her lower half missing is eating Tetsuya's flesh from his ribs. Tanimura just watches in horror, wondering what the hell this woman is. And in the background, you can spot the Tomie he stabbed in the cabin, standing in the snow with a knife still in her chest. Next up is a short one, Water Basin. It begins with who I believe is Mr. Takagi traveling around a rural village. He's trying to sell a strange product. It's a small packet that he says will grow into a young woman if planted. He tries to convince the town people to buy them to replace their children who have left the village, but he's just freaking everyone out. Plus, he's charging 50,000 yen for these little sacks. Finally, some curious villager takes him up on the offer, but when the man unwraps the packet, he finds nothing but a blob of mysterious meat. After this, the townspeople label him a crook and accuse him of peddling garbage. Some folks chase Takagi Miyagi down, threatening to beat him up. They chase him to the edge of a waterfall basin, and with no other choices, he disposes of all the meat packets, throwing them into the basin to prove that he won't try to sell anymore. I guess this is enough for the men to let him go, and he leaves town never to return. A peculiar thing begins to happen shortly after this event, though. Many young men from the village have jumped off the cliff into the basin to their deaths. Even more peculiar, when their bodies are fished out of the basin, they seem to have been feasted on by some kind of carnivorous fish. Two local fishermen hear about the strange fish that reside in the basin and decide they want to do some fishing here. Well, one of them does catch something big, but when he pulls it up, it appears to be a woman's head on the end of his hook. The pole snaps and the body sinks back down into the water. One of the men decides to jump into the water and pull her out, assuming it's a suicide attempt, but the poor dude never comes back out. Finally, the other fisherman dives in to check on him. He spots the woman's body floating naked, but when he rounds the corner, he finds only her torso, which is rooted into rocks. This, of course, is Tomie. He turns around to see dozens more Tomies all feasting on the other fishermen. It's pretty gruesome, looking like something out of Dawn of the Dead as they all surround him, ripping off his flesh. Suddenly, Tomie reaches her arms out, saying, "Hey there, handsome, wanna cuddle?" She grabs his foot, but he manages to get loose and escape. He returns later with the villagers, and they do find the body of his friend eaten up, but none of the carnivorous Tomies. Time went on after this, and the village soon forgot about the incident. Until one day, dozens of naked Tomies began to walk out of the basin, now fully formed women. They simply walk through the streets of the village until they disappear into the night. So at this point, who knows how many Tomies have spread around, and also these last two stories have kind of moved Tomie into the realm of a cannibal as well, which is an interesting evolution. Okay, moving on to our next tale, Painter. It starts with a monologue. A talented painter shows off his work and calls it a masterpiece, which he calls Tomie. In the painting, Tomie's head is in the middle of splitting apart in that grotesque fashion. The painter says that Tomie is the best subject he's come across, but no one appreciates the beauty of his work. We then jump back and learn how this artist met Tomie. His name is Mitsuo, and he's displaying his work in a Rising Artist exhibit. His latest series is simply called Nana and is a set of portraits of a beautiful woman of the same name. He's mobbed by women who all want his autograph, but his gaze is drawn to one woman who's still examining the art, Tomie. He finds her beauty bewitching and approaches her, asking for her opinion on his art. She compliments the piece, but says that the model isn't quite right and that he should think of hiring someone new. Sometime later, Mitsuo is painting his next portrait of Nana and can't get Tomie's words out of his head. Suddenly, Tomie comes into his studio and starts laughing loudly like an insane person. Mitsuo yells at her, saying this is private property, until he realizes who it is. Nana wonders who this person is, and Tomie cuts in, asking why he's still using this model when he said he was going to ditch her and take on Tomie instead. She goes on to lie, saying that Mitsuo said he finds Nana boring and dumb. So she storms out in a huff, and Mitsuo's pissed. Tomie just says that she'll be the model now, and before you know it, he's painting her. Tomie talks about how beautiful she is, like no other woman, and questions whether Mitsuo can even capture her beauty on canvas. He asks her why she doesn't just have her picture taken if she wants a perfect rendition, but Tomie says snapshots don't do her justice. A slight callback to the Tsukiko story arc. Mitsuo says confidently that he can capture her beauty, and after a couple hours, he finishes. Tomie just laughs at the result, saying it doesn't even capture a tenth of her beauty. She leaves, saying she's off to find a real artist. Mitsuo looks over his paintings and admits he hasn't captured Tomie's charm. He goes back to his old series painting Nana, but she just doesn't have the spark anymore. He freaks out and gives up. Nana takes it as an insult and leaves once again, this time in tears. Mitsuo decides it's Tomie he must paint, and he begins to try and do it by memory, but once again, it's just not quite right, and he destroys it. Devastated, he sits at a bar drinking alone when he runs into one of his art pals, Masuda. They talk for a bit, and Masuda tells him about a local sculptor named Iwata who has a bold new series coming out based on a new gorgeous model, but he can't remember her name. He happened to snap a photograph of the two walking and pulls it out. Of course, this gorgeous model is Tomie. Unfortunately, he believes the photo's messed up with too slow a shutter speed because of the fact that Tomie has two heads in it. Mitsuo is immediately jealous of the sculptor, and he tracks the guy down and sees if he truly could capture Tomie's beauty. When Iwata answers the door, he seems a little disturbed. Mitsuo asks him about the Tomie sculptures, and Iwata says they're no longer for public viewing. He says that Tomie is his. Mitsuo insists he see the work and tries to force his way in. Finally, he grabs a nearby bust and beats Iwata over the head with it, either knocking him unconscious or killing him. But Mitsuo doesn't even seem to care. He just barges in to see the sculptures. However, as he enters the next room, he does find the sculptures, but they're all laying in a pile broken to bits. Then he spots TOMIE standing there. She begins to cry and falls into Mitsuo's arms. She says Iwata smashed the sculptures and then tried to cut TOMIE into pieces as well. Mitsuo tells her he can truly capture her beauty and takes her back to his studio. He's looking a little worse for the wear as he paints TOMIE once again. As he does, TOMIE starts saying some creepy shit like how Iwata wasn't the first man to try and kill her. She explains that whenever a man falls for her, he eventually gets the urge to cut her up. Mitsuo has finally done it. He's captured her perfect likeness. You see his painting and it resembles the one from the start of this story, TOMIE's head splitting in half. He shows it to her and calls it his masterpiece. She's pretty upset at the depiction and calls him the worst painter in the world. She says he's mocking her and calling her a monster. Then she throws the painting to the ground and begins laughing like a madwoman. As she laughs, Mitsuo is filled with the urge and begins to choke her. Then he hacks her body up to pieces. He just sits there staring at her body in some kind of trance for several days until suddenly TOMIE begins to regenerate. We see in detail as all the severed limbs begin to sprout heads and arms, and the two halves of her hacked up head grow into their own TOMIEs. This is one of the creepiest regeneration scenes so far because of all the detail. Plus, at this point, Junji Ito's art has only gotten better. The artist then says he's frozen in fear and can do nothing as he sits there watching TOMIE regrow and bring him his inevitable death. The next story is titled Assassin. It starts right into the action with a man holding a knife sneaking up on TOMIE. He says she doesn't belong in this world and begins to stab her to death. A passerby sees what's happening and the killer drops the knife and runs. The witness, named Tetsuo, is about to go for an ambulance when TOMIE tells him to take her to his place instead. He reluctantly brings her to his apartment and TOMIE says that there's an assassin after her. The man who stabbed her was sent by someone. She doesn't say who, but just that they're very jealous of her. She tells Tetsuo that when she dies, he must bury her somewhere secluded. She begs him not to burn her body but bury it. Tetsuo does just that, although he's not sure why. He takes her out to the woods and buries her. As soon as he's finished, however, he hears her voice calling to him from under the soil. He quickly digs out her face and finds that she's still dead, but continues to hear the voice telling him, not the head, the chest. He uncovers the chest to find another head bulging out of the stab wound. The head tells Tetsuo to carve her out of this woman, and using a pocket knife, he cuts her out. He holds the bloody head in his hands, and she just casually says, okay, now let's go back to your place. But first, she commands him to burn the other TOMIE's body. Tetsuo says he promised he wouldn't burn it, and either way, he doesn't have a lighter and doesn't want to start a wildfire. The head calls him a spineless weenie, which is hilarious, and they go back to his place. He sets her head on his desk, and she immediately gets bitchy and demanding, wanting a pillow for her head and asking for food, which she just spits out, criticizing his cooking. Then she gets bored and makes Tetsuo take her into the city in a cloth bag. She wants to go to the jewelry store to get a necklace, and Tetsuo makes the good point that she doesn't even have a neck. She just throws a fit and starts yelling at him, which is raising some eyebrows from other people. Finally, he takes her back home. At this point, she's grown some of her hair back and her body has begun to develop, but right now it's just this tiny, unformed mass of cells. TOMIE suddenly starts screaming, kill her, kill the bitch, referring to the original TOMIE that Tetsuo buried. She says that she's back from the dead, and if Tetsuo doesn't believe her, he can go check himself. Well, Tetsuo does go back to check on the body, and sure enough, the first TOMIE is missing. He gets back to his apartment, and shortly after, an assassin breaks in order to kill TOMIE. The man begins to smash up the room looking for her. After a scuffle, Tetsuo manages to pin the guy down, and the would-be assassin explains how he met the most beautiful woman in the world named TOMIE, and that she sent him here to kill the woman who tortured her. TOMIE's head begins to rise out of a nearby wastebasket where she was hiding. The guy is very confused. How is TOMIE here and what happened to her? She tells Tetsuo to murder the poor schmuck, and fully under TOMIE's command, he does so. After this, he's ordered to find the first TOMIE and assassinate her. He asks why the TOMIEs do this to each other. Shouldn't they be like siblings? She just says that she's the real TOMIE and one is enough. All the others are just pretenders. Later, Tetsuo finally spots TOMIE in the wild. He has a moment of doubt. How can he be sure that this is the same TOMIE he first met? So he asks her if she remembers him. She does know his name, and even stranger than that, she knows all the details of his interactions with the other TOMIE as well, mentioning how he fed her food and that he saved her from the assassin in his apartment. Tetsuo basically has a full-on breakdown, and TOMIE says that this is the fault of the phantom who's been controlling him. She says he needs to go back to his apartment and snuff this demon out. Then they can be happy together. It cuts back to the TOMIE head in his apartment looking looking distressed, and we end there. There's a lot more lore developing here. The fact that the Tomies all want to kill each other and that they all seem to have linked experiences and memories is very interesting. Next up, hair. A girl named Chie is poking around in her father's desk when she finds a mysterious wooden box. Inside is the most beautiful hair she's ever seen, and she grabs it out of curiosity. She shows it to her friend Miki, who speculates that maybe Chie's dad is cheating or something, but either way, it's pretty creepy. Soon, every day after school, Chie would stare at the hair in a trance, wondering who it might belong to. Meanwhile, her father is freaking out, tearing up his office, until he finally decides either his daughter or wife must have found the hair. He questions Chie, but she lies, saying she hasn't been in his office. After this, her father seems to be on edge constantly, and at the same time, the hair in the box starts to grow longer. Chie shows it to Miki, and she once again comments on how beautiful it is. She even puts a strand on her head jokingly and asks how it looks. When she does this, the hair strand sticks to her skin and she can't get it off. Chie thinks she must be messing around, so to prove it, Miki sticks one on Chie's head as well. They struggle, but the hairs are stuck to their scalps like they're super glued. Miki asks if she can take the whole box with her, and Chie reluctantly agrees, thinking it's probably a good idea to get the box out of her house before her dad finds out. A few weeks later, Chie lies in bed looking at her new hair strand when she dozes off for a moment. In that instant, she sees an image of Tomie in her mind. She wakes up and just has this feeling that the hair belongs to this woman. She gets a call from Miki saying she wants to show her something, so she heads over to her place. Miki pulls a large cardboard box out and reveals it's full of the hair. Apparently, she also had the vision of the woman and even heard her voice saying that her name was Tomie. Chie asks what she's gonna do with all the hair, and Miki says just wait till summer breaks over. When school starts back up, everyone is eyeballing the gorgeous new girl until they realize it's actually Miki, but her hair is completely changed. She tells Chie that she just started planting the hair on her head, and after a while the old hair fell out, as if Tomie's hair had become dominant. Later in class, Chie begins to daydream of Tomie, which is quite distracting, but even worse than that, Miki sees her as well and starts having a full conversation with Tomie while the class stares at her, seemingly speaking to no one. Chie is actually jealous because all she can do is listen to Tomie and can't speak to her yet. Miki tells the other girls about her hair and even starts giving them all some of Tomie's hair for them to do the same. At Chie's house, her dad finally outright accuses her mom of taking the hair. He says it's Tomie's hair and that she was the greatest love of his life. Well, of course Chie's mom has had about enough of this talk and decides she's leaving. She asks Chie to come with her, but she's busy trying to speak to Tomie, and when the mom hears her say the name, she freaks, assuming that Chie is somehow supportive of her father's love affair with this woman, so she heads off on her own. After this, Chie just lays in bed all day meditating on Tomie. One day, Miki comes to visit, wondering why she hasn't come to school, and Chie breaks out into tears, saying no matter what, she can't communicate with Tomie. Miki tells her she just needs more hair, and gives her the small box back with some of the hair inside. Chie's father comes bumbling inside the apartment drunk, and when he spots Miki from behind, he assumes it to be Tomie. He acts surprised to see her alive until he realizes it's Miki. He starts asking her questions about the hair, but she leaves, ignoring him. He chases her outside, and shortly after, Chie's mother returns to the apartment. When she enters Chie's room, she finds her with hairs all over her face. I guess she began to put them in the skin on her face instead of on her head, and it looks pretty freaky. She just starts calling out to Tomie like a whack job, and her mother takes her to the hospital. They do an MRI on her, and the doctor finds something extraordinary. The original Tomie hair on her head had grown inward, eventually penetrating her skull and winding up through her brain tissue, making it extremely hard to remove. Meanwhile, Chie's father keeps following Miki around, questioning her about Tomie. Miki ignores him and asks Tomie if she should tell him something. After seemingly getting the go-ahead from Tomie, Miki says that he's a nuisance and that Tomie doesn't want to talk to him. He pleads with her, saying that he fell for Tomie almost immediately and then went crazy, eventually murdering her. He just wants to talk to her again. He grabs hold of Miki, and when he looks closer at her face, it seems little hairs are growing out of it. They start to grow rapidly, even coming out of her mouth. In the final panel, Miki's body collapses to the ground, the hair shooting out of every pore until she's completely covered in it. This is an interesting one because Tomie isn't actually physically in this story, unless you count her hair. Instead, she almost became like a religious figure for the two girls, which is a really cool concept. Next up, adopted daughter. This story opens with rumors about the Hinatas, an elderly couple whose adopted daughter recently died, and apparently this isn't the first time. Many young girls have died under their care over the years, and it's starting to get suspicious, with people questioning if they themselves are responsible. One of the gossiping voices explains what they've heard the Hinatas do to their victims. We see a young girl locked in a dungeon with the couple obsessed with her skin. The old woman suddenly latches onto her arm with her gums, followed by her husband. I guess they're trying to suck the youth out of her skin. This really skews me out for some reason. prison. The girl tries to escape, but they chase her down and grab a hold of her legs to munch on. Of course, this is just a fabrication made up by curious townspeople. We're introduced to the real Hinatas, and they're actually kind and loving people. They feel cursed, however, as every daughter they've adopted has mysteriously died, and think maybe the universe just doesn't want them to be parents. Mrs. Hinata is in shambles. We learned that she was unable to have her own children, and all she ever wanted was a young girl to remind her of her youth. At this point, they decide they shouldn't try adopting anymore, afraid that it would happen again. Mrs. Hinata can't stop crying on the couch and is comforted by their housemaid, Satoko. Satoko says that if the Hinatas really want a daughter, she would be happy to fill the role, even if she's getting on in years herself. Mrs. Hinata is grateful and thinks of her as a daughter after all these years, but still wants a young girl to remind her of her glory days. As Satoko heads out for the night, she spots something outside one of the windows, the body of a girl laying in the rain with a mole under her left eye. Yep, it's Tomie. They bring the girl in and call a doctor, but she says she's actually fine and just needs some rest. When Tomie wakes up, she says that her parents were killed in a plane crash and now she has nowhere to go, and that if she could stay with the Hinatas, it would be like a dream. Against their previous judgment, the couple decides to adopt Tomie, but Satoko is more suspicious. How could there be a plane crash near here without anyone hearing about it? The next day, Mrs. Hinata brings Tomie a dress that she had tailor-made for her, and Tomie responds by saying, "Thank you, mother." Being called mom just sends the old gal to cloud 9, and she tells Tomie she'll give her whatever she needs, and that all she needs to do is ask. Well, with no hesitation, Tomie immediately asks for a diamond ring, and the elated old woman says yes. Satoko is serving Tomie while she recovers, and Tomie is a real bitch to her, ordering her around and criticizing her cooking. Later on, Tomie shows off her new dress, and the Hinatas are full of joy. Tomie says she hopes this happiness could last forever, and Mrs. Hinata breaks down into tears. She decides sooner or later Tomie must find out, and she tells her about the other adopted girls who all died. Tomie says she had heard rumors of an old couple that feasted on young girls' youth, and that it must have been the Hinatas she heard about. I feel bad for Mrs. Hinata here. It must be devastating hearing the rumors that people have made up about them. One night, Tomie enters Mr. Hinata's study crying. She's got marks all over her arms and tells him that whenever she's alone with Mother, the old woman tries to suck the youth out of her arms. Mr. Hinata assures her this is some kind of a mistake, that this isn't like his wife at all. Tomie says, "Okay, fine, wait till tomorrow and you'll see yourself." The next day, while doing Tomie's hair, Mrs. Hinata starts eyeballing her beautiful skin, and soon she does latch onto her arm with her gums like all the rumors. Tomie screams, and Mr. Hinata runs in to see it for himself. He scolds his wife, and she seems confused, like she has no idea why she did that. This is an interesting development because Tomie obviously has control over men, and we've seen that women can be obsessed with her as well in a different way, but this sequence suggests that she can possibly mind control people as well. Mrs. Hinata cries in her bed all day after this, and Satoko comforts her. She says that she actually looked into the supposed plane crash and couldn't find any records of it. She believes Tomie is up to something. Mrs. Hinata dismisses this, but still thanks her for her support, and she says she's ashamed it's taken her so long to notice Satoko as the daughter she truly deserves, even saying she would be willing to officially adopt her. However, later, Satoko enters the room and finds her dead, hanging by her neck from the bed canopy. At the funeral, Satoko and Mr. Hinata grieve, while Tomie seems not to care at all. Satoko mentions again that before she died, Mrs. Hinata did say she wanted to adopt her. Sometime later, Tomie is yelling at Satoko again, telling her the soup needs less salt and sending her out to remake it. And here's when we learn the big twist. Satoko has been poisoning Tomie's food for the last 6 months. Not only that, but she's done this to all the other girls as well, which explains why they all died. Satoko wants to get the Hinata's inheritance and has been snuffing out the adopted girls that stand in her way. Unfortunately, this has not worked with Tomie, who can't simply be poisoned because of her regenerative abilities. Finally, Satoko decides she must take more drastic measures. On a stormy night much like the one Tomie arrived on, Satoko enters Tomie's room to choke her in her sleep. However, when she opens the door, she finds Mr. Hinata inside stabbing Tomie to death. He quickly turns his attention to Satoko, afraid she might tell the police, so he begins to chase her. As we hear her screams from the hall, Tomie's corpse slowly begins to move and sit up. The story ends with more rumors about how there was a murder in the Hinata house, how the old man killed his servant and then himself, but at least this time the daughter survived and she has quite an inheritance coming her way. Okay, our next story is called Littlefinger. We're introduced to Hiroya. He's the youngest of 4 brothers and was bullied constantly by them for being short and ugly. One day his father comes home with his new wife. She's young, she's beautiful, she's Tomie. It's interesting that across these stories, Tomie's hair has begun to change. Typically she's got straight, long black hair, but in this story she's got short hair with a lighter color. It's the one varying aspect of Tomie's appearance. Anyway, as you might guess, the brothers all go goo-goo over Tomie. Soon after she marries their father, however, he's found dead, having seemingly hung himself in the backyard. Well, these shithead kids don't seem at all bothered, and in fact, they start arguing over who gets to have Tomie now that their father's out of the way. Hiroya, however, is distrustful of people, and rightfully so. He doesn't care at all about Tomie and actively ignores her, a very rare thing for a man who's encountered her. The fact that he doesn't give her any attention causes Tomie to take interest in him, particularly at the distress of his brothers. She constantly follows him around and bangs on his door at night asking to come in, but Hiroya sticks to his guns, not letting her inside. Well, his brothers don't like this at all and move him to a cellar in the basement where he's locked in. Tomie visits him in the basement and fishes one more time for his affection. Hiroya ignores her once more, and at this, Tomie suddenly changes her tune, calling him a lost cause and saying he can rot in there for all she cares. I gotta say, after reading all of these stories, it's pretty satisfying seeing one guy who just doesn't give in to her. A few days pass and none of Hiroya's brothers have brought him food. As he starves, he can hear loud voices upstairs as if there's constant fighting. Finally, on the verge of death, he cries out in desperation and one of his brothers comes down to talk to him. He says that he'll let Hiroya out if he promises to do something for him. Well, Hiroya isn't in any position to barter, so he agrees. Upstairs, he finds a terrible sight. Tomie's body has been cut into 3 pieces by the brothers, and they ask Hiroya to get rid of the body. Next thing we see is him in a van driving in the middle of nowhere to dump Tomie's remains. He looks back at his cargo and sees that Tomie's head has popped out of one of the bags. He blames it on the jostling of the van at first, but later he looks back again to see Tomie's arms outstretched as well. The scare causes him to veer off the road and into a tree. He seems okay until he looks down and sees that Tomie has grabbed hold of his arm. He grabs a shovel from the passenger seat and uses it to jab at her hand, chopping off her fingers. Now loose, he just bolts, leaving the car and bodies on the side of the road and camping in the woods that night. He finally ventures into a nearby cafeteria and sees a news report that he's a wanted criminal. With a recognizable mug like his, he has no choice but to hide out in the wilderness for a while. He finds a large cave and lights a fire inside. Then oddly, he finds Tomie's 4 fingers in his pocket. I guess when he sliced them off, they fell in somehow. He throws them into the fire to burn. A month passes and Hiroya has actually gotten relatively comfortable in his cave, stealing food from nearby farmers. Plus, he doesn't have his a-hole brothers around to bug him, so he's enjoying the peace and quiet. In the back of the cave, he started a kind of junk pile, including the ashes from his fires. One day, while stealing some food from a farmhouse, Hiroya is found out, and in his escape, he cuts his leg pretty badly. Back at the cave, he wraps the wound, but it's deep and requires some medical attention. That night, he hears strange noises from the back of the cave, and when he investigates, he finds 4 figures growing out of the ashes. 4 women with cracked and burned skin, almost like undead made of ash. One of the girls blames Hiroya for their appearance, saying that it's his fault. The 4 girls address each other as index, middle, ring, and pinky. It becomes clear that these are the 4 fingers of Tomie that he had thrown into the fire, now regenerating, but at a much slower pace than usual. They all argue with each other and conclude that pinky is the ugliest. And they're right, the little finger is pretty ghastly. The other Tomies actually bully her for being ugly. The next few days is a blur. Hiroya develops a bad fever and his wound is infected. He's approached by the fingers, who are now a lot closer to being fully regenerated, other than Pinky, who hasn't improved at all. So they start bullying her again, calling her a poor little finger, and the next couple days they abuse and torture her. Finally, Hiroya tells them to stop it and to leave Pinky alone. He grabs hold of her and the other Tomies laugh it off. When they finally reform completely, they all leave the cave one by one, except the little finger, who still hasn't improved. Hiroya tells her that he knows how she felt and that he's been there himself. Pinky then says that she loves him, and surprisingly, Hiroya says he loves her back, begging her to stay with him. Then she starts to laugh, saying, "So this is the type you go for?" Finally, she has something to tease him about. Then the little finger improves rapidly back into the full shape of Tomie. This was all a ruse to finally get Hiroya to love her. One of Tomie's cruelest moments ever. As Hiroya lay dying, Tomie leaves without hesitation, having gotten the last laugh. The next story is titled Boy. It begins with the ominous words, Here follows a tale of misfortune that befell a loving family. We see a young boy exploring a rocky section of the beach when he stumbles upon a cave. Inside he finds a pool of red liquid. Then a face emerges from the water. The figure is extremely damaged with deep cuts all over its face and body. The boy freaks out accordingly, assuming this to be a woman's corpse, but when he turns to run, a hand reaches out and grabs his foot. The woman opens her eyes and the detail on her face here is quite disturbing, with one of the deep cuts going across her eyeball, and as you might have guessed, she has a mole under her left eye. TOMIE reveals her name and asks the boy to play with her. The boy asks if this is all her blood, and she says that a bad man tore her apart and threw her down here. She asks the boy not to tell anyone and instead come visit her every day. We learn that the boy's name is Satoru, and he returns home soaking wet. He tells his parents he fell into a tide pool, and even though he's looking a little disturbed, his dad just says, well, boys will be boys. The next day, Satoru returns to TOMIE. She says he's a good boy and deserves a kiss, reaching out her hands. But Satoru doesn't want to get dirty again, or his mom will get mad. TOMIE says he'll grow up to be a kind and sincere man, a real pillar of his community. She asks him to bring her some food and clothes when he returns. The next day, TOMIE has definitely healed up quite a bit and is wearing a dress that Satoru stole from his mom. She thanks the boy, setting him on her lap, and gives him a big smooch on the lips. She says she feels like his mother now, and the boy seems entranced. Back at home, Satoru isn't looking too odd and refuses to eat anything. His parents also mention he's been having night terrors as well. Later, Satoru steals a dress from a boutique in town at the request of TOMIE, who wanted something more in fashion. She's almost completely healed now, except for some remaining scars. She chases Satoru around the beach for fun, and with the scars on her face and her wide eyes, she's kind of looking like Regan from The Exorcist. She catches the boy and says that he can call her mother, and then kisses him on the lips. Again, creepy. Well, I guess Satoru's real mom followed him to see what he was up to and confronts TOMIE. TOMIE introduces herself as Satoru's mother, then asks him which mom he likes better. His real mom just grabs him and drags him home. As his parents discuss the incident that night, Satoru begins to cry in his sleep, having another nightmare. The next day, his mom finds him leaving the apartment with a knife. He's looking pretty freaky at this point. His eyes are all dark and wide. He says he needs to go see his real mommy. When his father gets home, he finds his wife outside the door. Inside, Satoru has slashed up the entire place with scissors. He dashes past them and runs to the beach yelling for his mom. When he arrives at the cave, he finds TOMIE fully healed and with some other man under her spell. As they go in for a kiss, Satoru sneaks up and stabs the man in the back with scissors. Then he asks TOMIE to play with him. She's like, "You're not thinking of cutting me up, are you?" She laughs and tells him to wait about 10 years. Then she tells him to quit calling her mom and says she would never care for a brat like him. The poor kid just breaks down crying and leaves. At the apartment, Satoru is tied to a post while his parents cower in the corner, terrified at what their son has become. After hearing the news reports about the dead man found on the beach, they can't help but think it was their son's doing. Satoru just starts screaming out, "Mommy, mommy," like he's possessed. Outside, they hear a voice in reply. They look outside to see TOMIE asking for Satoru to come play with his mother. Satoru's father decides he'll go have a talk with her and heads outside. He looks at her and seems to instantly fall under the spell. On the last page, we learn that the husband left his family and was never seen again. As for the boy, by the time he was of age, he was already a multiple felon, and in time was found guilty and executed by lethal injection. God damn, these stories just keep getting more tragic. The next entry is Moromi, and this one starts off in the thick of it. A man isn't just chopping TOMIE up, he's beating her into jelly with a metal rod. It's seriously brutal. There's basically nothing left of her but a goopy mess on the floor. The man's name is Ishizuka, and after he's had his fill of beating TOMIE's body to sludge, he calls up his buddy Nagaoka, asking him to come over. He shows Nagaoka what he's done, and he colorfully describes the mess as looking like wet dog food. They both say that they love TOMIE, and it seems like maybe there was some kind of love triangle before this. Ishizuka shows him even more horrors. He opens the fridge and more TOMIE mush comes pouring out. And in the kitchen, there's a dozen trash cans filled to the brim with the stuff. After Ishizuka destroyed TOMIE's body, the remains just kept multiplying, and here we are. So they come up with a plan. I guess Nagaoka's family runs a sake brewery. They tie up his parents and pour TOMIE's remains into one of the sake tanks. I guess their hope is that it dissolves in the alcohol? I'm not sure, but it seems like some shit you'd see in Breaking Bad. As they stir the tank, TOMIE's aroma fills the room. Apparently it smells quite good. In the tank, the liquid starts bubbling, and the men believe they can hear Tomie's voice. Eventually they notice that the tank has actually gotten pretty full and transfer half of it to another tank. I guess they forgot about the company's employees, and soon some workers come in wondering what the hell's going on. But as they smell the aroma in the room, they actually join in helping to stir the tanks, and soon even Nagaoka's father wants in on it. He dips a ladle into the liquid and tries it, saying it's the best moromi he's ever had, moromi being an unrefined form of sake. Soon all the men begin to drink some and get drunk on the mixture. Ishizuka hears Tomie's voice calling to him, and he looks into the tank to see dozens of Tomies all climbing out of the liquid. They swirl around the room like spirits and then splash into the floor, creating hundreds of mini Tomies. At the same time, a massive Tomie emerges from one of the tanks, moving in on Ishizuka. However, he soon wakes up to find this was a mass hallucination shared by all the men who drank the Tomie-infused sake. Nagaoka's father is happy about the results of the mixture and says this sake will sell like none other. Ishizuka continues to stir one of the tanks, and inside we can see what looks like Tomie's face bubbling up. Next up, babysitter. Arita is babysitting for a new couple tonight, and they're a little strange. Their baby's named Marina, and they seem reluctant to show her up close. The mother leads Arita to the nursery, which has a full kitchen, but it also has bars on the windows. Weird. Once Marina is in her crib and Arita is in the room, the couple closes the door and locks it. They say the last few babysitters ran out on them and they can't let that happen again. Arita finally takes a look at the baby, and it's a horrible sight. A human heart with a face growing out of it. The face of Tomie. The couple says they found her left on their doorstep and took her in. They tell her she loves the color red, and if she cries, just let her look out the window. Then the couple goes out for the night. Arita is reluctant to go near Marina, but decides despite her frightening disfigurement, it's still a baby who needs to be taken care of. Outside, sirens sound, and there seems to be a fire in the neighborhood. Marina cries out, but Arita is too creeped out by her to take her to the window. When the couple arrives home, they're furious at Arita for not taking her to the window when she cried, saying that now she'll be up all night crying. Arita says she thought the fire would scare Marina, but the woman informs her that the baby actually loves fires. In fact, she likes the color red in general, but the blaze of a fire is her favorite. They keep Arita locked in the nursery, saying she can leave when Marina stops crying. Of course, she continues to wail for hours. The next day, the couple says they're going back out again tonight. Arita is clearly losing it, but decides to feed Marina. Immediately, the baby spits the food back in her face and begins to laugh. For a moment, Arita tries to choke her, but stops herself. Outside, another fire begins to blaze, and the baby cries. This time, Arita brings her to the window, and sure enough, Marina stops crying and laughs at the sight of the flames. Oddly, the couple never return that night, and the next day, Arita overhears some neighbors talking outside. They say that the couple who lives in this house was responsible for the fires and got caught in the act last night. Arita has no idea what to do now, still locked in the room. I don't get why she doesn't just yell out to the neighbors out the window, but whatever. As she holds Marina in her arms, unsure what to do, the baby begins to talk, calling the couple screw-ups. She also tells Arita to quit calling her Marina. Her name is Tomie. She says she's bored and commands Arita to play horsey with her. It's a disturbing and comical sight as Arita crawls on all fours, neighing, while Tomie rides on her back, even slapping her ass with some of her growing veins and saying giddy up. Next, Tomie says she wants to see something red, but Arita tells her that there's nothing red in the room and they're locked in. Desperate to please Tomie, Arita grabs a knife and slashes her own arm just to show her the red blood. However, Tomie isn't satisfied. She wants something prettier. Arita then turns the knife on Tomie, slashing one of her large arteries, which gushes blood covering the entire room. At this point, Arita has fully lost it, calling it beautiful, and Tomie agrees, saying it sure is pretty, my blood. And that's Babysitter. The next story is titled Gathering. A man named Umahara and his pal Miyagawa are hanging out. I guess recently Umahama lost the love of his life, Naoko, to an illness. Miyagawa came to check in on him, and surprisingly, he's doing okay. He says that he still dreams of Naoko often and that she glows bright like the sun. Miyagawa, on the other hand, is looking a little gaunt. He invites Umahara to a gathering, but doesn't say what it's about. They show up to an apartment that's filled with disturbed looking men, and scrawled on the walls are the words, "I love Tomie." The men are all facing a chair in the middle of the room. They yell in unison for Tomie, and she steps out and sits in the chair like a throne. They all start complimenting her. The two men by her side kiss her hands, and everyone else is jealous. She says that they have the privilege of touching her because they actually look halfway decent. Then she asks if anyone has done as she requested by bringing her a handsome man. Miyagawa raises his hand and shows her Umahama. She puts her arms around Umahama and asks if he wants to go up to her room. He throws her off, freaked out, and storms out of the place. Yep, for the second time ever, a man has rejected Tomie. Of course, she becomes fixated on him immediately. His ability to reject her must have something to do with his deep love for his late partner, Naoko. Soon, Tomie sends her goons to Umahama's place to kidnap him and bring him to her. All the men are jealous as Umahama is left in Tomie's room alone with her. She asks him if he loves her, and he has a rational person's response, which is, "What the hell are you talking about? We just met." She says he's just slow and will love her by tomorrow. Then she throws him out with the other men and tells them all that Umahama insulted her. They all beat the crap out of him and he's knocked unconscious. In his dreams, he's walking with Naoko on a beautiful day. When he wakes up, he's lying tied up in Tomie's room. Apparently he was unconscious for 2 days and he doesn't look too great. Tomie says that while he slept, he mentioned the name Naoko and wonders who this woman is. Umahama explains that she's the only girl he's ever loved, but now she's dead. Tomie then tries to get Umahama's sympathy by saying that the men here have kidnapped and imprisoned her, but he's not dumb. He says she'll have to do better than that. Tomie asks Miyagawa to watch Umahama while she basks in the adoration of the men. Miyagawa talks about how much he loves Tomie and the underlying urge he has to kill her. He thinks he and the rest of the men are on the verge of doing this, and then he pulls out a knife. The rest of the men move in on Tomie, all surrounding her. She jumps into her room with Umahama and asks for his help. She unties him and they head for the window, but Miyagawa is waiting there with his knife. Umahama manages to take him down, but the rest of the men bust through the door and pounce on Tomie. It's a huge dog pile, and in all the confusion, the men begin to stab what they think are Tomie's limbs in the pile, but instead they just keep stabbing each other in a bloody mess. Umahama runs away to get the police, but when they arrive, there's nothing but a pool of blood where the men were. Umahama is eventually let go after questioning, and the case went on unsolved. He still dreams of Naoto often, however, she's taken the form of Tomie, and his dream always ends with a group of men piling on top of her and stabbing each other to death. So these last few Tomie tales have all been pretty independent without any connecting story, but we're gonna move back into a continued story arc with the next 3 chapters, starting with Passing Demon. We see a young girl walking down the street turning heads because she's so cute. When we get a closer look, it's Tomie. This is the first time we've seen her at a young age, as she's only 8 or 9. She walks into a teenage boy's house named Yukio and starts flirting with him. Oddly, he refers to her as Ayaka, not Tomie, and asks her to leave as he's studying for exams. She's persistent, and finally Yukio's mother tells her to go as well. Ayaka gives the mother a death glare and tells her to stay out of it. Next thing you know, Ayaka's mother is apologizing profusely about her daughter and says she won't bother Yukio anymore. Back at Ayaka's house, we learn that her father is a drunkard and her parents fight all the time. Her older sister Yasuko is pissed off about her going to Yukio's house since she has a crush on him, but Ayaka's like, "Too bad I claimed him first." Funny thing for a 3rd grader to say. Yasuko cries to her mother, asking if someone so mean could really be her sister. Her drunk dad chimes in, saying it's true that Ayaka looks nothing like him and accuses his wife of cheating on him. She denies this and says, to be frank, Ayaka doesn't really look like any of them. We see Ayaka walking down the street and it appears a figure is watching her through the trees before vanishing. Yasuko and her friend walk by a mansion owned by the Kaneshiro family and spot something odd. It seems Ayaka is dancing around in their garden. On a closer look, she decides something's different, and Yasuko's friend tells her that she's not the only one. There are 3 girls in this town that all look exactly the same. Shortly after, Ayaka herself walks up and catches sight of her doppelganger. The 2 girls lock eyes, staring each other down like enemies with a deadly gaze. Later, Yasuko tells her mother all about the Kaneshiro girl, and the name seems to jog her mother's memory. Back when Ayaka was only a baby, they went on a stroll at the park when suddenly a masked man in black showed up and injected baby Ayaka with a strange liquid that looked like blood. Immediately, her mother took her to the hospital and surprisingly, she was fine. 2 other babies of similar age were injected as well, one of them being the daughter of the Kaneshiros. Authorities assumed it to be some kind of sick prank. Shortly after this attack, however, Ayaka's appearance began to change. Later, we see Ayaka bothering Yukio again. She's complaining about the Kaneshiro girl and asks if Yukio can do something about it. His eyes glaze over and just like that, he's under her spell. He tracks down the Kaneshiro girl and chases her with a knife, but some passerby catches sight of the incident and stops him. Realizing he's surrounded, Yukio turns the knife on himself. Yasuko watches from the crowd, terrified. Nearby, she sees Ayaka, who seems pissed off that Yukio failed. Later, Kaneshiro walks home alone and runs into the 3rd Tomie girl, who has pigtails, and shortly after, Ayaka arrives, calling them fakes, and the 3 girls stare each other down. While they do, we see a mysterious figure watching from afar. After this, there's a slew of attacks upon the girls as they all send young boys to kill each other, none succeeding so far. Yasuko Yasuko sits alone at the park when she's approached by a mysterious figure in black. We get a slightly better look at the man and see that his face is burned and disfigured. He says that Ayaka and the others have been developing well and he's been watching them grow. He admits to being the one who injected them when they were infants, wondering what would happen if Tomie's blood was injected into someone at the start of life, and as he suspected, they turned into copies of Tomie. He says that once Tomie has split, she stops aging. His plan is to avoid this so that Tomie will age normally. He wants to see her suffer by growing old and ugly. Afraid he would go mad and rip her apart if he adopted a child himself, he must watch the three girls from afar. However, now that the three girls are trying to kill each other, this could ruin his plans. He asks Yasuko to protect Ayaka for him, so that she will one day grow old, and that's where we leave it for now. Next is Top Model. We're introduced to Ryo, a supermodel who's been in every magazine and can get any girl he wants. He's bored with his current girlfriend and asks his photographer if he knows any good girls, preferably a supermodel. The guy says he does know of one girl who's a complete knockout. He's been trying to take pictures of her, but she refuses. Curious, Ryo gets her number and schedules a meeting with her, and the girl is none other than Tomie. Her beauty instantly captivates him, and he becomes obsessed, but she turns him down again and again. The only girl to ever reject him. Ryo just can't accept her rejection and keeps trying to get her to fall for him. He buys her expensive jewelry and takes her on fancy limo rides, but she just won't say she loves him back. Finally, he snaps. He talks about how gorgeous he is, and Tomie says he doesn't even come close to matching her physically. This makes him even more angry, and he rants about all the hot chicks he gets that are hotter than her. He goes even further, saying that's probably why she's so scared to have her picture taken. She doesn't have a photogenic bone in her body. Well, we know from Tomie's history with photography that this is a sore spot, and she seems pissed, storming off. Ryo instantly regrets what he said since he still loves her. He walks home that night from a photo shoot and is attacked by a random guy who slashes his face with a knife. At the hospital, he begs the doctor to do his best not to leave a scar, as this is his moneymaker, but it's no use. He's left with a massive cut on his face. Even after the stitching, it looks horrific. He meets up with Tomie the next day, and she just makes fun of him, calling him ugly as soon as she sees the bandage. Ryo just flips out and pulls out a knife, slashing her face as well. Calling it retribution, he then grabs her and takes her back to his place against her will. He gets a better look at the damage and is pleased with himself, thinking this will leave a nasty scar for her. He kisses her and says that he doesn't care about modeling anymore as long as he has her. When he wakes up the next morning, Tomie is still tied up on his floor, but her face is healed up like nothing happened. She tells him that she heals really fast and starts laughing at him again, saying just because he's ugly, he wants everyone else to be like him. Ryo is outraged now. He ties her to the bed and pulls out a knife, slashing up her face again, and this time doing a hell of a job, hoping it won't heal, and man, it's brutal. As time passes, she actually doesn't heal from the wounds. In fact, it seems like they've gotten infected. They begin to bulge out, and soon enough, each section of her sliced up face starts growing into a separate Tomie head. It's body horror at its finest. Eventually, full-bodied Tomies come climbing out of her face, and as they do, they all call Ryo ugly. As a last resort, he grabs a canister of kerosene and lights the place up, burning the monstrosity he created. Unfortunately, he gets caught in the flames as well. The next thing he knows, he finds himself in the woods. He sees his reflection in a stream and finds that his flesh is heavily burned and scarred, with most of his hair falling out as well. Nearby, a naked Tomie sits in the grass, mocking his burn. In the present, we see that Ryo is actually the man in black from the last chapter, and now we know why he set out to make Tomie suffer like he's suffered. He tells Yasuko that as Ayaka grows, she'll do so as Tomie, and insists that Yasuko help her grow to a ripe old age. Yasuko sits looking terrified at this story, asking, who the hell is Tomie? Old and ugly. This one starts off right where we left off. The three Tomie girls, Ayaka, Oyama, and Kaneshiro, continue to send assassins after each other. However, we learn that Ryo has been taking them out before they can kill one of his creations. He can't be everywhere at once though, and one assassin breaks into Ayaka's house to kill her. Yasuko takes her up to the attic to hide, and their mother is killed downstairs, while their good-for-nothing father is passed out drunk. Soon after, their home is burned down, luckily without the family inside. Ryo helps find the girls and their father an apartment in a different town, even offering to pay their bills. Ayaka asks who this man is, and when she sees his face, she laughs and calls him ugly. Nearby, they hear a boy yelling that he actually did it, and they see that Oyama has been killed, leaving only two Tomie girls alive. Ryo cremates her body, and Yasuko and her family move into the apartment. Years pass, and the girls are now adults. Although they must stay on the run constantly, Ayaka has survived. She's as mean as ever, constantly belittling Yasuko. Their dad's gotten worse too, still drinking, only now he keeps hitting on his own daughter. One night, he tries to sneak into Ayaka's room to do unspeakable things when Yasuka catches him and stabs him in the back. Ryo helps them dispose of the body, keeping them out of trouble. Despite her warnings, Ayaka refuses to stay inside, and one day she gets slashed up pretty good in the face by a would-be assassin. She swears the death of Kaneshiro and leaves the apartment for a long while. Yasuko is sat wondering if her face will heal up or if she'll multiply from the wounds, but Ayaka does return completely healed. Apparently she took over the Kaneshiro house in their hometown after driving the family mad and killing the other Tomie. This leaves Ayaka as the last remaining Tomie girl that Ryo created. After this, the girls live in the Kaneshiro mansion and Yasuko works like a servant. Ayaka starts bringing boys home, and Ryo warns Yasuka not to allow this, as eventually any man she sees will go mad and slash her to bits. Tomie refuses to stay put in the house, however, and finally Ryo intervenes, tying her up. Ayaka freaks out, and a small Tomie face grows out of her forehead like a little talking tumor. It appears Ryo was unaware of the fact that under enough stress, Tomie will multiply on her own. Having no other option, Ryo encases Tomie into a concrete block, knowing she won't die, but also won't be able to multiply. Years pass, and Tomie remains in the concrete block. Ryo and Yasuko are now elderly. They decide it's time to finally break open the concrete so that they can have their last laugh at the old and ugly Tomie. After a struggle, old man Ryo manages to break it open with a pickaxe, and inside is an old shriveled Tomie. His revenge has been realized, and he laughs at the old hag inside. However, this is just an old man's hallucination. Yasuko can't see a thing, and in fact, within the concrete is a small crack that seems to have been there for some time. It seems Tomie had somehow escaped through the crack years ago. And that concludes this story arc, which is actually the final story in the deluxe Tomie collection. However, there have since been two more Tomie stories published to date, Tomie Takeover and Tomie Control. They're both pretty short, so let's go ahead and throw these in as well. Starting with Tomie Takeover. This story starts like many others in the Tomie library. A man named Rohito gets involved with Tomie, finding her to be the most beautiful girl in the world, until she's revealed to be a narcissistic asshole. He says it's time to go through with his plan. The two go in for a kiss, and suddenly their eyes go white, and Rohito drops to his knees. He then says the takeover was a success, and we learn that Rohito has a strange power. He can transfer his mind with anyone he wants, taking their body and leaving them his. He's done this hundreds of times, taking over a new body whenever he gets bored. One side effect, however, is that the people he leaves behind in his old body go completely insane. He wonders how Tomie will react, but unlike all his other victims, she has no reaction at all. Tomie is definitely in his old body, but the eyes have gone black. Rohito says that of all the bodies he's hijacked, Tomie's mind is the only one that's had an apathetic reaction. It's unclear what happens to Rohito's old body with Tomie's mind in it, but Rohito is loving his gorgeous new body, spending all day looking in the mirror. He begins going out on the town in Tomie's body, picking up guys who seem to instantly fall for him. He uses their affection to live a life of luxury as they buy him anything he wants, but it seems it might have gone too far. One man goes crazy, pulling a knife out and trying to cut Rohito to pieces. He survives with a deep cut that somehow heals rapidly. Freaked out, he attempts to swap bodies with a nearby woman, but for some reason his power no longer works. Realizing he could be attacked again by some other man, he locks himself inside. However, he's completely unaware of the true terror that's to come. He believes his powers might not be working because he's actually fallen in love with Tomie. Then he develops an all too familiar urge and decides he must cut himself to pieces. He pulls out a knife and starts hacking off his limbs, and man, it's pretty gruesome, with Junji Ito at the height of his art style. Soon, many Tomies begin to grow out of the severed limbs. Strangely, Rohito feels that his mind is also inside these copies and that they're reproducing. The growing Tomie's eyes are all filled with black, and that's the end of this one. It's a pretty interesting idea to throw a power like that into the mix, and I wonder if this will have an effect in any future Tomie stories. Next up is our final Tomie story, Control, which was published in 2024. Osuga and his friend Yanagi are mushroom enthusiasts and are searching through the forest for unique mushrooms. They find some cordyceps parasites, a form of fungus that grows out of the body of insects like ants or caterpillars. This fungus was actually the inspiration for the creatures in the Last of Us games. Anyway, they venture further and find hundreds of cordyceps in one area of the woods, along with what looks like a huge mushroom formation in the distance. They move closer and find that the fungus actually has a woman's face, Tomie's in fact. She asks if the two men came for her, and they just run away screaming. They convince themselves it was some kind of mirage or hallucination and try to move on with their lives. However, one day Yanagi shows up at Usaga's apartment looking not so good. He goes into a jealous rage, saying that Tomie is his. Osuga has no idea what he's talking about, and Yanagi explains that he went back to the forest a few days ago. He found Tomie Tomie fully formed and naked waiting for him. He took her home and treated her to anything she wanted until one day she just casually asked Yanagi to take her to Asuga, saying she wants him instead. At this, Yanagi killed Tomie and in jealousy came here to kill Asuga as well. Yanagi then contorts his body and opens his jaws, revealing his teeth to be sharp like a wolf's. He bites into Asuga's arm, grabbing him with an iron grip, and then freezing in place, trapping Asuga under him. Not being able to get the body off of him, he's trapped in the room for days, and just as he's about to starve to death, Tomie begins to grow out of Yanagi's back, much like the cordyceps mushrooms in the forest. As she takes womanly form, Asuga is struck by her looks, saying she's the most beautiful cordyceps in the world. She finds this rude and reminds him her name is Tomie. She begins to leave the apartment, and Asuga begs her to take him with her. She says, with his body crumbling, definitely not. And Asuga and Yanagi's bodies do in fact crumble into pieces as Tomie walks away laughing. That is Tomie control. I'm sure it's not the last Tomie story ever, but it's the last for now. And that concludes every Tomie story explained. Alright, so let's get into Mimi's Tales of Terror. We start off with a really short and sweet one here on the utility pole. Mimi and her boyfriend Naoto are driving down the road when she thinks she spots something on top of a nearby utility pole. As they look closer, they see a creepy ass old lady standing on top of it, and next thing they know, wham, she's staring through the windshield. They jump out of the car in a panic, but find that the lady has completely vanished. And that's all there is for this one. Next is the woman next door. In this story, Mimi is getting fed up with her upstairs neighbor who keeps blaring loud music. She confronts the guy and he says he doesn't think it's that loud. In fact, the lady that lives in the unit next to him never complains, so he accuses Mimi of just being sensitive. She walks over to the unit next door to see if the woman will back her up about the music, but I guess she's not home. The man says that the woman that lives there is actually quite strange, as she never seems to make any noise and he barely notices her except that she leaves every once in a while. Just then, the lady does start leaving her apartment and she's definitely strange, wearing all black and covering her body completely. Another neighbor down the hall pops out and asks what all the fuss is about. Mimi tries to get this lady to back her up, but she says she's so far down the hall that she doesn't really notice the music. She does mention how strange the woman next door is. In fact, she says she believes it to be sisters because although they all dress the same, they seem to be various heights. The next day, Mimi's coming back home and spots the man from upstairs sitting outside, visibly shaking. He's freaking out about the women in black who live next door to him, and speak of the devil, a particularly tall woman walks right past them and up the stairs. That night, Mimi hears what sounds like the man yelling in terror, and the next day, he packs up all of his belongings and leaves in a hurry. Mimi asks the landlord if she could move into his place, hoping that the second floor will be a little quieter. While moving her stuff upstairs, she sees one of the women drop a bag of groceries and helps her pick it up. However, the woman just ignores the groceries and begins to head into her apartment without them. Mimi tries to stop her and grabs the woman's arm and finds out that it's made of flat metal. Later, she discusses with her friends about what the hell that was all about, and they decide it must have been some kind of brace or prosthetic. That night, Mimi discovers a hole in her wall. She peeks through and finds the woman next door. Both of her arms are exposed this time and seem to be metal. The woman begins pulling out the screws from her metal arms, and as she does, they begin to extend. She does the same for her metallic legs, and just then she looks directly at Mimi, moving in close, looking right through the peephole, which is absolutely terrifying. Mimi jumps back, but soon an extended piece of metal comes through the hole and rapidly whips around the room before finally going away. Mimi realizes it wasn't multiple women, but rather the same woman shifting height with her extendable metal limbs, if she's even human at all. Mimi moves her bookcase in front of the hole and afterwards hears the neighbor leave her apartment. She looks out the window to see if the lady left, only to find that the woman is standing outside of her window and starts reaching in. As the woman lets out a sinister laugh, Mimi passes out. The next day, she says she plans on moving out as soon as possible. Next is rustling in the grass. Mimi and her boyfriend Naoto are having a nice walk through the woods when they suddenly hear a rustling in the grass. They investigate the sound to find the body of a woman hanging from a tree. One of the dead woman's shoes has fallen off and they assume this to be the sound they heard. The two decide that they should at least get her body down so that she can rest in peace, but they can't find a way to get to her. In fact, they question how the woman did this to herself at all, considering there's nothing for her to climb on. They begin to hear the noise again, as if pieces of the woman's body are falling into the grass, but they don't actually see anything. At the same time, the body seems to have turned to face them. They hear the sound once again, and this time spot strange translucent objects falling from the woman. They run away and note that the corpse's gaze seemed to follow them as they run. Grave placement. In this story, Mimi has moved into a new apartment building, which is pretty nice for the price. The problem is, the reason that the rent's so cheap is because there's a huge graveyard right outside the balcony. Naoto comes over to check the place out, and the two wander through the graveyard. Mimi's a little freaked out by what looks like a grave mound in the middle. That night, Mimi has trouble sleeping, thinking about the grave mound, which seemed fresh, and she begins hearing a strange noise coming from the cemetery. The next morning, she looks out of her balcony, wondering what the hell the sound was, and finds her neighbor working out next door. He says he didn't hear anything last night. Weird. Mimi investigates the cemetery and notices one of the gravestones has been slightly twisted. After this, she says she hears the noises every night. One night, she peeks out the window and spots a hirudama, a fire-like wisp that is said to be a human soul. Naoto dismisses this, saying it must just be smoke or something. They check out the cemetery together and find that more of the gravestones have been adjusted. And when they look out of Mimi's balcony, they see all the gravestones are actually turned towards the apartment. They also spot her buff neighbor flexing his heart out on his balcony toward the graves. That night, they watch the hirudama fly about the cemetery when they spot the neighbor out back moving the graves. I guess it was this beefcake the whole time. Naoto starts yelling at the guy, which startles him, and he falls over. They go see what happened and find that the muscle dude has fallen onto the burial mound and is actually on top of a corpse. The cops come and pick the guy up for questioning. Meanwhile, the community spends the entire day turning all the gravestones back in place. Naoto and Mimi reflect on the incident and then notice the neighbor is already back and walking into his apartment. Later, Mimi finds him on his balcony again, and he says that the police really gave him a hard time, but it just felt so good to have all those eyes on him. He says the spirits of the gravestones watching him gives him a real high. That night, the guy is back at it again, turning the gravestones. Mimi watches him from her window, and this time she notices faces within the graves. In a creepy-ass two-pager, we see hundreds of ghastly faces staring at her. It appears this is the audience of souls the neighbor was talking about. The community is pissed at the guy for doing this again, and he's forced to move out of the area. Mimi says that once again they turn the gravestones back, but there are still a few that they missed, and even now they look in her direction. Seashore. Mimi, Naoto, and some friends are excited to spend the day at the beach, but Mimi's not feeling too hot. She's worried another strange event may occur. The crew decides to take a nap while they wait for the sunrise before they go surfing. Mimi wakes up from her nap to see a figure walking up from the beach. As it moves into the light, it appears to be a disgusting rotted corpse. It's pretty gross with some of its entrails hanging out of its body. She wakes up the guys, but of course the zombie is gone. Later, Naoto and Mimi have a bite to eat at a restaurant that's on the shore. Mimi's still trying to convince Naoto that what she saw was real when a pretty waitress walks up and says that she believes her story. The waitress says she sees these souls all the time, and it's due to the many people who have drowned over the years on the beach. The rest of the gang, Furusawa and Tanaka, take a break from surfing and join them. Furusawa gets eyes on the hot waitress and decides he's going to try to hit on her, to the amusement of the others. To everyone's surprise, he actually convinces the waitress to hang out with them a bit, and they all take pictures together on the beach. Then the waitress starts talking about the afterlife. She says Kurosawa should take care because she can see lost souls all around him. Then she just walks away, leaving everyone sufficiently creeped out. That night, Kurosawa is seeming a little off and says he's not feeling well. Then he begins frantically running into the water. He would have drowned if it wasn't for Naoto dragging him back to shore. Furusawa screams at them, "How can you all sit there when there are children drowning out there?" He points out to the sea, but it's completely empty. He can't believe they aren't seeing what he's seeing and says there are more kids' bodies piled up on the pier. Man, that's pretty eerie, I gotta say. The others force him into the car, hoping to leave, but decide to wait till morning when it's light out. Unfortunately, when they wake up, Furusawa is missing, and after a brief search, they find his dead body washed ashore. The waitress appears, saying she knew it would end this way. She says that a long time ago, a group of preschoolers were swallowed up by the waves and drowned along with their teacher. A few days later, as the group mourns their friend, Naoto asks if Tanaka ever developed the photos they took on the beach. He reluctantly shows them the photos, and they reveal something disturbing. In all of the pictures of Furusawa, he is surrounded by dozens of twisted souls, the spirits of the toddlers who died. Definitely one of the most haunting images I've seen in a while. They notice the pictures of the waitress are missing, and when Naoto asks what happened, Tanaka just freaks out. He says he burned them and he won't explain what he saw in them, only that he wants to forget about it. Man, if if he didn't burn the photos of Furusawa, I can't imagine what the photos of the waitress held. Just the two of us. This one starts off pretty intense with a woman standing in a parking lot and setting herself on fire. Yeah, pretty crazy way to kick this one off, and the art is just awesome. We then see Mimi. Apparently she's traveled back home and this is her first visit in a while. She finds her little sister Hana and another little girl she doesn't recognize. The girl's name is Kei and she is supposedly the daughter of a friend of Mimi's father. Some domestic issues happened and they're watching her for now. Problem is, Mimi's parents just reopened their bakery after some renovations and are pretty busy, so they left Kei with Hana, who's had about enough of her. She ditches Kei with Mimi, who quickly learns why. Kei is very clingy, constantly crying and grabbing her. When Mimi leaves her for just a couple of moments to use the restroom, Kei screams her head off. Mimi's finally fed up and meets her parents in the bakery to try and leave Kei with them, but they're really busy and ask Mimi to continue watching her. They also notice that Kei's face has gotten all dirty somehow. Later, Hana is freaking out over a huge mess. Someone left dirty black tracks down the hall. She blames Kei, but when they check her feet, they're all clean. Plus, she hasn't left Mimi's side all day, something Hana has jealously taken note of. She says Kei's been stuck to Mimi like goldfish poop. Not gonna lie, that one made me laugh. Mimi's mother fills them in on Kei, explaining that the reason they're watching her is because her mother suddenly passed away, and Kei doesn't know yet. Pretty sad. That night, Mimi and Kei share a bed. Mimi asks her why she's so afraid to be alone, and Kei tells her that there's always a scary shadow person standing right next to her, and she doesn't want to be alone with them. Then a dirty handprint appears on Kei's cheek. Now that's creepy. After Kei falls asleep, Mimi talks to her parents about the odd situation, and they tell her that Kei's mother actually died by setting herself on fire. When Mimi returns to her room, she sees a dark humanoid hovering over the bed with Kei. Talk about a sleep demon. The entity wipes the tears from Kei's eyes, and we get a better look at it, revealing the person to look something like a charred corpse. Kei wakes up to see the burnt face right next to hers, and of course she just freaks out. The corpse then begins to make its way toward the two in a terrifying manner. Mimi cries out to her parents, but of course when they all look in the room, the creature is nowhere to be seen. Although Kei seems to still see the entity. Not knowing what else to do, they call in an exorcist to purge the spirit from the house. The priest performs a purification ritual that lasts hours and seemingly knocks the entity around the room, covering the house and bakery in soot. This goes on for hours and is quite a struggle, but eventually the spirit subsides, finally resting in peace. Mimi's parents look at the mess and decide maybe they need to do another renovation. In the final panel, we learn that Kei grew up to live a happy life. A rare happy ending for a Junji Ito story. Scarlet Circle. This one starts with Mimi and Naoto having a huge argument about the supernatural. Mimi declares the spirit world to be very real, and Naoto, like usual, dismisses the notion. Mimi's finally had enough of his skepticism and says she wants to break up. Third wheel, Misa, is just standing there the whole time, and afterwards she tells Mimi that she's on her side. The supernatural phenomenon is absolutely real, and in fact, she's experienced some strange things lately. She leads Mimi to her grandparents' house that's now in shambles. There's a big hole in the middle of the house with a rope ladder leading down to a small room. It seems like a normal room with floor mats and everything, only it's very small with no doors, and a faint red circle is on the wall. Misa explains that the house was falling apart and her uncle decided to help her grandparents rebuild it, but while working on it, her uncle and grandpa found the strange room. Her grandpa believed the red circle to be some kind of sacred symbol and refused to tear it down, even going so far as to shut himself in the room. But her grandpa never re-emerged. In fact, he completely vanished. A few days later, her grandmother disappeared as well. Misa's uncle showed her the place then, and the two noticed that the scarlet circle seemed to get darker after her grandparents vanished. Her uncle vowed to discover what was going on, but then he went missing as well. Sure enough, the circle grew darker, and Misa believes it's connected to the disappearances. A few days pass, and Mimi still seems pretty mad at Naoto. Misa tells her that she discovered something in the dark room and wants to show her. When they get to the hole, Misa asks if Mimi can see something down there. Once Mimi's looking into the hole, however, Misa pushes her in and pulls up the ladder. She says she lied about finding anything, and in reality, she's hoping Mimi will vanish as well. Shortly after, we see why. When Misa tells Naoto that she's always had a crush on him, and now that Mimi and him have broken up, she thought maybe they could be together. Meanwhile, Mimi attempts to escape the room, and soon notices that the red circle is growing larger, consuming the entire room. She screams, and somehow Naoto can sense something is wrong. Distracting him from his conversation with Misa, he shrugs it off, and the red mass continues to fill the room, almost covering Mimi. Then, at the last minute, Naoto arrives and pulls her out. He says he just just couldn't shake the feeling that he heard her voice and began to run toward it. The couple has reunited, and as they leave the house, they see Misa sulking in the corner. Mimi then says that no one ever saw Misa again and that the room was filled in and covered with dirt. And last but not least, sign in the field. We started with a short one, let's end it on a short one. Mimi says she missed the bus and had to walk to the station. She takes a shortcut through a rice field, and as it gets dark, she spots a sign on the path. There's nothing special about the sign itself, but looking past it, it appears the sign's shadow is taking the shape of a humanoid entity. Mimi screams and runs, returning a few days later with Naoto to show him what she saw. But this time the sign's shadow is simply the normal rectangular shape of the sign. And that wraps up Mimi's Tales of Terror. Now let's move into Black Paradox. Like I said in the intro, this is a slightly longer story, and man does it take some twists and turns. So let's get into it. A group of strangers wearing all black meet for the first time in public. Two males, Taburo and Piton, and two females, Barachi and Maruso. They introduce themselves using these code names and then get into a car together saying that they're journeying to paradise. Apparently the group met on a website called Black Paradox, which Toburo calls a suicide site. It seems these people have all met up together to die. Each of them explains why they want to die, starting with Maruso. She says she doesn't have an exact reason, but more of a vague anxiety that seems to be following her. She feels that a series of disasters is going to befall her in the future, and she just can't bear it. Taburo says that a few months ago he saw his doppelganger. It was his exact double, and it terrified him. He says there's a theory that if you see your doppelganger, you'll soon die. So he figured he'd get ahead of it and just do it himself. Plus, he says the world's boring anyway. Piton says he has a similar reason for doing it. He says he specializes in robotics at his university, and his team decided to build the most advanced humanoid robot possible. He was used as the model for the robot, and the finished result was shocking. The android looked exactly like him. Piton felt that the robot was superior to him in every way, and he began to feel obsolete. So he plans to disappear before the team announces the robot to the public. Barachi says she has a similar story to both of them. When she looks in the mirror, she believes her reflections is telling her to die. She then shows them why her reflection haunts her. She pulls back the hair covering the left side of her face, and we see that she has a horrible disfigurement. Taburo comments that it seems the theme of their deaths is another me. They continue to drive, and a car comes cruising past them. Maruso looks out the window and sees the people in the car are doppelgangers of Piton, Taburo, and Barachi. The others don't quite believe what she saw. She mentions that Barachi's double looked the same, except her hair was covering the other side of her face. Barachi just laughs it off. Maruso then looks in the rearview mirror and sees only herself. Barachi doesn't have a reflection. They pull up to an isolated spot in the woods, and Piton begins attaching a hose to the exhaust pipe, as this is their decided method of death. Barachi begins to help him, and meanwhile Maruso pulls Taburo aside. She uses a hand mirror to show him that Barachi has no reflection. They also notice that whenever Piton moves, they can hear the sound of motors, meaning that this must be Piton's robot creation. Taburo and Maruso are sufficiently freaked out and decide to run away quietly. They turn back, however, and find the doubles are chasing them. The Piton robot has pulled out a box cutter, and the image of the two chasing them is terrifying. Maruso trips and falls, but isn't going down without a fight. She picks up a rock and chucks it right into Barachi's face. Oddly, she completely shatters like glass. At the same time, Piton pounces on Taburo and stabs him in the face. But something's weird here. Taburo explodes into a dark mist, revealing that he wasn't human and likely a doppelganger as well. Maruso runs for her life and happens upon another car in the woods. It's the car of the doppelgangers. They're inside waiting to die from the exhaust when Maruso and Piton come up. Once the robot sees his human counterpart, he turns and runs. Turns out that these were the real people. They were wondering why Maruso never met up with them, and I guess she accidentally met with their doppelgangers instead. The chapter ends with the four people deciding to hold off on dying, and we learn that the whereabouts of the robot are unknown. Chapter 2 starts off with the gang heading off to the wilderness again on their second attempt at death. They have a discussion about whether they're actually real this time and question whether they could ever be 100% certain. This time they decide to take a bunch of sleeping pills since the car exhaust thing takes too long. They all lay on the ground waiting to die, but Maruso stands up asking, "How long are you willing to keep this up?" Taburo and Barachi both start to get up, and Maruso says, "I knew it, you were fakes." But the two explain that they actually just pretended to take the pills to see if the others were fake. I guess everyone's paranoid now. Piton, however, did take the pills and looks straight up dead, until he suddenly begins convulsing on the ground and pukes out a large sphere. His eyes are wide, and he says he saw a dazzling world full of light before he came back to. The other three examine the pretty stone, and Barachi, having a history in jewelry, can identify what type of material it is. She says she wants to have it looked at by a friend and wonders if it has some connection to the mysterious world Piton saw while dead. So once again, the group postpones their suicide in order to find out more about the stone. Barachi holds the stone in her apartment. She closes her eyes, and for a brief moment, she sees a strange world filled with an infinite number of stones. She drops it on the ground and it begins to glow. Then a phantom begins to form from it. Next, we see Marso, who appears to be a nurse in her everyday life. We learn her real name is Kikuchi, and she starts to help a doctor with a patient who just so happens to be Piton. She leads him to the exam room and he doesn't realize it's her, but then again his eyes are all white and glazed over. The doctor feeds a camera into Piton's stomach. As the camera descends, the doc says his stomach seems in perfect health. Then he moves on to the pylorus and suddenly screams in terror, knocking the equipment over and going completely mad. Piton just casually leaves while the doctor freaks out. What the hell did he see? Later, the gang has gotten together again to discuss the stone. Barachi says that the stone is incredibly valuable as it's made up of an unknown mineral. Taburo says they might as well have some fun with the money before they die, and Barachi says she could get her facial abscess fixed, which was her whole reason for dying in the first place. Maruso reminds them that technically the stone belongs to Piton, but he says he doesn't mind splitting the dough with them, especially since he's puked up a whole bag of them since. He says something's not right with his pylorus. Maruso tells them that pylorus is Greek for gatekeeper, and Barachi speculates that the dazzling world Piton saw was the afterlife, and when he came back to life, somehow a doorway was created through his stomach by the pylorus. She says that this is no mere stone, but possibly a soul. She explains that she even saw a spirit rise out from one. Suddenly, Piton starts puking uncontrollably. Dozens of stones start shooting out of his mouth and his entire body starts filling with them, swelling up his face and belly in a truly grotesque fashion. As his stomach fills to a breaking point, there's a huge flash in the car and the crew jumps out as hundreds of stones pour onto the ground. From the stones, spirits begin to rise up, and on the final page of the chapter, we see the disturbed souls filling the night air. Chapter 3 starts with a famous actor's blog. He says that an anonymous fan sent him an incredibly beautiful stone and that it will be available to buy soon. After this, 2 of the stones were sold under the name Paradonite, which is theorized to mean paradise or heaven. Taburo, Barachi, and Maruso meet up again, and Taburo compliments Barachi on her marketing skills. Using a celebrity to drum up interest was a smart move. Maruso asks how they could be so cheerful when their friend Piton's stomach straight up exploded and they saw that terrifying vision. Apparently, Maruso took the car that night and drove Piton to the hospital, ditching the car outside of the emergency room. She has no idea what happened to him. Barachi says she really hopes he's okay because she wants more of the gems, and at this point Maruso is pretty pissed off at her and Taburo's greed, and she just storms off. Curious about what happened to Piton, Maruso calls the hospital and asks if a seriously injured man with a ruptured stomach came into their emergency room, but they say they have no record of such a patient. Later, Barachi and Taburo are scouring the area where Piton's stomach exploded, looking for more stones that they might have missed. While they search, they end up finding Piton. However, on closer inspection, it seems to actually be Piton's robot with dead batteries. They bring the robot back to Barachi's apartment and quickly hide it when her jeweler friend comes by. The jeweler says that he contacted the International Mineral Association and they want to officially make Paradonite a new mineral. He tells them to hold off on selling more until it's official. He also recommends breaking up the Paradonite into smaller pieces to be used in different kinds of jewelry. The only problem is the stones are extremely hard, even harder than diamond. Later, Taburo and Barachi try to break one of the stones with a hammer, but when Taburo strikes it, ghostly apparitions begin to fly out of it, swarming the room. The souls fly through them and even seem to pass through the robot. In the end, the room is covered in a strange ectoplasm-like substance. Taburo wakes Barachi up and she barely remembers who she is. She says she had a long dream that spanned many eras and different personalities. They examine the stone and find it's no longer shining as brightly. They then hear a noise coming from the closet and out comes the robot. He says, "Hurry and die, we'll die together," and his eyes are all wonky. It's really freaky. The robot makes its way towards them but slips on the stone and falls. Then it picks it up and simply stares at it. The two then suspect that maybe the spirit energy released from the stone is now powering the robot since his batteries were dead before. Later, we see the actor from the beginning of this chapter on some kind of TV show. The host praises the actor who's on the rise and he says it's all thanks to his Paradonite stone. He says he can't keep it all to himself and wants to break it up. Seeing as it's harder than diamond, the dude straight up pulls pulls out a handgun hoping to break it by shooting it. He fires the gun, and on the final panel of the chapter, we simply see a large building up in flames. It says, that day a famous TV station melted and collapsed due to a massive explosion of energy. Since there were no survivors, no one will ever know what happened. Chapter 4 begins with another explosion, and once again the building seems to have melted and caved in. Barachi is seeing a doctor about potentially getting rid of her strange birthmark when suddenly a nurse comes in a panic, saying victims from the recent explosion are inbound and they need all hands on deck. The burns on the victim's skin are pretty unusual, having a circular pattern repeated across the body. Barachi relays this to Taburo, who says that her description sounds similar to the burn marks that they received at her apartment the night they hammered the stone. In the background, the robot Piton is hanging from the ceiling. I guess he's still trying to kill himself, and I have to say it's pretty hilarious the idea of a robot trying to hang himself unsuccessfully. It's also interesting that even a month later the robot is still moving, meaning that the spirit energy is quite a power source. Barachi gets a call from her jeweler friend saying that the police are coming to question her. They've traced the explosions back to the peridonite, and he says they'll likely confiscate the stones. They decide to run, and the creepy ass robot is standing there with the noose hanging around his neck. Meanwhile, Maruso, or Kikuchi rather, meets for dinner with the doctor from the hospital she works at, Dr. Suga. She explains that she has been overwhelmed with anxiety and that's why she's been missing so much work. He then invites her to his mountain cottage to relax. Outside, Taburo and Barachi are hiding out in disguise, secretly following Maruso. They think she must know the whereabouts of the real Piton and can help prove their innocence. Barachi also recognizes Dr. Suga as the guy who's treating her birthmark. At the cottage, Dr. Suga tells Maruso that she can stay as long as she wants and that he just wants to see her back to her old self. The two embrace and kiss each other as Taburo and Barachi spy from outside. You can also hear the robot yelling from the trunk. Maruso wakes up in the night feeling more anxious than ever. She notices the doctor is missing and searches the cottage for him. In the basement, she finds a door with a light on the other side. She opens it and dozens of peridonite balls fall out. She finds Dr. Suga inside as well, and he begins to explain himself. One night while he was on duty at the hospital, he found a car parked outside of the emergency room. He looked inside and found the body of Piton. Inside his open stomach, the doctor saw a small portal which the balls were popping out of. On the other side of the portal, he saw another realm made of light. He also says that he spotted Maruso running away that night and begins to question her as to who the man is. Outside, Taburo and Barachi are sitting by a campfire in the woods. Barachi's birthmark begins to itch and starts throbbing in pain. She crouches over and all of a sudden, peridonite stones begin to fall out of her face. Back inside, the doctor leads Maruso to a swimming pool in the lit up room. Inside is something very disturbing, some kind of giant organ. Dr. Suga explains that although Piton's brain was dead, he managed to save his stomach and cultivate the cells to grow them like this. However, the stones have stopped coming out, and he assumes this is because there are none left near the entrance to the other world. Just then, Barachi comes bursting in, demanding that the doctor cut the birthmark off of her face. She pulls her hair back, and we see that her face is now something like an open wound with peridonite flooding out of it. Maruso passes out from the shock and wakes up chained to a table. Barachi is sitting by her, and her entire head is wrapped up in bandages. She says that the surgery on her birthmark is over. Dr. Suga says that her birthmark became a portal to the other world, and even after cutting it off, it produced the stones. We jump forward a month, and today is the day of Barachi's bandage removal. Overall, it looks pretty good, except for a scar down the center of her face, but the doctor says it'll fade over time. In the basement, separate from Piton's stomach, Barachi's birthmark is being cultivated in a giant petri dish, and Maruso simply says that something terrible is going to happen. She can sense it. The next chapter begins with Dr. Suga hiring a man to enter the giant stomach, which now has a trap door attached. I guess he offered the guy a ton of money simply to go inside and investigate. The man is befitted with a diving suit and a microphone to report what he sees. He descends into the stomach and finds the portal to the other world. However, shortly after he enters, the transmission cuts out. They pull the line back up only to find a disgusted melted blob on the end, barely resembling that of the diver. Suga says that sacrifices are inevitable with any new venture, although maybe he rushed this one a bit. He decides he must reach out to the world's leading scientific institutions in order to develop an exploratory drone. Taburo's like, maybe this is a good time to tell you we actually have an advanced robot in our trunk. They grab the Piton robot, and Taburo tells it that there's a door to the other side in the stomach, so if he really wants to die, now's his chance. The robot implores them all to go in and die together, and Taburo tells them, yeah, they'll come in later. So Piton enters the stomach, and man, imagine trying to explain this sequence to somebody who hasn't read the rest of this thing. A robot that looks like a man climbs into a giant stomach in an attempt to kill himself by entering a portal to the afterlife. Oh, and the stomach is made from the human that built the robot. That's what I love about Junji Ito. His longer stories always end up in incredibly strange places. Piton advances pretty far before the doctor decides to pull him back. The robot lifts his shirt up and a bunch of stones drop out. They all release spirits that fill the room, and Piton explains that he flew around the dazzling world of light picking up the stones. After this, Piton goes back and forth between the worlds many times, and Dr. Suga has named him Spirit World Flyer 1. Barachi has the doctor give her a checkup, and it looks like the scar is healing up well. Then he gives her a makeover and says she looks beautiful before he lays a big smooch on her. Barachi asks about Maruso, and the doctor says he's no longer interested in her since she's mentally unstable. Taburo realizes what's going on and says he's sick of being a third wheel. He decides he's gonna leave since they've been cleared of the terrorism charges anyway. On his way out, he goes to say goodbye to Maruso, and she does look pretty crazy. She's trembling and keeps saying that something terrible is going to happen to them all. Taburo takes off, calling them all a bunch of loonies, and as he drives, he notices a figure walking down the road. This figure looks just like him, and this isn't the last time he sees his doppelganger either. Barachi visits Maruso in her room just to brag about how the doctor loves her now and that they're getting married soon. Maruso once again says that something horrible is going to happen, and Barachi just laughs at her. The doctor says he wants to show Barachi something and leads her to a dark room where he's been cultivating her birthmark. This monstrosity recently opened up into another portal. He says he wanted Piton to explore it as well, but that the robot refused, saying that this gate belonged to Barachi. Later, Dr. Suga has invited some VIPs and engineers to see his work. He demonstrates by having Piton enter the stomach and collect peridonite stones, but some of the people think it's some kind of trick or gimmick. Next, Barachi dives into the birthmark portal. The doctor explains that this is only possible because it is made from her own body tissue. A half hour later, Barachi emerges from the gate, but her face is all mutilated and one of her eyes is missing. She starts to claw her way out until her head just straight up explodes. Springs and gears go flying, and Barachi's body seems to be made up of metal and wiring. What the hell's going on? That concludes chapter 5. Now let's move into the final chapter of Black Paradox. It begins with Dr. Suga and Barachi laying in bed discussing how much of a disaster the meeting was. They explained that they had ordered a robot replica of Barachi from the same team that designed Piton's, so it's unclear why this one melted while Piton's survived. Suga asks her if she would consider entering the portal herself, but she refuses. That night, Suga sneaks off into Maruso's room, and she's fully catatonic at this point. He tells her that there's no reason to be anxious as a bright future awaits humanity. He believes that the peridonite's energy will likely bring salvation to Earth. He then says he loves her and starts making out with her. Extra creepy, dude. Barachi walks in and catches him in the act. She leaves, and Dr. Suga finds her pouring kerosene all over the birthmark portal and threatening to burn it. But Suga distracts her long enough to push her in. We see her disappear into the other realm. Later, Suga has taken Maruso to get an MRI and discovers there to be a strange tumor in the center of her brainstem. Suga believes the tumor to be another gate to the other side and asks the surgeon to try and remove it. We also learn that Suga has been working with a space agency team to develop a new peridonite mining machine. Surprisingly, this machine is lasting longer within the portal, and they can even see through the camera. The machine is moving toward a vein of peridonite, but then a black figure appears on screen. Right before the screen cuts out, we see Barachi alive and flying toward the camera. They pull the probe up to find it completely melted. Then suddenly Barachi jumps out of the hole behind it. She pulls a stone out of her robe and throws it to Suga, who then congratulates her on becoming Spirit World Flyer number 2. Suga then tracks down Taribo. His servant tells Suga that Taribo has been afraid of his own shadow. As of late, he's locked himself in his room in the dark and is speaking nonsense, like saying that his shadow glows in the dark. Dr. Suga enters the dark room and finds a glowing shadow on the wall. Looking closer, he sees this is actually another gate to the other side, and Taburo comes flying through it. Later at the cottage, Suga talks to Maruso. Post-surgery, she seems to be completely calm. Suga then shows her his new project. He's been cultivating Maruso's tumor in a massive tank. She says, "Let me guess, you want me to enter into paradise and return with the peridonite for the sake of humanity." She says she's not afraid at all and wonders why the old her was so frightened. She agrees to jump in, but does wonder if this truly is for the sake of humanity. She dives in, and after this, we're told the world has peridonite fever, and that the spirit elements of the mineral have caused a sensation. Recently, however, peridonite rapidly disappeared from the market and has been placed under the control of the government. There's a rumor, however, that in a secret base in the mountains, there's a group called Black Paradox, and that this group is still bringing the minerals in from the spirit world. We see Taburo, Maruso, Piton, and Barachi sitting together in the cottage wearing all black. It seems like the four have finally passed on to the other side like they originally set out to do all that time ago, but they never dreamed they'd be traveling back and forth between the worlds like this. We learn that since Maruso has come back from the other side, she can now see the future. The vague sense of terror she once had has become a clear vision of the future. She says that humanity will progress by leaps and bounds thanks to the new energy source. She also says that people will slowly begin to disappear as the energy they're using is actually their own souls. She says if you don't want to disappear, you better find your own soul. Tarbo asks if it's really possible to save your own soul in the future, and Maruso says that Piton has already done so. The spirit energy that entered his robot body was actually his. Barachi then realizes that her robot must have failed because it didn't have her soul in it. Maruso then explains the fate of Dr. Suga. She says that the world will celebrate him at first, but eventually he'll be denounced as the downfall of humanity. Just then, Suga comes into the room and says, "Okay everyone, let's get out there today for the sake of humanity." The Black Paradox group then heads out saying, "Let's get going for the future of humanity." And that's Black Paradox. I could stop the video there, but I decided to add 2 extra stories here: Blood Bubble Bushes and Flesh Colored Horror. So let's get into Blood Bubble Bushes. A young couple, Ansai and Kana, are speeding in a car off-road. Kana is getting a little freaked out, but Ansai assures her he's got it under control. Suddenly something hits the windshield, covering it in blood. Ansai loses control of the car and they spin into a tree, but luckily make it out unscathed. They assume they hit a bird of some sort, but wonder how it could cause so much blood to spray all over the windshield. The car won't start and the couple are forced to go it on foot, hoping to find a telephone somewhere. After an hour of walking, they spot a small hut and assume there must be some houses nearby. Inside the hut, they find a group of young boys huddled together and they look a little weird. The boys don't say much other than there's no phone nearby. Ansai asks them how to get to the main road and they just laugh. He calls them brats and the couple continue on their way. But after a while, they notice that they're being followed by the kids. They suddenly move in fast with little whips and attack the couple. At the sight of blood, the kids begin salivating and we see what looks like vampire fangs in their mouths. They move in trying to lick up the blood and Ansai fights them off until they finally leave. Kana is pretty beat up and disgusted at the fact that those boys actually sucked her blood. Soon they see rooftops and move in to find a beat up abandoned village. Something's really off here and it looks like there's blood stains on some of the buildings. They find a pool of blood on the ground and looking closer, it actually looks like there's skin or something in it. Gross. They find that there's a trail of blood leading from the puddle and begin to follow it. It leads to the door of a large mansion and a young man actually opens it up to greet them. The couple explains their situation and the young man says it must have been those brats again. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a phone but invites them in to help patch up Kana. He offers to let them stay the night and even gives them food. He says he moved into this village after it was abandoned and that it was due to him having some emotional troubles. He says that Kana reminds him of a person, the most important person in his life, and he tells them about her. He says that this woman was very lonely and seemed to push everyone away. One day she had a cut on her wrist and even said that her blood wants to leave her. One night the young man caught the woman cutting her throat but stopped her before she did any major damage. He then drank the blood from her neck for some reason, and the two confessed their love to each other. Soon after this, something strange happened. The wound on her neck grew out like tree branches, and at the end were little fruit filled with blood. The woman says that soon all the blood will leave her body, and eventually her skin shriveled up as more fruit grew out of her body. I thought this dude was gonna say he had a bad breakup or something. I didn't expect this crazy shit. Later, Ansai wakes up, although he doesn't remember going to sleep. In fact, he thinks there might have been something in his drink and that he passed out. He searches the house and finds the young man sucking the blood out of Kana's neck before leading her somewhere in the dark. Ansai finds a trail of blood and follows it to a door. When he opens it, he finds a room full of blood bushes. The young man pops up and says that this is actually his lover. He says that he found the abandoned village while looking for a place to bury her blood fruit, but instead more grew out of the ground. He says that the blood the couple found before was probably some stray fruit that grew outside, but he doesn't want that to happen because then those blood-sucking brats will eat them. Ansai confronts him about Kana, and the guy says he doesn't know what he's talking about and that he must have dreamed whatever he thought he saw happen. The man leaves and then Ansai hears a voice among the bushes. A decayed body is sticking out of the dirt. It begs Ansai to help him and claims to be the village leader. He says it was the young man that destroyed the village. Using a spell, he turned the villagers into blood plants. He says that the young man has Renfield syndrome and depends on drinking blood to survive. Soon all the villagers will be completely drained, and so he's likely looking for new sacrifices. Ansai asks what the spell is, and the village leader tells him that he will kiss a wound and soon after blood bubbles will grow from it. He also says that the only way to stop the curse is to eat your own blood fruit. However, once you do, you'll then lust for blood yourself. Apparently this is what happened to the boys from earlier, as well as several other villagers. Ansai returns upstairs to find Kana in the room. He grabs grabs her and they try to escape, but the man finds them and says it would be a shame if they got out. Then Kana's neck begins sprouting a blood bush. Hansai pounds on the front door and almost gives up when suddenly an axe tears through the wood. It's the boys. They bust through the door and run straight for the blood bubble room and begin eating it like it's a buffet. A mummified villager looks at one of the boys and says, "Do you still remember me? I'm your father." The boy just sprouts a sinister smile and begins pulling the blood fruit straight off his father's head to eat. Damn, kid. Suddenly, the kid gets a pitchfork through his back from the young man. Outside, the couple has managed to make it a good distance from the village, but Kana's neck has only gotten worse. Hansai looks down and finds that his hand is now sprouting the bubbles as well. On the final page, we see Kana eating one of her own fruit, now sealing her fate as a bloodsucker. And we end it there. Flesh-colored horror. A woman named Momoko is walking home at night when she sees a figure walking behind her. Suddenly, the figure throws a bucket of some unknown substance on her that stinks really bad. When she gets home, she finds the stuff is hard to remove and burns. She manages to get it off her body, but her hair is hopeless and she's forced to cut it off. We learn that she's a kindergarten teacher, and the next day, all her students make fun of her hairstyle. Damn, these kids are rude. On the playground, some kids have an argument, and one of them, named Chikara, looks messed up like he has some kind of skin condition or something. He scratches another kid and Momoko scolds him. She says that he's a big troublemaker with violent tendencies. The same day, he randomly starts trashing the other students' artwork. Then he asks some of the other kids if they want him to peel the skin off their faces. Damn, this kid is creepy. Momoko decides it's time to speak to Chikara's mother and starts up a conversation at pickup. She explains to the woman his crazy behavior, and we learn that this is actually not his mother, but his aunt who lives with them. The aunt invites Momoko over to talk to his real mom. Chikara's mother answers the door visibly wet, saying she just got out of the bath. The house is a disaster, and she explains that Chikara rips up the wallpaper and furniture constantly. Momoko says that the woman is pretty off-putting and that she spoke with no expression on her face. Later, we learn that Chikara has been acting up again, attacking other students, and their parents are getting pretty pissed. That day on the playground, Momoko finds one of her students a bloody mess. Apparently, Chikara straight up peeled the skin off the kid's face. My god, he actually did it. After this, Chikara is finally expelled, but he keeps showing up to school to scare the other kids, staring in through the window like a creep. One day, he even follows Momoko to her apartment building, and she invites the kid in, feeling bad for him. Her father, a doctor, stops by since he was in the neighborhood and gives Chikara a good look over. He notes that the kid's skin is getting thinner and that his fingerprints are even gone. Momoko then drags the boy to his house, and once again, his mother seems to have just gotten out of the bath. Momoko tells her about Chikara's skin and recommends seeing a specialist, but his mother just shrugs it off, saying it's not that serious and that he'll be a handsome boy soon enough. After Momoko leaves, we see Chikara's mother and aunt working on some kind of formula. They've apparently failed in making this concoction several times, but hopefully this time it'll work. Chikara's mother then sticks a hose in his mouth, lays him on a table, and starts lathering his body up with the sticky liquid. Eventually, his entire body is covered in it, and I guess the hose was just so he could breathe. They then begin ripping the stuff off his body, and she says that it should take effect in an hour. They check again after the hour passes, but no good. Whatever was supposed to happen didn't. Chikara's aunt says they really should stop trying because she doesn't want Chikara to suffer any longer. Every time they try, they peel off some of his skin, which is why he looks like that. His mother says she just wants to show his true beauty. She just goes crazy saying she wants to see it over and over and destroying the wallpaper. Later, Momoko witnesses an attack that looks just like what happened to her, with someone throwing a bucket of muck on an innocent passerby. She chases the culprit down and discovers that it's actually Chikara's aunt. She explains that the formula is a beauty medicine originally developed by Chikara's father before he died. Chikara's mother used the formula on herself and attained the beauty she wanted, but wasn't satisfied and now wants Chikara to experience the same thing. The aunt says she's been trying to save Chikara from the results by using the wrong ingredients, but the process is still destroying Chikara's skin. Elsewhere, we see a dark figure in a cloak flash a passing salaryman and ask him if she's beautiful. The guy screams and runs like he just saw something terrifying. Next, the figure appears behind Momoko and bashes her head with a rock. She wakes up in Chikara's house to his mother giving a backstory. She says that her husband was an alchemist attempting to create a potion of eternal youth. Finally thinking he created it, he tried the formula himself, but an hour later he saw the results and they were so horrific that he died of shock. She says that she found his transformed body beautiful, and we see that once again she's attempting to make the formula, but she accidentally drops a bottle of acid on her leg. She yells at her sister to get it off immediately, and we soon learn that she doesn't mean the acid. The aunt unzips something on her back, and then her skin falls off her body. Chikara's mother is now standing skinless in the kitchen. Momoko details how disgusting her body is, saying that the muscles wiggled like caterpillars and her legs were covered with white tendons that looked like they could snap at the slightest tug. Chikara's mother then commands her sister to clean off the skin suit so it isn't damaged, and she talks about the beauty of bare muscles. She puts on a wig, which just makes her look even more disturbing, and says that she can't live without her skin, unfortunately, because she would dry out if she didn't wear it. She then looks at the spilt bottle of acid and realizes it's actually water. Piecing together that her sister's been messing with the ingredients, she starts chewing out the ant. Meanwhile, Chikara leaves the room and reappears with the actual bottle of acid, helping his mom out. She attempts to grab it from him, but suddenly he kicks the skin suit on the floor and pours acid all over it, burning his mother's flesh. We see it disintegrate as she cries out about her precious skin. The ant opens a window to let the fumes out, and the skinless mom approaches her, saying this is all her fault and that she'll just have to use her skin now, even if that means ripping it off her body. In an absolutely horrifying image, Chikara's mother rips her sister's face off. Chikara yells out, "Leave my aunt alone," and grabs his mother's leg. This part definitely made me squirm as he rips her leg muscles. Oh, that's disturbing to think about. The aunt actually seems relatively fine, and then she admits that she took the formula 3 years ago, thinking it would make her beautiful. She says that she never meant to use it, but her sister tricked her, and then Momoko faints. And that's how this one ends. So let's get into Censor. This story begins with a woman named Kyoko Byakuya. She's wandering around Mount Sengoku, which, as far as I can tell, is a fictional mountain. As she walks, she finds what appears to be volcanic hair, sometimes called Pele's hair, a real phenomenon in which small strands of lava harden and take on the appearance of hair. She says that Mount Sengoku erupted decades ago, so this wouldn't be the case, plus it's light and golden. After the hair seems to vanish, her next theory is that it's angel hair, another less scientific phenomenon reported to be found in connection with UFO sightings. Kyoko then notices a man standing on the trail nearby with his eyes closed. She's a little weirded out when the man suddenly speaks to her, saying that he's been waiting for her. She just starts walking away like, "I'll be going now," and the man calls her out, asking where she plans to go. We learn that she actually has no real destination and just felt drawn to this place for some unknown reason. The man then speaks her full name and says that the divine Amagami has brought her here. The man's name is Aizawa, and he begins to lead Kyoko to his village, which is called Kiyokami. The village is completely covered in the strange golden fiber. Aizawa says they call it the Amagami, or heavenly hair. He says that Amagami disappears everywhere else, but in this village it lingers, a sign that God truly loves the village of Kiyokami. As Kyoko looks around at the beautiful area, she notices that the nearby wildlife have the Amagami hair sticking to them. Aizawa leads her to an old inn and asks her to join the village the next day at the village hall. Kyoko asks the innkeeper about Aizawa and how it seemed like he could read her mind. The innkeeper says that this ability is not limited to Aizawa and that all the villagers have this power due to the Amagami that sticks to them. She says just by closing her eyes she can feel the far reaches of space as well as the minds of the other villagers. In the bathhouse that night, Kyoko believes she sees UFOs in the night sky, and then the next day she meets at the village hall where the village leader tells her she was chosen by God. He tells the history of the village, saying that long ago in the Edo era when Christianity was prohibited, they sheltered a Christian missionary named Miguel from persecution. Unfortunately, Miguel was found and captured. He was sentenced to death along with all the villagers who had protected him, and they were thrown into the mouth of Mount Sengoku. Amagami has flown down from the volcano ever since, and they believe it to be Miguel's golden hair. Lately, the village has had so much Amagami rain down that it's covered the village in golden hair. The village leader says that this was due to the fact that Kyoko was drawing closer. Aizawa chimes in saying that she must be quite special, made to bring them happiness. Kyoko says that she's no one special and doesn't believe she has any real ties to the village. In fact, she plans on leaving today. Aizawa asks her at least to stay for the viewing of the night sky in the plaza tonight, and she obliges. That night, all the villagers stand under the stars with their eyes closed. Aizawa says that when they look at the night sky, they consider the farthest reaches of space and the meaning of life. He then asks Kyoko if she knows the meaning of life and says that it is simply to feel the universe itself. He says that the 5 senses, or sensors, exist in order to feel the universe. And as he explains, we see an image of a human that looks oddly like Dr. Manhattan. He further explains that Amagami enhances the senses so that they can feel Miguel somewhere out in the universe. I guess the people of this village believe that Miguel journeyed to space after being martyred and have made a religion out of searching for him using the Amagami. Suddenly, Mount Sengoku seems to erupt with the light that fills the sky, and millions of Amagami fibers fill the air. Kyoko sees the other villagers' souls floating through space, saying that they've never experienced this power before. They believe they might finally sense Miguel. Out of the void of space, a dark figure begins to form, and they believe this to be the missionary ordinary. As the figure becomes clear, it seems to be something else, some dark and disturbing force, and the villagers panic as the dark entity's jet black hair covers them. We see a giant menacing eye fill the page, and then we snap back to reality, where we learn that the volcano has erupted for the first time in 60 years. Curiously, a member of a rescue team points out that the village of Kiyokami was destroyed near here at the last eruption 60 years ago. The rescue team moves in and eventually finds what looks like a cocoon made of golden hair. The mass of fiber melts, and inside is Kyoko Byakuya, whose hair is now long and golden. Did she somehow go back in time to Kiyokami village 60 years earlier? What did the villagers find in space that night, and what's with Kyoko's golden hair? This all remains a mystery as we move into chapter 2. This chapter begins with a man on a plane seeing a strange black mass outside of his window. When he gets off the plane, he searches online to see if the news covered a forest fire or something similar, but doesn't find anything. The man's name is Wataru Tsuchiyado, a no-name reporter. Back home, he sees a post on social media about a weird black cloud floating in the mountains. It looks exactly like what Wataru saw on the plane. After contacting the original poster, he finds the location the black mass was seen and goes to investigate. As he walks through the forest, he suddenly sees a woman with golden hair running through the trees. Wataru recognizes the woman as Kyoko Byakuya, the mysterious woman with gold hair who survived a volcanic eruption, and begins to chase her down. Before he catches up to her, however, Kyoko is apprehended by a man with long black hair, and a group of men grab Wataru and tie him up. The group leads him deeper into the forest, and he sees the massive black cloud floating above. Eventually, they arrive at a pyramid-shaped tent with a giant eye on it. I can't help but think this tent looks like Bill Cipher, I'm not gonna lie. Inside, the mysterious group tie Kyoko to a star-shaped crucifix, and the man with black hair introduces himself as Kaguro Aido, the leader of Indigo Shadow, a supra-mysticism group. He claims they're the only ones seeking real universal truth. Aido then uses a mysterious power to read Wataru's mind, revealing his full name and occupation, as well as perfectly recounting his journey here from the time he saw the cloud on the plane. Aido says the reason he can see into Wataru's mind is by accessing the Akashic Records, a library that documents all the information about the universe, past, present, and future. By the way, the Akashic Records are not an Edo invention. The concept has been around for a long time and is referenced by different spiritual groups. Anyway, Aido says that on the day Sengoku erupted, he was granted enlightenment, and a dark god from the far reaches of space told him to meditate using Kyoko as a medium. Kyoko apparently gained the gift of clairvoyance, and now the Indigo Shadow group meditates through her in order to access the Akashic Records. He says that the black cloud is actually information from the Akashic Records, and that he plans on growing it further as he slowly acquires all the information in the universe. Kyoko suddenly speaks up, saying that what he's doing has evil effects and that misfortune will befall him if he doesn't stop. Aido ignores her, and the group begins their meditation. Aido's eyes glow and his hair stands up as massive light surges through the crucifix. The energy has turned to flames and sets the tent on fire. Wataru breaks free and starts to cut Kyoko loose when he looks up to see the cloud is crashing down to the ground. It's really weird. Up close it looks like brains falling, and there's these giant eyes as well. Wataru manages to cut Kyoko free and get out of the way as the black mass crashes down on the tent. Kyoko then leads Wataru through a cave and out to safety before she disappears into the woods. Chapter 3 begins with Wataru lying in bed. He begins to hear a strange voice that seems to be giving meditation instruction or something similar, and says that this has been happening lately when he's about to fall asleep. Since Wataru's run-in with Kyoko Byakuya, he has been trying to track her down and learn as much about her as possible. He eventually gets some information from one of the medical staff that watched her after she was first found at Sengoku. Apparently, she was sent to a psychology professor named Yukio Kurudera, and that he took Kyoko to his father's clinic. Wataru tracks the place down and finds Dr. Kurudera Sr. The old man says that Kyoko had lost her memory and that she seemed to be in a strange trance when she arrived at the clinic. In a flashback, we learn more about Kyoko's stay here. Dr. Kurudera seemed to be shocked at the sight of her hair, and we learn that he lived in Kiyokami village as a child, but moved 1 month before the eruption 60 years ago. But he still has a strand of amagami in his hair after all these years. Yukio, Dr. Kurudera's son, decides he wants to try hypnotherapy on Kyoko to try and help call her memories back. Sometime in the middle of the session, however, Kyoko freaks the hell out, shaking and screaming in pain. Dr. Kurudera believes she is being pulled back to reality. She screams in terror, saying that planets are vanishing and all the life forms on them as well. The doctor believes she's actually witnessing terrifying events somewhere out in the universe, and that mass amounts of information are pouring into her brain. Just as she seems to reach her physical limit, she calms down. It seems she finally found a way to close off the information flooding in. Yukio decides to try hypnotherapy again, expecting better results. He tells his father that he's made some progress and believes that although no words are exchanged, he can communicate with Kyoko psychically. Through this process, he can access some of her knowledge and begins to explain the meaning of life, just as Aizawa did back in chapter 1. Similarly, he says that we must perceive the universe using our senses. Dr. Kudadera notes that his son's treatment was taking a strange and obsessive turn. Shortly after this, Kyoko was kidnapped by the Indigo Shadow Cult, and Yukio was driven into madness, obsessing over Kyoko in a truly creepy way, declaring that she herself is the universe. Yukio then began to hypnotize himself in order to try and communicate with her again and fill every sense with her beauty. Suddenly, his sense organs began to enlarge, his tongue swelled up, filling his mouth, and his eyes bulged. This escalated in a truly grotesque fashion as his face transformed. His eyes, mouth, and ears exploded out of his face. Eventually, his body turned into a mass of neuron-like pieces and floated off into the sky. I mean, what the hell, man? Back in the present, Dr. Kudadera is brought to tears recounting the awful memory and blames himself, thinking maybe his Kiyokami bloodline was related. Later, Wataru lays in bed and begins hearing the voice again. Suddenly, his face deforms just like Yukio's, but this is only a dream. He says he's not sure if the voice is Yukio's or not. Chapter 4 kicks off with Kyoko walking off a cliff into the sea below, seemingly to her own death. It turns out this is simply a dream that Wataru had. However, he believes he's seen the cliff in real life before. Next, we see Kyoko once again standing on the edge of a cliff, this time for real. She's approached by a young woman who invites her to have something to drink at the tea house that she works at nearby. Kyoko agrees, and the woman warns her to be careful of the strange bugs in the area. Her name is Rie, and we learn that the owner of the tea house patrols the area to help prevent suicides on the cliff. Rie came here as a volunteer to help as well. Kyoko reveals to the two that she has no idea who she is or where she came from, and Rie invites Kyoko to stay with her. She lives in a big house nearby, but since it's in the middle of nowhere, the rent's cheap and there are a ton of extra rooms. Once they're inside, they spot another one of the strange bugs. Apparently, these things are super fast and will intentionally try to jump under people's feet to be squashed, which has gotten them the nickname suicide bugs. The name seems to trigger Rie, who recounts when her boyfriend randomly jumped in front of a train while they were standing at the station. It's pretty horrible, and it seems that Kyoko sees the moment in a vision. Rie feels bad and goes to make some tea, but gets jump scared by another bug, which jumps right under her foot, being crushed into a bloody mess. We get a look at its squashed insides, and it's really creepy. It actually kind of looks like a little human. Weird. Back at the tea house, Wataru shows up. Apparently this was the cliff in his dream. The owner comes out worried that Wataru might jump, and he explains that he's actually looking for Kyoko. While they talk, Wataru steps on a suicide bug and they investigate it closely. The owner says it's so weird how the bugs have what resemble human faces, and says that this bug actually looks a lot like a man he knew who drowned himself recently. Well, that's disturbing. Back at Rie's house, she also finds an eerie resemblance in the bug that she squashed. It looks really similar to her boyfriend that jumped in front of the train. Suddenly, the little face begins to move, its eyes and mouth dripping with blood, and even more disturbing, the little creature speaks directly to Rie, saying, "You cheated on me." He says he died to hold a grudge against her after he saw her with another man. Rie freaks out and stomps on the little guy again. Soon, hundreds of suicide bugs begin swarming her house, but anywhere she steps, the bugs quickly jump under her feet to be squished. The bugs yell out how much it hurts and that death is hell. We see dozens of crushed little bodies mutilated. They say they'll continue to die if it means eventually they'll find peace. Kyoko shouts that these spirits do not belong here and must go back. She then sprints out of the house. The horde of bugs chase after her as she runs to the cliff. She shoots right past Wataru and the owner and then jumps off the cliff, all the bugs falling into the water after her. Wataru says he doesn't know what happened to her after that, but he believes that she's still alive. Chapter 5 begins with Wataru attempting to sleep, hoping to dream of Kyoko again so he could find her. But instead, he dreams of another woman, Beneko Yamoka. Apparently he met her 5 years ago through work, but Beneko became obsessed with stalking him until he finally got a restraining order. A month ago, Wataru began getting letters from Beneko accurately detailing recent events in his life, meaning she's definitely watching Wataru. In the latest letter, she says, "You're still hung up on Kyoko Byakuya. Give up already. I'm the only one who can make you happy." After reporting Beneko to the police again, Wataru is almost run over by a speeding car. It barely misses him and runs into a traffic mirror on the corner. Wataru's pretty pissed off that he almost got ran over, and the guy driving seems like a real kook, saying he got the gas and brake pedals mixed up. He asks Wataru to keep this incident quiet and then drives off, hitting 2 more traffic mirrors along the way. Wataru looks up at the mirrors and sees the creepy ass stalker chick Binako moving toward him, but when he looks around he doesn't see anything. He looks back at the mirror and holy hell, her face is right there. He flips out and throws a brick at the mirror, breaking it before running home. On the news that night, Wataru learns that he wasn't the only one to experience this. Apparently traffic mirrors all around the city have been bent and people are breaking them, claiming to see people in them. Wataru investigates some of the mirrors and speculates that the man in the car may have been running into them on purpose. Looking closer, he actually finds some amigami strands on one of the mirrors. He brings it back to Dr. Kurodera to have a look, and it doesn't seem to be amigami hair, as it's black and actually might be used as a form of fiber optic cable. A group of people suddenly appear, and one of them is the man who drove the car earlier, saying that Wataru has been sniffing around too much. Binako appears as well, and next thing we know, Wataru wakes up. Him and the doctor are in an unfamiliar room. Binako explains that she and the rest of her group see everything. She says that they're using the power of the black amigami and reflections from the mirrors all across the country in order to have a countrywide clairvoyant sight. It's a bit of a stretch for me, but whatever. She says that their leader has the ultimate goal of knowing the full history of the universe. They open a curtain to reveal Kaguro Aido, the cult leader from back in chapter 2, who somehow survived and is now covered in bandages. Chapter 6 just continues right where we left off. Aido explains that he survived the falling Akashic records because he was saved by a god of the distant darkness, although he suffered horrible burns. He says that he hasn't given up on obtaining the complete Akashic records and needs Kyoko Byakuya in order to do so. He believes her to be alive and can sense her through Dr. Kurodera, who has the same golden hair, and the group decides to use the doctor as a medium in order to find her. They open a curtain and reveal that they have many hostages. These are all people who have come into contact with Kyoko since the eruption, including Rie and the tea house owner. The members of Indigo Shadow each have a hostage with them, and Dr. Kurodera is sat under Aido. He cries out, "Great God in the distant darkness, give us power. Jet black God in the far reaches of the universe, hear our prayers." Binako moves in close to Wataru, and jet black hairs start to protrude from her head and pierce into his face. The same happens to all the other hostages and their respective cult members. Kinda makes my face tingle just to think about. As this happens, the sky is filled with a strange neuron-like structure that Yukio turned into. His voice comes from the sky once again, describing Kyoko and her wondrous beauty. The doctor's eyes fill with tears as he tells his son to please be at peace. Binako is still stabbing Wataru with her hair, saying she'll make him forget about Kyoko. He manages to pull away from her for a moment, and when he does, he sees Aido, who is terrifying and enormous. Binako catches him again, and the group intensifies their meditation. In the distance, Sengoku erupts once more, but this time millions of black amigami come pouring down. It encases the cult and their victims in jet black cocoons of hair, with only Dr. Kurodera outside. He stares at them in horror, saying that they must be experiencing the farthest reaches of the infinite. Suddenly, the black amigami pods begin making noise and burst open. Inside, only the Indigo Shadow group have survived, while the victims are nothing but mummified husks. Binako looks down, but finds that Wataru is nowhere to be found. The chapter ends with Wataru in some other area near the mountain. Sengoku has no smoke coming from it despite it having just erupted. He looks over and spots Kyoko Byakuya. After all this time, he's finally found her. Now on to the final chapter of Censor. Kyoko seems confused by Wataru's presence and says that a deep darkness is coming. She runs off and we see that she's headed for none other than Kiyokami Village. How is it here when it was destroyed 60 years ago? Wataru follows Kyoko into an old house where the villagers seem to be hiding out and don't seem to take any notice of Wataru. And in the middle of the room is none other than Miguel, the gold-haired missionary. Kyoko tells Miguel that the black darkness is approaching, and he tells them all to flee while he stays behind to face his destiny. Wataru starts to realize that somehow he has traveled back in time before the eruption 60 years ago. The villagers say they will not leave and stay with Miguel to the very end. Miguel and Kyoko then have a sort of psychic conversation that somehow Wataru can pick up on. Outside, a dark monk appears out of the mist. Then a group of inquisitors jumps out from the trees and rounds up the villagers, saying that this monk showed them where to look. They accuse Kyoko of being a Western prostitute, and Wataru starts yelling at them, but once again they take no notice of him. The monk then rings a bell. It begins to grow darker even though it's daytime. He continues to ring the bell and we can see glowing eyes through his straw hat. Next, the villagers are forced to literally carry crosses on their backs all the way up to the top of Mount Sengoku. Wataru offers to help Kyoko carry hers, but she says it's no use. Wataru can't interact with anyone, and Kyoko tells him that he's simply sensing this era. Miguel stumbles and falls nearby. Kyoko then helps him, and together they continue climbing while having another telepathic conversation. Kyoko says she has come back from the future and asks why Miguel chose her to do so. Miguel says that it's not him but God who chose her, and that she can be a point of light in this dark universe. He believes she's an angel chosen by God to represent hope. As they get to the top of the mountain, the mysterious monk has all the villagers strung up on their crosses right by the mouth of the volcano. Then they're to be kicked into the pit one by one. Damn, this is wild. The monk then asks Miguel if God created the universe. Of course, Miguel says yes, God created everything. The monk then says that this is false, and in fact, he created the universe. To be more precise, he will create the universe. He removes the straw hat to reveal his identity. He is Kaguro Aido, the leader of Indigo Shadow. He says he obtained great power after being enveloped in the jet black hair, and that Wataru seemed to gain some as well, although much less significant, which is why he can't interact in the past. He says that he'll soon gain the Akashic records and begins to unravel his bandages. Underneath, he has a truly hideous face deformed by the burns. His jet black hair shoots out towards Kyoko, and he claims he'll steal her power. Kyoko says that he has the wrong idea about her power, and if he wants it, well, he can have it. She then releases a massive amount of energy, creating a blinding light that seemingly destroys Aido as a jet black cloud of gas disappears into the sky. At the same time, Miguel and Kyoko fall into the volcano. As they fall, Kyoko's golden hair begins to wrap around them into a golden cocoon before disappearing into the darkness. Suddenly, Wataru wakes up back in the present. Kurodera says that the members of Indigo Shadow have gone mad after seeing the far reaches of space. Wataru says that his senses heightened after this incident, and he became troubled by a bizarre vision of an oncoming jet black darkness. But despite the overwhelming black, there was a small spot of light that would never go out. He says that the battle between light and dark is fierce with no end in sight, and that the journey to light's victory is still ahead. And that, my friends, is Censor. It's a very interesting story with a lot of elements that kind of set it apart from Ito's other works. Now let's move into the last remaining short stories that I haven't covered yet. Starting with Demon's Voice. This story follows a fishing boat that isn't having much luck catching anything. The new guy, Koji, is having a particularly rough go of his first time out. As he tries to stop himself from getting sick, the rest of the crew hears a loud siren. Pretty strange thing to hear when you're miles out from land. The noise only intensifies and the boat is knocked around. Somehow Koji manages to sleep through it, and the next day he wakes up to an excited crew who are pulling in a big catch. He helps them pull up the net only to find not fish, but rotting human bodies. What's even more disturbing is that the fishermen just act like it's tuna, and Koji is the only one who's seeing this horror show. He tells one of the guys that these are human bodies, and this seems to break him out of the illusion as he looks down at the corpses. Soon the whole crew wakes up to reality and are all equally disturbed by it. With no other option, they toss the bodies overboard and discuss what the hell just happened. Two of the guys say they actually saw the sea as blood red when they woke up. The siren then tears through the ship again. As they attempt to cover their ears, the captain talks of an old legend about the cry of a demon that can cause people to go mad. They begin to hear fish near the side of the boat, and the entire crew all run to pull out the fish, except for Koji, who stays inside covering his ears. Of course, when they pull up the net, it's once again filled with human corpses. This time there are dozens, and worse than that, they begin to move. Yeah, man, these are freaking zombies, and they're filling up the boat. They overwhelm the crew and start shoving them overboard. Koji runs into the cabin and shuts the door, but it's no use. They tear the door down, and the siren rages on. Next, we see the boat floating on the calm sea. And in the fishing nets, we see more dead bodies, only this time they belong to the crew, including Koji. Layers of Fear. In 1996, a professor and his team are at a dig site when they find the ancient skull of a small child. Strangely, the earth around the remains seems to pile up in layers, actually taking the shape of the child's face. Professor Soya suspects that this is due to some ancient ritual in which they piled layers of clay around the body until it became a large human-shaped tomb. The team decides this could be a huge discovery. We then jump ahead to 2017. A mother and her two daughters are in the car on their way to a ceremony to remember their father who passed away 13 years ago. The youngest daughter, Remi, is the clear favorite, and her mother pampers her, treating her like a child. We learn that when Remi was 2, she was so cute that her mother got her into show business, and she was even in a commercial. She seems uncomfortable on the subject and says that she hates talking about her past. Her mother starts babying her again, saying she wishes she could turn back time to when Remi was 2 again. Her older sister, Narumi, seems a little salty, as it's clear that she was somewhat neglected as a child, with all the attention going to Remi. Her bitchy mom just straight up says it was because Narumi was ugly. Such a bold insult distracts Narumi from the road, and she narrowly avoids a truck only to go careening off the road. Narumi regains consciousness and looks into the back seat to see that a road sign went through the car window. And on a closer look, we see that it sliced off a section of Remi's face and it's just hanging on the sign. Dude, that's gnarly. Later at the hospital, something strange has happened. Under the section of Remi's face that was cut off, there's simply another face, as if the top part of her face that was sliced off was just a top layer. The doctor's like, what the hell is this shit, and puts her in an MRI machine. The results are pretty spooky. Basically, Remi has no organs, bones, or even a brain. Her body consists of only multiple layers. The doctor points out that much like the rings on a tree stump, you can count Remi's layers and find one for each year of her life. He believes that these layers are all the younger version of her. Pretty wacky. Remi's mother removes her from the hospital before they can do any more tests, worried she'll become some big news story and spectacle. Narumi believes that this is a curse brought on by their father. Yeah, if you hadn't guessed, their father is Professor Soya from the opening. Narumi recounts the skull that was found. Apparently, Soya removed it and became obsessed with it, passing away 9 years after. Narumi believes that tampering with this burial site has cursed the family. She even has proof. Just like Remi, she has layers as well. We get a pretty disturbing image here inside of Narumi's mouth and see that she has multiple layers of teeth. Later, Remi is in despair over her condition. Her mother tries to tell her it's only a disease that can be cured, but Remi believes it to be a curse as well. That night, while Remi is sleeping, her mother enters the room to check on her, talking to her like a baby again. As she leaves the room, she hears a small voice coming from deep inside Remi. This is the voice of Remi as a small child. Her mom gets all excited talking to the younger voice, and in one of the freakiest things I've seen in a while, she begins to peel the rest of Remi's face off. Narumi hears a terrible noise and runs to the room to find her mother with a knife cutting off the layers of Remi's face. Damn, that is haunting. Her mother just keeps pulling off the layers, saying that they must get back to her 2-year-old self. Narumi watches in horror as her crazy-ass mom continues to rip the layers off in a bloody mess, until finally she's made it down to Remi's 2-year-old lair. It's really creepy seeing that little head sticking out of the adult body with all the faces strewn about around it. The mom then asks Narumi to help her remove the body layers as well, and they start tearing them away, but the result is absolutely disturbing. Remi's 2-year-old body is stretched out and deformed. I guess it had to grow over time to fit the adult body, but now it just looks like a hideous monster with a child's head attached. At the sight of this, the mom just loses her mind. She says that the curse must have latched onto her as well, and so she must peel off her skin back to when she was 38 and give birth to Remi again. She cuts her face and pulls off the skin, but she isn't cursed. There isn't another layer underneath, so she just pulls her face off in a truly terrifying image and cries out in pain. After this, Narumi tries to find the skull to put it back in its grave and release the curse, but it's gone missing. On the final page, Narumi says that Remi has started to grow layers again, but there are now just more layers of her hideous form. We see her in the corner begging her mother to carry her, and her mother cowering in the same room with her face covered in bandages. Wow, that was a pretty intense one. She is a slow walker. This is actually part of an anthology series called 8 Tales of the ZQN. The ZQN is the name of the virus from the series I Am a Hero, a zombie apocalypse manga that I actually covered back on the Disturbing Manga Iceberg. Anyway, this collection of stories is basically just different takes from different authors on the outbreak. Obviously, we'll just be covering Nito's story, but let me know if you want me to do a full series rundown on I Am a Hero, because it's a pretty interesting series. She is a Slow Walker begins with a couple arguing about zombies. Shinichi believes that running zombies are scarier, while Yumi believes that slow-moving zombies are. Shinichi points out that you can always just run away from slow zombies, while Yumi says that you don't even have time to be scared with fast zombies, and that a slow horde is much creepier. Shinichi says that Yumi is old-fashioned, and that Romero's slow-moving zombie style is just behind the times. At this, Yumi is outraged, saying that she'll never forgive him for looking down on Romero and storms out. This whole thing is cracking me up, I gotta say. A few moments later, however, Yumi comes running back inside and says that some weirdo bit her. There's banging on the door as Shinichi looks out to see a group of zombies through the peephole. Freaky. He looks out from the balcony and sees hordes of zombies running around eating people. Shinichi ties up Yumi, assuming she may be infected, and I guess this guy's a prepper. He has a stockpile of food as well as planks to board up the window, suspecting that one day this might happen. After a few days, Yumi's not looking so hot and collapses. Shinichi starts to film her, I guess for research purposes, and apologizes to her for letting this happen. He falls asleep by her side and wakes up to her trying to take a bite out of him. However, she seems frozen. He looks back at the video recording recording and finds that she is moving, but at a super slow pace. After a while, Shinichi just lets her loose since she moves so slowly that she has no chance of getting to him. He even has the balls to sleep next to her like this, saying he loves her and cuddling her. Yeah, he's losing it. When he wakes up this time, Yumi has slowly moved in the night and is now inches from taking a bite out of him. It's pretty horrifying. Weeks pass by and Shinichi has run out of food. There's a massive amount of zombies outside and no hope of getting more supplies. Yumi is fully nude and rotting, slowly walking towards him. I gotta say, this right here is why Yumi's argument about slow zombies being scarier is not bad. At this point, Shinichi is starving and has no energy left. He collapses on the floor and wakes up to find Yumi inches from his face. He says, "I get it, Yumi, you win." Next, we see Shinichi biting into some kind of meat. In a really disturbing image, we see that he's actually eating through Yumi's stomach to try and survive. It's really disgusting, and she's covered in maggots too. Yuck. Of course, eating her rotting flesh turns him into a zombie as well. He suddenly moves at an incredible speed, and on the final page, Shinichi says, "I'm a very fast walking dead," as he runs out of the room with flash-like speed. In a final note from Junji Ito, he says that he's always been in the slow-moving zombie faction, as he grew up on such films like Night of the Living Dead, but he's learned to respect that the possibilities of zombies have expanded in modern media. Also, just a couple of Easter eggs I don't think anyone cares about, but the posters in the apartment are of real zombie movies. On the final page, you can see the iconic poster from Zombie, or technically Zombie 2, the 1979 Italian flick, Wreck, one of my favorite found footage films, and even World War Z, as well as a few others. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Ghost Heights Management Association. This story follows Shogo, a horror manga artist who just moved into an apartment building called Ghost Heights Saigo. The building is really quiet and you don't see any other residents really, but Shogo prefers it that way. One day he gets a letter saying that he must attend an apartment committee meeting in the basement. He's pretty pissed and heads to the basement in a huff. He seems to be waiting a while and realizes that the elevator goes all the way down to basement floor 100. When he arrives down the stairs, he sees all the other residents and they're pretty weird looking. The committee chairman says that all the positions have already been filled but one, President of General Affairs. Shogo says that sounds like a lot of work and he doesn't have time for this. He's a manga artist after all. He says that if he has to be on the committee too, he'll be dead by tomorrow. To which the chairman just replies, "So what?" Shogo's absolutely stewing in his apartment when he gets a notice in his mailbox addressing him as President of General Affairs. The notice says that there's been a pileup of newspapers at an apartment and that they need Shogo to go see if the old man who lives there is dead. The note ends by saying that this could be good material for Shogo's manga. He heads down to the apartment and the mailbox is indeed packed full of newspapers. He enters to find that the place is full of trash and stinks really bad. He eventually finds the mummified corpse of the resident and says a prayer until the old man opens his eyes and begins to move. The zombie-like man just sits up and grabs a newspaper to read. Shogo's like, I guess he was just sleeping. On the way back to his room, Shogo checks his mailbox and finds that it's packed full of complaints from residents that he needs to resolve. He opens a letter from a female resident complaining that her neighbor is a heavy smoker and it's filling the whole floor with smoke. When Shogo arrives on the floor, it's pretty smoky. He goes to the woman's apartment and finds that she's quite beautiful until she opens her door all the way and we see that half of her face is all messed up. Shogo then confronts the smoking neighbor. When the guy opens his apartment door, a massive plume of smoke floods out. The dude has like 30 cigarettes in his mouth and holes all over his body that are blowing out smoke. He says he can smoke all he wants and he doesn't see any no smoking signs around. The woman is sick of it and starts chewing him out. She then grabs a can of gas and throws it on the guy, setting him on fire. Shogo acts fast and grabs a fire extinguisher to put the guy out. Somehow he's not dead and just sits there on the ground covered in holes. It's pretty gross looking. He thanks Shogo for putting him out and says he'll quit smoking. Back at Shogo's apartment, he gets a phone call from the publisher about finishing his storyboard. He promises he'll have it done by tomorrow, but next he gets another call from the chairman asking for him to attend a funeral in the basement, once again saying it could be good material for his manga. He arrives in the basement to the funeral, but when he looks in the casket, the man inside seems to be alive and looking at him with razor-sharp teeth. It's a really creepy image. He even starts sticking his tongue out at Shogo and the funeral attendees start laughing. I guess this is the first time Shogo really takes a look at the other residents and realizes that they all seem to be monsters. Some look like typical zombies and others like yokai with strange biology. The chairman tells Shogo that the Ghost Heights Summer Festival will be starting soon and lasts a month, and that it'll be a lot of work for the President of Affairs Bureau. Next, we see the festival has begun, and working at one of the food stands is Shogo, who now resembles a ghoul as well. In the final panel, we hear a conversation between some fans of Shogo's work asking whatever happened to to him since they haven't seen his manga in a while, and saying that there's a rumor that he works as a caretaker for a strange old apartment building. The Hell of the Doll Funeral. This is a short one that was actually part of the Frankenstein Collection, and I just sort of missed it. On a stormy night, a man seems completely on edge as he says that his worst fear has become a reality. He says his daughter has signs of dollification. We see a girl in the form of a human-like doll, or doll-like human, depending on how you look at it, saying, "Daddy, why are you so scared?" The man plays it cool and pretends nothing's wrong, but we learn that 30% of the world's children are currently turning into dolls. Now it seems the girl has completely turned into a doll and isn't moving at all. Her grieving parents are in slight denial. The mother says she doesn't say anything, but at least she's here, right? She'll stay adorable and never age. The father agrees. He mentions that most people cremate their children after they've been dollified, but he didn't know why. Eventually, however, he learned the reason when their daughter's body begins to change, becoming a very disturbing and twisted mix between a human corpse and a doll. On the final page, the doll transforms into an even more horrific sight as its neck becomes a sort of centipede and tentacles begin shooting out of its mouth. They decide they're going to have to burn the doll after all. And that's the doll funeral. Fixed Face. Another short and sweet one, Fixed Face begins with a doctor leading his patient to a room with a weird chair. It's unclear what the patient is being seen for, but I guess this device is meant to keep her head securely in place while it captures a detailed scan of her jaw. The machine has two metal rods that are inserted into the patient's ears, keeping them still. The doctor secures the woman and begins the process. He leaves the room to go check on something, but trips down the stairs and seemingly dies. Since he was the only one who knew the patient was locked in the room, she's left alone for a while wondering what the hell's going on. Eventually, it's been hours and now it's nighttime. The woman struggles to escape looking for a release on the machine and even screws hoping to loosen them, but no luck, she's still trapped. She begins to freak out and I can't blame her. She screams at the top of her lungs, but no one hears her. At this point, she begins to lose her mind, assuming this is some kind of torture facility. She pulls her legs onto the top of the machine trying to find some way to escape, and eventually she can't take it anymore and starts to pull her head out of the machine despite the rods in her ears. And man, this is tough to look at as she pulls her head and her ears just stretch out. Next, we see a girl in a bar. Apparently, she's recounting this story to a man. She says that the girl was rescued the next day by staff. The man begins to move her hair, jokingly saying he wants to check her ears to make sure they're intact, but once he gets close to the woman, she freaks out on him, screaming. And that's Fixed Face. Strange Pavilion. Strange Pavilion is a really small 4-page story that's actually in Black Paradox as a bonus story. However, it doesn't seem to be in the digital version of Black Paradox. Luckily, I have the physical copy, so forgive the crude images here that I took myself. In the year 2105, the World's Fair is being held. A girl is in line, waiting to see the now extinct cormorant, which has been brought back by modern science. She's been waiting 3 hours as this is the fair's crown jewel. Finally, she makes it inside and sees the cormorant, a massive deformed bird. She questions whether this really is what the bird looked like in the past, and one of the staff assures her this is the real deal, and that people used to use them to fish back in the day. Suddenly, the great beast picks up a couple of people with its huge beak and swallows them whole. The staff member yells for the bird to spit them out, and it does, only they're now dissolving into mush. The girl says it's the year 2105, and dark times are set to continue. Precipice of the Unknown. This is another story that is part of an anthology called Yamakaiden. It's a series of ghost stories all based around mountains. The first chapter, Precipice of the Unknown, was written by Junji Ito, so let's get into it. 3 hikers and strangers get a room together at an inn at the foot of a mountain. Azumi is a hiking enthusiast, Tenno is a nature photographer, and Ishida is an experienced climber. They talk about hearing rumors of mysterious incidents on the mountain. The manager of the inn chimes in and tells them about a very recent death. A woman in her 50s who had stayed at the same inn was found dead in a valley nearby, her body twisted and broken from the fall. She was walking on a narrow part of the path with 2 slopes on either side leading into valleys below. However, it's an unusual case because she was an experienced hiker and it's not a particularly windy or dangerous spot. The police suspected it to be suicide, but the manager says she seemed really happy when she left, and her family agrees that she seemed mentally well-rounded. The 3 hikers then speculate what might have happened, starting with Ishida, who recounts a horrifying experience that he had 5 years prior. He was hiking the Hida Mountains, and the trail was quite busy with many other hikers nearby. However, after going around a bend in the path, suddenly he found himself all alone, and the dozens of hikers that were ahead of him seemed to have vanished. Far up ahead, he did see one person heading his direction, a tall and thin man who seemed to be smiling. However, as the man got closer, something was off. It wasn't a smile on his face, but rather an angry sneer. On top of that, the man seemed to move in an unnatural way. The steps he took just didn't match his speed. The man was heading right for Ishida, chuckling as he chased him down. The man almost grabbed a hold of him, but Ishida managed to make it around the bend, and when he turned around, the man was gone. Back in the present, Ishida wonders if this entity is responsible for the woman's death. Tenno says he also had an eerie experience. Years ago, he was on a winter trip in the Alps to try and photograph the night sky. After 4 hours of taking photos, he decided to get some sleep in his tent, but he woke up to some strange noises. Something was right outside of his tent, and soon the impressions of human hands pressed against his tent, and shortly after, a face. The face began to take shape into a strange smile or sneer, and soon after, another face pressed against the tent. Finally, Tenno pulled out his flashlight, which seemed to scare off the two entities. After hearing Ishida's story, Tenno suggests maybe this was the same man that had attacked him, only there were two of them. The three begin to wonder if the woman was trapped between two of the sneering men and forced off the side of the cliff. At this thought, they all kind of get spooked out and decide they should change the subject, and that's basically it for this one. Snow White. Yeah, believe it or not, Ito actually did an adaptation of Snow White. You probably know the drill on this one, but I'll give it a quick rundown, mostly to show off the story in Junji Ito's classic style, plus there's a little bit of a twist in this one. The queen of the land obtains a beautiful mirror that can speak, telling her she's the most beautiful in the world. Because of this, she becomes completely vain until one day the mirror tells her that she's actually the second most beautiful. The finest lady in the land is none other than the queen's foster daughter, Snow White. The queen says she forgot her damn husband brought in a poor village girl. She goes to take a peek at her, and she is indeed beautiful. She actually kind of looks like Tomie. It would be great if she had the classic beauty mark. The king comes in and then starts hitting on his own foster daughter, old creep. The queen jumps out and screams at them, and she banishes Snow White to the dungeons, but the mirror continues to call Snow White the finest. With no other options, the queen then orders Snow White to be killed, and finally the mirror praises the queen as the most beautiful in the land once again. However, after a few days, the mirror begins saying that Snow White is the most beautiful again. What the hell? A servant comes in saying something horrible has happened. He leads the queen to the dungeon where they find Snow White's corpse standing on her feet while 7 spirits float around her. The servants say that they believe it to be the spirits of the 7 gnomes that used to live underground. The queen commands her to be killed once again, and so they stab her once more and she falls to the ground. Soon Snow White comes back to life a third time, so the queen kills her again, this time slicing up her face, but the mirror still calls her beautiful, even drenched in blood. Finally, the queen straight up sets her on fire. Damn, this got brutal really quick. The 7 spirits attacked the queen and set her on fire as well. It's said that she danced in the flames until she finally perished, turned to ash, while Snow White was still beautiful, but now in the form of a charcoal statue. So there you go, Junji Ito's Snow White. The Lighthouse. This one kind of caught me by surprise because it's such an oddity. It's a partial adaptation of the 2019 film The Lighthouse that was handed out during the Japanese screening of the film. What a weird collaboration. It's not in Ito's usual style. In fact, it's pretty realistic, and the likeness of actors Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe are very recognizable. Really weird. Near Miss. This is another really short one. It begins with the news of Central Airlines Flight 303 being reported missing. A man named Konishi watches in horror as his friend is on that flight. Apparently a pilot, Konishi decides to try and find out what happened to the flight, assuming it crashed. He takes his sister and co-pilot with him in a prop plane to investigate. As they fly towards the spot of the disappearance, the co-pilot recounts a haunting tale of when he saw the aftermath of a plane crash firsthand and the horrific damage done to the corpses. Suddenly the crew begin to hear a sound like an explosion, and the next moment a giant plane comes out of nowhere, almost colliding with theirs. They barely avoid a collision and discover that this is in fact Flight 303. They look into the windows to see the passengers, who all seem calm and very alive. The plane then flies off, vanishing from sight. Konishi says this event occurred at 11:40 p.m. The next day, the crash site of Flight 303 was found, and the time of the crash was 9:28 p.m., implying that the plane that Konishi saw was some kind of ghost plane, and the passengers were already dead. Diaries. Over the course of his career, Junji Ito has made several autobiographical slice of life mangas, basically diaries in the form of comics, which is kind of a cool idea. He's done a dog diary, cat diary, even a bath diary, as well as a few others. I won't go into the details on all of these because they are somewhat mundane for a video like this, but there are some funny moments. Like in one of his cat diaries, there's a bit where he pranks his wife with fake cat poop. Later he goes to pick up what he thinks is the fake plastic poop, only to find that it's actually real and he just squishes it in his hand. Pretty gross and pretty funny. Anyway, these are for hardcore Ito fans, and I don't even know if you can get physical copies of them, but I figured they were worth noting. No Longer Human. Chapter 1, titled Yozo Oba, begins with a couple sitting by the Tamagawa Canal. The woman ties the two of them together, saying now they'll always be together. She tells the man that he's made many brilliant works and that there should be quite a fuss tomorrow. The two embrace and slide into the canal, and as they sink into the water, the man thinks, am I really going to die this time? We can only imagine this is a grisly picture of things to come. And next we hear those now iconic words by Yozo Oba, mine has been a life of great shame. He explains that he has no understanding of human beings, and that his concept of happiness is completely at odds with others, a thought that has caused him great pain. He has trouble conversing with people, having no idea what to talk about, and so as a child, he learned to deal with this by what he calls clowning. He basically acts like a goofball in order to throw people off the scent of how unusual he is, and if you hadn't noticed, he's pretty unusual. For instance, he says he's never experienced the sensation of hunger and only eats to maintain appearances. He questions the human habit of eating, and we get our first Junji Ito flair as Yozo imagines there are spirits swarming the room. His father asks him why he isn't eating, and he just makes a funny face and pokes his cheeks. His whole family begins to laugh, and as Yozo smiles, he says, I've always felt as if I were suffering in hell. Pretty disturbing. Later, his father is heading into the city and asks all the children what toys they want. Yozo has trouble answering, and his father seems a little perturbed by his lack of response. This mortifies Yozo, who then sneaks into his father's office and adds an item under his name. Of course, his father realizes immediately that this was Yozo's handwriting, but actually finds it hilarious. After this, Yozo realized that he could make people laugh and could hide his true nature from them, so he went on to perfect his clowning. He also went on to gain a reputation at school for being a genius, easily getting the highest marks in his class without much effort. However, fearing being respected for his intellect, he distracts the class from this by making his own funny comics that even the teachers secretly enjoy. Next, we learn the real tragedy of Yozo's childhood, as he is repeatedly taken advantage of by his father's house servants. First, a male servant plays tag with Yozo, only to pin him down in the back garden, hidden from view. Next, a female servant lures Yozo to her room and commits vile acts on him. It's worth noting that this is one of the places where Ito's adaptation adds a lot. In the book, these incidents are only mentioned vaguely, while in the manga, they go into uncomfortable detail. This is the start of Yozo being taken advantage of numerous times in his life. At school, Yozo had managed to avoid rejection from his classmates by acting a clown, but his classmate Takaichi is not so lucky. Takaichi is a small, unintelligent boy with an ugly face that is picked on constantly. One day in gym class, Yozo intentionally falls on his ass, but as usual, plays it up like it was an accident. The entire class laughs it up, including the gym teacher. As they laugh, Takaichi approaches Yozo and says the most frightening thing in the world, you did it on purpose. Yozo trembles at the words. Of all the people he'd fooled with his antics, how did the idiot Takaichi see the truth? Yozo is terrified, saying that it's as if the world had suddenly burst into the raging flames of hell. And we move into chapter 2, Clown. After this, Yozo found that whatever antics he pulled, it seemed Takaichi could see right through him. And in paranoia, he begins to believe Takaichi is telling everyone about his facade. Finally, he decides he must win the boy over somehow. On a rainy day, Yozo sees that Takaichi doesn't have an umbrella and tells him to come with him to his place, which is just around the corner. At this point, Yozo is staying at his aunt's house, which is closer to his school, and when they arrive soaking wet, his cute cousin Setchan greets them, offering to dry their things. Takaichi complains that his ear hurts, blaming the rain, and on closer inspection, it looks pretty funky with pus or something leaking out. Gross. Yozo begins cleaning Takaichi's ear out for him with an ear pick and alcohol. Suddenly, a violent thought occurs to him. What if he were to jam the pick into Takaichi's brain? He grabs an ashtray, ready to use it to hammer the pick into the boy's head, when Takaichi says, I bet lots of women will fall for you. Something about this breaks his desire to kill, and it's also a sort of horrible prophecy that Yozo finds later in life to be true. After this, Takaichi visits Yozo regularly, and one day the boys begin looking at famous art, including Van Gogh's self-portrait and a portrait of a woman that looks like an Amedeo Modigliani work. Just a side note, way back near the start of the series, I mentioned how I thought Ito's character Fuchi the fashion model resembled the woman in the painting from It Part 1. Well, the woman in that film is actually inspired by Modigliani's paintings, and now seeing the art here, I wonder if Junji Ito had the same inspiration for Fuchi, which is where the similarity comes from. Just a thought. Anyway, as they look at more disturbing artwork, Yozo bursts into tears. He believes these artists must dread human beings as well, and seek to make even more more horrible monsters. Instead of throwing people off by clowning around, these artists did their best to depict the terrible shape of humans as they truly saw them. He decides right then that he wants to be an artist of the same sort. He immediately begins to create his first art piece of a disturbing and hideous man. He shows it to Takaichi, who says that he will become a great painter one day, since this is an excellent self-portrait. He believes the man in the painting is Yozo's true face. Once again, Yozo is mortified that somehow Takaichi could see right through him. In an act of fear, Yozo puts a plan in motion to get some kind of sick revenge on Takaichi. He tells Takaichi that his cute cousin, Setchan, has a crush on him. This is obviously untrue, and in fact, Setchan is disgusted by the poor kid. The hopeful Takaichi writes a love letter to Setchan that he asks Yozo to deliver. Yozo doesn't give it to her, of course, and tells Takaichi that she's delighted with the letter. So now Takaichi thinks that he has a blossoming relationship with Setchan, completely unknown to her. He keeps smiling at her and trying to touch her until one day she just snaps, slapping him on the face and telling him not to touch her. She goes on to say that he makes her want to throw up. Takaichi leaves with his broken heart, and later that night, he tragically ends his life. It's awful, but even more disturbing is Yozo's reaction. He actually feels relief at Takaichi's death, thinking now his true identity is hidden once again from humanity. However, whenever Yozo does his deceptive clowning, he sometimes sees the ghost of Takaichi appear and accuse him of doing these things on purpose. Chapter 3 is titled The Human Female. Yozo's clowning is a big hit with his cousins Setchan and Nanasa, who repeatedly ask him to perform. They say he looks like the American comedy actor Harold Lloyd, something he embraces. After he sees Lloyd hanging from the clock in the film Safety Last, he attempts to climb a tall building himself and breaks his leg in the process. After this, his two cousins take care of Yozo in turn while he recovers, and it soon becomes clear that they have both developed feelings for her. One day he begins making out with Setchan, and later he comes onto a jealous Anasa. Setchan catches them in the act and is filled with rage. Later, Anasa tells Yozo that she is pregnant with his child, and Setchan overhears the conversation. She pulls out a knife and stabs Anasa to death. Well, that escalated quickly. Then she says that she's pregnant as well. While in jail, Setchan gives birth to Yozo's child, and he's off the hook for it since Setchan has refused to reveal the father to the police. Yozo arrives to take a look at the baby, and it looks exactly like Takaichi, just in baby form. This is such a classic Junji Ito punch at the end of the chapter. I should note that this entire chapter, along with Takaichi dying in chapter 2, are not part of the original book and are added on in the manga, which is why this feels so much like a typical surreal Ito ending. Let's move into chapter 4, Good for Nothing. Yozo takes the college entrance exams early and passes, leaving for school in Tokyo instead of going on to his last year in high school. While living in the dorms, he's bullied by his housemates who make him do all the chores, and eventually even start sexually harassing him as well. All the while, he sees the ghosts of Anasa and Takaichi. Unable to endure it, Yozo gets a doctor to certify that his lungs are affected and moves into his father's townhouse instead. He constantly ditches classes and is terrified to walk around in public because he feels like everyone is staring at him. Despite his social anxiety, he sometimes attends an art school to practice painting, and this is where he meets Horiki, a loudmouth, idiotic city slicker. Yozo says he has no respect for Horiki, but decides he would be good to go out with because he could handle all the talking. This is when Yozo learns that alcohol and tobacco were excellent means of alleviating his dread of human beings, if only momentarily. Even more so, prostitutes seem to do the trick. Yozo finds this out when he and Horiki enter a brothel for the first time. He picks a prostitute and at one point sees her as an almost godlike being. All his life, he's lived in fear of humans and is tortured by ghosts, but in this woman's embrace, he sleeps peacefully for the first time. Yozo frequently visits brothels to experience this peace, and Horiki begins to notice a change in him, saying that Yozo seems to have developed the odor of a lady killer. This seems true, as women do in fact seem to flock to him. Yozo then questions when he first acquired this strange atmosphere about him that seems to attract women. And by the way, Yozo's physically changed too, now looking much older and a lot more grim. In the next chapter, Outcast, Horiki tells Yozo that there is more to life than drinks and women, and leads him to a secret location, telling him to look out for police and snitches. They enter a hideout, and Yozo sees the people inside as insect humanoids for a moment before snapping back to reality. It turns out that this is a group of Marxists who are forced to meet in secret, because at the time, Marxism was actually deemed illegal in Japan. Yozo sits in on the meeting, saying that everything they teach is is obvious, and that he believes there is something inexplicable at the bottom of humanity that's not reducible to economics. Still, he attends every meeting as he finds the illegality of it pleasurable, and he finds that social outcasts are a soothing bunch. He also says that he continues to see the group as insects at times, but he felt even more at ease because the most dreadful thing in the world to him was human beings. Yozo becomes quite involved in the group, going on missions around town, putting up posters and all kinds of things. Even at the risk of imprisonment, Yozo doesn't seem to mind. In fact, he thinks prison might be a pleasant experience. Meanwhile, his father decides to sell his townhouse and Yozo is forced into a small room at a boarding house. His father's been giving him an allowance, but with Yozo's indulgences, it's gone in a few days and he's becoming desperately poor. One of the Marxist group leaders, Naoko Matagi, informs Yozo that they'll be having an armed uprising soon. She also happens to fall in love with Yozo and starts giving him gifts and following him around. Two gifts she gives him are an ashtray and an ear pick. A callback to chapter 2 when Yozo almost murdered Takaichi. Soon the two embrace and make love. Next is the day of the uprising. Yozo leads the group's charge onto a marching parade, but they're quickly overwhelmed by cops. Yozo begins to crawl away and Matagi grabs his leg crying for help. He just kicks her in the face and runs away, leaving her to die or be imprisoned. Bruised and dirty, he wanders into a cafe where he's approached by the waitress, which leads us into chapter 6. Sunako. This chapter begins with Yozo having a nightmare that he's being pulled into a giant sand pit. At the center are all the people from his past, including the ghosts of Takaichi and Anasa. As he slides toward them, Matagi crawls out of the sand and grabs his leg, calling him a traitor. He wakes up in the cafe next to Sunako, who tells him that he's been sleeping for over 2 hours. The two of them then have a drink together, and Sunako brings him to her place, a small second-floor room nearby. We learn here that Yozo is 21 and Sunako is 23. This is actually the first time, as far as I can tell, that Yozo's age is mentioned, and it gives us some insight into how long he's been living in the city. Sunako seems pretty depressed. She's obviously very poor and hungry, and tells him that she's actually married, but her husband is in prison for swindling someone. As she laments about her crappy life, she seems to emit an aroma similar to what we saw around Yozo earlier. Yozo finds Sunako's misery attractive, and the two embrace, and their bodies seem to melt together. Yozo claiming that this is the first night he's ever felt something resembling happiness. The next morning, he becomes the shallow clown once again, however, and starts to head out quickly, saying that he needs to leave before he's wounded by happiness. He avoids Sunako after this, and as the days go by, he feels his happiness fade. Soon, two members of the Marxist group arrive at his door. Kamiyama, the party group leader, and Naoko Matagi, who's looking pretty pissed off, understandably. They say that the plan should have gone off without a hitch, but the police got an early jump on them, implying that there is a spy about. Kamiyama asks how Yozo managed to be the only one who escaped, and Yozo comes up with a lie about getting knocked unconscious. Kamiyama clearly doesn't believe him, but Matagi actually backs him up, strangely enough. She suggests that her and Yozo work together to find the spy. However, this is only an excuse for her to force Yozo into spending time boning her, basically. She says that she's going to make him pay for the rest of his life for kicking her. His only escape is the bars at night, which he frequents with Horuki. One night, Horuki brings him to the cafe where he met Sunako and says that he will kiss the first hostess to sit by him. Of course, this hostess happens to be Sunako, but Horuki doesn't kiss her, saying she's too poverty-stricken for his taste. Yozo actually agrees that she's nothing but a tired, poor woman, but still he feels a connection with this fellow sufferer of unhappiness. Yozo then proceeds to drink until he blacks out and is later joined in bed by Sunako, who brought him up to her place. The chapter ends with the miserable woman simply declaring, "I want to die." Chapter 7, Paradise. Sunako proposes that the two end their lives together, and Yozo accepts without hesitation. This is the first time he's ever truly loved anyone, and is happy that the peace he found with her will soon be eternal. They put their plan together over tea, and when Yozo goes to pay, he finds that he only has 3 copper pennies, something he finds utterly humiliating. So humiliating, in fact, that he fully decides, yes, he wants to die. The couple makes their way to the beach, and sitting on a rock, they each take a massive amount of and watch the sunset as they wait to die. Suddenly, Sunako starts convulsing and crying out in pain. Her tongue swells up and she looks terrified. Yozo says it's okay, she'll be at peace soon, as he too collapses to the ground. As he begins to fade out, he sees the ghosts of all who haunt him. Some are dead and some are still living, including Matagi, who stands and taunts him. Sunako reaches out desperately for Yozo, and in a moment of panic and regret, he kicks her off the rock into the sea. Matagi laughs as she turns into a weird ghostly figure and shoots into the sky. Okay. Next, Yozo sees Anissa and Setchan, as well as his baby, the Takeichi lookalike. Finally, he passes out alone on the rock. Later, he wakes up in a hospital, somehow surviving the incident. He's informed that his father was so enraged that his son would do this that he's disowned him. However, Yozo only weeps for the loss of Suneko. A few weeks later, they do find her body washed ashore, swelled up and decomposing. It's a really gnarly image, and that's how we end the chapter. Chapter 8, Cold Sweat, begins with another nightmare. Yozo attempts to bury Suneko's body while being mocked by the ghosts that follow him. Matagi hands him an ashtray and pick, which he uses to stab himself in the head with before waking up. He finds himself in a police holding cell and is questioned by an officer. Yozo tells the story in a performative manner, channeling his clowning to create sympathy. He even fakes a cough into a handkerchief, and it looks like he's coughing up blood. However, this is actually from a pimple he popped earlier. The officer buys the story and feels bad for him, but as he leaves, a young officer escorts him out and asks if he was faking the cough. Yozo is beyond embarrassed that he'd been found out, even more so than when Takeichi called him out. Seeing as how Yozo's father has disowned him, he ends up finding a place to stay with an old family friend, an antique dealer named Shibuda who looks like a fish. In fact, Yozo's father used to call him Flatfish for the resemblance. Shibuda forbids Yozo from leaving the house, thinking that he may try and commit suicide again, and a young man, rumored to be Flatfish's illegitimate son, serves Yozo his meals resentfully. One night, Shibuda asks what Yozo's ambitions are, now that he's his responsibility, and to his shock, Yozo says that he wants to be a painter. Both Shibuda and his supposed son laugh at the idea, and that night Yozo runs away, but he doesn't know where to. He says that the front door of another person's house might as well be the gates of hell, and finally he arrives at Horiki's place. Horiki seems pretty unenthusiastic and says he's quite busy these days, but reluctantly lets Yozo inside. Sitting in Horiki's living room is none other than Naoko Matagi, and she looks pissed. Moving into chapter 9, Toad. Matagi ignores Yozo as her and Horiki start commenting on the human garbage of society, referencing the young couple that tried to off themselves at the beach. It seems clear that Matagi knows that it was Yozo, but pretends otherwise in a wicked assault of passive aggression. On her way out of Horiki's place, she slaps Yozo hard. However, Yozo says that the sting actually feels sweet, and that for some reason the term human garbage was actually quite pleasing to him. Turns out Horiki has been making illustrations for a magazine, which is why he's been so busy. A woman who works for the magazine, Shuzuko Nakano, comes to pick up the illustration, and afterward her and Yozo hit it off. Apparently she's a widow who lives with her 5-year-old daughter and offers Yozo a place to stay. Yozo stays with her and states that this is the first time in his life that he led the life of a kept man. Shizuko's daughter, Shigoku, asks him to retrieve her kite, stuck just outside the window, but Yozo can't reach it. Instead, he draws her some funny manga like he did as a child, and they're so good that Shizuko offers to let the magazine editor have a look and see about publishing them. That night, Yozo hears a voice outside the window of a man repeating the phrase, "Set me free, set me free." He looks out to see the kite, only the man on it now resembles him, a projected hallucination of his current situation. Well, it turns out that Yozo's manga are a big hit for the magazine, and he earns a decent amount of money. Of course, he spends it all on booze, and often comes home drunk, only to fall asleep burying his head in Shizuko's chest. He develops a fond relationship with Shigoku, and she even begins to call him daddy. At one point though, Yozo asks what Shigoku would wish for from God, and she says that she wants her real daddy back. Once again in his life, Yozo feels like an imposter, and now he must keep his guard up even around this little girl. Outside, the kite is beginning to deteriorate, still sporting Yozo's face. He relates himself to a toad, saying he's lower than even a dog and moves sluggishly through his painful life. As Yozo begins to earn more money from his comics, his habits get out of control as well. He stays out all night drinking and cheating on Shizuko in nearby towns. Returning home one night, he overhears a conversation between Shizuko and Shigoku. Shigoku asks why daddy drinks so much, and it seems they've bought a white bunny to surprise him with. In this moment, Yozo realizes that these two would be happier without him, and that he might destroy them both if he stays. In a moment of sorrow and shame, Yozo prays to God, asking that he grant them happiness for the rest of their lives. And even if this is the only time God hears him his whole life, it would be enough. We see the kite finally break free as he leaves, and Yozo says that he never returned to Shizuko's apartment. Chapter 10 is called Chance Meeting. With nowhere to go once again, Yozo returns to a girl he had cheated on Shizuko with, a barmaid. He begins to work at the bar while living on the second floor with her. He gets drunk every night after tending the bar and talks about his strange superstitions and anxiety-inducing thoughts, like all the germs filling the air, tapeworms, and even stranger superstitions like stepping on a small piece of glass only for it to travel through the body and shoot out of your eye. Weird stuff. He also continues drawing strange and disturbing art, which he sells to cheap magazines under a pseudonym. When he gets really drunk, he starts talking about art with the other patrons of the bar, saying that paintings of ghosts are truly the most striking thing in art. He also develops a friendly relationship with a girl who tends the smoke shop next door named Yoshiko. The girl is clearly in love with him, but since she's a virgin, he is sheepish about even kissing her as he doesn't want to defile her. One cold night, Yozo drunkenly falls into a manhole only to be rescued by Yoshiko, who tells him he drinks too much. They then make a pinky promise that if Yozo quits drinking, Yoshiko will marry him. Of course, the next day, Yozo drinks himself silly again. He approaches her at the smoke shop to apologize for getting drunk, but she doesn't believe him. She just says he's putting on an act to be silly and cheerfully dismisses it. No matter how obvious he makes it, she just won't buy it. He also tells her he's sleeping with the girl at the bar, and she just smiles and says he's lying. He then goes one step further and admits to the incident at the beach where he allowed a woman to die, and once again Yoshiko smiles and shrugs it off, saying that he's lying. Yozo is struck by the girl's naivety and holiness. Next thing you know, he declares they're getting married. Spring has come at last, and Yozo is filled with a joy he's never felt before as he and Yoshiko ride a bike under the cherry blossoms. A truly beautiful sight. He sees a small boy that looks much like Takaichi flying a battered kite, the same one from before which his face was on. Is this an ill omen of the tragic sorrow to come later? He's too happy right now to think about it. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Visitor, starts off with a bang. No, I mean literally. Yozo and Yoshiko consummate their marriage by banging. They begin their life together as newlyweds, renting an apartment by a river. Yozo seems to be painting something and tells Yoshiko it's a secret, and she can see it when he's finished. A man named Aoki from the morning newspaper arrives at the house looking for Ikita Joshi, which happens to be one of Yozo's pseudonyms, and asks if he would be willing to do a manga series for the paper. Yozo is reluctant to do so, calling himself a third-rate artist, but Aoki insists, saying that his art should be taken seriously. He sees Yozo's painting in the corner and takes a look at it despite Yozo's protest. The painting is of Yoshiko, although with a surreal style so that her neck is elongated. Yozo explains that although he sees his wife as a perfect angel, whenever he tries to paint her, it turns out like this, and that he only seems to be able to paint ghosts. Aoki sees something powerful in the painting and says that he'll become a great painter one day. This gives Yozo a flashback of Takaichi saying the same words to him when he was younger. Aoki urges him to submit the painting to a public exhibit. That night, the couple celebrates the new manga series when they get an unexpected visitor, Yozo's father. He immediately starts acting like a dick, calling Yozo a good-for-nothing and telling him that making manga isn't a real profession. He stays with the couple for a while, and while he's there, he's particularly mean to Yoshiko, yelling at her about various things and telling her that she's a failure as a daughter of the Yozo family. As she cries in the garden, Aoki happens to be nearby and gives her a handkerchief to dry her tears. Yozo sees this through the window, and that night he just acts crazy with jealousy. As they begin to make love, he starts asking Yoshiko if she truly is an angel or if she's a monster sent to deceive him. He starts asking how many men she's really slept with, and when she denies, he then starts telling her all the women he's been with. He asks her if she's had an affair with Aoki and demands she confess it, not taking her denial for an answer until she finally actually says that she did do it with Mr. Aoki. Okay, I didn't expect that, and that wraps up chapter 11. Chapter 12, Fleeting Glory, picks up right where we left off, with Yoshiko crying naked on the floor. She says that it was a lie. She never slept with Aoki and doesn't understand why Yozo would even suggest such a thing. She says that he's the only person she loves. Yozo apologizes and the two cry in each other's arms. Yozo decides that he'll be an honest man from here on out for the sake of his innocent wife. He works hard on an outline for his new manga, but Aoki arrives with some bad news. The newspaper's editor has decided to drop him from the project. Apparently he dug into Yozo's past and learned about the attempted lover suicide and doesn't want the magazine to get any bad press from prying eyes. Worse than that, he's been replaced by Horiki, whose own comics have gotten quite popular. That night, Yozo stays up late working on something secretive, but he accidentally drops a letter on the ground that Yoshiko finds. I guess Yozo is writing a series of letters from different aliases to the magazine, all saying how much they would love to see Yozo write the next manga series. Yozo's father finds Yoshiko in the letter and calls his son a despicable lad for doing such a dishonorable thing. The next day, Yoshiko visits the morning newspaper in the hopes of convincing Aoki to help Yozo get the job. It appears Aoki has gotten Yozo's fake letters and believes there's a chance he could still get the series. That evening, Yoshiko is awfully cheerful and Yozo suspects something's up. After a bit of questioning, she tells him that she visited Aoki and that everything seems like it'll work out. Yozo's pissed at her for getting involved, and then his father storms into the room and hands him a newspaper. Inside is an announcement for the paper's new manga series, written by Horiki. Just rubbing into his defeat, Yozo's father says that it was only fleeting glory, that his joy was premature, and that drawing dirty manga for third-rate magazines suits him better anyway. way. All the while, Yozo just sits there and cries. I mean, Yozo's no Peach, but his dad's just being a dick. His father tells Yozo that he's a disgrace to the family and throws a knife on the floor, telling Yozo to die. Damn, man. He then apologizes for his lengthy stay, saying he'll be leaving tomorrow, and goes back into his room. Right after this, a postman arrives with a letter from Yozo's brother saying that their father fell ill a week ago and is in critical condition. How could this be true when he was just here with them? They enter the room Mr. Oba was staying in, only to find it chilly and empty with no sign of him or his bags. Only the knife remains glittering on the floor. Chapter 13, Tragicomic. Aoki comes over to the house to apologize for not being able to get Yozo the manga series once again and brings along an art critic, Shushun Takido. Takido is a scholar of surrealism, and Aoki wants to show him Yozo's art piece. After looking at it, Takido declares that Yozo has a rare talent. Within his piece, he says that he sees fear and madness, a longing for death, a thirst for life. He sees the mad dance of buffoonery in hell. These are monsters in broad daylight. He tells Yozo to apply himself and complete a serious large piece and submit it to the Nika exhibit, a renowned art exhibition featuring upcoming artists. At this, Yozo sees a flashback of Takeichi telling him he'll be a great artist one day. Aoki tells him they will meet again at the Nika and for Yozo to bring his large art piece, and Yoshiko faints from happiness. Yozo begins working on his piece, and it's quite disturbing, especially since it's meant to be a portrait of him and his wife as well as their future children, but they all look like ghoulish monstrosities. Horiki shows up unexpectedly, bragging about his manga, but also says that he's come as a messenger from Shizuko, telling him to visit her every once in a while. Yozo shows Horiki the painting, and he says he doesn't think it'll go over well at the Nika. The two go out drinking, and somehow reignite their old friendship as drinking buddies. They even show up at Shizuko's place drunk off their asses, and these drunken nights continue through the summer. One night, Horiki shows up again with writer's block, saying he was afraid Aoki was about to put him to work, so he ran away. He asks if he could have some money, but Yozo is also broke. He ends up taking Yoshiko's kimono to pawn it off for cash. He lends Horiki the money he needs and uses the rest to buy a bottle of gin. The two then sit on a swing set at a playground drinking. A dismal little party. Horiki starts being all hoity-toity about being a manga artist again, and Yozo says they should play a word game he invented called Tragicomic. Basically, you name a noun, and the other person must say whether it's a tragedy or a comedy. Yozo starts asking Horiki about medicine and needles, which Horiki says are tragic. Next, he asks about death, which Horiki says is comedy. And finally, Yozo asks him about a manga artist. Horiki says the first-rate artists are comedy, but the third-rates are tragedy. Horiki has his turn now, and asks about a newcomer taking on the Nika exhibit. Yozo says comedy, but Horiki says he's wrong. It's tragedy. Suddenly, Yozo hears another voice chanting tragic, tragic. He turns to see the horrifying ghost of Takeichi. Startled, he moves to the other side of the playground, and they move on to another game, guessing antonyms. As they play the game, the spirits from Yozo's past start to manifest around the playground until he falls over onto the ground, which now looks like the sea. Tsuneko reaches out of the sea and grabs him before he snaps out of it. As they contemplate the antonym for crime, Horiki says he's hungry, and Yozo tells him to go get some fruit from his house, which is just around the corner. So Horiki heads off on his own to Yozo's house, but comes back quickly and tells Yozo to come look through the window. Through the window, Yozo sees his wife Yoshiko having an affair with Aoki, the thing he feared all along. At the sight of this, Yozo freaks out and runs back to the park. Horiki says he should forgive Yoshiko since he's no prize himself, and then leaves. As Yozo lays crying in the grass, he begins to find himself aroused by the thought of his wife with another man. Okay, that got weird. Later, Yoshiko comes out to find Yozo crying and realizes that he must have caught her in the act. She says that she didn't think Aoki would do anything, and it kind of implies that he forced himself on her, but it also seems like she went with it, so I'm not exactly sure the situation here. Either way, Yozo blames his wife's naivety and ability to trust everyone. The one thing he was able to trust in was the purity of Yoshiko, who is now soiled. He's clearly begun to lose it, taking a knife to the piece he's been working on, slashing it to bits. He says that now it's true art, creation and destruction. He then laughs like a psycho, saying he can't wait for Nika and proposing a toast. After this, Yozo drinks madly every day from morning to night. He peddles pornographic drawings in order to make some cash to buy liquor and drinks so much that his teeth begin to fall out. He harbors resentment not just for his wife, but for Horiki, who, instead of just telling him what he saw, led Yozo to see it himself. Yozo says he'll never forgive him for this. One day, Aoki shows up saying that Horiki turned out to be terrible to work with, hardly ever delivering on his manga, and was even caught stealing from a popular artist. Aoki offers Yozo Yozo the manga series once again, but Yozo denies it, saying he's more suited for third-rate comics. Aoki says he's a great artist, and speaking of which, he wants to see the art piece. As he looks at the slashed-up canvas, Yozo approaches him from behind with his knife, ready to stab him to death. Just then, Yoshiko brings in some tea, and then Yozo has a horrible vision of Aoki doing his wife in front of him. He then imagines Horiki doing the same, followed by Takaichi, and worst of all, his father. It's a really messed up scenario, man. It's clear that now he just has an insane paranoia and has no idea what's true anymore. In reality, he's the one with his wife, but he's acting crazy, asking her about how many times she was with all these people, until he finally collapses into a drunken stupor. Later, while his wife is sleeping, Yozo finds a box of sleeping pills and swallows the whole thing, hoping to finally die. As he fades out, he sees phantoms of all the men in his life once again groping his wife. And on that nice note, let's move into Chapter 15, The Deepest Hell. It begins with Yozo descending down a dark tunnel. He realizes he's dying and going to hell. He describes it as the bottom of the abyss, infinite hells of eternal suffering. His body feels heavy, which he says is due to the 10 misfortunes packed inside of him. He believes if he could vomit up the misfortunes, his body would become lighter, and he might ascend to paradise instead, so he forces himself to puke. Out of his mouth pours a black mass filled with faces. He says this was the first misfortune, society. He fights them off and the faces disappear. Next, he throws up the misfortune of being respected. The fact that he fooled everyone into liking him as a child, except one, Takaichi. The third misfortune was friendship. Horiki appears and taunts him surrounded by drinks. Yozo tells him to go away and that he never wants to see him again. But as Horiki fades, Yozo grabs a bottle of liquor and starts to drink it. However, he spits it out, coughing, and here comes the fourth misfortune, women, symbolized by hundreds of naked women that he's been with. They surround him and he's just like, ladies, you mind leaving me alone so I don't have to go to hell? It's so casual that it actually made me laugh. Tsuneko says she would gladly follow him to hell, and let's not forget that she basically already tried to. The women say he never takes responsibility and makes any women he meets unhappy. Setchan is holding Yozo's creepy Takaichi baby, and Anissa is crying about her baby that was never born. It's quite a disturbing sight. Naoko Matagi kisses Yozo with her long, thick tongue, causing him to throw up the fifth misfortune, which swells up in size and looks like a village. Yozo is sucked into his hometown and slowly makes his way to his family home. This leads us into Chapter 16, Spellbound. The house is chilly and cool, and the sense of spirits linger just as when he was a child. The only change is that the house is completely empty, and Yozo starts drinking the liquor from earlier, saying that he could live like this forever. Suddenly, he spews out the sixth misfortune, his siblings and the servants that molested him. His brother confronts him, saying that he entered into politics, but now his position is precarious because of Yozo's debauchery and endless failure. The servants say it's time to eat and lead him into the dining room. His brother asks how he likes the food, and Yozo says it's scrumptious, making a silly face just like when he was a boy. As he does this, the seventh misfortune rises from his mouth, clowning, the forced smile of his younger self. It takes the form of him as a boy, acting like a fool as his family laughs. Unable to endure this, he wanders out into the garden to continue drinking. Here, he releases the eighth misfortune, his mother. Yozo didn't know his mother well and says his connection with her was weak. Perhaps if he had known her better, he would have turned into a better human being. Another woman appears whom Yozo recognizes as Toki, the wet nurse who raised him. He recalls a memory of Toki showing him a rendering of hell and telling him if he lies, he'll go to hell and have his tongue pulled out. Yozo was terrified, of course, but Toki tells him it's okay. As long as you don't do bad things, you'll go to paradise. He says that she was kind, but was always filled with sadness. He often fell asleep with his head buried in her chest, which might explain why he did this later with Shizuko. When he was 5, Toki left the Oba home, abruptly sending Yozo into a tearful panic. In the present, Yozo asks why she left without telling him, and she said it was because she couldn't bear to see him cry. She fades away, and now there are only 2 misfortunes left. Yozo says he knows the 10th is obviously that he was born at all, because this was the source of all his pain. But the 9th misfortune must be spat out immediately. He tries over and over to make himself puke and release the 9th misfortune, but it won't come out. Below, he can see a light forming and believes this to be the flames of hell. Finally, as a last resort, Yozo realizes what he must do. He pulls out the knife his father left him and stabs himself in the gut. As he does, a force releases from his body in the shape of a giant head. It's Yozo's father, who immediately begins to insult him, calling him the shame of the Oba family. He then criticizes him for ending his own life and says for this he must go to hell, and his father grabs him with a giant hand and starts literally dragging him to hell. Suddenly, a hand grabs Yozo's. It's Toki, and Yozo cries for her help as they rapidly fall towards the demons of hell. Toki says she's sorry, but she can't pull him up, and below we see the monsters growing ever closer, ready to torture Yozo. He cries out and finds that he is woken up from this nightmare. Next to his bed is the girl that he lived with at the bar, who he just calls Madam, and Flatfish himself, Shiver. Still confused, Yozo grabs onto the girl thinking that it's Toki before realizing who she really is. Shiver starts berating him, saying, why does he always have to try to kill himself at the end of the year when everyone's so busy? I don't know if that was meant to be funny or it's just my morbid sense of humor, but that cracked me up. Yozo apologizes and notices Yoshiko in the other room looking glum. She believes that Yozo did this to try and atone for her marital infidelity and can barely speak to him from the shame. Despite the disturbing vision of hell he saw himself careening towards, Yozo continues to go out drinking, and he's lost a considerable amount of weight since the incident. Even worse, he's begun to cough up blood, much like he once faked all that time ago at the jail. One night in the heavy snow with no money for more drinks, Yozo collapses on the ground and pukes up a puddle of blood, a red dot in the snow resembling the rising sun flag. Chapter 17, Hiroko. Yozo picks himself up in search of a pharmacy when a group of soldiers passes by. He looks closer to see that these men seem to be zombies and they begin to chase him, the leader having a giant grin as they do. He falls in the snow and a helping hand reaches out that belongs to Toki. He turns around to see the many faces of the dead soldiers as they rush in with truly disturbing features. At the sight of this, he loses consciousness. When he wakes up, he's in a strange room full of plants and believes it to be hell, but it's actually a pharmacy. The woman he thought was Toki is actually the pharmacist, Hiroko. Turns out that the plant life everywhere are dried herbs she uses for medicine. She asks about his condition and he tells her what's happened, along with the fact that his hands shake when he's not drinking. She tells him he needs to quit and that she's seen this before from her late husband who died from alcoholism. An old man cries from the other room saying he has to pee, and when Hiroko gets up to see him, she cries out in pain. I guess she has a bum leg from an illness when she was a kid. She injects something into her leg which seems to alleviate the pain and then helps the old man with his bedpan. Hiroko kindly gives Yozo several medications and says that he can pay her back later, but that he must not drink anymore. When Yozo walks outside, he's met with terrifying demons that chase him to the ground. He crawls back into the pharmacy and finds Hiroko tending to the plants which look hellish. Kind of reminds me of the eyeball plants from the Supernatural Transfer student. Anyway, Hiroko seems a little embarrassed seeing as how she's making an arrangement from dead and dried out plants, but Yozo says that it almost resembles a horse out of hell. Hiroko takes this as praise and says that she actually prefers dead flowers and that the fact that they're withered and faded is what makes them beautiful. In that moment, Yozo sees Hiroko as a true artist. He begins to cry, and then so does Hiroko as they look at the dead plants. In the dead flowers, Yozo begins to see the demons of hell and begs Hiroko for a drink. She takes out the syringe she used on herself earlier and says that instead of liquor, he could use this. It immediately eases him, and she sends some home with him, only to be used when he feels he needs the alcohol. After the injections, Yozo's insecurities, fretfulness, and timidity vanish, and he even becomes more lively and social. He starts drawing manga again with enthusiasm, and bursts up laughing at his own work from time to time. Although he intended to take only one shot a day, he's gained a reliance on it, slowly working his way up to 4 shots. The chapter ends with Yozo pounding on the pharmacy doors, crying out for more. Chapter 18. Heaven and Hell. Hiroko is reluctant to give Yozo any more injections, afraid he'll become an addict. He begs her, saying he'll give her a kiss if she does. She decides to give him half a box, hoping to curb the addiction. At home, Yoshiko starts crying tears of joy since Yozo's been feeling better and acting nicer. From his perspective, he's basically experiencing nirvana. Of course, he uses up the medicine in a short time and is back to being grumpy and agitated. He goes out for a walk and Yoshiko follows after. They see a group of kids running by, and one looks an awful lot like Takeichi. In fact, it appears to be the same kid from a few chapters ago with the kite. Yoshiko thinks kids are adorable and wishes she had her own. Later, Yozo is back banging on the pharmacy doors begging for more medicine. At the sight of Hiroko, he immediately kisses her and begins crying, asking for more injections. She refuses, saying he's an addict, and Yozo calls her a hypocrite. Of course, Hiroko explains that she only uses the medicine when her leg is in horrible pain. As he grabs onto her begging, they fall over and Hiroko cries in pain because of her leg. She asks Yozo to grab the medicine and a needle for her. Once he lays eyes on it, he instead injects himself, while Hiroko writhes around in agony on the floor. He gives her a shot next, and she calms down. He then takes her to her room, and the two make love as the room takes on the surreal image of a hellish landscape of dead plants. Afterward, Yozo begins to paint something, and Hiroko feels inspired as well, making an arrangement of dead flowers to put around the painting. Together, they form a beautiful beautifully disturbing artwork, a ghastly portrait of the two surrounded by dead flowers. It's a frightening image, so much so that they used it as the cover for the manga. Yozo is moved like never before and believes that he and Hiroko must have been together in a past life. Suddenly, the old man from earlier, who I guess is Hiroko's father, cries out as he has to pee again. As Yozo gets ready to leave, a customer walks into the shop and asks for help. Hiroko rushes out to the customer, and Yozo peeks out to find none other than his wife Yoshiko at the counter. Chapter 19. Doubt. Turns out Yoshiko is here to buy more of the medicine, saying that her husband is hopeless without it. She goes on to tell Hiroko about how nice her husband is on the drug, and that he manages to get much more work done on his manga. Hiroko says that unfortunately she can't give it to her without a doctor's prescription. Well, Hiroko's not dumb. She says to Yozo, "Your wife's lovely, Later at home, Yoshiko sees that Yozo has gotten more medicine and asks for him to give his prescription so that she can handle it in the future. After he runs out again, he heads to the pharmacy, but Yoshiko chases after him, asking if he's getting more medicine. He says he's just going on a walk, and she tags along, only for Yozo to ditch her and head for the pharmacy. He hides in the back room, and shortly after, Yoshiko shows up asking if he came in. As she tells Yozo that his wife's gone, Hiroko shows heavy concern, realizing that he must be here for more injections and was already out. But he tells her that he's actually here for her. He tells her that she's his destiny, and the two embrace. Although Yozo says that this is actually how he feels, he begins to reach for more medicine as they kiss, tucking it into his robes. He begins to walk home when he looks down a nearby alley to find Yoshiko crying her eyes out. She must have put together what's going on. In a panic, Yozo runs away, but as he stops to catch his breath, he convinces himself he doesn't need to be on edge. After all, Yoshiko was unfaithful to him before, so she has no reason to point the finger. Back at home, Yoshiko arrives and acts like nothing's wrong, so I guess Yozo doesn't have anything to worry about. Things carry on like this for a while. Anytime Yozo runs out of medicine, he stays with Hiroko for a few days before leaving with a fresh box, and when he arrives, Yoshiko simply welcomes him back without question. However, it seems she is losing it a bit. She wakes up several times a night to see if the door's locked, and she keeps cleaning the laundry over and over again, as if there's some unseen stain that won't come off. I should also note that Yozo is burying his empty drug capsules in the backyard, which there seems to be hundreds of. One day, the madam from the bar Yozo used to live at drops by unexpectedly. Apparently, she brought some snacks and asked Yoshiko to join her in eating them. Yoshiko looks at her with a grim, off-putting face. As the three eat inside, Yoshiko refuses to eat the food. She claims that they're poisoned, and on the last panel of the chapter, she's looking really disturbed. Chapter 20, Obsession. The chapter begins with Yoshiko looking around the room frantically. She claims that there are peepholes around the house, and people are watching them. She also thinks that the bar madam is watching from the other room, and says that it's because Yozo is sleeping with her. Yozo denies this, saying they don't have that kind of relationship anymore, and even opens the doors to prove she's not here. Shortly after, Yozo begins having a fit and collapses to the ground, coughing up blood. Yoshiko freaks out and begins cleaning the blood, terrified of the germs. Although she was once a very trustful person with no room for doubt, it seems she's become filled with nothing but doubt. Yozo believes it was him who made her this way. Yeah, you think, dude? He finds Yoshiko's newfound paranoia a nuisance and starts spending more time at Hiroko's rather than home. One day, Yoshiko shows up to the pharmacy asking for poisonous herbs. She says she wants to make opium herself out of poppy since it's so expensive to buy. Of course, Yozo stays hidden in the back, and Hiroko says she can't sell her poppy seeds, so she finally leaves. Yozo goes to the bathroom, and as he looks out the window, he sees Yoshiko standing there staring at him. Then she grabs some presumably poisonous herbs that Hiroko had thrown out back and leaves. Back at home, Yoshiko has made a sort of shrine out of the herbs and is chanting a phrase over and over again, Namu Amida Butsu. The chick from the bar shows up again to check in, and Yozo tries to assure her everything's fine. Not wanting to deal with his loony wife, Yozo goes back to Hiroko's for a few days when he gets a telegram at the pharmacy from Yoshiko reading, "I will die, come back soon." He rushes home to find Yoshiko stuffing the poisonous herbs in her mouth. Only, Yozo informs her that the herbs she grabbed from the trash aren't actually poisonous according to Hiroko. He tells her he loves her and that he wouldn't be able to go on without her. She looks at him with a devil stare and calls him a liar. Unable to endure being called out like that, Yozo runs away again. Later, Yoshiko returns to the pharmacy and asks for some poisonous herbs that could kill someone. Hiroko says she doesn't carry any of that and asks what she plans on doing with them. Yoshiko just outright says she plans on killing her husband and then herself. At these words, Hiroko begs her not to do such a thing and gets on her hands and knees to apologize for what she's been doing with Yozo. Yoshiko simply walks into the back room and grabs a large number of herbs off the walls. She spots Yozo hiding as she leaves and gives him a sad and morbid look. Hiroko tries to stop her from leaving with the poisonous plants, but fails due to her bum leg. She cries for Yozo to try and stop her instead, but he just sits there doing nothing. Another telegram arrives that night from Yoshiko saying, "Hurry home or I'll die alone." Yozo still does nothing, repeating to himself that everything's alright, and he never returns home that night. The next day he receives a third telegram, this one from the madam. It reads, "Yoshiko dead, return immediately." Yozo finally returns home 2 days later and sees that his wife was already laid in her casket. He notices that her face in death had taken back on the innocent beauty she had when he first met her. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this might be the most tragic manga I've ever read, and that's saying a lot. Chapter 21, No Longer Human. Hiriko says that it's her fault Yoshiko died, blaming the fact that she left the dried herbs hanging everywhere. She decides to burn them in the backyard and to never use them again. As they watch the plants burn, Yozo reminds Hiriko that he needs more medicine soon. She informs him that her credit with the wholesaler has gotten out of hand and that she can't purchase anymore. But as she tells him this, the fire jumps to another nearby plant pile next to the pharmacy and the building itself goes up in flames. Yozo tries to put the fire out, but to no avail. Then Hiriko realizes that her poor father is still inside. She runs inside to try to save him and is engulfed in the flames. In the buried remains of the building, the firemen find 2 bodies, presumably of Hiriko and her father. Yozo looks at the charred corpse and refuses to accept that it's Hiriko. In shock and denial, he runs around town shouting for her, thinking somehow she's still alive. Finally, he accepts the truth, and as he weeps for the loss, he finds a box of opium intact amongst the building's charred remains. He takes it home and injects himself with a double dose, but it doesn't mend his sorrow as he cries for Hiriko. It's very insightful that he's clearly much more upset over Hiriko's death than his poor wife. He decides that he's going to give himself all the remaining shots and throw himself into the river. But before he goes up, 3 visitors arrive. Madam, Flatfish, and Horiki, who tells him that he heard about him coughing up blood and seems genuinely concerned in a way he never has before. Yozo cries that he wants to go somewhere with no women, and Shibata says that he can arrange this. Of course, he's really taking him to a hospital to treat his addiction. They drop him off at a mental hospital. As he enters his small room with bars on the windows, he declares that he has ceased utterly to be a human being. Outside his window, he sees the Takaichi child with the tattered kite staring at him. The terrible withdrawals begin, and Yozo sees visions of dozens of women all forcing their way into his cell and surrounding him to the point of suffocating him until he blacks out. He wakes up to the cries of another man screaming to be let go and that this is illegal confinement. He peeks out at the man who is climbing the bars of his room and begging to be let out, and then for drugs. Finally, the doctor gives the man a tranquilizer, and Yozo says he has seen for the first time a truly insane man. However, on a closer look, he realizes that this man is actually himself. Chapter 22, Real Name. He believes that he must be hallucinating to see himself like this, but questions whether he might be the doppelganger. As he cowers in fear, he hears voices nearby, dozens of familiar women and Takaichi in the middle, all forcing their way through the bars on his window and making their way toward him. He screams for forgiveness and then calls for help, only to find the charred corpse of Hiriko standing upright on the other side of the room, calling for help from him. The burnt body then falls to the ground and her head breaks off. He makes his way out of the room and down the hall, being chased by his past ghosts until he runs into his doppelganger. He tries to run the other direction, but the hall seems to go on endlessly. As he runs, Takaichi's head floats beside him, saying those chilling words, "You did it on purpose." He eventually just curls up in the fetal position, yelling for forgiveness. His doppelganger stands over him watching, and Yozo begins to yell that he's a clown and that he's lived a life full of lies. He recounts his many sins, starting with the death of Takaichi, the chaos with his cousins and his illegitimate child with Setchan, the lover's death at the beach where he left Tsuneko to die alone, the corruption and death of his innocent wife, and finally Hiriko, who died horribly in the fire. Yozo claims they are all victims of his clowning and he'll never be forgiven. After a week or so, the withdrawal symptoms slowly left, although he still seems to be seeing himself in his room. On closer look, it appears to be a different man that only looks similar to him. The man says that Yozo confessed the entirety of his history while suffering his withdrawal. He asks if it was all true, and Yozo dismisses it, saying these were just ramblings of an addict. The man says he makes a living as a writer. His name is Shiji Tsushima, and he writes silly novels under the pen name Osamu Datsai. Yeah, this is maybe the strangest addition to the manga, and breaks the fourth wall wide open. Yozo meets the author of the very book that this manga is adapting. Pretty bizarre. So Yozo and Datsai get on pretty well and hang out a little while in the hospital. At one point, Yozo's brother comes to visit and informs them that their father passed away. And now that his brother's in charge, he's decided to change how they handle Yozo. He tells Yozo that once he's done with his rehab, he will no longer have to worry about living expenses. The only thing his brother asks is that Yozo move out of Tokyo to reside in the country. Yozo goes to tell Datsai what has happened, and he says that he can relate, having lost his father when he was 14. He then says congratulations, you're free now. And Yozo Yozo begins crying uncontrollably. Chapter 23. Comedy. Yozo contemplates the death of his father, saying that the weight in his vessel of suffering is gone, and it seems that nothing could interest him now. All that was left was the weight of his crimes. He sees the boy with the kite outside his window again. Suddenly, the boy turns into Takaichi, and he's surrounded by all the women who died because of Yozo. He asks for forgiveness on repeat when Datsai enters his room. He gives Yozo one of his novels, saying he could get a good laugh out of it, but instead Yozo finds it deeply moving. As they discuss it, it's clear that the two connect on a deep level, both suffering immensely in their lives. The two laugh together in a way that Yozo never has, but halfway through they find that they begin to cry instead. They look out the window and Datsai comments on the boy. Yozo is shocked that he can see him, so maybe this boy isn't a vision. More than that, across the way, there's a beautiful woman staring at them out of her window from the women's ward. She says something to the boy through the window and then sends him across the way. The boy looks at Yozo and calls him daddy. He suddenly realizes who the woman is, Set-chan, and this child must be his, the Takaichi lookalike. Yozo believes that after Takaichi died, he came back as his child in order to make him suffer. Datsai says that he doesn't believe in reincarnation and that maybe it's only Yozo's guilt that causes him to think the boy resembles Takaichi. Yozo asks the boy his name and learns that it's Yoichi. Later, the doctor informs Yozo that he's back in good condition and will be discharged tomorrow. He has one last conversation with Osamu Datsai, who asks him if he could make Yozo's story into a novel, and that he's already decided on a title, No Longer Human. Whoa, meta dude. His brother picks him up and tells him he'll be staying at a hot springs on the coast. Yozo asks his brother one more favor and confesses that he has a family, revealing Set-chan and Yoichi. His brother reluctantly says that they can make accommodations for them as well, and as Yozo looks at his wife and ugly-ass kid, he says that thanks to Datsai, he's gained a new life and a second chance. Okay guys, the final chapter of No Longer Human, Chapter 24, Everything Passes. The chapter begins with Osamu Datsai on a train with his companion Soichi. He's traveling out to the country to a hot spring to visit his friend Yozo Oba, who he says he met 12 years ago. He believes that reuniting with Yozo will reignite hope in him, just like their original meeting did all those years ago. Soichi mentions that Datsai is now the most important writer in Japan. Using a map he was sent by Yozo, he makes his way excitedly to the hot spring, and on the way he collapses, coughing up blood, much like Yozo once did. They finally arrive at the building, which looks quite run down. An old lady answers the door and leads Datsai to the back room to see Yozo. She says that Yozo often talks of Datsai and how he saved his life. However, the sight of Yozo shocks Datsai to the core. Yozo is thin as a rail with white hair and crouched over a tea kettle looking drained of strength. Datsai approaches him asking if he remembers him, but Yozo seems completely devoid of life. Datsai says he finally completed his masterpiece, No Longer Human, and hands him a copy. However, Yozo doesn't even take it and remains silent. Datsai pleads with him, saying that he's hit a dead end and just wanted to speak with him one more time to regain the hope that they gave each other 12 years earlier. Then Set-chan enters the room. She ignores Datsai completely and approaches Yozo calmly, telling him that there's a beautiful woman outside. She then screams out, "Who is she?" and starts beating the shit out of Yozo, accusing him of sleeping around like he did with her sister all those years ago. Datsai tries to defend him, explaining that Soichi is with him, and Yozo finally speaks, asking her for mercy. Then a boy enters the room, Yoichi, who now looks exactly like Takaichi did in the first couple chapters. He walks up to Yozo and says, "On purpose, on purpose." It seems Yozo was right, that this is Takaichi reincarnated in order to make him suffer. Set-chan then says she knows his true nature, a liar and cheat, and tells him that his whole life is a fraud. Then she asks why he was even born as he lays there in silence. The old woman ushers Datsai out of the house, and he just seems heartbroken at how Yozo has turned out. He apologizes to Soichi and says that they should head back to Tokyo. Inside, Set-chan starts undressing and asking Yozo to apologize to her as she begins to force herself on him. In the final scene, it's a gorgeous day out on the beach. Yozo sits in a wheelchair watching as his son flies a kite made of newspaper. We see a headline on one of the pages mentioning the double suicide of Osamu Datsai and his lover. Yozo claims that he now has neither happiness or unhappiness. Everything simply passes. On the final page, we see a lifeless Yozo sitting with a smile. And that is the end of No Longer Human. Chapter 1, The Spiral Obsession, begins with a high school girl named Kirie Goshima looking over Kurozu-cho, the town she lives in. She says she wants to share with us the strange events that happened here. It seems she's late on her way to meet her boyfriend Soichi Saito at the station. As she runs, she's suddenly hit with a gust of air as a small whirlwind comes across her path. Weird. Next, she notices a man she thinks may be Shuichi's father squatting in an alley and staring at an empty snail shell. The man's unresponsive, so she continues on her way. Kirie meets Shuichi at the station, and we learn that although he does live in Kurozu-cho, he now goes to school in the next town over. Kirie mentions that she thought she saw his father staring at the shell in the alley, and Soichi actually confirms that it probably was his dad and that he's been acting strange lately. They sit down at the park, and Kirie wonders why Soichi has seemed so depressed lately. Out of the blue, he tells her they should leave the town together. He says he can't stand this town and that something's off here. Because he's away from Kurozu-cho so often, it's more noticeable and has a dizzying effect on him. Ultimately, he believes the town is driving him insane and is contaminated with spirals. The next day, Shuichi's father visits Kirie's father in his shop. He's a potter, and it seems Mr. Saito wants him to make a spiral pattern pot for him. He's clearly become obsessed with spirals and says he's been collecting all sorts of spiral-shaped objects. He finds the spiral to be very mystical, like nothing else in nature, and there's just something really creepy about this dude. Later, Kirie tells Shuichi about it, and he seems pretty distressed about the whole thing. He explains that his father stopped going to work and instead just stares at spirals all day. Weirder than that, apparently he gets into a bizarre trance and his eyes begin to spin around independently of each other. He also won't eat a soup until he spins it into a spiral, and he does the same to the bath before he gets in. Kirie just giggles at the peculiarity of Shuichi's father, but he says it's not funny. As the couple continue walking through town, Shuichi points out more of the strange spirals, like the unusual amount of whirlpools in the stream or whirlwinds that keep popping up. Suddenly they hear yelling and rush to Shuichi's place, where they find his parents fighting. I guess Shuichi's mother threw away his father's spiral collection and he's pretty pissed off. He then says he doesn't need the collection anymore and that he's learned to express the spiral through his own body. He takes off his glasses and one at a time he begins to move his eyes in a fast spiral motion. It's quite disturbing, especially since both eyes are moving independently. A few days later, Kirie's father asks her to deliver the spiral pot to Mr. Saito. However, when she arrives, he says that he no longer needs it, saying that he can summon the spiral within himself. And as a demonstration, his tongue enlarges and extends from his mouth and then coils into a giant spiral. Kirie understandably runs away screaming. A few days after this, Mr. Saito died. The story goes that he fell down the stairs, but at the funeral, Shuichi reveals the true story to Kirie. Him and his mother couldn't find his dad anywhere until they came upon a large tub in his study that wasn't there before. They removed the top to find a horrific and disgusting sight: Soichi's father's body contorted into a spiral in the tub. It is one of the most standout images in these first few chapters. As Soichi is telling the story, the other funeral attendees gasp and point to the sky, which leads us to Chapter 2, The Spiral Obsession, Part 2. Out of the crematorium chimney rises the ashes of Shuichi's father, but as they fill the sky, they begin to form a large spiral. It then begins to funnel down into Dragonfly Pond, a body of water right behind Kirie's house in the center of town. Shuichi's mother cries out in terror as she sees her husband's face in the ashes. She breaks down into full hysterics and they rush her to the hospital. The hospital staff tries to calm her down, but when she notices one of the nurse's hair is in a bun, she freaks out, seeing it as a spiral. From then on, Shuichi's mother developed an extreme phobia of spirals. She becomes terrified of curling hair, so she shaves her head. And worse than that, one day she realizes her fingerprints have spirals in them, so she grabs a pair of scissors and cuts the skin off of her fingertips and toes. Man, my fingers hurt just looking at this. In every spiral, she sees her dead husband. He calls out to her, asking her to join him in the spiral. Shuichi is forced to wear a hat and gloves when visiting her so that she doesn't see the spirals in his hair or fingers. He has a talk with his mother in the doctor's office when he suddenly realizes a human anatomy chart on the wall. Looking closer, he sees a breakdown of the inner human ear. More specifically, he notices the cochlea, which happens to be shaped like a spiral. He rushes his mother out of the room before she sees the poster. If she were to realize there was a spiral within her body, who knows what she might do. That night, as Mrs. Saito sleeps, a large centipede crawls onto her bed and begins to climb into her ear. She smacks it onto the floor, where it begins to coil up into a spiral. Looking closer, she sees her husband within the shape. He calls to her again, telling her to join the spiral. He tells her there are still spirals in her body and that he wants to crawl deep into her ears so badly. Shuichi and Kirie visit the next day, and Mrs. Saito keeps asking if there was a spiral in the human ear. They tell her no, but she's determined to find out, so she rushes to the doctor's office to try and find the chart of the human body, but luckily he'd already removed it. That night, Mrs. Saito sees a whirlpool form in her IV drip. It takes on the shape of her husband's face, who tells her that there are spirals in her ears. She smashes touches the IV container and pulls the needle out of her arm, only for the tube to fall perfectly into a spiral on the floor. However, she still hears her husband's voice in her ears and decides she must get the spirals out. She grabs a pair of scissors and shoves them into her ear. On the next page, we see Mrs. Saito's head now covered in bandages. She not only destroyed her eardrums, but disrupted her sense of balance, giving her constant vertigo, as if spinning in an infinite spiral. She died shortly after, and at her cremation, her ashes circled in the sky like a spiral before descending into Dragonfly Pond. Chapter 3. The Scar. This chapter begins with Kirie talking about her friend Azami, who's beautiful, though she says she regrets ever meeting her. Azami is always surrounded by guys who confess their love to her. One day, some girls tell Kirie about a rumor going around that Azami has a bad reputation of getting guys obsessed with her and then dumping them. They also say that she has a strange scar on her forehead that's the source of her power to hypnotize boys. Later, Kirie does spot the scar on Azami's head. Apparently, Azami has caught wise to the rumor and tells Kirie to just ignore them. She does explain that the scar has brought her good luck though. She got it while trying to impress a boy when she was younger and ended up falling off the monkey bars and busting her head. Ever since then, she says that she gets any boy she likes, but it must be a coincidence. Kirie heads off to meet up with Soichi, and Azami insists that she tag along because she wants to meet him. Kirie is clearly reluctant, but finally gives in. When they arrive at Soichi's place, he freaks out at the sight of Azami and tells her to go away. Kirie apologizes, telling her that Soichi's been strange lately and that his parents passed away recently. That night, Soichi and Kirie talk on the phone. He tells her that something is off about Azami, that looking at her is like looking at a spiral. He goes even further, saying that she is a spiral. After Soichi hangs up the phone, he suddenly hears his doorbell ring and opens the front door to find Azami. She's pretty salty at the fact that Soichi is the only boy who's ever rejected her. He says that she's hiding something on her forehead, and she reveals her scar, only now it's taken the shape of a small spiral. He tells her to leave this town as fast as possible, but instead of listening to him, she begins to stalk him. Night after night, she shows up at his house banging on the door. Every boy she meets can't stop thinking about her, but now she can't stop thinking about Soichi. Kirie tells her to quit stalking her boyfriend, and Azami just ignores her, saying she likes him too. Suddenly, a whirlwind goes by, blowing Azami's hair back to reveal her scar has grown, and it seems to be digging into her head. The next day, Azami doesn't show up to school, and Kirie questions what the hell she saw on her forehead. One night, Soichi calls up Kirie, saying that a boy named Okada had asked to meet up with him at the park concerning Kirie. She heads to the park to try and find out what it's all about, but encounters Azami on the street. She's wearing a hat and says that she feels strange, like she can't focus. She asks Kirie to take a look and removes her hat. This image is one of the most haunting Junji Ito drawings ever and has become iconic in his work, as well as just horror manga in general. Azami's forehead is essentially caved in from the spiral scar, with her eyeball loosely laying in the open wound. Even more disturbing, the spiral seems to suck her eyeball down into her head. Kirie screams and Azami heads off to the park where Okada and Soichi are talking. Apparently, this was all a ploy by Azami to lure Soichi out of his house. She told Okada she would go out with him if he brought Soichi to her, but now she's like, I don't care what I promised you, I only want Soichi. Okada's pissed and knocks the hat off her head. Now the spiral hole has consumed her entire face other than her mouth, and she pulls Okada into it, arms first, until he is devoured by the hole. Kirie shows up to find Soichi hiding in a tree, and they watch as Asami's body slowly consumes itself until there's nothing left of her. Chapter 4. The Firing Effect. Kirie and her brother Mitsuo watch as another resident's ashes form into a spiral above the crematorium and then fall into Dragonfly Pond. Meanwhile, their father seems obsessed with his work lately, staying up all night watching his pottery in the kiln. Mrs. Goshima goes to check on him and he freaks out, telling her not to look into the kiln. Outside, Kirie notices that the smoke from the kiln is spiraling as well. Later, at a ceramics exhibition in the next town over, Mr. Goshima shows off his new work. All of his ceramics seem to be deformed and covered in spirals. He says that they all looked normal, but once he put them in the kiln, they took strange shapes. This is sometimes called the firing effect, but it doesn't usually form spirals. Someone asks him what kind of clay he used, and he says he prefers to keep that a secret. Back at home, the family has a look as well, and Mitsuo notices what looks like a human face in one of the pots. He then finds another one that looks like a familiar woman's face. Kirie recognizes them. They seem to resemble Soichi's parents, and even her mother agrees, assuming that her husband did it on purpose, but he claims it's a coincidence. Later, we see Kirie making some food for Soichi, who has become a complete shut-in, barely eating, and her mother, feeling bad, suggests that they have him over for dinner. Soichi is reluctant to come because they live so close to Dragonfly Pond, which he says is infested with spirals, but Kirie drags him along anyway. Well, I guess the poor kid was hungry because he starts scarfing down food like he hasn't eaten in weeks. Suddenly, he freaks out while eating some noodles because they're served on one of Mr. Goshima's weird spiral dishes. He asks him where the clay came from, and Mr. Goshima says Dragonfly Pond. Soichi runs away like he's gonna barf, and I don't blame him considering the clay from the pond may be made from the ashes of the dead, including Soichi's parents. Still, Kirie's father continues to pull clay from the pond. He begins to make dozens of ceramics that look normal until he puts them into the kiln. One night, Kirie goes to check on her father, who has fallen asleep. She sneaks a peek into the kiln and sees something terrifying. The clay is taking the shape of dead faces, contorting within the kiln into a spiral, and voices are crying out in agony. One voice in particular is crying out for Soichi. At this point, Kirie's father wakes up and tells her to go back inside. She just lies in bed, hearing the small screams from the kiln, realizing they're meant to continue burning for the next 4 days. Soichi calls her out of loneliness, but as they talk, he begins to hear the voices as well through the phone. He hangs up, and soon Kirie hears him arguing with her father outside. He demands to see what's in the kiln, hearing the voices of his parents. Finally, he grabs a large stone and breaks open the kiln. The spirits of the dead fly out, and we see the disturbing human-like ceramics fall to the ground. They writhe around in pain. The whole place begins to light up, and Mr. Goshima seems to snap out of it a little, asking Soichi if he's alright and then telling him to get to safety. The entire building burns to the ground, luckily unattached to the main house. As the family looks over the rubble, Mr. Goshima begins digging around looking for the ceramics. His obsession continues. Chapter 5, Twisted Souls. Kirie tells us about the strange row houses that are scattered across Kurozu-cho, all run down but still standing. While walking home from school one day, Kirie hears a dispute up ahead. It appears two young lovers are being ripped apart by the girl's family. The brother even socks the poor kid in the face before they drag the girl away. Kirie helps the boy up and recognizes him as Kazunori from her school. He explains that he and the girl, Yoriko, have fallen in love, but their families hate each other and oddly enough live on opposite sides of the same row house. Their families just won't accept them and stop at nothing to keep them apart. Kazunori claims that their family's souls have been twisted by poverty and have become warped. Still a little beat up, Kirie helps him home and meets his family. His father immediately lays in on him, telling him to stay away from Yoriko before cursing the other family. His mother yells loudly that if maybe their son got a job, he wouldn't have time to beat up on her boy. Suddenly through the wall, a voice yells back, "Shut up, bitch, or I'll kill you." Yeah, I guess they can easily hear each other through the walls, only adding to the contempt. They yell back and forth a bit, insulting each other, until finally Kazunori yells out to stop and tells Yoriko he loves her. With tears in their eyes, the young couple tries to meet each other outside, only for their families to pull them back inside. Later, Kirie explains the situation to Soichi. He says that the reason the families don't get along is because the row house is cursed by the spiral. He believes the old row houses have some key part to play in the town's curse, and everyone in them is doomed. He once again asks Kirie to leave this town with them, but she leaves in a huff, telling him she won't come to him for advice anymore. Kirie goes back to the row house and finds that Yoriko and Kazunori are missing, and their families have split up to try to search for them. They're hiding out in another row house on the outskirts of town, and as they sit together, they spot something strange. Two snakes intertwined into a spiral. At first, it looks like they're fighting, but on a closer look, they seem to be mating. The couple decides that they'll run away together and elope. Outside, Kirie shows up, but unfortunately, so does Yoriko's family. Her father instantly punches out Kazunori, who falls to the ground. Then he grabs his daughter and leaves. Kirie goes to help him up once again, and it's clear his body is twisted in an unnatural way, something Kirie says she doesn't notice at the time. Later, it seems Soichi and Kirie have made up, and now they've decided to escort the young couple to the station to see them off. When they show up, however, they are on the run. Apparently, their family spotted them leaving. The four teens run for it, deciding to head for the beach and circle around to the road out of town. They're stopped at every exit by Yoriko's family, and in a last-ditch effort, the couple runs out to the beach, where they're immediately cornered. It seems they have something else up their sleeve, though, when Kazunori begins to twist his body in an inhuman way. Yoriko begins to do the same, and the two stretch into the sky, reaching out for each other. Their hands clasp and intertwine, followed by their bodies until they are completely twisted up together, much like the snake they saw before. Their families can't separate them, and the couple says they'll never be apart anymore. They then slither into the water and disappear into the sea. The Lost Chapter, Galaxies. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the bonus chapter at the end of the UZUMAKI collection. It's not exactly clear when this chapter would have taken place in the story, but it must be somewhere before chapter 6 because Kirie's hair is still long, which we'll get to later. I decided to put Galaxies right here because it fits well and feels odd tacked onto the end of the video after the story is complete. So let's just get into it. The chapter opens with Soichi showing Kirie a galaxy through his telescope. He says that it seems to have just appeared and isn't listed in any book. Kirie asks her teacher, Mr. Yokoda, to check it out, and he says that he has an amateur astronomer friend who built a small observatory in his house where they can get a better look. The astronomer, Mr. Torino, asks Soichi the location, location and sure enough spots it through his high-grade telescope. They need to check in with the National Astronomical Observatory to make sure it isn't registered yet, but this could be a huge discovery. Kyrie says it might even be named the Soichi Galaxy, but Soichi freaks out saying he doesn't want to be associated with that thing. The next day, Mr. Yokota tells the class about the discovery and everyone seems to get the astronomy bug. Kyrie stops by Shuichi's place and he's freaking out saying he can feel radio waves transmitting to him from the galaxy. He says that they're talking to him, trying to send a message. Meanwhile, Torino starts to feel the same sensation. He leaves his observatory and starts making his way into town until he's just outside of Shuichi's house. Strangely enough, Torino begins communicating with Shuichi with his mind using the radio waves, and the two have a discussion. Torino says that the radio waves are telling him to kill Shuichi so he can take the credit for the galaxy discovery, and in turn, Shuichi says that he's being told to kill Torino. Shuichi doesn't listen to the voice, however, and instead tells Torino he can have the credit for the discovery as he doesn't want it anyway. At school, Kyrie hears talk that Torino is taking credit for the discovery, and she tells Mr. Yokota what she heard. The two of them confront Mr. Torino about the issue, and after a little argument with Kyrie, he tells them how Shuichi gave him the credit. It's clear Torino is losing it a little, seeing himself as this important figure since he can receive the radio waves. Kyrie declares that she won't allow him to take the credit from Shuichi before she leaves. After this, many more galaxies begin popping up, and the whole town is in a frenzy with the new discoveries. They also start fighting with each other over who discovered what. As Kyrie sits in her room, she begins to hear voices being transmitted directly into her head. She can hear the townspeople all arguing about the galaxies. Two individuals in particular start to get violent, and Kyrie can actually see a murder take place down the street as if watching it through a staticky TV. She runs outside to see if it really happened and finds a crowd. They too saw the act through the radio waves, and even weirder, they're all communicating with each other without speaking. Overwhelmed by the many voices, Kyrie walks away to be alone. But through a nearby fence, she can see the silhouette of a figure. It's Mr. Torino brandishing a knife, and somehow she can see him through the fence using the radio waves. She begins to run, and Torino chases her down. She screams, but it's drowned out by the many voices filling the radio waves. Just as Torino pins her to the ground for the kill, Kyrie spots the spiral galaxies all bright and close up, visible to the naked eye. Torino sees them and celebrates. He begins calling out to the sky, asking for the stars to communicate with him. Suddenly, a bright light seems to come from the sky and shine on him. His excitement quickly turns to torment as the light fills his body and his head begins to expand in a grotesque fashion. Soon, it swells up to a massive size and explodes with light, turning into a small galaxy and shooting off into space. We learn that the National Astronomical Observatory could never confirm any of the galaxies, and that after this incident, they were never seen again. And there you have it, galaxies. Chapter 6, Medusa. The chapter begins with a high school kid falling off the school roof and dying. Apparently he was trying to show off, doing acrobatics on the handrail and slipped. Kyrie notes that surrounded by the crowd, he somehow looked content, even in death. She discusses the incident with her friend Sekino, and she says she actually knows how the kid felt, always wanting attention, since she also enjoys being noticed. In fact, Sekino says she craves attention lately. Kyrie talks with Shuichi about it later, and he has an interesting theory. Of course, it involves the spirals. A spiral can mesmerize people by drawing in their gaze, and attention seekers strive to do the same. The next day, Kyrie notices her hair has grown quite a bit lately, and when she arrives at school, it seems like everyone's staring at her. She turns around to find that her hair is curled up in the back. She can't get rid of them and decides to braid her hair. However, in class, her hairband shoots off and the braids unravel, quickly turning back into spirals. As a last resort, she goes to the hair salon and asks the hairdresser to cut them off, but before she can, Kyrie's hair wraps around the woman's arms and knocks her back. Her hair then sticks up, floating around the room. Kind of reminds me of XD hair extensions. After this, Kyrie's hair continues to grow at an alarming rate, and anytime she tries to cut it off, it begins to choke her. The hair just floats around, displaying its curls, mesmerizing everyone who sees them, including her parents. At school, her hair begins to get even more wild, trying to draw in a bigger crowd of onlookers. It even forces Kyrie to stand at the train station in order to gain a larger audience. Meanwhile, it seems the hair is draining her strength as well. Then Sekino shows up, and it seems her hair has taken on the same spiral curse. She tells Kyrie that she won't lose to her, and from that day on, the school has become a battleground, with the two girls' hair fighting for attention. At this point, the girls are both looking sickly, and Sekino straight up tries to choke Kyrie with her hair. Shuichi shows up and cuts Sekino's hair off of Kyrie's neck, but before he can chop her hair off, he's engulfed by it as if in the belly of a snake, and Kyrie collapses to the ground. Sekino is now looking demented and gleefully basks in her victory. Soichi hasn't given up, however, and comes cutting his way out of the hair and then cutting it off Kirie's head. She seems exhausted, and Soichi pieces together that the hair was draining her energy. In the center of town, Sekino continues flaunting her hair, and at this point she almost looks like a zombie. She begins to realize what's happening to her body, but it's too late. She grabs onto a nearby pole for support, and the life is completely drained from her body. Her hair lived on for a few hours after this, displaying itself on the telephone pole. Chapter 7, Jack in the Box. There's a kid in school named Mitsuru who loves to jump out and scare people. In fact, everyone calls him the Jack in the Box. He's pretty annoying, and unfortunately, he has a crush on Kirie. On her walk home after school, Kirie and her friend Shiho pass through the cemetery. Shiho says that they've begun to bury people again instead of burning them because of what's been happening at the crematorium. They get creeped out talking about it, and just then, Mitsuru jumps out and scares the living daylights out of him. The girls tell him to buzz off and that Kirie already has a boyfriend. Mitsuru's like, oh, that Soichi guy? Forget him, he's a drag. He says he wants to have a pretty girlfriend like Kirie and surprise everyone, but she tells him to leave her alone. After this, the Jack in the Box continues to jump out and surprise Kirie before asking her out. He even has a gift sent to her house. She's fed up and tries to return the gift to Mitsuru. She tells him flat out that the more he pesters her, the less she likes him. He decides maybe he needs to find a different approach and says that he saw something like this on TV before he jumps out in front of a car. He says, my love will stop this car, and the next thing we know, he's dead. The car ran him over and the poor kid got all jammed up in the tire. It's pretty disturbing. Apparently they had to use a blowtorch to extract the body, and it's no surprise that it's a closed casket funeral. Kirie is feeling a little guilty for Mitsuru's death when she remembers the gift that he gave her. Out of curiosity, she opens it up and finds it's a Jack in the Box. She calls up Soichi for comfort, and he tells her that it wasn't her fault. Then from inside of her room, another voice speaks up saying, it is your fault. She turns around to see the Jack in the Box staring at her with an evil face saying, he died for you, didn't he? And now he'll come back for you. That night, Soichi and Kirie enter the graveyard. Soichi says he's going to hammer a stake into Mitsuru's corpse so he doesn't come back. At this point, nothing is unbelievable in this town. They find his grave and dig up his coffin, but suddenly the casket window opens up and Mitsuru's head pops out. Next, his body breaks open the casket and stands up. It's a grotesque image because of the fact that his body was clearly stitched back together after the accident. The couple runs for their lives and Mitsuru jumps after them, leaping with inhuman agility through the air. At one point he lands and his entrails just bust out of his skin, followed by his leg falling off. It's absolutely revolting. He loses his second leg and collapses into the dirt. It seems like it's over when, nope, he's back up again, and now he's jumping after them as only a torso. Even more disturbing, a giant spring protrudes out and he is now bouncing after them just like a Jack in the Box. He goes for a final jump right toward them, but they dodge just in time for Mitsuru to smash into the ground. The spring rolls out of his body and Soichi recognizes it as a car suspension spring, implying that it was lodged into his body during his death. Chapter 8, The Snail. This might be my favorite chapter of the manga, I'm not gonna lie. On a rainy day, one student, Katayama, shows up late. He says he got up really early, but it just took a while. He's also soaking wet. Apparently this kid only shows up on rainy days and is always late. He moves incredibly slow, and during a school game of volleyball, his slow reaction costs his team the game. Some of the other boys in class aren't too happy about it and beat him up in the locker room. Worse than that, they strip him naked and pull him out into the hallway for everyone to see. It's pretty messed up. As he lay there naked on the floor, the other students notice he has a strange spiral pattern on his back. He just crawls away like a slug. It's still raining the following day and Katayama shows up late again, only this time the spiral on his back is swollen and protruding. The next day it's even bigger, and the day after things get much more disturbing. Katayama opens the door to the classroom, but this time he crawls in. His swollen back has become a large snail shell and his body has begun to transform. Everyone just sits terrified as he crawls onto his desk. Finally on Friday, Katayama is spotted outside crawling on the side of the school in the rain. He now completely resembles a giant snail other than his head, which is still humanoid, but not for long. His eyes begin to pop out of his head and his transformation is now complete. Kirie declares that he's cursed by the spiral. The staff try to decide what to do and finally call his parents to the school, but they just can't accept that this is their son. Eventually the school begins to take care of him, keeping him in a cage and feeding him. The bully from earlier, Sumura, just laughs and pokes Katayama with a stick. Whenever the rain stops, Katayama retreats into his shell. Meanwhile, Sumura finds that he's been super thirsty lately. He also finds himself moving really slow, and eventually he even stops showing up to school. Meanwhile, Kirie and Shiho feel bad and decide to spray some water on Katayama. As they do do, he pokes his head out of his shell, and it just freaks the girls out, so they run away. Later, the teacher, Mr. Yokota, tells them that it seems Sumura has gone missing, and anyone who knows where he is should speak up. Kyrie is watching the rain when suddenly a snail person appears outside the window, only it's not Katayama. It's his bully, Sumura. They stick him in the cage with Katayama, and even though before they hated each other, they seem to be getting along just fine as snails. Too fine. In fact, they begin to mate. A few weeks after this, the two snails have dug out of their cage. Kyrie and Shiho, along with their teacher, Mr. Yokota, decide to follow their snail trails, which lead into the woods. They soon discover that the snails have laid eggs, and Mr. Yokota begins to smash them up, saying this is unnatural. After this, they search for the snails, but never found them. A few days after this, however, Mr. Yokota came to class late, and is now mostly transformed into a snail person himself. Chapter 9, The Black Lighthouse. One night, the lighthouse on the Cape of Kurozucho suddenly emitted a bright whirling glow that shot out like tornadoes, and it continued to do so every night at dusk. At dinner in Kurie's house, her brother Mitsuo talks about how cool the lighthouse is, and both Kurie and her mother warn him not to go near it and not to stare at the light. Later, some town officials go to investigate the lighthouse right before sunset, only to never come back, and residents who stare at the mesmerizing light seem to be acting strange, like walking in circles repeatedly and not being able to stop. A fishing boat also capsized near the lighthouse, being drawn in by its light. Mitsuo and his friends want to get a closer look at the crashed boat, and while they're at it, they decide they might as well explore the lighthouse too. Kurie tells them to stop, but the kids go in anyway. She follows after them, climbing the winding stairs to the top of the lighthouse, which seem to go on forever. As she gets closer to the top, spiral patterns begin to appear on the walls and floor, and she can smell burning. As she rounds the next corner, she finds 3 charred corpses. After a moment, she realizes that these are adult bodies and must belong to the officials that went missing. She climbs further to find 2 of the kids sitting in terror on the steps, as well as 2 more bodies, but Mitsuo and the other boys aren't with them. Kyrie finally makes it to the top of the lighthouse, where she finds the 2 remaining boys. She also sees the giant lamp has been melted into a strange spiral. It seems that the entire room has partially melted, and she begins to piece together what this means. She frantically looks out the window and realizes what time it is, as the sun is just about to fully set. She screams at the boys to run. They don't quite make it out when the lighthouse lamp starts up and Mitsuo's friend trips on the stairs. Kyrie tries to save the boy, but he's burnt to a crisp by the heat, and she and Mitsuo are blown back by the pressure, barely making it out of the lighthouse alive. To this day, the lighthouse still streams a whirling glow every night. Chapter 10, Mosquitoes. It's summertime, and Kyrie has spent most of it in the hospital after the incident at the lighthouse. There's been an unusual amount of mosquitoes plaguing the town, and some have even made their way into the hospital. They tend to fly in spiral patterns, which can cause anyone who watches to fall asleep, leaving them open for bites. Shiho visits Kyrie at the hospital, and outside they spot a massive column of mosquitoes spinning around like a twister. Shiho says she's seen this a lot lately, and that they breed in Dragonfly Pond. Nearby in the bushes, they spot something much worse, a woman's corpse with hundreds of holes in her body. They alert the authorities, and later Kyrie overhears the hospital staff mention that 11 people have been hospitalized from mosquito attacks, and they all happen to be pregnant as well. They wheel in one of the victims, and Kyrie recognizes her as her cousin Keiko. Kyrie checks in on her cousin and helps her unpack her belongings. She finds a heavy device all wrapped up, and Keiko doesn't say what it is, but just to leave it in the nightstand. The next morning, 2 male patients were found dead in their ward. Like the body found outside, they each have dozens of holes in them, as if their blood had been drained. Kyrie discusses what happened with Keiko, and she says she didn't hear a thing the night before. That day, Soichi shows up to visit Kyrie and begs her to check out of the hospital immediately, saying that there's something wrong about this place. A nurse then enters the room, saying that Kyrie will have to share her room with Keiko as they've run out of room in the maternity ward. Soichi tells Kyrie that he gets a strange feeling from Keiko and that she shouldn't let her stay. Suddenly, a mosquito flies in, and Soichi freaks, pulling out some bug spray and killing it. He then ominously comments on how only female mosquitoes suck blood, and only when they're carrying eggs, as the blood helps them develop. Well, the nurse isn't too happy about him spraying bug spray in the hospital and kicks him out. As they drift off to sleep, Kyrie warns Keiko about another mosquito in the room, but she just says she doesn't mind them. In fact, she says she likes them a lot, with creepy glazed over eyes. Kyrie wakes up in the middle of the night to a strange buzzing sound. She looks out of her room to see a group of pregnant women walking down the hallway. Something is definitely wrong here. These women look freaky, and they're all carrying hand drills. They all enter different rooms on the ward, and Kyrie follows behind to see what the hell they're doing. She looks in on one room to find a pregnant woman drilling a hole in a patient's neck and then sucking the blood out. The woman notices Kyrie watching her and says, "You saw," while chasing her down to the ground. Before the woman can hurt her, a patient comes out of his room wondering what's going on, and the pregnant women all else around him. The woman who chased Kyrie makes a spiral shape in the air with her finger and hypnotizes the man, saying, "Give us blood." He passes out and all the ladies pounce on him, drilling holes in various parts of his body to drink from. A nurse is alerted by the noise and comes in to find this freak show. Of course, the poor girl becomes their next victim. It's pretty brutal. They drill into her face and everything, while Kyrie just cowers in the corner. Well, I guess they've decided they've had their fill for the night and start heading back to their rooms until the one woman remembers about Kyrie seeing her. The entire group of pregos start to chase her and she locks herself back in her hospital room. As they taunt Kyrie through the door, she screams for help and behind her, Keiko approaches with her own drill in hand. I guess now we know what was in the wrappings. She joins in saying, "Give me your blood," and at the same time the rest of the women barge in. Kyrie looks around and sees Soichi's bug spray still on the ground. She grabs it and sprays it at the women, who have a severe reaction and run away. The next morning, no one had any suspicion that the massacre was done by the pregnant women and the drills were hidden away. But these women nourished their unborn children with blood, and soon they would be born. Chapter 11, The Umbilical Cord. The pregnant women were all approaching the end of their pregnancies, and Keiko is due to deliver her baby first. Kyrie tried telling the staff about what she witnessed the night of the massacre, but no one believed her. Even her family doesn't buy it. Kyrie is scared of what a baby nourished by human blood might look like, but to her surprise, the baby's as cute and sweet as any other. Soon the rest of the babies are born too, and they're all completely adorable. Kyrie gets discharged from the hospital, and on her way out, she says goodbye to Keiko and her baby. She notices something strange though. The baby's belly seems to be swollen. When she mentions this, Keiko and the other women give her an alarming look, and Kyrie notices the other babies' bellies are all puffed up too. They begin to cry in unison, and it hurts Kyrie's ears. She runs away and accidentally falls down the stairs. As she lay once again in the hospital bed, her family scolds her for getting hurt the day she was finally released. But at least she didn't break anything and should only be in for a few more days. Kyrie mentions to the doctor that her ears keep ringing. She says she can hear the sound of the baby's crying spinning in her head. The nurse brings her food later, and there are some strange mushrooms mixed in. Soon the strange fungus becomes a common ingredient in the hospital's food, and the other patients rave about it to the point of being kinda creepy. Kyrie walks down the hall past the nursery, and to her shock, she begins to hear the babies communicating with each other. They speak about how wonderful the womb is and how they can't wait to go back. Suddenly one of the baby's belly starts to break out of his shirt and rise up. It's actually a strange spiral fungus attached to the top of his umbilical cord like a mushroom. Truly bizarre. She runs away assuming she's seeing things when she hears the cries of her cousin coming from the delivery room. She walks inside to find dozens of spiral mushrooms growing out of the floor. She finds the doctor, who's sporting a demented look and talking about how these babies want to stay fetuses forever, and how no matter how many times you cut their umbilical cords, they grow back. He explains that these mushrooms are actually placentas. He says they taste delicious and seem to revitalize him as he goes in for a bite. Kyrie asks what the hell happened with her cousin, and the doctor simply replies that the procedure went well. She barges into the next room where she finds Keiko with her stomach bulging as if pregnant and a giant scar stitched up down the middle. Apparently the doctor had returned the baby back to the womb. I mean, what the hell? Keiko immediately begins asking for blood to nourish her baby, and her tongue shoots out of her mouth in a twisted hairy spiral like a mosquito's. She uses it to drain the blood from the doctor, and Kyrie runs for it. She runs through the fungus-filled room, and her cousin comes chasing after her. Honestly, this woman is one of the most disturbing things in this manga. At the same time, other patients begin making their way into the room, having found the mushroom jackpot, and Keiko uses it as an opportunity to suck their blood. Kyrie escapes the hospital and never goes back. Chapter 12, The Storm. The chapter begins with Kyrie and Soichi sitting on the beach. Kyrie says that if it wasn't for him, she would have died a long time ago. Soichi is not looking too good. It looks like he hasn't slept in quite a while. The couple then begins to hear an ominous sound coming from the sea, and Soichi shoots up saying that a storm is coming. He acts like he's been waiting for this to happen and runs through the town warning everyone of the oncoming typhoon. The residents all look at him like he's a whack job, but sure enough, later on the news, the weather warns of a hurricane forming just outside of Kurozucho. Kyrie goes out to deliver Soichi's lunch and is hit with a strong wind, blowing her umbrella away. She looks up to see what looks like the eye of the storm and rushes back inside. That night, it almost sounds like the storm is calling her name. She wakes up the next morning and it seems the storm's over. However, when she opens her window, she looks up to see that the hurricane is seemingly hovering over her house. Later, she goes out to bring Soichi his food and she finds him in the street. He berates her for walking around carelessly and tells her that the storm is actually following her. He grabs her arm and tries to drag her to safety, with the storm following suit and throwing a large tree at them. They run for their lives as everything around them is torn up by the hurricane, and Kirie gets pinned by a falling piece of debris. Another woman shows up and asks if they need help, but she's sucked up into the storm. Apparently it mistook the poor girl for Kirie because of their similar raincoats. The girl is hurled into the sky and then slammed back onto the road, killing her instantly. Soichi and Kirie manage to hide under an overpass where the storm can't see them, but soon a traffic mirror stabs into the ground beside them and the storm uses it to see them. That's one clever storm. They climb into a nearby storm drain, but it's no use. The water inside forms a whirlpool and pushes them out into the hurricane. Sometime later, Kirie and Soichi were found in Dragonfly Pond, miraculously having survived. It seems the hurricane itself was drawn into the pond, and it appears another typhoon is approaching from the sea. Chapter 13, The House. We learn that most of the town was devastated by the storm, especially the residents surrounding Dragonfly Pond. This of course includes the Goshima family home, but somehow they've all survived. Now they must find somewhere to live in the meantime. Luckily, because many people have been leaving town, there are some vacant properties available. Turns out the house they're placed in is one of the old row houses that Kirie mentioned a few chapters ago. Oddly enough, these row houses seem to be untouched by the storm. This particular house has been rumored to be haunted by some kind of monster who only comes out at night. The family isn't too happy about it, but this is the best the town can offer, as there are many other families in need as well. The family introduces themselves to their neighbors, starting with a friendly man next door named Wakabayashi. He tells them that the neighbors on the other side are squatters who moved in before the storm, and they don't answer anyway. Back in their section of the house, Kirie's father finds that he has a strange spiral-shaped wart on his foot, and through the wall we can see an eye watching Kirie unbeknownst to her. That night she wakes up to a noise as if someone was wailing in pain. The next day, Mr. Wakabayashi asks if she heard the noise as well, and says that he heard the people who live there are an old woman and her son who has some kind of strange illness. It was likely him crying out in pain, and it's said that he's severely deformed as well, which would explain all the ghost stories. As they speak, the old woman comes out of the house and hangs up some laundry that oddly has holes all over it. The woman stumbles and Kirie rushes to help her up. On a close look, it seems like the woman's hands have some strange pointed growths, but before she can analyze them any further, the woman runs back inside. That afternoon, they hear the cries of the old woman. Kirie enters the house to find the old woman weeping, saying that her son has died. We see once again the terrible growths on her body. Kirie looks into the next room and screams, but we never get a look at what she saw. Soon an ambulance arrives to pick up the body, and Wakabayashi won't stop asking Kirie what the son's body looked like with no sense of tact. Inside, Kirie notices that she too has grown some warts on her feet, and her brother Mitsuo has gotten them too. Once again, we see that someone is watching the family through the wall, only this time the culprit is revealed. It's actually Wakabayashi. That creep is obsessed with Kirie and says he's going to drill some holes by her bed to watch her sleep. He looks down to find that he's begun growing the spiky spirals on his hand. Later, we see that Mr. Goshima has the same thing happening to his foot. The warts are growing into little spikes. Kirie recognizes it as the same disease the old woman and her son had. Meanwhile, outside, the second hurricane draws closer to Kurozu-cho. As the days go by, the illness gets worse and spreads all over Mr. Goshima's body. Kirie believes it to be the spiral curse caused by the house itself. Mitsuo then notices something odd happening to the wall. It looks like a series of small spiral horns are growing out of it. The wall breaks open to reveal Wakabayashi, who is now covered in the long, jagged spikes. They're even coming out of his eyes and replacing his teeth. He spots a nearby rat and eats it in front of everyone when he starts making his way towards Kirie, who barely dodges him. She tries to crawl outside as Wakabayashi gets closer and closer. He moves in for the killing blow when suddenly a sharp stick flies through the air and goes right through his neck, killing him. It appears that the heavy winds are what blew the stick into Wakabayashi, but if you look in the bottom panel, you can see the mom right there. And I like to think that Mrs. Goshima is a badass and she just threw the stick to save her daughter's life. Chapter 14, Butterflies. A TV reporter and her crew are traveling through the tunnel to Kurozu-cho to cover the strange events surrounding the town. As soon as they make it out of the tunnel, however, the van is hit with a whirlpool, knocking it upside down. The reporter manages to survive and crawls out of the wreckage, but it appears her crew is now dead or or severely injured. As she enters Kurozu-cho, the reporter notes that the air is really heavy, and then she sees the pure devastation of the town, which is now in complete ruins. She looks up to see a TV helicopter flying over the sky, only to be hit by a giant whirlwind and destroyed. She walks through the town looking for help and finds a series of corpses in the rubble. Nearby, she finds 3 young boys tied to stakes with their mouths covered. Wondering why anyone would do this to children, she unties them. They don't even say thank you and immediately walk to a nearby house that somehow survived. Then they all start blowing and create a massive whirlwind that destroys the house. They laugh at their handiwork and then turn to the reporter. They say she sucks and decide to get rid of her. One kid just swings his arms and it creates another whirlwind, knocking the woman to the ground. The boys continue to mess with her, blowing more tornadoes at her. They move in for the killing blow and the woman screams out no. Somehow this creates a whirlwind as well and blows the 3 boys away. Someone approaches her from behind and it's Kyrie and Mitsuo. Kyrie recognizes the reporter as Chie Maruyama, who she'd seen on the news. She explains to Chie that they are currently scavenging for food and for her to be quiet, as any sudden moves or loud noises create immense whirlwinds ever since Dragonfly Pond swallowed up the hurricanes. The whole thing reminds Chie of the butterfly effect, the tiniest flapping of a butterfly's wings causing a hurricane on the other side of the world. Kyrie leads her to their row house, which is impervious to the whirlwinds for some reason. She mentions that the last row house they were in was infected, but this one is safe. They head inside to find the place is chock full of people. Chie asks if anyone would be willing to come help see if her crew has survived, and everyone says no, other than the Goshimas, who offer to help her. Some cynical man chimes in saying that it's useless, there's no getting out of Kurozu-cho, and that many of the people trapped in here are reporters, rescue team members, and volunteers. They've all been sucked into the spiral. The Goshimas and Chie begin to head out, but they encounter 2 of the boys from earlier. The boys say that Chie killed their friend with the twister she made, and they're here for revenge. They start to blow, and everyone runs inside where the twister has no effect. The boys just keep trying to blow the house down until finally the people in the row house all blow back, sending the kids flying. In the corner, Soichi is mumbling to himself that the town is finally turning into a spiral, and outside the boys have survived the twisters. In fact, now they're riding on them. Chapter 15, Chaos. Now that people have learned how to fly on twisters, there's a gang flying around the town destroying all the remaining buildings. Mitsuo says it looks fun and that he wants to join, but Kyrie reminds him how dangerous it is and that many people have died trying to ride whirlwinds. Kyrie, Mitsuo, and Chie continue to scavenge for food, and suddenly Chie screams, creating a huge twister. Kyrie is like, I know you're new here, but can you fucking be quiet please? Turns out that Chie was frightened by several massive snail shells. Kyrie explains casually that these are snail people, and as she explains the phenomena, the snails come out of their shells and begin to crawl. Their faces still slightly resembling humans. When they return to the row house, it's clear it's become even more crowded, with some people resorting to sitting up on the support beams. One of these people finds an old scroll hidden in the wall. He drops it and it unravels on the floor, showing what looks like an ancient map of the town, only there's a massive spiral in the center. The guy who dropped it starts yelling that he wants it back, and arguments are breaking out everywhere, including one guy who's sick of Soichi muttering to himself. He quite literally kicks him out of the row house. Chie and the Goshimas go out to check on him, and the people inside lock them all out, excited for the extra space. They discuss whether they should try to escape. Chie said she tried exiting through the tunnel she came through, but it seemed to go on endlessly. As they talk about their options, Mitsuo starts smelling something really good. He follows the scent to find the gang members from earlier cooking something over a fire. Mitsuo is determined to ask them if he can have some, and despite Kyrie's warnings, he approaches the fire. As he moves in closer, it becomes clear what the men are cooking. Mollusk people. They break open one of the roasting shells and begin eating the meat that pours out. We can still see the resemblance of a human face and teeth in it. The gang leader says the kid can have a bite if he wants, and that snail people are actually delicious. He offers it to Kyrie and Chie as well, taking notice of their good looks and saying that they can have as much as they want if they stick with the gang. Kyrie's father tells them to buzz off, and the gang leader sends him flying with a twister. In retaliation, Kyrie shoves the gang, sending them off into the air. However, they begin riding the whirlwinds and chasing after the group. Kyrie and Chie get sent up into a whirlwind and are suddenly hurling towards Dragonfly Pond along with all the gang members. It seems that the pond is drawing them all in. A mysterious hand then reaches out and grabs hold of Kyrie and Chie. As the gang is pulled into the pond, we see that the girls have been saved by Soichi, who has a firm hold on a telephone pole. I love Soichi, even if he has gone insane. Chapter 16, Erosion. As the chapter opens, we see that more and more people have been flooding into Kurozu-cho, only to find themselves trapped trapped inside and that the whirlwinds have increased, making the town more dangerous as well. Kyrie, Chie, and Soichi run into another group of survivors led by two men named Tanizaki and Takamoto. They say that they thought about escaping by sea, but noticed that a whirlpool sucked in any boats trying to escape. They decide to band together and try to head for the outskirts of town, hopefully finding an empty row house. As they walk, they notice one of the men in the group, Okamoto, isn't feeling well. They pull up his shirt to find that he has a shell forming on his back and is turning into a mollusk person. Everyone starts looking at their backs and they find one more dude with a spiral pattern on his back as well, although the shell hasn't formed yet. As they get toward the edge of town, they find one of the row houses, but it seems packed full of people. There are some survivors trying to force their way in, but the people inside keep blowing them back. Finally, they bust the door open and see the monstrosity that's inside. The people of the row house are crammed together so tight that they've begun to twist together into knots, forming a massive blob of humans. It's so tight that they bust out of the sides of the row house. However, they start using nearby materials to simply expand it. It's both bizarre and terrifying. The crew decides whether it would even be a good thing to get into a row house if this is what they would become. Then one of them spots incoming rescue ships. They begin to celebrate too soon, however, as the ships are all sucked into a giant whirlpool in the sea. After nightfall, the group complains about how hungry they are when they run into one of the cooked mollusk people. Desperate, Tanizaki, Takamoto, and the rest of their crew begin to eat the giant cooked snail. Tanizaki tries to convince Kyrie and Chie to do the same, but they're reluctant to eat something that was once human. However, after they see Soichi has begun eating the meat, they join in. And in one of the most haunting lines of the manga, Kyrie says, "That night, I ate the meat of a snail person." They save the leftovers in a plastic bag and the next day keep traveling through the rubble. Kyrie hears a voice crying out to her, and under some debris they find Mitsuo. At least one of her family members has survived. They help get the junk off him, only to reveal that Mitsuo has a shell growing on his back. And Kyrie decides at that moment, with both of her parents likely dead and her brother turning into a snail, that she must leave Kurozu-cho. Chapter 17, Escape. Kyrie says she needs to get Mitsuo out, hoping he'll return to normal outside of town. They decide to literally head for the hills, hoping to find a trail out, despite Soichi saying it's no use, and that they are in the spiral now. As they walk the hills and look down on the devastation of the town, they spot Tanizaki on a roof trying to expand a row house. He calls out to them, but his yelling causes a huge twister to fly at them. They realize that Tanizaki isn't alone. All around, the townspeople are expanding the row houses. The crew makes their way into the forest where all the plant life have started to take on spiral shapes. They hear a noise up ahead and find Takimoto and a few members of his crew. They say that they left town in the same way. In fact, they were following behind Kyrie a ways off, and it appears that the forest has sent them back toward the town. No matter where they go, all the paths just lead back to the spiral. They decide to all journey together once again, and Kyrie notices one of the men, Okamoto, who has the shell forming on his back, is on a lead. Turns out the men are pulling him along so that when he becomes a snail person, they can cook and eat him. I mean, that's fucked up, man. Mitsuo complains that his back itches, and the guys all look at him, piecing together that he too might be becoming a snail. But at that moment, Okamoto drops to the ground and fully transforms. The guys get excited, finally ready to cook poor Okamoto, and as they approach, he hides in a shell. One of the men is ready to crack it open, but Takimoto stops him, saying it'll create a whirlwind, plus he has an idea. This sick bastard gets down on the ground and shoves his head into the shell, eating the snail raw. It's absolutely disgusting. As the dude continues to eat, his body seems to get sucked into the shell, and while his crew's distracted trying to get him out, Kyrie's group decides to sneak away. Now, deep in the forest and lost, they come across a tree stump. Soichi looks at the stump, and in its spiral pattern, he sees an image of his father. They continue walking, but it seems they're moving all the more slow, and when Chie looks at her watch, the hands have turned into spirals. Mitsuo stops and starts eating some of the nearby plants, and Kyrie is forced to carry him as he's become too slow. Out of the dark, Takimoto and his two men show up again with a disturbed look on their faces. Takimoto asks why they left him and takes notice of Mitsuo, saying his back looks pretty swollen, but Chie says it's just a backpack. However, at that moment, Mitsuo's eyes pop out of his head. His transformation is almost complete. The girls try and hide his eyes from the men, but it's no use. Mitsuo continues to transform, and the men begin to chase them. What's interesting about this chase scene is, because running can create whirlwinds, everyone's forced to just like speed walk. It's a very tense scene because the people are chasing them, but they're all moving at a snail's pace. No pun intended. They hit a dead end at the edge of a cliff and decide they must let Mitsuo escape by crawling down the side. Mitsuo refuses to leave, and Kyrie tells him to go or she'll hit him with a stick. It's honestly the weirdest version of the go on get cliche I've ever seen. Kyrie Kyrie, Chie, and Soichi pretend like they're still carrying Mitsuyo to give him time to escape. The men follow behind, discussing whether to eat him raw, and Takimoto goes on a disturbing monologue about how great the sensation of crawling into Okamura's shell and eating the soft parts of his face was. As he recounts the euphoria, his body begins to twist up into a spiral, followed by the other men. As they leave, Soichi declares that the spiral is now in them. Kyrie says that they are near the edge of town now, but they seem to catch sight of something that shocks them. Chapter 18, The Labyrinth. They look down at the town and see that the row houses have now been expanded and connected, forming a massive maze-like spiral. They wonder how the townspeople managed to build all of this so fast, and they conclude that they must have been in the forest much longer than they thought. They speculate that maybe the entire town was once a spiral, much like what they saw on the old map, but over time it decayed and fell apart, leaving only scattered row houses left in seemingly random spots. Now, people in the row houses seem to have subconsciously recreated the spiral structure. Kyrie decides she's going into the spiral to try and find her parents, and Chie and Soichi join her. After walking around the outside of the row house, they find the entrance to the alley between the spirals. They notice that inside the alley, they no longer create twisters and can move faster now. They begin to hear voices through the windows of the houses. Kyrie approaches a window and asks if anyone has seen her parents. She's greeted by the twisted and disturbing human shapes. They say they know nothing of her parents, but ask if she could do a favor and get rid of what they're about to toss out. The door opens and a person twisted up into a spiral is thrown out onto the ground. They say the man died this morning and that it was an ordeal untangling his corpse from their bodies. Wow, that is a disturbing concept. They just leave and continue down the spiral alley. As they do, they begin to smell something horrible, and the houses begin to throw several more twisted corpses out onto the path. As Kyrie and the gang pass by, a face comes to a nearby window and asks if they could take the bodies with them, as the smell is unbearable. Kyrie asks once again about her parents, and the figure replies, what would they know about her parents? Up ahead, they see a figure approach. A bearded man is dragging several spiral corpses behind him. When he gets closer, they recognize him as Tanizaki. He says it's been years since he'd seen them and wonders why they haven't changed at all. He tells them that the expansion is nearly complete and that there are only a few gaps left. It appears his job is to clean up the corpses since everyone else has gone inside and twisted together. Kyrie asks him if she's seen her parents, mentioning that her father is a potter. Tanizaki says that there actually is a couple who makes pottery down by Dragonfly Pond. Excited, Kyrie and the gang move on to Dragonfly Pond, hoping to find her parents, though Tanizaki warns them that there are a lot of deadfalls further on, and even he hasn't made it to the pond. Sure enough, their path is blocked several times, but they are able to make their way through the gaps still left in the spiral. As they pass through, they see the twisted human form still trying to build. At nightfall, they take a break and speculate on why this is happening. Shuichi theorizes that maybe this has happened repeatedly since ancient times. Every few centuries, the spiral returns to haunt this area, and the residents slowly rebuild the town in this shape. If this were the case, how could the story have never lived on? Unless everyone who could have told the tale vanished. Up in the sky, they see a spiral form, and it looks much like that of the crematorium smoke all that time ago. It begins to spiral down, giving them a clue as to the direction of Dragonfly Pond. There's a small gap nearby that they begin to pass through, but the spiral people are actively shutting it up, and Chie is caught in between. They try to help her, but it's no use. She's trapped inside. Voices begin to cry out in different directions that the spiral is complete and fully connected. A large rumbling noise sounds, and something large seems to be moving through the houses toward the center of the spiral. Finally, everything goes quiet. They open a nearby door to check on Chie and find that the row houses have been completely emptied out. They walk through the row houses spiral until they finally reach the center, a large spiraling staircase into the earth where Dragonfly Pond once was. Soichi says that this must have been at the bottom of the pond all along, and that the row houses must have emptied into it. The cause of the spiral must be down these ancient stairs. Kyrie declares that she's going down there as it's the only place left, and Soichi grabs her hand, saying they'll both go. The young couple make their way down the stairs into the unknown, and that is the end of the chapter. Chapter 19. Completion. Kyrie and Shuichi make their way down the steps, which seem to go into an infinite spiral. They eventually come upon a twisted body. It seems he was left behind, and as they pass him, he begs them to take him along, saying that there's supposed to be something wonderful at the bottom. They don't have the strength to do so and press on, but the man grabs Kyrie by the ankle and bites her. Shuichi tries to fight him off, and soon the spiraled man latches onto him instead. As the spiraled man wraps his twisted arms around Shuichi, they both go tumbling off the stairs and into the spiral pit. Kyrie cries out after him, now completely alone, but she keeps on moving, running down the steps to find Soichi. She begins to see a light at the bottom of the spiral, and sure enough, she reaches the bottom. The stairwell ends and drops into a massive room filled with spirals. Below the stairs is a huge drill-like pillar. Kyrie attempts to climb down, but slips. She barely grabs hold of the structure, but can't hold on for long, and goes tumbling off into the unknown space below. She believes she's going to die, but instead her body falls slowly, as if being laid down by a whirlwind. She opens her eyes and finds herself laying on top of hundreds of twisted human bodies. This place seems to go on endlessly, with mesmerizing spirals as far as the eye can see, like a massive city of spirals. The residents of Kurozu-cho all captured by its beauty. Kyrie begins to wander around, calling for Soichi. She finds that the further she walks, the harder the twisted bodies become, like they're turning into stone. This is when Kyrie discovers her parents turned to stone. She mourns the loss of her mother and father when she hears the voice of someone nearby calling her. It's Soichi. He tells her to look at the runes, saying they're like a living thing with a will of its own. He believes it's still slowly building itself, whatever it is. He urges Kyrie to go without him as he can't go on. Kyrie says she can't go on either. She's staying with Soichi. They grab hold of each other's hands, which extend and intertwine, and then they embrace. A loud noise echoes through the infinite spiral hell, and the drill-like structure spirals up, filling the stairwell. The spiral is now complete. Kyrie says that a strange thing then happened. Just as time sped up when they were on the outskirts, in the center of the spiral, time stood still. So the curse was over the same moment it began. The endless frozen moment she spent in Soichi's arms. And it'll be the same moment when it begins again. When the next Kurozu-cho is built amidst the ruins of the old one. When the eternal spiral awakes once more. And that, my friends, is UZUMAKI.